16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories. Every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
It's a do-or-die battle for both the challenger and the defender, Mr. Kamal Nath and Shivraj Singh Chauhan, in this Madhya Pradesh election. A dyed-in-the-wool Congress leader who has worked with 3 generations of Gandhis is fighting the most crucial battle of his 4-decade-long political career. Today, I'm on campaign trail with former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, Mr. Kamal Nath. It's 7:30 a.m. and Mr. Kamal Nath is starting his day with his first public meeting. As the state gears up to go to polls, a quick stopover in Gwalior, and then he's on to a chopper that will take him to Datia in North Madhya Pradesh. Datia is the constituency of Madhya Pradesh's controversial Home Minister Narottam Mishra, who has won the seat consecutively since 2008. का चुनाव आपके लिए कितना अहम है?
हर चुनाव का अपना मायने होता है। ये जो चुनाव है, ये चुनाव मध्य प्रदेश का भविष्य तय करेगा। केवल एक कैंडिडेट या एक पार्टी का प्रश्न नहीं है। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर है कि ये अपना भविष्य सुरक्षित रखेंगे।
15 महीने के मुख्यमंत्री आप, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने जो आंकड़े दिखाए हैं वो जरूर ये बता रहे हैं कि आपके काम से बहुत खुश थे।
मेरे पास 15 महीने की जो सरकार थी, पर 2.5 महीने तो लोकसभा चुनाव और आचार संहिता में गया। 11.5 महीने में हमने अपनी नीति और नीयत का परिचय दिया और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता गवाह है कि 27 लाख किसानों का कर्जा पहली किश्त में हमने माफ़ किया। बिजली दी 100 रुपये 100 यूनिट, हमने पेंशन बढ़ाई, मैंने गौशाला बनाए, 1000 गौशाला जो मध्य प्रदेश के इतिहास में नहीं बने, मैंने बनवाए। इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं।
इस बार कांग्रेस जो एक फॉर्मूला लेकर के आगे बढ़ रही है, वो फॉर्मूला साफ तौर पे ये दिख रहा है कि महिलाओं पे खास फोकस है कांग्रेस का। ऐसा क्यों?
महिलाओं पर हमेशा हमारा फोकस रहा है और हम चाहते हैं कि हर परिवार में उनकी क्रय शक्ति बढ़े, उनकी खरीदने की ताकत बढ़े और महिला सबसे महत्वपूर्ण माध्यम है। इसलिए महिलाओं के लिए हमने कहा है अपने वचन में कि हम उनको 1500 रुपये महीने देंगे, उनको गैस सिलेंडर में राहत देंगे, क्योंकि ये एक महिला की बात नहीं है, महिला परिवार की रक्षक है।
मेरा आपका सवाल ये है कि इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी जहां अभी आप जा रहे हैं उसकी क्या खासियत है?
आज जो हम जा रहे हैं दतिया, ये मध्य प्रदेश की अत्याचार और भ्रष्टाचार की राजधानी है। यहाँ लोग गुलाम हैं और मेरा उनको संदेश होगा कि ये मौका है कि वो इस गुलामी से बाहर आए। कमलनाथ जिंदाबाद, 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 कमलनाथ जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद।
In recent years, Madhya Pradesh has been high on Hindutva optics, from reciting Hanuman Chalisa at party headquarters to multiple temple runs. And the veteran Congress leader has jumped on the bandwagon. Mr. Kamal Nath, though, says his devotion cannot be seen as recent, as he had done the Pran Pratishtha of the 101 feet idol of Lord Hanuman in December of 2014. His first stop in Datia is Pitambara Peeth. While Mr. Kamal Nath finishes his prayers, we try to gauge the mood on ground. This is Narottam Mishra's constituency. With me, some people who had voted for the BJP in 2018. इस बार क्या माहौल है?
मुझे लगता है इस बार बदलाव चाहती है जनता और इस बार 100% कमलनाथ जी आएंगे।
2018 में आप किसके साथ थे?
बीजेपी के साथ।
आप?
कांग्रेस।
2018 में भाजपा के साथ थे?
जी।
तो इस बार
कांग्रेस के साथ।
क्यों?
क्योंकि हम जो चाहते थे, जो सोच के हमने उनको वोट दिया था, वो हुआ नहीं। क्योंकि व्यापम घोटाला और दुनिया भर की चीज़ें घोटाले को देखते हुए हमें लगता है कि इस बार कांग्रेस सरकार आनी चाहिए। पटवारी भी हुआ।
आपको क्या है?
हमारे बच्चे की नौकरी नहीं लग पा रही, परेशान है, किसान है, हम खाद नहीं मिल पा टाइम पे, धान नहीं बेच पा रहे, मंडियों में 3 दिन 4 दिन डरे।
The public meeting is in the heart of Datia. The rally venue is packed with Congress supporters and many new joinees. अभी कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन की?
जी हाँ, मैं राममिलन सिंह यादव, पूर्व किसान मोर्चा अध्यक्ष। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का 40 साल से कार्यकर्ता हूँ। सन 89 से लेकर आज तक का सफर रहा है।
क्यों छोड़े?
नरोत्तम का जो व्यवहार रहा है, यहाँ भाजपा खत्म होने जा रही है, दादापा चल रही है, भाजपा खत्म है।
आपने भी पार्टी छोड़ी? आप भाजपा के?
जी, मैं पूर्व में मैंने रिजाइन दिया था 5 साल पहले। मैंने कांग्रेस ज्वाइन नहीं की थी और मैंने अब की बार पार्टी को ज्वाइन की है।
और जिन्होंने ये गुंडागर्दी करी है, इसका इलाज कमलनाथ करना चाहते हैं। और प्रशासन से मैं कह दूं, प्रशासन और पुलिस से मैं कह दूं, ये जो बिल्ला बीजेपी का बिल्ला उन्होंने अपनी जेब में रखा है, कितनी जेब बचेगी उनकी मैं देखूंगा।
Mr. Kamalnath, you have been clocking 8 to 10 rallies a day, and of course, because elections are around the corner, I believe this has been your schedule for the last 3 years also.
Well, it's not been that hectic all the 3 years, but I have been doing this at least for the last 6 months because public contact is very important, and people want me to come there.
Sir, from the time that you took charge as the Madhya Pradesh Congress chief to now, क्या बदल गया है? कांग्रेस अब कहाँ पर है? कांग्रेस की स्थिति क्या है as an organization?
Well, I've always said that the contest is not with the BJP alone. It is with the organization of the BJP. So I've spent all this time building the organization. Politics has become very localized. They want to know what is your team in every village. With having mandals and sectors who are there now in, I think, about 80% of the places. So they are the ones who really fight the elections. They are the ones, person who's in the sector, who's got 3 to 5 booths. He knows the name of 100 people in every village. No block president or district president will know that.
तो ये आप मानते हैं कि बीजेपी की इलेक्शन विनिंग मशीन है और उसको काउंटर करने के लिए आपने 4 साल में कांग्रेस को यहाँ पे खड़ा किया?
ये मेरा प्रयास था और ये मैं सोचता हूँ कांग्रेस का संगठन खड़ा है और बीजेपी से उनके संगठन से पूरा मुकाबला करेगा।
और कमलनाथ जी, जहाँ तक इस चुनाव की बात की जाए तो आप किस मुद्दे को सबसे अहम मानते हैं?
मध्य प्रदेश में हर वर्ग परेशान है। हमारा भटकता हुआ नौजवान बेरोजगारी से परेशान है। हमारा दुखी किसान जिसके साथ अन्याय और जो आज खाद के लिए भी उसके भटकना पड़ता है, छोटे व्यापारी, ये सब हर वर्ग मध्य प्रदेश में परेशान है। और इसका परिणाम मैं सोचता हूँ 17 नवंबर को मतदान के दिन सामने आएगा।
शिवराज सिंह चौहान 18 साल से मुख्यमंत्री हैं। आपकी काउंटर करने के लिए उन्होंने भी अपनी जो उनकी योजनाएं थी उसका रकम बढ़ाया है। उसके अलावा भाजपा ने अपने 10 MPs को ज़मीन पे उतारा है। तो ये भी माना जाए कि वो लोग भी ऑल आउट जा रहे हैं। इट्स एन इलेक्शन विच मस्ट बी वन फ्रॉम बोथ द साइड्स।
इन्होंने 10 लोग जो इनके सांसद थे जिनको लड़ा रहे हैं, इन्होंने समझ लिया था कि इनकी ज़मीन फिसल गई है, इसीलिए तो इनको भेजा। और मैं तो सोचता हूँ बीजेपी को अगर सबको दिख रहा है कि क्या हालात है मध्य प्रदेश में, बीजेपी को भी दिख रहा है।
इस बार युवा चुनाव में किस मुद्दे पे वोट देगा?
अपने 18 साल में बीजेपी ने कुछ नहीं कर पाई है। पहले 80 रुपए की जो दाल थी मैम, तो आज वो 200 रुपए किलो हो गई है। 400 रुपए का सिलेंडर 1150 रुपए 1200 रुपए हो गया मैम। बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई है।
क्या इस बार माहौल है चुनाव में?
18 सालों से बहनों की याद नहीं आई।
कुछ काम हुआ है यहाँ?
नहीं, काम तो कमलनाथ जी ने बहुत किए हैं, जैसे बिजली का हुआ, रोड का हुआ।
मैम नौकरी तो मिलती है मगर उसके लिए पढ़ाई के लिए डिमांड कर रहे हैं। पढ़ाई भी अगर 10 भी पास होते तो ले रहे हैं। इस बार 100% है कि हम लोग सोच रहे हैं कि इस बार कांग्रेस आ रही है।
क्यों?
सत्ता परिवर्तन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि बीजेपी को हमने देख चुके हैं। 18 सालों में बीजेपी को हम देख चुके हैं।
जाम खाएगा बेटे?
और ये क्या है?
ये
हाँ,
ये हमारा मिंकी है।
मिंकी नाम है
इसका? मिंकी नाम है।
सुभाष जी, इस बार चुनाव में मुद्दा क्या है?
हमारे माहौल मैडम कांग्रेस का है। हमारा फुल पर 100% कांग्रेस की वोट डलती है हमारे यहाँ पे।
क्यों?
अब उन्हीं ने मतलब हमारे रोहना को दिल्ली तक पहुँचाया नाम।
इस बार महिलाएं किसके साथ हैं?
अरे दीदी, हमको ऐसे कोई वो नहीं है। हम ये जानते हैं कि जब समय आएगा जिसमें वोट दे दिए उसी में सही।
अरे हमारी वोट तो कमलनाथ को जाएगी ना।
The Congress announced 11 guarantees several months ago. Promises made to women, Adivasis, farmers, youth. Has he worked out the maths? We ask. Kamalnath ji, as the date arrives for polling, what are your concerns? What are your anticipation? क्या लग रहा है?
Well, my concerns are to the extent BJP will use the police, will use the administration and will use money to influence, to threaten the voters. That is a major concern of mine because the BJP has lost the confidence of the people. Now, by threatening, by coercing, by purchasing, giving money to the voters, distributing liquor, which they are freely doing even now. ऐसा पुलिस, पैसा और प्रशासन का चुनाव मैंने कभी नहीं देखा। और जिस तरह बीजेपी डेस्परेट है, ये कुछ भी कर सकती है। हमारी भी तैयारी है कि हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता हैं, हमारा जो स्थानीय संगठन है, वो उससे मुकाबला करेगा। वो पैसे बांटने से रोकेगा, शराब बांटने से रोकेगा।
कर्नाटका चुनाव में ये कहा जा रहा है कि कांग्रेस को एक टेम्पलेट मिल गया और उससे पहले हिमाचल की जीत हुई कांग्रेस की, और वही टेम्पलेट यहाँ पर भी सेम फॉर्मूला, सेम प्लेबुक है।
ये कोई टेम्पलेट यहाँ नहीं है। मध्य प्रदेश और कर्नाटक में बहुत अंतर है, मध्य प्रदेश और हिमाचल में बहुत अंतर है। यहाँ तो 18 साल बीजेपी रही है, ऐसी स्थिति नहीं थी। ऐसी स्थिति ना हिमाचल में थी, ऐसी स्थिति ना कर्नाटक में थी।
इंडिया की बात करें कमलनाथ जी, पूरा आप इंडिया की पार्टीज जो हैं, सपा, आम आदमी पार्टी, जेडीयू, इस चुनाव में साथ क्यों नहीं दिख रहे हैं? आपके खिलाफ भी बहुत सारे सीट्स में खड़े हुए हैं वो।
हमने प्रयास किया था कि उनसे कुछ ना कुछ समझौता हो, सीटों पर नहीं, पर जहाँ वो सीट मांग रहे थे वहाँ हमारे स्थानीय लोग नहीं मान रहे थे, और उससे बीजेपी का फायदा होता। हम सबका लक्ष्य था बीजेपी को हराना, तो ऐसा कोई समझौता करें जहाँ बीजेपी जीते, ये समझौता नहीं हुआ।
मध्य प्रदेश से जुड़ा हुआ है राज्य छत्तीसगढ़, वहाँ पर ईडी के रेड्स हुए हैं, और ईडी के स्टेटमेंट में वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री का नाम आया है कि उनको महादेव बेटिंग ऐप में कुछ फ़ायदा हुआ है। तो एजेंसी की बारे में अगर ये बात की जाए तो किस तरह से आप देखते हैं?
ये छत्तीसगढ़ में ईडी किसी से कुछ भी लिखवा ले, अगर धमकी दें किसी को कि हम आपको गिरफ्तार करेंगे, आपको गिरफ्तार रखेंगे, और आप ये बोल दीजिए, वो बेचारा मजबूरी में बहुत कुछ बोल देगा।
भाजपा का कहना है कि कांग्रेस बिना स्टेट के फाइनेंस को स्टडी करते हुए अनाउंस कर रही है एक के बाद एक रेवड़ी, और ये रेवड़ी कल्चर जो है वो इकोनॉमी को डिस्ट्रॉय करेगा।
भाजपा ने पिछले 5 महीनों में क्या क्या घोषणाएं करी हैं, क्या क्या पैसा बांटा है। इनको 18 साल बाद लाडली बहन याद आई, और हमने जो कहा है हमने सोच समझ के।
एक ट्रेंड है कमलनाथ जी कि ऑपोजिशन साथ में बैठती तो है, लेकिन जब इम्पॉर्टेंट इश्यूज आते हैं जैसे सीट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन और वो सब का, तो बहुत सारे डिसकंटेंटमेंट और डिसएग्रीमेंट्स हो जाते हैं। तो ये कितना बड़ा कंसर्न है?
देखिए, ये बात तो सच है, सब अब चुनाव में व्यस्त हैं, अन्य प्रदेशों में चुनाव हो रहा है, पर इस चुनाव के बाद मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व इस पर चर्चा करेगा, इसको आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास करेंगे कि हम सबका लक्ष्य एक है कि बीजेपी को रोका जाए।
कांग्रेस का चुनाव है या कांग्रेस की तरफ से बस कमलनाथ अकेले चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, जिस तरह से आपने पार्टी को यहाँ पर अकेले अपने दम पे खड़ा किया है?
हम सब मिलकर लड़ रहे हैं, कांग्रेस का संगठन लड़ रहा है, और क्योंकि मैं अध्यक्ष हूँ इसलिए ये बात आती है कि कमलनाथ चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, पर इसमें सबका योगदान है।
ग्वालियर में क्या होगा?
ग्वालियर में 15 महीने पहले हम ग्वालियर महापौर का, मेयर का चुनाव जीते 35 साल बाद। तो ग्वालियर और ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग में मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारे बहुत अच्छे परिणाम आएंगे।
आपको लगता है आपकी सरकार 5 साल चल जाती अगर ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया वो नहीं करते जो उन्होंने किया?
ये सौदा किया था, देखिए सीधे सौदा था। मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, मेरे पास विधायक आते थे कि आज हमें इतने पैसे मिले हैं, इतने पैसे मिले हैं। मैं कहता था मौज करो, मैं कोई सौदा करने वाला नहीं हूँ, आपको कोई पैसे नहीं देने वाला।
सिंधिया बोलते हैं कि वो काले कौवे हैं, इसी से कांग्रेस डरती है।
सिंधिया कुछ भी कहे, वो काले हैं, पीले हैं, लाल हैं, वो खुद जाने, मैं उस पर क्या कहूँ, कुछ भी कह देंगे। पहले बीजेपी के बारे में ये सब कहते थे, अब कांग्रेस के बारे में कहते हैं ये सब।
ओबीसी किससे तरफ है? आप किसको देख रहे हैं अपने तरफ आते हुए? क्या नई कोई कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी क्रिएट कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी?
देखिए, अपने देश में जातिगत मतगणना बहुत जरूरी है, जातिगत सेंसस बहुत ज़रूरी है कि सब साफ हो जाए कौन कितनी जाति के, कौन कौन है, कितने लोग हैं। इसमें किसी को संकोच क्यों है? और जहाँ तक आप पिछड़े वर्ग की बात करें, ओबीसी की बात करें, मैं तो कानून लाया था जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, इनको 27% आरक्षण देने का।
तो क्या ये माना जाए कि 2024 तय है?
2024 अभी विधानसभा के चुनाव हो जाए, ये परिणाम बहुत कुछ तय करेंगे। पर एक बात हमें याद रखनी है कि मतदाता आजकल बहुत समझदार हो गए। वो ऐसी भावनाओं में जिसका उपयोग पहले किया था बीजेपी ने 2014 और 2019 में, उस भावनाओं में नहीं बहने वाले।
किस तरह की भावना?
राष्ट्रवाद की बात करने लग गए। पहले तो 2014 में परिवर्तन का कांग्रेस बहुत भ्रष्ट है, इस पर बात करी और तरह तरह के वायदे करे। 2019 में सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, पाकिस्तान, राष्ट्रवाद, जो बेरोजगारों की बात थी, जो गरीबों की बात थी, जो किसान क्षेत्र की बात थी, वो तो बात ही नहीं हुई।
आप जब कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर थे तो आपने हमेशा प्रो इंडस्ट्री बात की है, प्रो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बात किया है। आपकी पार्टी एंटी इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट क्यों हो गई?
नहीं, हमारी पार्टी एंटी इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट नहीं है। ये कह देना कि हम एंटी इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि उद्योगपति निवेश लगाएं, पर अगर कुछ ऐसे बातें हुई कि किसी उद्योगपति गलत कर रहा है, केवल आरोप लगाने से नहीं होता। अगर सही में उसने गलत किया है तो उस पर जांच होनी चाहिए।
मुख्यमंत्री के दावेदार हैं, क्या आपको लगता है ये इतना ज़रूरी है कि इसके बाद आप फिर मध्य प्रदेश छोड़ देंगे या फिर यहीं पे रह जाएंगे?
नहीं, मैं मध्य प्रदेश नहीं छोड़ने वाला। मैं अपनी आखिरी सांस तक मध्य प्रदेश में रहूँगा, जो भी चुनाव का परिणाम होए।
फाइनल नंबर बता दीजिए।
मैं नंबर के चक्कर में नहीं पड़ता। ये आपको नंबर पूछने हैं तो आप मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं से पूछिए, वो आपको सही बात बता देंगे।
लेकिन आपका एस्टिमेट तो हमेशा सही रहा है।
मैं एस्टिमेट नहीं लगाता, मैंने कहा हम कंफर्टेबली जीतेंगे।
Although he was appointed as the Madhya Pradesh Congress chief only in 2018, Mr. Kamal Nath's association with the state can be traced back to 1979. When former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had described him as her third son who helped her take on the Morarji Desai-led regime. He first visited Chhindwara then. Today, as he makes a stop at his parliamentary constituency of 37 years, Mr. Nath has stories to share. Almost looks like an oasis of development.
Yeah. You go on this ring road, you go on this, you haven't been on the ring road. In Kabulna, I'll just tell Binglani to send somebody. You've been to the driving school? No.
Yes, I've been to the driving school. There is a Toyota showroom.
All cars, everything, Hyundai, you name, they're all here. Because this has become the epicenter of economic activity in this area.
And in 2019, you handed it over to your son.
Well, I had to resign as an MP to continue as chief minister, so I then contested the assembly election, and he became the by-election, so he became the MP and I became the MLA. I had to be a member of the Legislative Assembly to be the chief minister.
So how has the transition been from the father to the son?
Well, he's working, but he moves around. Today he's in 2 other districts.
What makes this constituency, you were saying that this is a constituency which has all the MLAs of the Congress party?
All 7 MLAs.
Yes. Every time you have been winning,
No, but this time all 7 MLAs and the mayor.
Some rounds of internal meetings and Mr. Kamal Nath is out again meeting those who have gathered at his home in Kamal Kunj. And then heads to another public meeting of the day. As he moves from one rally venue to another, sometimes on road, sometimes in chopper, his son Nakul, who won from the family bastion of Chhindwara in 2019, tries to visit constituencies his father may not be able to cover. क्या आपने कोई एक ऐसी constituency को देखा जहाँ पर आप उस पर ज़्यादा emphasis दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि if you want to lend a helping hand to your father's campaign?
I am going wherever he tells me to go. Where he is not able to reach, I reach those constituencies.
क्या माहौल है?
बहुत अच्छा माहौल है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनाएंगे मध्य प्रदेश में।
तो बाकी छिंदवाड़ा के बाहर का मध्य प्रदेश कैसा है?
आज मैं 2 विधानसभा क्षेत्र में गया, हरदा और टिमरनी। वहाँ माहौल छिंदवाड़ा से भी ज़्यादा अच्छा है।
तो मुद्दा क्या है? क्योंकि अभी CSDS NDTV का सर्वे आया, उसमें बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार, ये सब मुद्दे लोगों के दिमाग पर थे और सबसे बड़ा था डिसकंटेंटमेंट अमंग फार्मर्स।
आज पब्लिक देख रही है कि किस प्रकार मध्य प्रदेश में घोटाले हो रहे हैं, भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है। इन्होंने भगवान तक को नहीं छोड़ा, इन्होंने महाकाल घोटाला किया। खुलेआम खाद और बीज की कालाबाजारी हो रही है, किसानों को अपने फसलों के सही दाम नहीं मिल रहे, तो जनता परेशान है।
लेकिन जनता को केंद्र सरकार पर भी भरोसा है।
केंद्र सरकार ने जनता के लिए क्या किया है मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ। ये लोग घोषणाएं करते हैं लेकिन कुछ होता तो नहीं है ग्राउंड लेवल पे।
आप लोगों ने भी काफी घोषणा की है इस बार, 11 गारंटी की बात की जा रही है, तो उनकी घोषणा और आपकी घोषणा में क्या फर्क हुआ फिर?
देखिए, पहले तो हमने घोषणा नहीं किया, हमने 11 गारंटी एवं 101 वचन मध्य प्रदेश की जनता से किया। और हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं है, हम झूठी घोषणाएं नहीं करते।
माननीय कमलनाथ जी, आदरणीय दीपक सक्सेना जी, अनिल अहमद जी और बाकी के लोग यही रुक जाए स्टेज पे, बाकी के लोग ना चढ़े क्योंकि स्टेज हमारा थोड़ा स्टेज की व्यवस्था को देखते हुए। माननीय कमलनाथ जी का छिंदवाड़ा की जनता से, लैगड़ुआ की जनता से है।
42 साल पहले छिंदवाड़ा क्या था, आज क्या है? आपके प्यार और आपके विश्वास ने मुझे बल और शक्ति दी और इस बल और शक्ति से आज हम यहाँ पहुंचे हैं। आगे का रास्ता भी बहुत लंबा है।
महिलाएं किसके साथ?
जी देखिए, 18 साल से शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी बैठे थे और अब जब चुनाव पास में आ रहा है तब वो महिलाओं को प्रलोभन दे रहे हैं। 18 साल से बेटियों की, लाडलियों की और हमारी बहनों की, भांजियों की उनको याद नहीं आई।
15 दिन से हम लोग महीने भर से यही काम कर रहे हैं, घर घर जा रहे हैं, सबको यही जानकारी दे रहे हैं। कमलनाथ जी करेंगे
सिलेंडर 500 रुपए,
सिलेंडर 500 रुपए
हमारे बच्चों के लिए, हम उनके लिए है। जय कमलनाथ,
जोरदार ताली बजती रहे। कमलनाथ जी हमारे बीच में लैगड़ुआ ग्राम में आप पधारे हुए, जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत, अभिनंदन होता रहे।
When he lost his 15-month-old government to an internal rebellion by a Rahul Gandhi confidant Jyotiraditya Scindia, Mr. Kamal Nath did not rest. Instead, he chose to go back to the drawing board to establish the Congress party's structures. The question now is, how well oiled is that machine? Is this really ready to take on the election-winning machine of the BJP? An answer we'll know about only on 3rd of December. Thanks for watching.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories. Every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Over 72 hours, at least 40 workers still trapped in an under-construction tunnel in Uttarakhand. Ruckus by workers outside the tunnel. Officials say that new drilling machines have now been flown in from Delhi. A fresh landslide has hampered the rescue operations. Chinese President Xi Jinping arrives in San Francisco for the APEC Summit, a summit of Asia-Pacific leaders. Xi Jinping will be meeting Joe Biden today. And India is also at the APEC Summit, not as a member but as a guest. Piyush Goyal there, meeting US officials to discuss various collaborations. On the first day of his visit, he went to the Tesla factory. A lot of announcements there as well. Eye on Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh post the Prime Minister's tribal outreach. He pays tribute to the tribal icon Birsa Munda in Ranchi, the first Prime Minister to visit the birthplace of Birsa Munda. The Prime Minister to launch a scheme worth 24,000 crore rupees for tribal empowerment. Delhi's pollution continues to remain in the severe category in various parts of the national capital, but the AQI on an average is coming in the very poor category, will remain in the very poor category till the 17th of November. In the countdown to the first semi-final match, which will be taking place between India and New Zealand, they'll be locking horns at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai at 2 p.m. today. Subrata Roy dies at the age of 75. The chief of Sahara Group has died of a cardiorespiratory arrest. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vatwa. Let's get to your top story. And workers continue to remain trapped after a fresh landslide has hampered rescue operations. 40 labourers continue to be trapped, and it's been over 72 hours and still counting. While rescue officials have spent hours preparing a platform for the drilling machines in order to insert steel pipes through the rubble. They have now dismantled the machine, and the plan for using pipes for that rescue operation has been put on hold. Officials have said that new machines are being flown in from Delhi for rescue operations. Concerted efforts are being made since Sunday morning in order to rescue those 40 workers trapped inside this tunnel, this under-construction tunnel in Uttarkashi of Uttarakhand. The officials have gone on to say that the workers continue to be safe. They're being provided with oxygen, with water, also food supply and medicines through tubes. But it's been over 3 days now, and yet no progress has been made as far as rescue operations are concerned. And now it's the weather conditions which are hampering the rescue operations.
लगभग 74 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय हो चुका है और 40 जिंदगियां अभी भी निकलने की आस लगाए बैठी हुई है कि कब वो बाहर निकले और प्रयास लगातार जारी है। मैं आपको कुछ तस्वीरें दिखाऊंगा कि सामने एक तस्वीर है कि ये टनल कैसी है और टनल में ऊपर मलबा किस तरीके से है। पहले तो वो सामने देख सकते हैं कि वो टनल का रास्ता है और हम इस वक्त ठीक टनल के ऊपर मौजूद है। इसके नीचे से टनल जा रही है और लगभग अगर हम वहाँ से पैदल चलने की बात करें तो लगभग हम 100 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ पर पैदल चलकर आ चुके हैं। आने का मकसद सिर्फ यही है कि जो बार बार नीचे लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है वो क्यों हो रहा है और कितनी बड़ी तादाद में है, क्योंकि अक्सर लोगों के मन में सवाल हो रहे होंगे कि लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है लेकिन कितनी तादाद में है। थोड़ा सा जो पत्थर दिखाना चाहूँगा कि किस तरीके से वो मटेरियल पे है। ये थोड़ा मटेरियल ये इस तरीके का पत्थर पे और इस तरीके से चूरा निकल रहा है, क्योंकि हम लगातार जो ट्रक्स बाहर मलबा लेके आ रहे हैं वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। ये पूरी तरह से इस तरीके का चूरा अंदर मौजूद है और ये लगातार जो मटेरियल निकल जा रहा है वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। लगभग हम अगर बात करें पहाड़ की बात करें जो टनल के ठीक ऊपर है, हम ठीक वहाँ पर मौजूद है जहाँ पर ये लोग फंसे हैं। एग्जैक्ट तो नहीं है लेकिन ठीक उसके आसपास ही है। ये पूरा पहाड़ है। ये पहाड़ अगर नीचे से हाइट देखी जाए तो लगभग ये 200 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ है और टनल इसके नीचे से जा रही है। तो समझ सकते हैं कितना बड़ा पहाड़ और कितनी बड़ी तादाद में ये मटेरियल जो लगातार लैंडस्लाइड के रूप में नीचे गिर रहा है ये मौजूद है। और एक बड़ा टास्क है कि इस मटेरियल से निकालकर उन लोगों को बाहर निकालना है, लेकिन प्रयास जारी है और अभी एक बड़ी मशीन पहुंचेगी और वो लगातार इसको ड्रिल करेगी और संभवतः वो लोग बाहर निकलेंगे।
The Prime Minister pays tribute to tribal icon Birsa Munda in Ranchi today. With an eye on Chhattisgarh as well as Madhya Pradesh post the Prime Minister's tribal outreach in Chhattisgarh. Well, the first Prime Minister to visit Birsa Munda's birthplace, paying tribute to the tribal icon. On his birth anniversary, he paid a floral tribute to the 25-foot tall statue of the icon at the Bhagwan Birsa Munda Memorial Park, cum Freedom Fighter Museum situated at the old Central Jail, where he had breathed his last on the 9th of June in 1900. Birsa Munda's birth anniversary celebrated across the country as the Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. The Prime Minister will also be launching a project aimed at the development of the tribal community. This is for the empowerment of the tribals, worth 24,000 crore rupees. This is what the Prime Minister has in store. Also, he'll be laying the foundation for projects worth 7,200 crores in the state. And it's Delhi government versus Delhi Chief Secretary. The Delhi Vigilance Minister, Atishi, has submitted a 670-page probe report to the Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal, alleging prima facie complicity of Chief Secretary in a land acquisition matter and claiming that it would have involved a windfall gain of 897 crore rupees for stakeholders. According to the report, the minister has recommended the removal of Chief Secretary and also the Divisional Commissioner from their posts to pave the way for a fair probe. Now we have my colleague Sharad Sharma joining us to get us more details. Sharad, the Chief Minister has submitted the report to the LG of Delhi and is demanding the removal of the Delhi Chief Secretary.
बिल्कुल, देखिए कल ही दिल्ली की विजिलेंस मिनिस्टर आतिशी ने रिपोर्ट सबमिट की थी और उसमें ये रेकमेंड किया था कि दिल्ली के सीएस और डिविजनल कमिश्नर दोनों को उनकी पोस्ट से हटाया जाए ताकि एक निष्पक्ष जांच हो सके और वो फाइलों के साथ कोई छेड़छाड़ ना कर सकें। तो वो रिपोर्ट आतिशी ने सीएम को सबमिट की थी। अब सीएम ने वो एलजी को आगे भेज दिया है और उसमें रेकमेंड किया है कि सीएस को उनके पद से तुरंत हटाया जाए और सस्पेंड किया जाए, क्योंकि रिपोर्ट में ये कहा गया है कि मुख्य सचिव जो हैं उनकी भूमिका जो है वो संदिग्ध है, क्योंकि उनके जो रिलेशन हैं, जो उनके बेटे के रिलेशन है लैंड ओनर्स के साथ में, उनको खारिज नहीं किया जा सकता। और ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट है कि अभी तक खुद सीएस ने या डिविजनल कमिश्नर ने, जो अभी तक ऑफिशियल उनके स्टेटमेंट्स आए भी हैं, उनमें कहीं रिलेशंस को डिनाई नहीं किया है। तो इसे देखते हुए और ये कहा गया कि 897 का विंडफॉल गेन होने का अनुमान है इस लैंड एक्विजिशन के जरिए। तो इसलिए इस मामले की जांच होनी चाहिए और जांच होने के लिए जरूरी है कि ये दो लोग जो सीएस हैं, चीफ सेक्रेटरी और डिविजनल कमिश्नर, इन दोनों को पद से हटाया जाए। और ये कहते हुए सीएम ने एलजी को रिपोर्ट भेजी है। अब इंतजार है कि एलजी इस पर क्या स्टैंड लेंगे, क्योंकि इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट का क्या स्टैंड है वो हमारे सामने आ चुका है। सीएस इस पर क्या कह रहे हैं वो भी सामने आ चुका है कि वो ये कह रहे हैं कि उनके साथ अभी रिपोर्ट शेयर नहीं की गई है, और अगर ये रिपोर्ट है तो सीबीआई और ईडी को दी जाए ताकि वो भी जांच कर सकें, और जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी मेरे खिलाफ हो रही है उसकी भी जांच वो कर सकें, ये सीएस का कहना है। तो दोनों पक्षी सामने आ गए, इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट भी और सीएस भी। तो अब एलजी इस पे क्या स्टैंड लेते हैं वो देखना काफी इंपॉर्टेंट होगा।
Right, thank you so much, Sharad, for getting us all those details. Staying with news from Delhi, the pollution count today has been reported at severe from various parts of the national capital. Overall, the pictures coming in the very poor category. And according to the forecast, it's going to remain in the very poor category till the 17th of November. We are seeing visuals from early this morning and how visibility has been poorly affected. This is on account of the winds reducing in speed, which is why the pollutants are hanging at a much lower level, affecting the visibility. A toxic smog blanket seen in the city, reducing the visibility and raising health concerns for all age groups, not just the vulnerable. And this at a time where fireworks, one of the causes behind pollution, along with stubble burning and vehicular emissions, continue to violate as far as that court ban is concerned. Delhi Labour Minister Rajkumar Anand has flagged the continuous entry of diesel vehicles into the national capital, despite a ban on their entry under GRAP 4. These are the guidelines during an inspection at the Singhu border. This is the GRAP stage 4, which kicked in days ago, including a ban on all construction work as well as the entry of polluting trucks into the national capital that kicked off earlier this month. And it's not just the air pollution. Here are visuals on your screen where you can see air pollution as well as water pollution. The Yamuna River covered in a toxic foam in Delhi. The toxic foam was seen floating on the surface of the river in Delhi ahead of the Chhath Puja festival. This is something that's common as far as Yamuna is concerned. We've seen this for years now, but it seems to have increased, particularly in the last 5 to 6 years. According to environmentalists, the reason for the frothing could be the release of certain gases when reacting with few specific bacteria. Of course, the timing of this when the air pollution is at its peak. Now, we also have the Supreme Court that has suggested phasing out paddy from the state of Punjab as a means to reduce air pollution, also to improve the water table in the state. Now, due to stubble burning, this is not going to be easy as it will affect the country's food security as well as the incomes of the farmer population in the state. My colleague Ghazali brings us this ground report.
Singh from Punjab's Mansa says shifting from paddy to green gram or moong last year as part of crop diversification effort did not work for him as he was forced to sell below MSP to private players.
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ MSP ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਤੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਤਰ ਸਕਦੀ.
Last year, over 85% of the moong crop was sold below the MSP of 7,275 rupees a quintal. The state government had to pay the difference of 1,000 rupees per quintal to farmers, and that cost the government more than 42 crore rupees. Punjab shifting away from paddy could also impact the public distribution system through which food grain is given to the economically weaker sections. The state contributed over 21% of rice to the Food Corporation of India as part of its procurement for the central pool in the 2022-23 Kharif marketing season. During 21-22, it contributed nearly 22% and in the previous year over 22%. In the past 10 years, the state has accounted for the highest contribution to FCI's rice procurement. Agriculture experts say to push for crop diversification, the government must incentivize other crops.
Diversification जो है वो सक्सेसफुल नहीं होती और इसको अगर सक्सेसफुल करना है तो उसके लिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को पहले डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि पंजाब से कितना फूड सिक्योरिटी के लिए राइस और गेहूं जो चाहिए और प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट पहले किसानों ने बहुत कर रखी है और उनको अल्टरनेटिव क्रॉप्स के लिए जो इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए मार्केटिंग सपोर्ट चाहिए वो सब चीज़ें एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती हैं जब तक वो नहीं होगी उतनी देर तक ये नहीं होगा तो उसके लिए काफ़ी बिग इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए.
Paddy is a water guzzling crop which has also affected the underground water table of Punjab. What the country needs is nutritional crops that are ecologically sustainable and take care of farmers' livelihood challenges as well. With Mohammad Ghazali in Chandigarh, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Now, moving on with news coming in from San Francisco, the U.S. president will be meeting the Chinese president today before a summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC, in San Francisco, seeking to reduce friction in what many see as the world's most dangerous rivalry. The leaders of the world's two largest economies have known each other for over a decade and have shared hours of conversation in 6 interactions since Biden's takeover as the president in January of 2021. But they have met only once in person since then, and Xi Jinping has not visited the United States since 2017 when Donald Trump was president. Chinese president arrived in San Francisco ahead of his meeting with the president. In order, this is his the first visit in a matter of 6 years. Wearing a dark suit, he waved towards the crowds and was greeted by the U.S. Treasury Secretary as well as the Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, and the U.S. Ambassador to China. Biden said on the eve of this much-awaited meeting that's going to take place later today with China, Xi Jinping, that his goal for the talks is simply to try to get U.S. and China to communicate on a stable ground after years. He is due to meet Biden at an undisclosed location in the Bay Area of San Francisco and then attend the annual summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum. The meeting is expected to cover global issues from the conflict in the Middle East to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, North Korea's ties with Russia, Taiwan, as well as human rights. Artificial intelligence is going to be on the cards as well. And then we have fair trade as well as economic relations. So all that's going to be discussed during that meeting that's going to be taking place today. Now, India is also at the APEC summit, not as a member, but as a guest. Now, Union Minister Piyush Goyal has met U.S. officials and attended ministerial-level talks to clean and fair economy. Piyush Goyal also met with U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, and he co-chaired the industry roundtable titled Decoding the Innovation Handshake. The U.S.-India Entrepreneurship, this is the partnership along with the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. Piyush Goyal, on the very first day of his visit, was seen at the Tesla factory. Tesla is likely to double the number of components it imports from India, and that is what was tweeted by Piyush Goyal. He was meant to meet Elon Musk as well, but that did not happen.
The laser focus on bringing a clean administration to India, the efforts to strengthen the macroeconomic fundamentals of the economy, and the collective effort of 1.4 billion Indians working with a sense of duty, a sense of purpose, a very deep commitment to making India a corruption-free economy.
The world is watching San Francisco, where President Xi Jinping of China and President Joe Biden of the United States will hold a summit. It's the first time the two world leaders are meeting in a year, and it's the first time in 5 years that President Xi is traveling to the United States. This comes amid increasing US-China tension, but it's a bid to break the ice, and the focus will be on trade. President Xi has traveled here for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, a 21-member grouping focusing on trade and economic ties. For the first time, India has been invited as a guest. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal will be attending. For India, it's a big week, as today, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and US Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo signed the Innovation Handshake, which will really set free the whole regulatory tussle there's been between integrating startup ecosystems of India and the United States. Minister Piyush Goyal also went to the Tesla factory. Elon Musk is unwell, so he didn't meet him there, but said he was extremely happy to meet the number of Indian origin engineers who are working at Tesla, and said he's looking forward to Tesla manufacturing more in India. That's the update from San Francisco. Sonia Singh reporting for NDTV.
Thank you, Sonia, for getting us all those details from San Francisco. Well, Piyush Goyal put out a tweet saying Tesla's state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Fremont, California. Extremely delighted to see talented Indian engineers and finance professionals working at senior positions and contributing to Tesla's remarkable journey to transform mobility. Also proud to see the growing importance of the component suppliers from India in the Tesla EV supply chain. And it is on its way to double its component imports from India. Mr. Elon Musk's magnetic presence, and I wish him a speedy recovery. Of course, that meeting could happen because Elon Musk is apparently unwell. Staying with international news, the Israeli military has gone on to say that it is carrying out an operation against Hamas in a certain area of Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City. The hospital, where thousands of injured and displaced people are sheltering, has been a focal point of the Israeli Defense Forces in recent days. Israel and the United States both now have said, without specifying that they have evidence, that Hamas houses its headquarters and tunnels under that very hospital, claiming that it is, of course, the largest hospital and that is where Hamas is operating from, something that the militant group has continued to deny. Israel has repeatedly ordered people inside Al-Shifa, Gaza's largest hospital, to evacuate, but many have remained there due to injuries or for security reasons. IDF forces, including tanks, have surrounded the hospital compound, and that's been going on for many days now. According to reports, Palestinians trapped inside Gaza's biggest hospital are digging mass graves with no means of keeping corpses from decomposing due to Israel's siege. The United States has said that it has intelligence that Hamas has a command center under that very hospital in Gaza City, Al-Shifa. The national security spokesperson John Kirby said that the group stored arms there and were preparing for an Israeli attack. This is the first time that the United States has independently backed claims by close ally, that's Israel, that Hamas uses hospitals in order to hide its bases, something that Hamas continues to deny. The statement came on Israel as Israel is facing mounting global pressure in order to protect civilians that are trapped inside hospitals. And with that, we're slipping in a very short break, but we'll be back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Uttarakhand, and workers continue to be trapped. It's day 3 and no headway made as far as rescue operations are concerned. In fact, rescue operations have been hampered due to a fresh landslide. It's been 72 hours and counting, while rescue officials had spent hours preparing a platform for drilling machines to insert steel pipes through the rubble, but that had to have been dismantled as far as the machines are concerned, and that plan for using pipes for the rescue operations have now been put on hold. Officials are saying new machines are being flown in from Delhi for rescue operations. Concerted efforts that have been made since the morning of Sunday when that collapse took place in Uttarkashi of Uttarakhand. The officials continue to say that the workers so far are safe. They are being provided with oxygen, they are being provided with water, food packets as well as medicines through their tubes. But no headway being made as far as rescue operations are concerned. In fact, rescue operations have been hampered. Let's get you an update from the ground with my colleague Kishore.
लगभग 74 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय हो चुका है और 40 जिंदगियां अभी भी निकलने की आस लगाए बैठी हुई है कि कब वो बाहर निकले और प्रयास लगातार जारी है। मैं आपको कुछ तस्वीरें दिखाऊंगा कि सामने एक तस्वीर है कि ये टनल कैसी है और टनल में ऊपर मलबा किस तरीके से है। पहले तो वो सामने देख सकते हैं कि वो टनल का रास्ता है और हम इस वक्त ठीक टनल के ऊपर मौजूद है। इसके नीचे से टनल जा रही है और लगभग अगर हम वहाँ से पैदल चलने की बात करें तो लगभग हम 100 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ पर पैदल चलकर आ चुके हैं। आने का मकसद सिर्फ यही है कि जो बार बार नीचे लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है वो क्यों हो रहा है और कितनी बड़ी तादाद में है, क्योंकि अक्सर लोगों के मन में सवाल हो रहे होंगे कि लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है लेकिन कितनी तादाद में है। थोड़ा सा जो पत्थर दिखाना चाहूँगा कि किस तरीके से वो मटेरियल पे है। ये थोड़ा मटेरियल ये इस तरीके का पत्थर पे और इस तरीके से चूरा निकल रहा है, क्योंकि हम लगातार जो ट्रक्स बाहर मलबा लेके आ रहे हैं वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। ये पूरी तरह से इस तरीके का चूरा अंदर मौजूद है और ये लगातार जो मटेरियल निकल जा रहा है वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। लगभग हम अगर बात करें पहाड़ की बात करें जो टनल के ठीक ऊपर है, हम ठीक वहाँ पर मौजूद है जहाँ पर ये लोग फंसे हैं। एग्जैक्ट तो नहीं है लेकिन ठीक उसके आसपास ही है। ये पूरा पहाड़ है। ये पहाड़ अगर नीचे से हाइट देखी जाए तो लगभग ये 200 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ है और टनल इसके नीचे से जा रही है। तो समझ सकते हैं कितना बड़ा पहाड़ और कितनी बड़ी तादाद में ये मटेरियल जो लगातार लैंडस्लाइड के रूप में नीचे गिर रहा है ये मौजूद है। और एक बड़ा टास्क है कि इस मटेरियल से निकालकर उन लोगों को बाहर निकालना है, लेकिन प्रयास जारी है और अभी एक बड़ी मशीन पहुंचेगी और वो लगातार इसको ड्रिल करेगी और संभवतः वो लोग बाहर निकलेंगे। 75 घंटे होने के बाद भी मजदूरों का हंगामा बढ़ रहा है। ये देखिए जिस तरीके से मजदूर पीछे आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से विरोध कर रहे हैं, अंदर घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और लगातार इन मजदूरों का एक ही कहना है कि लंबा समय हो चुका है लेकिन अभी तक ये लोग नहीं निकले हैं।
अब मिशन फेल हो जाएगा तो फिर क्या भरोसा है, क्या भरोसा इस मिशन पर है। एक मिशन फेल हुआ, अभी तक 24 घंटा हो गया, वो दूसरा काम अभी इंतजाम नहीं हुआ। वो मशीन का हम लोग का भरोसा दिया जा रहा है, अगर वो मशीन फेल हो जाएगा फिर हम लोग किस पर भरोसा करेंगे। एक मशीन फेल
लगातार ये मजदूरों का आपका काफी लंबा समय हो गया, नहीं निकल पा रहे।
नहीं निकल पा रहे सर, बहुत दिन हो रहा है, 4 दिन हुआ है फंसे हुए, वो लोग भी दुख तकलीफ से पड़े हुए हैं। तो हम लोग का आदमी चाहिए, आज किसी भी हालत में हम लोग का आदमी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल नाराजगी काफी है क्योंकि कई चीजें फेल होने के बाद ये देखिए पुलिस के साथ इनकी भिड़ंत हुई है अभी और लगातार इनका एक ही कहना है कि आखिर क्यों नहीं निकल पा रहे और लगातार पुलिस इनको समझाने का प्रयास कर रही है लेकिन लगता है कि ये कर नहीं पा रहे हैं। भाई साहब लंबा समय हो गया नहीं निकल पा रहे लोगों को।
सर मेरा ये है बोलना कि हमारा प्रोसेस 5 दिन से कंटिन्यू रेडी में। हमारा जो मतलब शासन प्रशासन जो आया है बाहर से NDRF SDRF इन्होंने भी क्या किया, अभी तक इनको एक मौका भी नहीं दिया गया मेरे ख्याल से। और जो हमारे कंपनी के मेंबर्स हैं वो जो हमारे हेड ऑफिस स्टाफ है जो भी है उन लोगों ने आज 4 दिन हो गए प्रोसेस को करते हुए, कुछ किया नहीं है।
बिल्कुल ये नाराजगी दिखा रहे हैं और इस वक्त अगर आपके लंबा समय का 75 घंटे से ज्यादा हो गया अभी तक
75 घंटे नहीं सर, शनिवार को आदमी घुसा है,
शनिवार को घुसा
दिन है, अभी तक खाना पानी कुछ नहीं गया, लोग झूठ बोलता है, सब मजाक बना के रखा है। सर हम अंदर में काम करता हूँ, हम अंदर में काम करता हूँ सर, हमको मालूम नहीं है।
आपको बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं कि इनका कहना है कि अभी तक कुछ नहीं हो पा रहा, ये विरोध में है। तमाम स्थानीय मजदूर, बाहर के जो तमाम मजदूर हैं वो भी यहाँ पे लगातार विरोध कर रहे हैं और इनका एक ही कहना है कि आखिर उनके लोगों को कब निकाला जाएगा।
Switching tracks to Bengaluru now, and the BJP state office wears a festive spirit as B.Y. Vijendra officially assumed charge as the state unit president of the BJP. He has been appointed 6 months ago. This is 6 months after the party was voted out of power in Karnataka. This was faced with stiff opposition, as many termed it dynasty politics. Some leaders have expressed their reservations. Amid differences, the party has gone on to assure. This is party BJP's MP Tejasvi Surya saying that the party will iron out whatever differences they have soon enough. Listen in.
We have with us Mr. Tejasvi Surya, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Sir, today Vijendra is assuming charge as the state president. What are your thoughts? What are your expectations from him?
It's
a very festive atmosphere for all Karyakartas of the party in Karnataka. It's an important day because there is a leadership transition from the old president to the newly appointed president. I'm sure our Karyakartas are in festive spirit, and under Vijendra's leadership, the organization will grow stronger over the next few years and will reach heights of achievement insofar as political consolidation for the BJP is concerned.
There are also minor differences, especially Mr. BJP MP, Mr. Jigjanagi, who has said that Dalits are not given much importance. There's also Mr. C.T. Ravi, who said no comment.
I do not want to get into those aspects today when the party and the Karyakartas are celebrating. Whenever there is a political leadership transition, it is very natural for some friction to exist. But I'm very confident that over the next few days, all of these will get ironed out and the party will emerge stronger in Vijendra's leadership.
But the next question is also about the leader of opposition. What are your thoughts?
Wait for a couple of days, ma'am. All of these questions will be answered.
Thank you so much. So that was Tejasvi Surya saying that the BJP would iron out differences that would emerge. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Well, the rock stars and the superstars from across the world are converging at the Wankhede Stadium today, and that's because India is playing its knockout game versus New Zealand this afternoon. On your screen are the pictures of Rajnikant getting from Chennai to Mumbai. Whether or not India has divine intervention in Team India will have Rajni power at the Wankhede Stadium. Well, those are the pictures of Rajnikant. We can also tell you that David Beckham will be in the house. It is a very special day for the Indian cricket team, for all of cricketverse, because this was the day 10 years ago when Sachin Tendulkar had walked out to play his last match at Wankhede. It is also the day in 1989 when the Little Master made his debut. So there is a subtext to that match. Whether we will have happy tears or not at the end of the night, the way Sachin Tendulkar gave us, we'll have to see. But for the moment, the fans are converging, and I have with me one such fan who has come all the way from US. Pritish is heading to Wankhede Stadium. You have been there in 2019 when we endured that heartbreak. Today, are you here for Badla?
Well, I hope so. I was also here in 2011 for when we beat Sri Lanka in the final. So I hope it's more of a replay of that than what happened in 2019.
And 2019 also you were there for India versus Pakistan. At the
Yes, that was yes. The India-Pakistan at Manchester was also an amazing match.
Yeah. So Pritish, as you head to Wankhede Stadium, tell us a little bit, what are those emotions that are running through you? And I can see you are also with your wife who've come all the way from US.
Yes, so Shireen is here as well. Well, you know, we just hope for a great match first of all. But yeah, the way the Indian team is playing, you know, we know they are favored, but we just hope that the form continues and everybody plays to their potential. So it will be a real heartbreak if we don't win, but you know, we are all positive and go blue.
Pritish, tell us a little bit about what's the talk among the fans as India heads into this knockout game. We know what happened to us in 2019 and then in 2021. On the other side was the New Zealand team. Is there, you know, genuine sense of nervousness? What kind of nerves are you experiencing?
Yeah, I'm actually quite nervous, right? I mean, we've always lost to New Zealand at ICC tournaments except for this one where we beat them. But this time I think the team is very complete. I think the bowling especially is very stronger than I can remember, as I've been following cricket for now ever since I was a kid. So so we are all positive, but you know, what do you think? What do you think will happen?
I'm sure we are going to win. Very positive. I'm here all the way. I was never such a cricket fan, but yes, I am thinking this is going to be a big win. Go Virat Kohli.
Well, she has said it. Virat Kohli will be one of the star attractions of the Indian cricket team, given that he is one away from his 50th ODI 100. Thank you very much, Pritish, for joining us at this hour. We'll let you go and enjoy the game.
Thank you for having us.
Well, the Indian team is getting there. The New Zealand team is already there, and that means that the World Cup knockouts are just an hour and a half away from now. India taking on New Zealand at the Wankhede Stadium in front of a packed crowd. This perhaps is the penultimate opportunity for this golden generation to play together in a World Cup match, assuming that they reach the final. And of course, we spoke about Virat Kohli, who's on the brink of ending the tournament as the top run scorer and also his 50th ODI half century. Records are expected to tumble. Let's have a look.
दुनिया इन्हें रोकेगी, पर जीतने का मिशन यही पूरा करेंगे।
Table toppers India versus their World Cup nemesis New Zealand. Coach Rahul Dravid has spoken about the clash. He said, and I quote, "I would be inauthentic if I said that there will be no pressure of semi-final. You have no guarantees to win any game of cricket. What you can do is prepare the best you can, and we have been doing that." India concluded the group stage winning all 9. A perfect finish, New Zealand won 5. But the knockouts begin at 0-0. The last time India and New Zealand met in this World Cup, Mohammad Shami burst onto the stage with an incredible 5 for 54. That rattled the Kiwis, who then went on to lose a few matches after a phenomenal start. While Virat Kohli has been in a different zone, reeling off one half century after another, amassing 594 runs, the find of the tournament for New Zealand has been Rachin Ravindra. With 300s and 2 half centuries, the prodigal talent is third on the list of run scorers. Wednesday will be a new day at Wankhede. The deck offers runs, with the average being 318 in the last 10 games. Pacers have called the shots here, so expect Mohammad Shami, Jasprit Bumrah, Tim Southee and Trent Bolt to rock the party. The Indian team with 9 wins is the knockout favourite, But the fans won't forget New Zealand knocking the men in blue out in 2019 and in 2021. Could India be third time lucky? In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
इस चीज़ पे हमारा कॉन्शियस एफर्ट रहा है कि टीम का जो एनवायरनमेंट है रिजल्ट्स के ऊपर से चेंज नहीं होना चाहिए. जो हमें एनवायरनमेंट टीम के आसपास क्रिएट करना है या टीम में क्रिएट करना है वो हमें करना है, वो मैंडेटरी है. और इसमें एक या दो लड़कों से ये काम नहीं हो सकता है, पूरे लड़कों को साथ में मिलकर आना ज़रूरी है, इंक्लूडिंग द सपोर्ट स्टाफ. तो जैसे हम धर्मशाला में थे, हमें 5 या 6 दिन का ब्रेक था, वहाँ पर हम 2 दिन धर्मशाला में रहे. वहाँ पे हमने काफ़ी टीम एक्टिविटी की है. एक फैशन शो भी हुआ है, पर वो किसी को पता नहीं है. बड़ा वो अच्छी बात है, बाहर किसी को पता नहीं चला है. तो ये सब जो एफर्ट है, इससे ही माहौल, जो टीम का एनवायरनमेंट जो हमेशा बात करते हैं, यही वो एनवायरनमेंट है जहाँ पे हम काफ़ी रिलैक्स्ड रहना पसंद करते हैं. और सारे लड़कों को ये चीज़ काफ़ी पसंद है, बिकॉज आपको पता है जब आप ग्राउंड के अंदर आ जाओगे तो प्रेशर रहेगा, परफॉर्मेंस का प्रेशर रहेगा, मैच जीतने का प्रेशर रहेगा. वो चेंज नहीं हो सकता है उतना, क्योंकि एक बार जब आप ग्राउंड पे पहुंच गए, इट इज़ देन अप टू द इंडिविजुअल्स हाउ दे वांट टू take it forward.
Well, I'm joined at this hour by former India cricketer Vijay Dahiya, former strength and conditioning coach of the Indian cricket team Ramji Srinivasan, and former cricketer Ritendra Singh Sodhi. Vijay is in the studio with me. Vijay, Rohit Sharma practically was saying a family that treks together stays together. Has that been the feature of the Indian cricket team this time around?
And then you have to read between the lines as well, Rika. He said, despite of results, that's very, very important. I mean, like with good results, everybody can be a happy family. There's no rocket science in that. But the point is that, and it goes for everyone. He's very categorically said, not only for the players, for the support staff as well. And it's a big unit at the moment, and it's a challenge to have so many people on the same page. And I think they have done that really, really wonderfully well. And it's something like this doesn't happen overnight. I think this is how they have been preparing, this is how they've been going about things, and this is how they've been saying that, to win something so big, we have to make some sacrifices and we have to enjoy each other's success, and it's so evident. And I love his press conferences. He's phenomenal. The other day, somebody asked him about his journey. He said, it's not about my journey. It's about India's journey to win the World Cup. And that makes him even more special.
Ramji, you have been a part of the Indian dressing room. You were there when in 2011, India eventually went on to win the World Cup. But since then, the number of Indian support staff have gone up. How easy or difficult is it these days to, strike those one-on-one friendships and really be there as one unit? Because there are just so many people in the ringside of the performers.
Hello?
Yes, could you hear me?
Is it me, Rika?
Yes, Ramji.
I'm not able to hear you properly.
Yeah. So the question is, because in 2011 you were a part of the Indian cricket team when India eventually went on to win the World Cup. Since then, the number of support staff has really gone up. Is it easy these days to strike those one-on-one friendships within the team and be a cohesive unit? Because there are so many people right now on the ring side of the performers.
Okay, from my point of view, more the merrier. I think there are enough equal number of support staff to the players now. I think they're taking care of them well, and it's a professional unit now. I think that'll add on a lot of camaraderie and bringing different mindset and different ideas. And I think it's a good thing to have. Good, so many people are there to support you in the hour of crisis if you need. You have so many people to talk to and open up. I think it's a good thing to have a good number of support staff, those who are intelligent enough to see what the players are required. And a support staff has to be like a sponge. You have to absorb what the players and not to show things outside. It's a duty of the support staff to be always there for the players. That's why we are called support staff. So we have to be like a sponge absorbing their pressure so that they have a free mind to go and express themselves in the middle of the pitch. I think our team is doing very well. keeping my fingers crossed. Today and tomorrow, end of the day, I'll look like one leper patient. So I'm sure we'll crack it this time.
Vijay also has been talking about how the Indian team this time around has given a picture of not just a cohesive unit, a happy unit, and they are, opening up to fans in a way that if you see them traveling in the bus, the curtains are not drawn, and that also reveals that the stress is less, right, Vijay?
Not only that, Rika, look at this. I mean, like, you know that there's only number of seats available at the stadium. This is another very good gesture. Not a single curtain on, Rika, and normally you don't see that. And they've been sitting in this because they said the New Zealand left early and there's a protocol. Sometimes you go together, sometimes a certain team say that they want to go early. Everybody can have a look at them. And this is for the people who will miss out. And this stadium, you've been there so many times, this hotel to the stadium is not a long drive, but still there'll be people, there'll be sea of people right there from here till the stadium. And this is a very, very good gesture by the support staff or by the team or whoever is decided, at least let them have a look at that.
Vijay, I'm actually missing standing out there because 10 years ago to this date, I was actually standing outside the Wankhede Stadium, outside the Vinu Mankad gate, reporting on Sachin Tendulkar.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that particular final as well. Have you booked your ticket for Ahmedabad or not?
Well, I have my accreditation.
Lovely, lovely. We need every help that we can get.
Yes, absolutely. And the grounds will be packed to the rafters. In fact, Wankhede Stadium, we are hearing that they're laying out the red carpet for the fans, but there won't be any seats. Nitinder, coming to you and just talking about this game, the Kiwis have consistently been calling themselves underdogs. Would you say that they are trying to play mind games with us by calling themselves underdogs?
Rika, when you reach semi-final of the World Cup, you can never be underdog. And New Zealand has played good cricket, we all know. They have been here and there, if you talk about their run to the semi-finals. But talking about India, they have been top class, top-notch performances, winning comprehensively. So at this moment, you can say that India might have their nose ahead. But semi-final is a different ball game. We have Vijay here, Ramji here, who have been into cricket since years. When semi-final arrives, the pressure comes along, and that is where you got to be different. And for India, they got to just play the way they have been playing. They have to be in their top-notch form. Virat Kohli has to fire. But if we take New Zealand as underdog, I think that will be complacency. And India knows that. They will leave no stone unturned to win this all-important semi-finals. Because at this point, if you have won all the league matches, good. But semi-final is one-day game, one-session game, one bad session. We have seen in the last World Cup how India has to bow out, and that hurt everybody. We still have that scare. So I'm sure today India will just be in their top-notch form, and they will definitely not take New Zealand lightly by any chance.
Right, the other factor in at the Wankhede Stadium, and we have been talking about this, is the wind factor, which is in the power play of the second innings, the first power play. Vijay, let me come to you and ask you, if India wins the toss, sure shot they're batting to avoid that, batting in that power play?
Rika, if you look at that Indian side, it's a complete side. I mean, like, you cannot just say that either we are bowling heavy or batting heavy. Our bowling is done really well. I think it all comes down to what sort of a surface we are playing on.
And there on your screen is what happened when, Sri Lanka faced India, England.
It's basically the new ball. You just mentioned and narrow it down to the power play, because at power play you have that new ball, and we have what it takes to bowl in that phase as well. But yeah, definitely the proximity. The stadium is very close to sea, and that sea breeze comes in, and that helps get additional help as far as the bowlers are concerned. They get that, especially two new balls. I mean, you have new balls from both ends. That also helps. So all those things are there, and I think Indian team will be considering that as well. But I'm a little curious to see that what sort of a surface we are playing on. But as far as the toss is concerned, good teams, or let's say the best teams, take the toss completely out of the picture, and that's what Indian team will be thinking. On the other end, Rika, if you ask me, New Zealand, if you know what they will be thinking, I think they'll be thinking to bat first. That's their best chance. They're playing with 4 frontline bowlers, and unfortunately their bowlers are not in that sort of a purple patch. They're not hitting that sort of a purple patch at the moment. Trent Bolt, who swings anywhere in the world, is looking a bit off colour.
Trent Bolt will be playing on his home ground.
He's played for so many franchises here, Rika, that, you know, most of the grounds you can say that. He's been playing for Rajasthan, played for Mumbai, you're absolutely right, played for Delhi Capital as well. So he's been almost everywhere. But that additional help for a bowler to his standard can definitely, make the things a little difficult for Indian top order, and that's what New Zealand will be thinking, that this Indian top order looks so strong. If they want to make some sort of a pressure on in this side, I think they'll be thinking of, if they win the toss, they would like to bat first and put runs on the board and then try and use the conditions.
And Ritinder, what kind of runs do you expect on this deck? Of course, 318 or 19 have been an average score on this deck during the World Cup. But given that this is a pressure game, given that this is the semi-final, what kind of run do you expect?
Look, Rika, if India is batting, I would expect at least 350. And if New Zealand is batting, I would expect 150. So I think that's the way it has to be. But as Vijay has rightly pointed out, look, New Zealand, they have their best chance if they bat first. And if they can put runs on the board, they have the arsenal to defend their target. But playing India in this hot right form will not be easy. New Zealand has to be out of their skin to play this game. They know that that if India falters, they have a chance. But that is if India falters. If we play to our potential, the way Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, Surya Kumar Yadav, they have been in top-notch form. The way our bowling has been clicking, there has not been a single player in our lineup whom we can say that who's struggling. We thought Shreyas Iyer or Shubman Gill was struggling in the initial part of the tournament. Mohammad Siraj was looking a bit cold when the tournament started. But now, I think that they are in a crazy form. So in that respect, we should win. But cricket, game of uncertainties, anything can happen. And I'm sure that Rohit Sharma will have that World Cup game in the last World Cup in his mind. So today, they have to come up blazing all cylinders. And I'm sure all goes well. God willingly, we are in the finals today evening.
Yes, Vijay, you want
to
add?
Ricky, before that, Ricky was saying that, anything can happen. And then in the end, he said, God willingly will win. So that was my question. Don't sit on the fence. Pick up your winner.
Look, Vijay, we have played such a good cricket now. I haven't seen any team in the World Cup beating teams so comprehensively. It has been just India playing in the park in the World Cup. So that is where I'm a bit scared.
Kake, pick your winner.
Good situations. Yeah, Vijay.
Kake, pick your winner.
India, all the way India. But Virat Kohli has to get runs. India.
No, not.
Well, no, yes, Ramji, you had to say something. Please.
Entire team is doing so well. I'm sure we'll crack it this time. I'm very positive about it. Leave the logic out of it.
Yeah.
We want India to win, lift the trophy this time. After nearly 12 years, we have the wherewithal to do it. I think
but Ramji, would you also say that the team that goes on to win will see a superhuman performer like Glenn Maxwell?
Possible. Anything is possible in this. Virat and Rohit keeps going. Sky is the limit for us. And the bowlers are doing extremely well. All the batters, like Ritinder said, all are in good form, good nick, good space, mind space. That's what you need in any professional sport. Be it cricket or NBA or NFL or racing or anything, they have to be in a good space. I think these guys are in a good space. Entire team is in good space. That's appetite, which is required. And that is a concoction for success.
Okay, let me quickly take your predictions. I'll start with Ramji. How much win percentage do you give to India and how much to New Zealand?
For me as an Indian, 100%.
Okay. That's being very bold and very brave.
I am very bold, 100%. No compromise. There may be ifs and buts, uncertainties, logic, etc. But for me, 100% India.
Ramji's boldness is evident.
India.
Yes, absolutely. Ritinder?
Rika, Ramji is there. Ramji has made us do so much of sit-ups in our days. I can still feel my, looking at him, my stomach being cramped. But I hope that today the stomach of New Zealanders will be feeling that crampness because India is in such a good form. So, talking about cricket, 70-30 to India.
Okay, Vijay?
65-35.
Okay, so we will wait and see who is able to get the better of the other, because it is a crunch game, it's a pressure game, and both the teams start at 0-0. Thank you very much, Vijay, Ritender and Ramji for joining me on the broadcast. Well, my colleague Ronak has been doing rounds of the Wankhede Stadium, and outside the stadium, he has been encountering a sea of blue. Here are some fans he caught up with.
भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के बीच आज मुंबई के वानखेड़े स्टेडियम में जो सेमीफाइनल मुकाबला खेला जा रहा है, उसमें मुख्य तौर पर विदेश से भी कुछ लोग टीम इंडिया का सपोर्ट करने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हमारे साथ. सर, व्हाट इज योर नेम एंड यू आर सपोर्टिंग इंडिया? वेयर आर यू फ्रॉम?
We're from Bristol in the UK, England.
So why are you supporting Team India?
Because, well, England have gone home. India's our second team, and we're looking to see a good game.
So, what is your expectation? Do you want Virat to play today? Good inning?
Well, hopefully, and I'd like to see Rohit play a good innings as well. So,
Rohit is the best captain.
And what about the spinning team, spinning attack?
Yeah. Jadeja, both like me. I bowl left arm, so does Jadeja. So, but Jadeja is my favourite.
Do you think Team India will win the World Cup?
So they have the best all-round side. I think they've got the best all-round team.
आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि जो न केवल भारतीय फैंस बल्कि जो विदेश से यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं वो भी सपोर्ट करते हुए दिख रहे हैं. आपका व्हाट इज योर नेम?
Niall.
What are you looking for? What is the expectation?
I'm looking for India to win today so we can celebrate well later. I'm looking for a ticket as well. Ticket to the final as well if you can.
You all did not get tickets?
We haven't got any tickets at the moment, but we're looking to find some.
आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि क्योंकि टिकट को लेकर बहुत मारामारी देखने को मिल रही है. कई जो विदेशी मेहमान यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं उनको भी यहाँ पर टिकट जो है वो नहीं मिल पाई है. पर मुख्य तौर पर आपको बता दें कि काफी उत्साह जो है मुंबई में आज देखने को मिल रहा है और सभी ये उम्मीद लगाए बैठे कि बहुत हाई वोल्टेज मैच जो है यहाँ पर आज होने की उम्मीद है.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country
Through every twists and turns.
on Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories. Every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
इन 4 स्तंभों को हम जितना मजबूत करेंगे, विकसित भारत की इमारत भी उतनी ही ऊंची उठेगी। मुझे संतोष है कि बीते 10 वर्षों में इन 4 स्तंभों को सशक्त करने के लिए जितना कार्य हुआ है, उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। साथियों, आज तक और आजकल हर तरफ भारत की इस सफलता की चर्चा है कि हमारी सरकार के 5 वर्षों में 13 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। आखिर बीते कुछ वर्षों में ऐसा क्या हुआ जो इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन जमीन पर देखने को मिला है। 2014 में जब हमें आप सबने दिल्ली की गादी पर बिठाया, सरकार चलाने का दायित्व दिया, उस दिन से हमारा सेवा काल शुरू हुआ है। हम सेवा करने के लिए आए हैं और उस सेवा काल के बात करूं तब उस समय हमारे आने से पहले भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी मूलभूत सुविधाओं से वंचित थी। देश के करोड़ों गरीबों ने इस बात की उम्मीद भी छोड़ दी थी कि कभी उनका जीवन बदल पाएगा। और सरकारों का रवैया भी ऐसा था कि वो खुद को जनता का माई बाप समझती थी। हमने माई बाप की भावना से नहीं, बल्कि सेवक की भावना से आपके सेवक की तरह काम करना शुरू किया। जो वंचित थे, हमने उन्हें वरीयता देना शुरू किया। जिन्हें सबसे दूर समझा जाता था, सरकार खुद चलकर उनके पास गई। जो दशकों से उपेक्षित थे, हमारी सरकार उनका संबल बनी, उनकी साथी बनी। ब्यूरोक्रेसी वही थी, लोग वही थे, फाइलें भी वही थे, कानून नियम भी वही थे, लेकिन सोच बदली। और सोच बदली तो परिणाम भी बदल गए। 2014 से पहले देश के गांवों में स्वच्छता का दायरा 40% से भी कम था। आज हम 100% के लक्ष्य पर पहुंच रहे हैं। हमारी सरकार से पहले एलपीजी कनेक्शन सिर्फ 50-55% घरों में था। आज करीब करीब 100% घरों में महिलाओं को धुएं से मुक्ति मिल चुकी है। पहले देश के सिर्फ 55% बच्चों को ही जीवन रक्षक टीके लग पाते थे, आधे बच्चे रह जाते थे। आज लगभग 100% बच्चों का टीकाकरण हो पा रहा है। आजादी के बाद 7 दशकों में देश के सिर्फ 17% ग्रामीण परिवारों तक नल से जल की सुविधा थी। 20% भी नहीं। जल जीवन मिशन की वजह से आज ये भी 70% तक पहुंच रहा है। और साथियों, हम आप जानते हैं कि समाज में जिनको उस समय मिला था वो कौन थे? ये शुरुआती मलाई मिली वो लोग कौन थे? ये सारे रसूखदार लोग हुआ करते थे। जो संपन्न लोग होते थे, जिनकी सरकार में पहुंच होती थी, पहचान होती थी, वो सुविधाएं और व्यवस्थाएं आसानी से जुटाते थे और सरकार का भी मन दिमाग ऐसा था, उन्हीं को ज्यादा देते थे। लेकिन जो लोग समाज में पीछे रहे थे, जो मूल सुविधाओं से वंचित थे, उन पर ध्यान देने वाला भी कोई नहीं था। वो असुविधाओं के बीच अपना जीवन काट रहे थे। मोदी ने समाज के ऐसे वंचितों को अपनी प्राथमिकता बनाया, क्योंकि वो लोग हैं जिनके बीच में जिया हूं। मैंने कभी ऐसे परिवारों की रोटी खाई है। मैंने कभी समाज के आखिरी व्यक्ति का नमक खाया है। मैं आज भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की इस धरती पर वो कर्ज चुकाने आया हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, आमतौर पर सरकारों का रवैया रहता है कि जो आसानी से हासिल हो जाए उस लक्ष्य को पहले प्राप्त करो। लेकिन हमने दूसरी रणनीति पर काम किया। मैं तो ज्ञानियों को कहूंगा इसका अध्ययन करें। आपको याद होगा, आजादी के इतने दशकों के बाद भी 18,000 गांव ऐसे रह गए थे जहां बिजली नहीं पहुंची थी। 18वीं शताब्दी में जीने के लिए अंधेरे में जीने के लिए मजबूर थे। उन्हें अंधेरे में जीने के लिए छोड़ दिया गया था, क्योंकि वहां बिजली पहुंचाने के लिए कई तरह की मुश्किलों का सामना कठिन था, मैं मानता हूं, लेकिन कठिन था तभी तो करना होता है। मक्खन पे लकीर तो हर कोई करता है, अरे पत्थर पर भी तो लकीर करनी चाहिए। और मैंने लाल किले से वादा किया था देश को कि मैं 1000 दिन में 18,000 गांवों तक बिजली पहुंचाने का कठिन संकल्प मैंने सार्वजनिक रूप से लिया था। और आज मुझे सर झुका करके कहना है कि ये आपके सेवक ने उस काम को समय पर पूरा कर दिया था। साथियों, हमारे देश में 110 से ज्यादा जिले ऐसे थे जो विकास के हर पैरामीटर पर पिछड़े हुए थे, बहुत पीछे थे। इन जिलों पर पुरानी सरकारों ने थप्पा लगा दिया, ये तो पिछड़े हैं। और पहले की सरकारें बस उसकी पहचान कर ली, ये बेकार है, पिछड़े हैं, आगे कुछ नहीं हो सकता है, और सरकार सोती रही। इन जिलों में शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं दशकों से दयनीय स्थिति में थी। और संयोग देखिए कि इन्हीं पिछड़े जिलों में देश की सबसे ज्यादा मेरे आदिवासी परिवारों की जनसंख्या रहती थी। जब अफसरों को पनिशमेंट पोस्टिंग करनी होती थी तो इन्हीं जिलों में भेज दिया जाता था। थका हुआ, हारा हुआ, नाकाम जो व्यक्ति है उसी को कहते जाओ यार तुम उधर रहो, तुम्हारा इधर काम नहीं है। अब वो जाके क्या करेगा? इन 110 से ज्यादा जिलों को अपने हाल पर छोड़कर भारत कभी विकसित नहीं हो सकता था। इसलिए वंचितों को वरीयता के सिद्धांत पर चलते हुए हमारी सरकार ने इन जिलों को एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट, आकांक्षी जिलों के रूप में घोषित किया। हमने इन जिलों में सरकारों को विश्वास में लेकर के सबसे होनहार अफसरों को नियुक्त करने पर जोर दिया। जिन जिलों में
The Prime Minister there addressing a rally in Khunti, the birthplace of Birsa Munda, marking the birth anniversary of the tribal icon. The Prime Minister is the first Prime Minister to visit the birthplace of Birsa Munda, paying a tribute to the tribal icon Birsa Munda in Ranchi on his birth anniversary. At that 25-foot tall statue, or at the Bhagwan Birsa Munda Memorial Park cum Freedom Fighter Museum earlier, situated at the old Central Jail, where he had breathed his last on the 9th of June 1900. There, the Prime Minister will be launching a scheme for the empowerment of tribals to the tune of 24,000 crore rupees. That is what is expected, with a whole lot of other projects that are lined up, including laying the foundation of projects worth 7,200 crores in the state today. Let's get you the latest update from Uttarakhand. And a fresh landslide has hampered efforts as far as rescue operations are concerned. 40 labourers continue to be trapped under that under-construction tunnel for 72 hours and counting. Rescue officials had spent hours preparing a platform in order to insert steel pipes through the rubble. But that landslide that occurred last night forced them to dismantle the machine
and start work on the platform again. The drilling machine would have helped create a passage to the labourers to come out of the tunnel, which collapsed on Sunday morning. But now they are saying that new equipment is being flown in from Delhi in order to assist in the rescue operations. Several workers are protesting at the rescue site over the delay in getting the trapped labourers out. The government, however, of Uttarakhand continues to say that the labourers in Uttarkashi who have been trapped since Sunday morning are safe. They're being provided with food, water, as well as medicines through a pipe. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. We'll get you the latest from an accident that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. That and a whole lot more on the other side.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories. Every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Welcome back. Telangana's Chief Minister KCR's daughter K. Kavita, in a candid chat with my colleague Uma Sudhir, spoke about her surprise choice of favourite politicians and why she's given up jeans, and how she and her family dealt with reports that she was going to be arrested. That and a whole lot more in this candid chat. Let's listen in.
Less than 2 weeks to go for election, and we talk politics all the time, but I have with me Kavita, who always wears the role of a politician. No, she always also wears the role of someone who is able to mix with everyone, very easily talk to everyone. All of us know about, when it comes to news, you say the liquor scandal and Kavita's name comes up, or you talk about the women's reservation bill and Kavita's name comes up. Today I'm going to talk to you about other issues. Okay, you're someone who is always so immaculately, nicely dressed as well. Do you have any favorites in terms of fabric, or do you have a personal stylist?
I do not have a stylist. I always wear mostly South Indian saris, but I also wear a lot of Chanderi, Madhya Pradesh, a lot of Kota saris.
I remember you in jeans and so on, but is this the attire of a politician now, so that you're like, okay, this is someone we used to need to treat as a serious woman?
Yes, absolutely. As a politician, I think it's my job, and in my job, I just definitely need to be dressed in a certain way for people to feel that I'm one among them. They can approach me. So when you see, I'm not dressed differently from any other woman on the street, and that's why they come hug me, talk to me directly. I'm more approachable that way.
When people talk about options for CM, they only talk either KTR or they talk about Harish. Is that something that you do feel your gender makes difference?
Not really. I think I have some more time to go for that, to be called myself eligible to that position, because I'm certainly a junior member in the party. I'm working my way up. I won an election, I lost an election, whereas all of them have been 4 times, 3 times elected, and they're active in the party. I'm yet to learn more. I'm yet to grow more and be more in the party and in the people, and I'm sure one day I'll come to that position.
This BJP leaders talking about the fact that, oh, Kavita is going to get arrested today, yesterday. Did that give you sleepless nights? Because it couldn't have been an easy time for either your mother, your father is a politician, so he may be able to cope better with it, and your children.
See, we are a normal middle class family. So if there is anything like that, it comes to a position where one of the family members will be missing for a certain time, it will be very hard on everybody, including my father, brother, mother, my brother's wife, my husband's side. Everybody was definitely very, very anxious, very worried.
Okay, I'll ask you a politician role model, but don't tell me a Mother Teresa, Miss India, Miss Universe kind of answer. Beyond your family.
Beyond my family, in India, I used to like Sushma Swaraj a lot. She's no more. I used to like Jaya Madam a lot. Jaya Lalita a lot. Then current politics, I think Mamta, of course, is a very good, very active lady, Mamta Di. But in male politicians, I think nobody to match Pinarayi Vijayan other than, after my dad. I think the kind of functions that we see, or the kind of real politics that you see, Pinarayi Vijayan is very, very, very political. And then Ashok Gehlot, I think, is also his political acumen is quite high. Nitish ji to an extent, but yeah, I think Ashok Gehlot is also very...
That's interesting. You left out maybe a very articulate person like Shashi Tharoor.
Shashi Tharoor, see, I'm talking about leaders, not politicians. So a person who's leading a state is what I'm talking about. Shashi Tharoor is a good friend, dear friend. Articulate, but politically it's a different thing when you compare. You can't compare Shashi Tharoor to Ashok Gehlot or Vijay, Pinarayi Vijayan ji. So they're very different breed.
Okay. And what does your day usually look like? I mean, election times must be really bad. This is my final one because we are heading into elections. And do you follow a particular routine, fitness routine, diet?
I'm a very early rising person. 3:34 I'm up and I do my yoga, puja, everything even before 6:30, because 6:30 is when my son...
You took after the dad. I mean, your brother doesn't sound so religious in any way.
I'm very religious. I'm very, very religious. I strongly believe in God. 6:30 is when my son leaves to school, so that one golden hour I don't want to miss. So that's why I come back to my home wherever I am traveling at any cost, so I can spend that time with him. 6:30 to, because say 1-2 साल के बाद में वो भी चला जाएगा अभी, so he's become big now. So that's 6:30 to 7:30, and then rest is the day starts and it's completely appointments, etc. So it goes on.
Breaking news coming in. Several people are feared to be dead after a bus that they were travelling in plunged into a gorge in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. Officials have gone on to say about 40 passengers were on board that bus, and rescue operations are underway in order to rescue the people on that bus that has fallen off a very steep area and gone into the river there. So this is, they plunged into a gorge as far as the Doda district is concerned. My colleague Nazir joining us to get us more details. Nazir, what exactly is the location of where this accident took place? What time did this accident take place? Any details about the survivors? How many people are feared to be dead?
Well, this bus was from traveling from Kishtwar to Jammu, and when it reached Asar area in Doda district, it plunged into a gorge, and there are several casualties are feared. Officially, 5 deaths have been confirmed, but our sources tell us the number of dead is much higher. 40 to 50 persons were traveling in this bus when it met with this accident, when it plunged into the gorge. This is a hilly area, this is a mountainous area, and with the Chenab River is also flowing in this area as well. And this area has been prone to accidents despite protests and the demand by the people. Not precious effort was done to prevent such accidents, and this is said to be a deadly, very deadly accident. Number of casualties is very high, much higher than the 5 which officially has been confirmed so far. Rescue teams have rushed to the spot, as you can see in the visuals. They are trying to evacuate the injured to district hospital Doda, and some of the critically would be then shifted to Jammu as well. So very, very deadly accident. The bus coming from Kishtwar to Jammu. met with an accident at Asar area in Doda district. Several casualties are feared. Officially, 5 deaths have already been confirmed in this accident, but the number of dead, according to sources, is much higher. As I said, 40 to 50 persons at least were traveling in this bus.
At least 40 people on board that bus. And like Nazir was saying, 5 people have been confirmed to have lost their lives in that deadly accident. And Nazir, we will keep tracking this story and coming back to you for more on this. Moving on, the pollution levels in several parts of the national capital are in the severe category today, but overall the picture is coming in the very poor category. According to forecasts, it's going to remain in the very poor category till the 17th, that's the day after. Visibility has been very, very poor on account of the winds that were at 15 kmph. Now the wind speed has reduced, which is why visibility levels have been impacted severely, and that is because pollutants are at a much lower level now. No respite in sight, and this is after that ban as far as the Delhi government is concerned from diesel trucks entering Delhi. Also, no construction activities are allowed. All this has kicked in because of GRAP 4. As far as the norms are concerned, restrictions also includes parking charges that have been doubled in the national capital. And it's not just air pollution, we can see water pollution as well. Toxic foam has been seen floating on the surface of the Yamuna River in Delhi ahead of the Chhath Puja festival. The froth has been now a common thing when it comes to River Yamuna, but increased as far as the last 5 to 6 years are concerned. According to experts, the reason for frothing could be the release of certain gases when reacting with few specific bacteria. But you know, look at the timing of this. This comes at a time when the air pollution is at its peak, and there you can see that foam which is spreading over such a large area and just ahead of the Chhath Puja. Moving on to international news now, and US President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping will be meeting today before a summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC, in San Francisco. Now, this is in order to reduce the friction in what many see as the world's most dangerous rivalry. The leaders of the world's 2 largest economies have known each other for over a decade, but have shared hours of conversation in the 6 interactions that they've had since Biden's January 2021 inauguration, but they have met only once in person since then. This is going to be his 2nd visit in a matter of 6 years. The last time he was in the United States was in 2017 when Donald Trump was the president. Chinese president arrived in San Francisco ahead of the meeting, dressed in a dark suit. He waved to the crowds, and he was, he was there at the airport. He was greeted by the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, and also the U.S. Treasury Secretary was there to welcome him. Biden, just before the eve of this much anticipating meeting that is going to be taking place later today, he went on to say that the goal of this meeting is for talks to, in fact, as far as communication is concerned, between the 2 countries to be on stable ground. He is due to meet Biden at an undisclosed location in the Bay Area of San Francisco, and that after that is when they will go ahead and attend that annual summit. The meeting is expected to cover global issues from the conflict in the Middle East to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, North Korea's ties with Russia, Taiwan, human rights, and also what's going to be on the agenda is artificial intelligence, trade, as well as economic relations. Now, India is also at the APEC summit. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has met US officials and attended ministerial level talks on clean air as well as fair economy. Piyush Goyal also met with US Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, and he co-chaired the industry roundtable titled Decoding the Innovation Handshake, the US-India Entrepreneurship Partnership, along with US Secretary of Commerce. So, on his very first day, this is a 4-day visit as far as Piyush Goyal is concerned in the United States, he went to the Tesla factory. Tesla is likely to double the number of components it imports from India, is what Piyush Goyal had to say. He put out that tweet. However, he missed meeting Elon Musk. He was meant to meet him, but he was unwell. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis.
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to Turning Point. Well, it is the knockouts of the World Cup. India taking on New Zealand at the Wankhede Stadium. There will be rock stars and superstars. If Divine doesn't intervene, there is Rajni in the house. So whether India will have Rajni power or not, we'll have to wait and see. But India go in as form favorites.
Well, India has been the best side in this tournament so far. They have remained unbeaten. But what is done is done. Today is a new day. It's a fresh challenge. India will be up against a very disciplined New Zealand side, a team that has given us some grief in the past. But Rohit's men are ready, and this league of extraordinary gentlemen are just 2 wins away from immortality. Can India pass the Kiwi test with flying colours? Well, we have our colleague Ronak, who's there outside the Wankhede Stadium, who was in fact chatting with a couple of fans. Let's listen in to what he has to bring us.
भारत बनाम न्यूजीलैंड का जो हाई वोल्टेज सेमीफाइनल मैच मुंबई के वानखेड़े स्टेडियम में खेला जा रहा है, उसको सपोर्ट करने के लिए धर्मपाल जी भी हमारे साथ मौजूद है, जो कि जगह जगह पर जहां पर भी टीम इंडिया खेलती है वहां पर सपोर्ट करने के लिए पहुंचते हैं। दिव्यांग आप देख सकते हैं, लेकिन ये बताइए कि आप इतने बड़े फैन हैं, कब से ये जुनून रहा और आज का मैच की तरफ आप कैसे देखते हैं? आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि ये एक नॉकआउट मैच है, इसका एक अलग प्रेशर देखने को मिलता है। अब तक जो मैच खेले वो अलग थे, ये फ्रेम ऑफ माइंड डिफरेंट होता है, तो इसको लेकर आपका क्या कहना है?
लोग सबसे पहले तो मेरी जर्नी 2006 से स्टार्ट हुई। वहाँ से मैंने खुद नॉर्मल लोगों के साथ खेलता था क्रिकेट, तो मेरी क्रिकेट का एक जुनून, जो बुखार होता है ना, क्रिकेट का फीवर, वो मेरे को वहाँ से अपने गांव पेपरसा से, मुरैना जिले गांव में मेरा गांव पेपरसा है, वहाँ से लोगों के साथ खेलता था। लोग कहते थे यार आगे जाएगा क्रिकेट खेलना, फिर मैंने फिजिकली डिसेबल्ड क्रिकेट खेलना स्टार्ट किया। अभी भी व्हील चेयर क्रिकेट खेल रहा हूँ, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। रही बात आज के मैच की, आज का मैच बहुत हाई वोल्टेज मैच है, बहुत प्रेशराइज मैच है। आपने अभी कहा था कि प्रेशराइज होता है, नॉकआउट मैच है, बट हमने बहुत सारे नॉकआउट खेले हैं, पर न्यूजीलैंड को भी हम कमजोर नहीं ले रहे हैं। और आईसीसी इवेंट है, तो हमें सावधानी के साथ खेलना चाहिए। लक फेवर सब अपने साथ है आज। इंडियन टीम जरूर बीट करेगी यहाँ पे।
लेकिन आपका हॉट फेवरेट कौन है? क्योंकि टीम इंडिया में गेंदबाज भी शानदार बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं। मोहम्मद शामी हो की बात की जाए या फिर जसप्रीत बुमराह की बात की जाए, बैट्समैन भी लगातार शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दिखा रहे हैं। तो आपका सबसे फेवरेट प्लेयर कौन है फिलहाल?
इंडिविजुअली कोई नहीं है, मैं पूरा इंडियन टीम मेरी फेवरेट है। और इंडियन टीम को चाहे बॉलिंग हो, अपना बैटिंग हो या फील्डिंग हो, कुछ भी हो, अपना सारा प्रीवियस मैचों में बेस्ट करते आ रहे हैं। हमने सारे 9 मैचेस देखे इस वर्ल्ड कप के, सारे मैच कवर करके आ रहा हूँ मैं। देखा कहीं पे हमको वीक पॉइंट नहीं लग रहा, कहीं पे कोई वीक पॉइंट नहीं लग रहा। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है बॉलिंग में बुमराह, शामी एंड सिराज, इन तीनों से बच गए तो जड्डू और कुलदीप, मतलब बचने का कोई चांस नहीं है कहीं पे भी। और बल्लेबाजी में तो आप देख रहे हैं विराट भाई है, रोहित है, सुमन गिल है, श्रेयस है। और एक और प्लस पॉइंट हम बेंगलोर से लेके हैं, अपना 4 और 5 वाला नंबर वाला 100 लगाता है तो अपना कॉन्फिडेंस हमेशा हाई रहता है।
लेकिन 2019 में हमने देखा था कि ऐसे ही शानदार परफॉर्मेंस टीम इंडिया का था, लेकिन सेमीफाइनल में न्यूजीलैंड ने ही हमें शिकस्त दे दी थी। आज का कहीं ना कहीं वो पुरानी यादें बैक ऑफ माइंड रहेगी। आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा प्रेशर है?
देखिए अभी वर्तमान में जीने का समय है। पुरानी बातें भूल जाना ही अच्छी चीज़ है, क्योंकि जो गंदी चीज़ें और ख़राब चीज़ें होती हैं उनको कभी रिमाइंडर नहीं करना चाहिए। हमेशा पॉजिटिव सोचना चाहिए। पॉजिटिव एनर्जी के साथ इंडियन टीम में इस वर्ल्ड कप में परफॉर्मेंस किया है। होपफुली आप लोग फिंगर क्रॉस सब लोग, मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से सारे देशवासियों से हाथ जोड़ के विनती करना चाहूँगा, सब लोग इंडियन टीम के लिए प्रे कीजिए और इंडियन टीम यहाँ पे अच्छा शानदार परफॉर्मेंस करे। और हम सब लोग मिलते हैं अहमदाबाद में मिलते हैं फाइनल के लिए। तो कुछ इस तरह की प्रतिक्रिया जो है वो इंडियन फैंस की देखने को मिल रही है और सभी को उम्मीद है कि हाई वोल्टेज मुकाबला मुंबई के वानखेड़े स्टेडियम में देखने को मिलेगा। लेकिन इस मुकाबले में टीम इंडिया ही हॉट फेवरेट है और टीम इंडिया ही मुकाबला जीतेगी। मुंबई से कैमरा पर्सन राजेंद्र दयालकर के साथ रौनक कुकड़े, NDTV।
Team India hot favorite, that's what our colleague Ronak says. We are also joined in the studio by former Indian cricketer Sabah Karim. We are joined by 2 senior journalists, Shaji Chako and Rakesh Rao, who's also the deputy editor of Hindu. Sabah, the news that's coming in from the middle is that India has won the toss, decided to bat first. Just the recipe that we wanted?
On expected lines, although I always felt that India has come to a stage where the toss becomes irrelevant, because India is a far more balanced than New Zealand at this stage. For New Zealand, they would have loved to bat first on a track like this, but decision by Rohit Sharma is on expected lines. Whatever news we are getting from the Wankhede, it seems that the wicket will be on the slower side. So it is conducive to bat first, put runs on the board, and then apply pressure on New Zealand.
But how many runs do you expect India to put on the board? 318 is par if you look at the last.
I think India has been extremely flexible in their approach, Rika, so far. I don't think they look so far ahead at this stage. It's more important for Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill to get India off to a very good start the way India has done in the past. I think once they get to that 10 over mark, from there they will decide what is an appropriate, what would be a right kind of a target for New Zealand to chase. But I think if India gets off to a good start on a strip like this, where you can play the big shots, you can put on some brisk partnership, India should look to get about 330, 340.
Well, there is also a lot of talk about the pitch that has been curated for this particular match, and I also want to bring in our other guests into this conversation. Saji Chaku, there is a lot of controversy that is happening around the pitch. People are calling it, saying that it's a pitch that has been used before. Why didn't we give a fresh pitch for a semi-final? And I would also like to read what the rule book says. It basically says that there is no ICC requirement which states that knockout fixtures must be played on fresh pitches. The only stipulation in their pitch and outfield monitoring process, it reads, it is expected that venues that are allocated the responsibility of hosting a match will present the best possible pitch and outfield conditions for that match. Saji Chaku, your thoughts on this whole controversy that is being created around the pitch?
Well, I think controversies are there. They've got a fair share of controversies. But I mean, let's be very clear on one particular thing. Today is the semi-final. It's a knockout. It's the do or die. Let's keep it on that. You know, the controversies are also there. You raised a very valid point. I also happened to read a very interesting piece in the Indian Express today, which said the grass has been sheared off the plane. So the pitch has been made slow. Now that's a very, very important and interesting part, which means very clearly that the Indians want a slower pitch, much more tailor-made for our batsmen, for our spinners to come into play later on. The script will be there, and also the fact that, see, the thing, another thing going here, Osama, is that India has not lost anything. The winning streak, nothing succeeds like success. 9 out of 9. We are on a very high momentum. So the onus, I think, would be on New Zealand to try to clip India or to break India's rhythm rather than the other way around. And this slow pitch, I think the slowness with the pitch, as the curator asked, or the Indian team management asked, is only going to help India from now on. I mean, it's going to be, it's not a brainer at all in that particular aspect.
Yeah.
Sabha, there's been a lot of talk around lot of noise, I would say, around the pitch. But is there anything that goes to say that India has violated any rule or they've not played according to the playbook?
Nothing of that sort, Rika. It is an unnecessary controversy. So this is an ICC event. It is a World Cup event. Yeah. But the onus of preparing wicket lies on the hands of the local curator. And India has got, and BCCI got some excellent curators. We have a team about 10 curators who not only prepare the wickets for a particular match, but who have been given the responsibility of traveling all over the place, all the venues, and monitor the proper guidelines so that excellent wickets are prepared. So here I think there is no point in for this controversy to come up, because I believe that all the wickets wherever India has played, they've all been conducive to good cricket. We have seen pace bowlers picking up wickets, batsmen getting runs, as well as spinners getting some assistance. And that is why I think this World Cup has become so interesting. It offers all skill set to come to fore. And that's what we have seen in this tournament so far. So at this point of time, for this controversy to erupt is quite unnecessary in my opinion.
And it is funny, Rika, that people are talking about the media, Australian media specifically, the Australian media, the English media and the Pakistani media are talking about the pitches. None of the players who are participating in this tournament.
But Osama, that's because the players are so focused. I mean, India never spoke about World Cup 2019 wicket when we lost to New Zealand. It was a strip which was full of grass. So here, if it is devoid of grass, what is the big difference? I think teams come to these conditions, to India, and they prepare well in advance for the condition that will face in India. And I think in India, when you're playing against top quality side like India, in home conditions, you would expect the wicket to be prepared in this manner. So I think New Zealand is quite well prepared to face this kind of challenge.
Sabha, in the last few matches, we saw that bowlers had the fast bowlers had a lot of control. 83% of the wickets were picked up by the fast bowlers in Wankhede. But would you say that today there will be a lot more spinners who will come to the party as well?
I think so, Rika,
kind of wicket that
yes, because the kind of wicket that we have seen today, if it is on the slower side, the spinners will get some assistance. This is a red soil surface at Wankhede, and if it is devoid of grass, which means it will offer some turn and bounce to the spinners. And both Ravindra Jadeja and Kuldeep Yadav, they've had the experience on playing on such wickets. Although one has to say that on a track like this, Mitchell Santner also will be quite handy. On top of that, Rachin Ravindra has bowled quite well. They may utilize Glenn Phillips, so they have 3 spinning options for New Zealand. But it is a track which will also be conducive to good stroke play. So you can expect India to get off to a good start and post a big score on this Wankhede strip.
Interestingly, you spoke about Glenn Phillips. Before this World Cup, we didn't think of the cricketer that he will turn out to be. New Zealand has used him in all kind of roles.
Yes, Rika, I'm surprised that people don't talk about wicketkeepers in that manner. You know, wicketkeepers have this uncanny ability to also roll their arm over, bowl right arm off spin. Plus, he's such a brilliant outfielder. On top of that, he's such a handy, middle order bat with so much of power. So I think this is a new dimension of modern cricket which we are seeing right now. And I think going forward, you'll always see more and more cricketers coming through who have different kind of skill set, not one-dimensional, but a batter you'll always see him to roll his arm over. If you're a wicketkeeper, that we have seen. Wicketkeepers are all the current lot of the wicketkeepers are great outfielders also. So they have added that asset. In our days, I had a very bad right shoulder because I just could not throw. But Chandrakant Pandit, my contemporary, he was a very good fielder. So I think these are the new improvement that we are seeing in modern day cricketer. So I think Glenn Phillips is a fine example. So maybe going forward, you may see Ishan Kishan also rolling his arm over, or even KL Rahul for that matter.
Well, we already had 9 bowlers in the last game.
How more do you need?
So how more do we need?
No, we don't need more than 5 in this game, hopefully.
We shouldn't need more than 5 in this game. We are also joined by Rakesh Rao, senior sports journalist. Rakesh Rao, India has won the toss, elected to bat first on this surface. Your thoughts on that?
Obvious choice. And I just heard about the slowness of the wicket and stuff like that, that India wanted a certain wicket. Let me be very clear on this, that New Zealand has the resources to actually deal with this Indian team. So Indians couldn't have tried any trick, of having a pitch of their choice, because ICC decides which pitch. It is an ICC event. India is only preparing the stuff via the hosts, and the captains or the teams concerned, including the host, have no say in the matter. Once the pitch is, before the pitch is handed, once the ground is handed over to the, umpires, any decision can be taken. And all this controversy, I think it's almost laughable. Okay? And number 2, when you speak about the choice made by the Indians, I think it couldn't have been better. Having said that, we should also remember that this is the same team that almost chased down 388 against the Australian attack. So let's not make any mistakes here. And I think anything in excess of 350, I'm looking at 350 because this is your opportunity to, go there and set a target. That's about it. I think anything under 350, I don't think that is going to take anything away from the Kiwi team, because they believe that yes, if we can score like that against Australians on a wicket that we saw there, Dharamshala wicket was unlike the one which is here, and of course I will be looking at anything in excess of 330, 350.
Interesting. Well, Shaji, I'll have to ask you a question about the opponent, the Kiwis. Now, for a very long time, we the journalists have called them the underdogs. Now, Kane Williamson has gone on in a press conference endorsing that they are underdogs. Do you think at this point they are playing mind games with us?
Yeah, definitely, Rika. It's all in the mind. Cricket is as much played on the field as in the mind.
No, by calling themselves underdogs.
So he's basically, passed the buck on. He says, look, we have nothing to lose. So the pressure is on India. So it's a very tacit way of saying, look, even if we lose, so what, big deal? We are the underdogs. Look, it's up to you to perform to beat us. And let me just jog back. Of course, you can say it's a fresh match, it's a World Cup semi-final. I think the scars of 2019 somewhere, though I don't want to be on a very negative note or sounding note of negativism here. 2019, I do believe the ghosts have been totally banished from the Indian team, because that New Zealand has always been a bugbear for India in the ICC tournaments. So I think that factor is definitely going to play in the minds. I mean, of course, these players are very focused, they're professionals. But I think somewhere down the line, somewhere in the subconscious mind, somewhere lurking would be that fact. And also, Rika, one interesting statistic that you revealed. I mean, Virat Kohli in the semi-finals, in the last 3 semi-finals, his scores were 9-1-1 in the knockout in 2011, 15, 19. I mean, I'm not trying to state a statement here. I'm not making a statement here by stating these numbers. But all I'm saying is the caution, it's a knockout semi-final. Indians have fallen short in the semi-finals. So we really cannot, even afford to take New Zealand a bit lightly, because that will be at our peril. And we've seen that happen against New Zealand more often than not. So India have their job cut out. Their task is cut out. I mean, they have to really grind and come up with the best show today. I mean, all the 9 matches we won, it's fantastic. But then all that is part of history. Today's match is the main match.
Absolutely. Today we all start on, both India and New Zealand starts on 0-0. Sabha, are the Kiwis playing mind games on us by calling themselves underdogs?
Kane Williamson, no, I don't think so. I don't think he believes in such mind games.
No?
For me, he's the sole. For me, he's the sole philosopher among so many gladiators.
Yeah.
He has a brilliant and a very tactical mind. One of the best captains that we have seen, and I believe that New Zealand and Kane Williamson will be very well prepared how to encounter the challenges that India is going to pose for them. It is a side which sticks to discipline. It is a side which gets the best from the so-called underperformers. And I think Kane Williamson at the forefront, with him back in the side, that is a stiff challenge for India. So I think that is how the New Zealand side would have prepared for this game. See, this is a big day for India. We have not done well in the past, but it does not mean that the way India has performed in the league game, we cannot emulate that in the semi-final also. The kind of form that India has shown, whatever you try and, wherever you try and find some kind of vulnerability, I don't see that. And I think for India, because they're batting first, India would look to get in excess of 330, 350, as Rakesh has said, on a strip like this. And I think under lights, Indian pace bowlers become far more effective. They become very lethal. So at this stage, India is in a very strong position to post a big score and then try and bundle out New Zealand.
Can it also be the case with New Zealand and especially with Kane Williamson that because he has lost so many semi-finals and finals of an ICC tournament, he wants to make sure that they go in with that mentality that, look, we don't have anything to lose, and that is how we are going to approach the game.
That's always been the case with New Zealand. He believed that they are the underdog, and they are the underdogs here. I mean, India are clear favorites by a distance.
Yeah.
The kind of form they have shown, the kind of, we're playing in we are the host. We have done so well. We have dominated all the league game that India has played so far. The only time India, to some extent, were threatened was in that league encounter against New Zealand. New Zealand is the only side that posted 273. And they lost that game because New Zealand lost 6 wickets in the last 10 overs.
Right.
So New Zealand would be very well aware of that. They were able to recover with this early loss of 2 wickets. They posted a very strong partnership in the middle overs. But I think Mohammad Shami's comeback spell in the last 10 overs, that did the trick for India. So I think New Zealand will be extremely watchful when they come out to chase. But for that to happen, they need to restrict India to a score that is chaseable for them.
Right. We will discuss a little more about this match that's going to start at 2 p.m. Do stay with us. We'll come back after a very short break. It's about...
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
We're counting down to the match between India and New Zealand. It's a knockout semi-final of the World Cup, and I have with me in the studio former India cricketer Sabha Karim. I'm also joined by 2 senior journalists, Shaji Chako and Rakesh Rao. Well, Sabha, we were talking about the win factor in Wankhede, batting first. would you say it'll be an advantage to India given that the opposition has two swing bowlers and they will be bowling in the afternoon?
Massive, Rika. More so if the strip that whatever one has seen is bereft of grass, which means that the efficacy of the two swing bowlers, Tim Southee and Trent Boult, that will be negated to a large extent. They also have Lockie Ferguson, and all these three bowlers are capable of hitting the deck and getting some movement. But since there will be no grass, to get that kind of assistance may not be so easy for all the three seamers. So I think India has got a huge advantage of batting first, and I think India should look to capitalize on this. In the second half, with the wind factor, plus it cools down, under lights, I think Indian pace bowlers will enjoy bowling in those conditions.
And we have the graphics on air, and you look at the stats. Sri Lanka, they went down to 6 for 14 versus India, batting second. England was 67 for 4 versus South Africa. Bangladesh similarly 35 for 3 against South Africa. Australia in that match against Afghanistan, they were 52 for 4 in that in the same stadium, in the same pitch.
And it took Glenn Maxwell to play a superhuman knock.
Yeah, it also means, Rika and Osama, that if you're chasing, then you would like to take the game as deep as possible, because that's when the dew kicks in and it becomes easy for batting. What Glenn Maxwell did, I think it was very intelligent stuff from Glenn Maxwell. So I think New Zealand, while chasing, they would look to consolidate, not lose too many wickets against this new ball attack, the three pace bowlers of India, and then try and build on that. If they lose too many early wickets, then I think it is very difficult for any team while chasing to get to the target.
Rakesh, it's the home ground for several of our Indian cricketers, including Captain Rohit Sharma, who's yet to strike a century in Wankhede. Do you think today, being a big occasion, Rohit will be eyeing at a century, or he will bat in the way he's been batting and he will have no regrets even if he gets out on 0?
Absolutely. I mean, see, if he scores 100, he scores 100. So be it. But the point is that he's going to bat the way he does. And it is not that he doesn't look at 100 ever. Every batsman would like to score as much, But the point is that he plays in a certain way. He has assumed that role. And he wants to go up there, dominate the new ball, and then that is what he's been doing. Even against Sri Lanka, when we lost him early, whosoever came after that, they made sure that there was a huge partnership after that. So Rohit is not there to sacrifice his wicket. Yes, he's giving you, he's reminding you of a certain Virendra Sehwag. Yes, he is captaining like MS Dhoni. Yes. But at the same time, he is there with a sense of responsibility, like we do. I mean, you would get that impression that he's going for these sixes straight up. Who said that you cannot hit a 6 in the opening over? Those theories have been thrown out of the window. And Rohit is just doing what he knows best. That is, he is taking the battle to the opposition. And he has, of course, after 9, games, he has done, in every single game, he has done just that. He has a script, he has a template, he is following that. And I think he is well within his comfort zone. It is not that it seems that, that he's trying to swing his bat at everything. No, he's not doing that. And that is what makes him so dangerous. And of course, he knows everything about, this particular wicket. And he also knows which side to actually, he can actually target. Because the way he knows this wicket, this particular ground, dimensions, etc., I don't think anybody else knows from the opposition side. Of course, you have a Surya, you have a Shreyas, they all have played here and they continue to. But the point is, Rohit is going to be a key man. And if he can stay for, say, 10 overs, then we are going to have a likely script of India getting off to a good start, a firm foundation. And on that, then we can build up to number 6 if the need be, even up to number 7.
You wanted to add something?
There is a tactical ploy behind this aggression from Rohit Sharma. So whenever India has got off to a good start with Rohit Sharma with that kind of form, it has allowed their key player Virat Kohli to play his own game. And that is Virat's responsibility. He has been given a specific profile, which is to bat the entire 50 overs, whether you're setting a target or chasing one, because Virat is known to construct an innings. So I think that kind of an aggressive start allows Virat to construct an innings. And then the other batters, Shreyas Iyer, look at his strike rate. It is 130, 140. Look at Surya Kumar Yadav after that, KL Rahul in between. All of them have played in an aggressive manner. Virat Kohli, his role has been defined, that you need to stay at the wicket, play the way you want to play. Don't get into that so-called ultra-aggressive mode. And I think that is why this Indian side looks so balanced in our approach while batting.
Sabah, quickly before we wrap up, from all of you, predictions. Start with you.
For me, 60-40.
Okay.
Yeah, India favor.
Rakesh, for you?
I'll say it's 50-50.
Okay.
Wow.
Shaji?
70-30 in favor of India.
Okay. 60-40, 50-50, 70-30.
Come on, Rakesh, what are you doing? Come on.
I'm taking a leaf out of Sabah Naik, Sabah's book. I'm sitting on the fence firmly.
It's not going to happen. It has never happened, Rakesh.
Well, India.
I know. But I'm actually saying all this with complete respect to Kane Williamson and his men.
Okay.
I'm not underestimating them. I have huge respect for them.
We shouldn't underestimate them, and we shouldn't think that they are underdogs, because they have been a cause of major heartbreak for India in the last 2 ICC events. Well, that's all we could pack into this program. Thank you very much, Sabah, Rakesh and Shaji, for joining us on the show.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. In association with
LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
biggest faces of assembly elections. Will they stay or go?
मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारे बहुत अच्छे परिणाम आएंगे.
Direct questions, direct answers.
एकांत की हांडी अशोक गहलोत की कांग्रेस की नहीं चलेगी.
कमलनाथ जी वचनबद्ध है और हर वचन निभाएंगे.
मेरी जरूरत क्या है, बट मैं थोड़ी चाह रही हूँ करने.
आई एम होपिंग गुड रिजल्ट.
सरकार विरोधी कोई लहर नहीं.
Battle for states. Only on NDTV 24x7.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, all the top news stories and a terrible accident in Jammu and Kashmir. Also an ultimatum from cookie groups to the centre. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. At least 30 people are feared dead after a bus fell down a gorge in the Asar region of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. The injured have been shifted to the district hospital. Cookie groups give an ultimatum to the centre and say if the centre does not respond to their demands, they will establish their own administration in the area, claim the CBI has been selective in taking up cases. It's been over 78 hours and rescue operations still taking place in the tunnel collapse. The rescue has been hampered after a fresh landslide took place. A new drill is now being requisitioned from Delhi to create a rescue passage. With an eye on the Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh elections on the 17th, the Prime Minister's tribal outreach pays tribute to tribal icon Birsa Munda in Ranchi. Chinese President Xi Jinping arrives in San Francisco for the APEC, a summit of Asia-Pacific leaders. He's to meet US President Joe Biden. Today at the summit also, India's Piyush Goyal, who meets with US officials. And India-New Zealand lock horns at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. India wins the toss, selects batting first. Our top story now, and 30 people are feared dead after a bus that they were travelling in plunged 200 feet into a gorge in the Asar area in Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. Officials say that over 40 people were travelling in this bus and the rescue operation has been launched. Let's go across to Nazir now for more. Nazir, what is the latest that you can share with us?
Well, more than 30 people have died in this tragic accident when a bus they were traveling in skidded off the road and fell in a gorge at a place called Asar in Doda district. This bus was coming from Kishtwar to Jammu, and when it reached the curve in Asar area, so it is a hilly, it's a mountainous area, mountainous roads. So it fell into a gorge. More than 30 people have died. Over 20 or 22 have been injured. Some of them are critically. They have been shifted to district hospital Doda, and some of them would be flown to Jammu for the specialized treatment who are more critical. It's clearly a case of overloading in this bus, because if we see the number of injured and the number of dead, it is more than 50 people or 55 people were traveling in this bus. Clearly overloading in this bus. This area has been witnessing frequent accidents, but this is the worst accident which has been witnessed in this area. The entire area, what we hear, is in a shock. Rescue teams have rushed to the site, and bodies are being, evacuated from, removed from there, and they are being taken to the hospital. So are they injured? They are being taken to hospital. The first priority is how to, save the injured, give them the treatment, and those who are critically injured are shifted to or flown to Jammu for the specialized treatment.
All right, Nazir, we're seeing those visuals of the bus and, the distance that it fell down from. And now you're telling us 30 feared dead, over 50 people in that bus. Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh had tweeted earlier. However, his number there is now, updated. When he put this out, it was just 5 who were found out to be dead. Now over 30 feared dead. News from Manipur now, in a very significant development. The frontal organization of the Kuki-Zo tribes in Manipur, that's the Indigenous Tribal Leaders Forum, or ITLF, has claimed that even if the centre does not agree to its demand for a separate administration for the tribal areas of Manipur following months of ethnic unrest, the tribal groups from the Kuki and Zomi community are ready to establish their own self-governed separate administration. The Kuki-Zomi MLAs of Manipur, including those from ruling BJP and the Kuki-Zomi rebel groups in ceasefire involved in peace talks, and civil society groups have demanded total separation from the Manipur government, which they claim is dominated by the Meiteis or the majority community. They even organized a massive protest rally in Churachandpur demanding the fulfillment of its core demands, and also raising a demand of investigation by the CBI or NI into killings and acts of violence against 22 persons belonging to the Kuki-Zo tribes.
It's been already 6 months, yes, but nothing of our demand that is separate administration from the Manipur government was not addressed till today. So, if our voice of our rally, the voice we raise in the rally is not heard, just a couple of weeks will come, then we'll be setting up our self-government. Okay. Whether the central recognize or not, we have to go on with our self-government. Yes, as it was in a state or union territory, we'll be setting up a government that will look after all the administration in the Kuki-Zo tribe areas.
Well, let's go across to Ratnadeep now for more. And Ratnadeep, this is, raising the ante in a sense by these, by the Kuki groups in Manipur, claiming that it's been 6 months and now saying they're going to set up their separate administration in Manipur in their areas.
That's right. It's a clear sign of, hardening of stand by the Kuki-Zomi groups, particularly the Indigenous Tribal Leaders Forum, the ITLF, which has spearheaded the, protests and the, the talks as well with Center, with Ministry of Home Affairs. Remember, only last week there was another round of talks with Ministry of Home Affairs. In past, Center had kind of rejected their demand of a separation of the state. Rather, the center was looking forward to work out a package. That's what at least sources have told us. But what is important to note here is that now this is a kind of a hardening of stand. And the Kuki-Zomi groups are saying that, if that core demand, which is separation from Manipur, is not, addressed, then they would set up a separate administration. But to set up a separate administration would mean that they would actually go against the wishes of center. So how center would react to it, how Ministry of Home Affairs would take it forward in terms of the negotiations that are taking place. Remember, the groups which are under ceasefire operation, operations of ceasefire, suspension of operation of ceasefire agreement, they are also involved in talks. So there are a lot of issues involved. However, in the last past 2 weeks, there have been a bit of escalation of violence. There have been, killings which have taken place, cases of abduction, and also Manipur government had come on record to say that they had done, Manipur police had done, sudden checks in the designated camps of the, ceasefire rebel groups, and the cadres were not found. So there are intricate issues involved in terms of where this peace building process is going at this moment. And at this moment, perhaps, when the center and the state government is also looking towards rehabilitation of people who have been displaced for more than 6 months now, it seems that the tribal groups once again have decided to harden their stand, because they really don't want to, they've made it clear time and again that they don't want to be part of anything to do with the BJP-led Manipur government. So we'll have to see how the state government and center reacts to this.
All right. Thanks so much, Ratnadeep, for joining us with the latest there. Election news now, and the Prime Minister addressed a rally in Khunti, the birthplace of Birsa Munda, marking the birth anniversary. The Prime Minister paid homage to the tribal icon in Ranchi on his birth anniversary. He paid floral tributes to the 25-foot-tall statue of the icon at the Memorial Park cum Freedom Fighter Museum, situated at the old Central Jail, where he had breathed his last on June 9th, 1900. Birsa Munda's birth anniversary celebrated across the country as the Janjatiya Gaurav Divas, and during his visit, the Prime Minister was accompanied by Chief Minister Hemant Soren, Governor C.P. Radhakrishnan, and Union Minister Arjun Munda. The Prime Minister is on a 2-day visit to Jharkhand. Later in the day, he will visit Birsa Munda's birthplace as well, and he will launch the 24,000 crore project aimed at the development of the particularly vulnerable tribal groups. And this event and the announcement of this tribal outreach comes ahead of the Madhya Pradesh-Chhattisgarh elections.
अगले 25 वर्षों के अमृत काल में अगर हमें विकसित भारत की भव्य और दिव्य इमारत का निर्माण करना है, तो हमें उसके 4 अमृत स्तंभों को और मजबूत करना होगा, निरंतर मजबूत करना होगा। हमारी सरकार ने जितना 10 साल में किया, अब उससे भी ज्यादा ऊर्जा के साथ हमें इन 4 अमृत स्तंभों पर अपनी पूरी ताकत लगानी है।
In other news now, news from Uttarakhand and the tunnel collapse. A fresh landslide has hampered efforts to rescue 40 labourers who are trapped in an under-construction tunnel in Uttarakhand. It's been over 70 hours now. This took place on Sunday and rescue officials had spent hours preparing a platform for the auger drilling machine to insert steel pipes through the rubble. But a landslide last night then forced them to dismantle the machine and start work on the platform again. The drilling machine would have helped create a passage for the labourers to come out of the tunnel, which collapsed on Sunday morning. Officials say around 21 meters of slab blocking the tunnel has been removed and a 19 meters passage is yet to be cleared. New equipment is now being flown in from Delhi to assist in the rescue operations. Several workers are also protesting at the rescue site over the delay in getting those who are trapped inside, getting them out.
74 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय गुजर चुका है और जो परिजन हैं उनका भी अब धैर्य जवाब दिया जा रहा है क्योंकि उनके अपने अंदर है और अभी तक बाहर आने की कोई ऐसी संभावना नहीं दिख रही है। हमारे साथ ये परिजन मौजूद है। आपका नाम क्या है?
तीरथ सिंह नेगी।
अच्छा, एक चीज़ बताइए, क्योंकि अब समय भी गुजर जाता है, आपको लग रहा है कि समय ज़्यादा निकल रहा है और आपको परेशानी हो रही है, इंतज़ार ज़्यादा बढ़ता जा रहा है?
नहीं, देखो, हमें तो कोई, हमारे को तो एक ही ध्यान है कि वो जो बेचारे वहाँ फंसे हुए हैं वो बाहर आए। हमारे को कोई परेशानी, हमारा ध्यान उन्हीं पे है कि वो सुरक्षित बाहर आए। और आज के ज़माने में सब चीज़ की सुविधा है, ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ नहीं है, पर यह है कि ध्यान माना। ये लोग अभी भी, हमारा काम है सच्चाई देश के जो है जागृत करना कि ये हमारा उत्तराखंड जो है देवभूमि है। और वो लोग अभी भी, और जो बेचारा मेरे भाई सुपरवाइजर, वो बोला कि मेरे लेबर पहले बाहर आएंगे तब मैं बाहर आऊँगा, नहीं तो 5 स्टार होटल में मजा न। एक कंपनी का जो चीफ जैसे होता है, ये कंपनी माना बहुत बढ़िया है, पर गब्बर सिंह ये बेचारा जो है अपना सेक्रीफाइस कर रहा है, अपनी जान को नहीं देख रहा, पर बोला मेरे लेबर है जो, पहले इनको बाहर निकालो, है ना। और हम भी देख रहे हैं 2-3 दिन से आजकल, जबकि सब सुविधा है यहाँ पर, इतना बढ़िया जगह है ना, और जो है वो कब बाहर आ जाते। और अभी भी हम भगवान से यही प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि सब राज्य खुशी बाहर आए, पर ये नहीं कि कोई क्या खाए, कौन क्या करे, वो सुरक्षित रहें। और माना इस देवभूमि में एक नया सुविधा बन रही है, पर बिना त्याग का। हम लोगों का नेशनल फ्लैग, हमने कहा हमने फौज में रहे, चाइना वाले भी अभी भी उनकी नज़र यहाँ है हमारे उस पर ये देवभूमि एक सुरक्षित हो जाएगी एक समय, भगवान दे रहा। पर अभी हमारा काम है कि उनको सुरक्षित बाहर निकालना, जिस काम के लिए इस जगह में आ रखे हैं। माना, हाँ जी बोलिए।
क्योंकि आप बहुत देर से इंतजार कर रहे हैं, हर कोई देख रहा है कब बाहर आए, क्या आंखें तरस रही है उनको देखने के लिए? कम से कम बाहर तो आए, ये सारा काम चल रहा है। लेकिन
नहीं, हमारी, मैंने बोला नहीं, हमारा का एक ही ध्यान है, हमारे दिमाग में एक ही चीज़ है कि हमारा भाई लोग जो भी बेचारे कर्मठ है वो सुरक्षित आएँ, और उनके बिना ही चला रहा बाहर होते तो वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ी व्यवस्था होती है। ये तो सब चीज़ दिखाई दे रहा है, यहाँ पे नेचुरल दिखाई दे रहा है, जबकि मशीन है, आजकल हवाई जहाज, सब सुविधा है, फौजी लोग हैं।
बिल्कुल, ये है ना, ये वो लोग हैं जो अपने परिजनों का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि कब वो बाहर आए। लगातार वहाँ पर इनकी नज़रें इसी टनल पर टिकी हुई है, और इस टनल पर इसलिए टिकी हुई है क्योंकि यहाँ से उनके परिजन धीरे धीरे बाहर आए, और शायद एक उम्मीद ज़रूर इनके जाग रही है कि नई मशीन आ रही है। लेकिन अब देखना होगा कि कब तक इनके परिजन बाहर आते हैं, लेकिन इनका धैर्य ज़रूर जवाब दे रहा है।
All right, returning to the news of the accident in Doda, where a bus has plunged down a gorge, and now the number of dead has risen to 36. Earlier, 30 were feared dead, but now we've learned 36 people have died in this terrible accident that took place in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 people were traveling on this bus. Let's go across to Nazir now for more. And Nazir, absolutely tragic, 36 people have died.
Yeah, exactly. The number is going up, and the condition of some of the injured is critical, very critical. They, as we have been reporting in the earlier bulletin, that they are trying to ship them to Jammu, fly them to Jammu, because this is the very, very horrible accident which has happened at a place called Asar in Doda district. The bus was coming from Kishtwar. It's clearly was overloaded. More than 50-55 people were actually traveling in this bus when it met with this accident into a gorge, and the number has now risen to 36, and the condition of some of the injured, which is more than 20, is critical. Some of the injured are being treated at district hospital in Doda, and efforts are on to airlift some of the critically injured to Jammu. So what we know from in the morning from Padar in Kishtwar, this bus started journey towards Jammu, and what earlier official was saying around 40 people were in the bus, but now it clearly If you see the number of dead and the injured, it is more than 55. So clearly the bus was overloaded. What are the causes? What are the reasons? Nobody knows. The first priority is to give best possible treatment to the injured and take them to hospital, because it is a mountainous area, very difficult area in the sense of mobility. It is everybody has is in a shock. Prime Minister has announced an ex gratia relief of rupees 2 lakh for the next skin of those who have died and 50,000 for the injured. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, who is the MP from this area, has expressed his shock and over this incident and said he is speaking to the officials to to evacuate the injured and arrange helicopters for the airlifting of these injured. So very, very tragic incident. This area is prone to the accidents. We have seen a number of accidents, but this is the worst accident, while the officials have been saying they are trying to minimize these accidents, to take so many multiple measures. But it appears that the precious enough has been done to stop these accidents. If you see, almost every day or every week, you see some sort of accidents in this region which are happening. But this is the worst one, where 36 people so far have died, and condition of some of the injured is still critical.
All right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us. Absolutely tragic. 36 people have been killed in this bus accident. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Eat it on time, and please ride the bike slowly.
Okay.
And this is for your safety.
Arey, I almost forgot.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
A world that's always moving forward. It's time to take a step back and ensure no one is left behind. Come, be a part of a movement for equal rights for people with disabilities. Coming soon on NDTV network. Driven by Hyundai. Manzil unki, saath hamara.
यहाँ क्या चल रहा है?
जैकवार लग रहा है.
कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में.
So yeah, that was our performance in the...
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories. Every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
About, when it comes to news, you say
the liquor scandal and Kavita's name comes up, or you talk about the women's reservation bill and Kavita's name comes up. Today I'm going to talk to you about other issues. Okay, you're someone who is always so immaculately, nicely dressed as well. Do you have any favorites in terms of fabric, or do you have a personal stylist?
I do not have a stylist. I always wear mostly South Indian saris, but I also wear a lot of Chanderi, Madhya Pradesh, a lot of Kota saris.
I remember you in jeans and so on, but is this the attire of a politician now, so that you're like, okay, this is someone we used to need to treat as a serious woman?
Yes, absolutely. As a politician, I think it's my job, and in my job, I just definitely need to be dressed in a certain way for people to feel that I'm one among them. They can approach me. So when you see, I'm not dressed differently from any other woman on the street, and that's why they come hug me, talk to me directly. I'm more approachable that way.
When people talk about options for CM, they only talk either KTR or they talk about Harish. Is that something that you do feel your gender makes difference?
Not really. I think I have some more time to go for that to be called myself eligible to that position, because I'm certainly a junior member in the party. I'm working my way up. I won an election, I lost an election, whereas all of them have been 4 times, 3 times elected, and they're active in the party. I'm yet to learn more. I'm yet to grow more and be more in the party and in the people, and I'm sure one day I'll come to that position.
This BJP leaders talking about the fact that, oh, Kavita is going to get arrested yesterday. Did that give you sleepless nights? Because it couldn't have been an easy time for either your mother, your father is a politician, so he may be able to cope better with it, and your children.
See, we are a normal middle class family, so if there is anything like that, it comes to a position where one of the family members will be missing for a certain time, it will be very hard on everybody, including my father, brother, mother, my brother's wife, my husband's side. Everybody was definitely very, very anxious, very worried.
Okay, I'll ask you a politician role model, but don't tell me a Mother Teresa, Miss India, Miss Universe kind of answer. Beyond your family.
Beyond my family, in India, I used to like Sushma Swaraj a lot. She's no more. I used to like Jaya Madam a lot. Jaya Lalita a lot. Then current politics, I think Mamta, of course, is a very good, very active lady, Mamta Di. But in male politicians, I think nobody to match Pinarayi Vijayan other than, after my dad. I think the kind of functions that we see, or the kind of real politics that you see, Pinarayi Vijayan is very, very, very political. And then Ashok Gehlot, I think, is also his political acumen is quite high. Nitish ji to an extent, but yeah, I think Ashok Gehlot is also very...
That's interesting. You left out maybe a very articulate person like Shashi Tharoor.
Shashi Tharoor, see, I'm talking about leaders, not politicians. So a person who's leading a state is what I'm talking about. Shashi Tharoor is a good friend, dear friend. Articulate, but politically it's a different thing when you compare. You can't compare Shashi Tharoor to Ashok Gehlot or Vijay, Pinarayi Vijayan ji. So they're very different breed.
Okay. And what does your day usually look like? I mean, election times must be really bad. This is my final one, because we are heading into elections. And do you follow a particular routine, fitness routine, diet?
I'm a very early rising person. 3:34 I'm up, and I do my yoga, puja, everything even before 6:30, because 6:30 is when my son...
You look after the dad. I mean, your brother doesn't sound so religious in any way.
I'm very religious. I'm very, very religious. I strongly believe in God. 6:30 is when my son leaves to school, so that one golden hour I don't want to miss. So that's why I come back to my home wherever I am traveling at any cost, so I can spend that time with him. 6:30 to, because 1-2 साल के बाद में वो भी चला जाएगा अभी, so he's become big now. So that 6:30 to 7:30, and then rest is, the day starts and it's completely appointments, etc. So it goes on.
News now of the APEC summit in the US, and US President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping will be meeting today before the summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum, which is taking place in San Francisco, seeking to reduce friction in what many see as the world's most dangerous rivalry. The leaders of the world's two largest economies have known each other for over a decade and have shared hours of conversation and 6 interactions since Biden's January 2021 inauguration. But they have met only once in person since then, and she has not visited the US since 2017 when Donald Trump was president. This is Xi's first visit to the US in 6 years. Biden said on the eve of this much anticipated meeting with Xi Jinping that his goal for the talks is simply to try to get US-Chinese communications back on stable ground after a tumultuous year. He's due to meet Biden at an in fact, both leaders are due to meet at an undisclosed location in the San Francisco Bay Area and then attend the annual summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum. The meeting is expected to cover global issues from the conflict in the Middle East to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, North Korea's ties with Russia, Taiwan, human rights, artificial intelligence, as well as fair trade and economic relations. India is also at the APEC summit. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has met with US officials and attended ministerial-level talks on clean and fair economy. Piyush Goyal also met with the US Trade Representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai. Here's a report.
The world is watching San Francisco, where President Xi Jinping of China and President Joe Biden of the United States will hold a summit. It's the first time the two world leaders are meeting in a year, and it's the first time in 5 years that President Xi is traveling to the United States. This comes amid increasing US-China tension, but it's a bid to break the ice, and the focus will be on trade. President Xi has traveled here for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, a 21-member grouping focusing on trade and economic ties. For the first time, India has been invited as a guest. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal will be attending. For India, it's a big week as today, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and US Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo signed the Innovation Handshake, which will really set free the whole regulatory tussle there's been between integrating startup ecosystems of India and the United States. Minister Piyush Goyal also went to the Tesla factory. Elon Musk is unwell, so he didn't meet him there, but said he was extremely happy to meet the number of Indian origin engineers who are working at Tesla, and said he's looking forward to Tesla manufacturing more in India. That's the update from San Francisco. Sonia Singh reporting for NDTV.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
क्या आप जानते हैं बेहतर जीवन शैली वाली टॉप स्मार्ट सिटी है अपने उत्तर प्रदेश की वाराणसी। इंडिया स्मार्ट सिटी कॉन्क्लेव 2023 में वाराणसी को माननीय राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू के कर कमलों से नॉर्थ जोन की टॉप स्मार्ट सिटी होने का सम्मान हासिल हुआ। ये कमाल है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के उस विजन का, जिसकी बदौलत उत्तर प्रदेश स्मार्ट प्रदेश बनता जा रहा है। स्मार्ट सिटी
Surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7. A debate.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vadva. Let's get you our top story, and that's US President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping will be meeting today before a summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation APEC Forum in San Francisco, seeking to reduce friction in what many see as the world's most dangerous rivalry. The leaders of the world's two largest economies have known each other forever. This is for over a decade, and have shared hours of conversation in 6 interactions since Biden's January 2021 inauguration, but they've met only once in person since then. And Xi Jinping has not visited the United States since 2017 when Donald Trump was president. Chinese president arrived in San Francisco ahead of his meeting with the president Joe Biden and to attend that summit. This is his first visit to the United States in 6 years. Wearing a dark suit, he waved to the crowd and was greeted by US Treasury Secretary as well as California's Governor Gavin Newsom and the US Ambassador to China. Biden said on the eve of his much-anticipated meeting with China's Xi Jinping that his goal for the talks is simply to try to get the United States and the Chinese to communicate on a stable ground after a very troublesome year. Here is what Biden had to say. He said that they would be meeting at an undisclosed location when it comes to the Bay Area of San Francisco. And then from there, they will be attending that annual summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. The meeting is expected to cover global issues from the conflict in the Middle East to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, North Korea's ties with Russia, Taiwan, and human rights, as well as artificial intelligence. So all that is on the agenda. Then there's also fair trade and economic relations that will be discussed during that summit. And also, India is at that APEC summit in the United States. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has met with US officials, the Union Minister and Commerce as well as Industry. Piyush Goyal is also in the United States for the APEC meet. And this is Piyush Goyal there that you can see visuals, the Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, who is currently on a visit to the United States, held a meeting with the US Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai during the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework in San Francisco. Piyush Goyal participated in the Investors Roundtable organized in collaboration with the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum and the diaspora there. This is the Indian diaspora. Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal has visited the manufacturing facility of US-based electric vehicle, that is Tesla, at the Fremont, California area, and said that the company would be doubling its auto components imports from India. That is what he put out in a message on X. The minister is in the United States on a 4-day visit. The minister visited the manufacturing facility of the US-based electric vehicle major Tesla on Tuesday and highlighted India's role in contributing to Tesla's remarkable journey. During his visit, he engaged with Indian engineers and financial professionals, but he also missed meeting Elon Musk. Elon Musk and Piyush Goyal were meant to meet, but Elon Musk fell sick, which is why they were unable to hold that meeting. He went on to put out a message on X saying that Elon Musk's magnetic presence was missed. Notably, the Twitter boss was unable to meet the minister in person as he was unwell. And responding to Mr. Goyal's post on his visit to the Tesla factory, the billionaire said he was honored by the minister's visit and said that he looked forward to a future meeting. Goyal is expected to engage with technology, entrepreneurship, as well as academic communities in Silicon Valley, discussing investment opportunities, expansion possibilities, whether it's in India for American companies, particularly in sectors like electronics, technology, and fintech.
The laser focus on bringing a clean administration to India, the efforts to strengthen the macroeconomic fundamentals of the economy, and the collective effort of 1.4 billion Indians working with a sense of duty, a sense of purpose, a very deep commitment to making India a corruption-free economy.
And the Israeli military has gone on to say early today that it is carrying out an operation against Hamas in a certain area of Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City. The hospital, where thousands of injured and displaced people are sheltering, has been a focal point of the Israeli Defense Forces in recent days. Israel and the United States have said that without specifying that they have evidence that Hamas Hamas houses its headquarters and tunnels under the hospital, a claim that the militant group denies. Israel has repeatedly ordered people inside Al-Shifa, the largest hospital in Gaza, to evacuate, but many have remained due to injuries or due to safety concerns. IDF forces, including tanks, surrounded the hospital compound in recent days. The United States has said that it has intelligence that Hamas has a command center under Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. National Security spokesperson John Kirby has said that the group stored arms there and they were prepared for an Israeli attack. This is the first time that the United States has independently backed claims by close ally Israel that Hamas uses hospitals to hide its bases. Hamas, however, has gone on to deny those claims. The statement came as Israel has been facing mounting global pressure to protect civilians trapped in hospitals. Israel's, this is the Emergency Response Service, says at least 2 people were injured from shrapnel in Tel Aviv on Tuesday as militants from Gaza Strip continued launching rockets at Israel. The emergency responder said one of the injured, a 20-year-old man, was in serious condition, while another, a 43-year-old woman, was in moderate condition. They received injuries to their limbs believed to be caused by shrapnel. Israel continued to carry out airstrikes on the Gaza Strip. This is on Tuesday as well as this morning, as fighting between Israeli troops and Palestinian militants continued in the northern part of the enclave. Another 200,000 people were estimated to have fled south in the past 10 days, is what the UN Humanitarian Office had to say. The humanitarian office, known as OCHA, said only one hospital in the north is capable of treating patients. Some of the fighting is around hospitals where patients, newborns and medics are stranded with no electricity and dwindling supplies. An Israeli airstrike hit a residential area near the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Gaza's central city of Deir al-Balah on Tuesday, killing several people, wounding others, according to local health authorities, who couldn't immediately provide a specific death toll from the strike. The attack hit south of Wadi Gaza, the strip of Westlands, and under which the Israeli army has designated as outside of the combat zone in the north. The Delhi strike made clear once again that those south of the Israeli military's evacuation zone were in no way safe from the heavy Israeli bombardment that persisted in Gaza as ground forces continued their street battles in the heart of Gaza City. Now, fighting between Israeli troops and Palestinian militants in northern Gaza caused another 200,000 people to flee south in the past 10 days, is what the UN Humanitarian Office had to say. Israel's foreign minister lashed out at the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, saying that the chief of the world body does not deserve to hold the job. Eli Cohen has spoken at a Geneva news conference alongside 4 relatives of hostages as part of Israel's bid to keep the international spotlight on the plight of hostages seized by militants from Hamas in their deadly October 7th rampage in Israel. Cohen also called on the International Red Cross, this is to apply more pressure to help free Israeli hostages.
Gutierrez does not deserve to be the head of the United Nations. Gutierrez did not promote any peace process in the region. And I think that Gutierrez, like all the free nation, should say clearly and loudly, free Gaza from Hamas. Everyone said that Hamas there was than ISIS. Why he cannot say it? I think that the Red Cross should be more loud and clear with the statement and with the pressure. We don't ask them to negotiate in regard of the releasing of the hostages. This is our work and we are doing it through our allies.
Now, the first rainfall in Gaza since the Israel-Hamas war has worsened already dire conditions for displaced Palestinians in the besieged enclave, who are now grappling with the effects of severe weather without enough food, water or medicine. With wet winters, Palestinians in Gaza are fearful of the inconveniences that rain will bring, as many find themselves living in dire conditions in overcrowded displacement shelters. Palestinians in Gaza, already reeling from Israeli bombardment, fear that the weather in the coming season will compound their woes. The cold front on Tuesday battered families who had fled the northern part of Gaza and taken refuge in flimsy tents in the courtyard of Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in the central city of Deir el-Balah. Vivian Silva, a Canadian-born Israeli activist who devoted her life to seeking peace with the Palestinians, was confirmed dead in Hamas. This is the October 7th incursion into southern Israel. For 38 days, Silva, who had moved to Israel in the 1970s and made a home in Israel, had been believed to be among the nearly 240 hostages held in the Gaza Strip. But identification of some of the most badly burned remains has gone slowly, and her family was notified of her death on Monday. Silva was a dominant figure in several groups that promoted peace between Israel and Palestinians, as well as a prominent Israeli human rights group. She also volunteered with a group that drove Gaza cancer patients to Israeli hospitals for medical care. Families of about 240 people captured by Hamas during its October 7th raid in Israel started their protest march from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem on Tuesday. The Israeli ministry has gone on to say that Noah Marciano, a 19-year-old Israeli soldier, is the first known hostage to have been killed in captivity. Hamas released a hostage video late on Monday showing Marciano identifying herself. In a statement likely given under duress, she said Israeli strikes were hitting near where she was being held and called on Israel to halt them. Hamas said that she was killed in an Israeli strike without providing evidence. The Israeli military did not initially acknowledge her death after the release of that video, saying Hamas continues to exploit psychological terrorism and act inhumanely through videos and photographs of hostages. Hamas says dozens of captives have been killed in Israeli strikes, but has not provided evidence. Israel has dismissed such claims as psychological warfare. Demonstrators gathered in Geneva on Tuesday to demand further intervention by the international community in the plight of the hostages taken during the Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of last month. Relatives of the hostages said that they knew nothing about their conditions after nearly 40 days in captivity. More than 1,200 people in Israel have died, most of them in the Hamas attack, and about 240 hostages were taken from the Israel, as far as that region is concerned, into Gaza by Palestinian militants. More than 100 pro-Palestinian Filipino protesters clashed with the police in front of the U.S. Embassy. This is in Manila on Tuesday. The police tried to stop the protesters using riot shields, but were outnumbered by almost 200 protesters until they reached the front of the U.S. Embassy. Israel is being funded by the United States. The bombs being dropped from Gaza come from the United States. The bullets used on Palestinians come from the United States. The drones used on Palestinians also come from the United States, is what the protest leader had to say. The United States has not called for any kind of meaningful ceasefire that would prevent the carnage, and that we've been seeing, is what he went on to add. The United States has pushed for temporary pauses to allow wider distribution of badly needed aid. As of last Friday, more than 11,000 Palestinians, two-thirds of them women and minors, have been killed since the Israel-Hamas war began, according to the Hamas-run Health Ministry in Gaza, which does not differentiate between civilian and militant deaths. About 2,700 people have been reportedly missing. At least 1,200 people have died on the Israeli side, mostly civilians killed in the initial Hamas attack. Palestinians, these are the Palestinian militants, are holding nearly 240 hostages seized in the raids, including children, women, men, and also older adults. The military says 44 soldiers have been killed in ground operations in Gaza. Over the past month, many residents in villages in southern Lebanon along the border with Israel have left to safer areas further north as the exchange of fire between Hezbollah and Israeli troops have increased. Israel's military has been pounding the outskirts for days now. The United States ambassador to Ukraine officially handed over a fleet of heavy machinery to Ukrainian officials on Tuesday to help in the nation's defense and reconstruction efforts. The machinery will be used to utilize the consequences of air and artillery shelling. Vehicles are able to clear rubble as well as to help people from frontline areas to start restoration processes. The first Russian citizen evacuated from the Gaza Strip arrived at the airport on Tuesday. The Russian Emergency Ministry has gone on to tell state television that showed videos of the release. A total of 70 Russian citizens were evacuated through Cairo from the besieged Gaza Strip. The Israel-Hamas war was triggered by Hamas's surprise attack into Israel, in which militants massacred hundreds of civilians and dragged some 240 hostages back to Gaza. The war has killed thousands of Palestinian civilians and wreaked widespread destruction on the impoverished enclave. Israel has promised to crush Hamas following the militant group's deadly incursion into the southern part of Israel that set off the war, now in its 6th week. The evacuation of Russian citizens from this organized war by the Russian diplomats and the emergency ministry. The evacuees were met by emergency workers as well as representatives of the Russian Foreign Ministry and volunteers as well. A Moscow court on Tuesday fined Google once again for its repeated refusal to store the personal data of Russian residents in Russia. This is not the first time the court has fined the IT giant. In August of this year, a Russian court has imposed a fine of 3 million ruble, which is equal to $32,000. That was the fine on Google for failing to delete alleged false information about the conflict in Ukraine. The move by a magistrate's court follows similar actions against Apple and also Wikipedia. Western countries on Monday repeatedly called on Russia to end domestic repression of dissident voices and end its war in Ukraine and rights violation related to it, as Russia came under a regular review at the UN's top human rights body. A delegation from Moscow defended Russia's right to ensure law and order by restricting some form of protest or voices that might threaten domestic security. The hearing in Geneva was part of an exercise, this is known as the Universal Periodic Review, which all UN member states face about 4 to 5 years in connection with the UN-backed Human Rights Council. Now, after Russian President Vladimir Putin launched the invasion in February last year, Russia has come under widespread international condemnation. 2 separate teams of UN-backed investigators have also been looking into rights abuses that have been carried out in Ukraine and domestically in Russia as well. K-pop's Icons 17 performed at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris to an audience of screaming fans. Members of the internationally renowned group also gave speeches as part of the 13th UNESCO Youth Forum. Their appearance at the forum is described by UNESCO as a recognition of the importance of blending art with activism and call for youth empowerment and collective action. This is the global UNESCO Youth Forum that has been held every 2 years since 1999 with the aim of giving young people the chance to share ideas with representatives of the member states of UNESCO and youth-related institutions from around the world. UNESCO says 170 youth change makers are to gather at the forum to discuss the social impact of climate change.
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope,
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
But no solution in sight. However, there are people in Delhi making a song on the pollution crisis. Let's listen in.
NCR में आकर तो देखो वोट मांगने जो नेता आते थे घर में फोन उनको तुम अब मिला कर तो देखो यहाँ ब्रीदिंग नहीं आसान बस इतना समझ लीजिए एक स्मॉग का दरिया है और डूब के जाना है हर एक सांस में अब कश का नशा है, ले ले बेटा ये दिल्ली का मजा है।
वाह बेटा मजा आ गया।
बाप के नाम पे चौड़े होने वाले,
जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है?
पूछते हैं वो अब कि मेरा बाप कहाँ है।
हाँ?
So we have Vasu Sharma and we also have Nirbhay Garg joining us, the people behind this song. Very apt song. The timing is also perfect. What drove you to drive the point home, Vasu?
Yeah, so basically I was in Himachal a couple of weeks back, and what happened was when I came back and I saw this like the Kali Chadar, the thick smog in Delhi. So I got really unwell, like I got a fever and I got bad throat, and the whole inspiration that I brought from Himachal turned into some kind of a frustration, a rant and anger, and that's how the song came to being. So I wrote some lyrics poem, I invited Nirbhay to sing on it, and the whole idea of Qawwali and Nirbhay bringing his own flavor came in. So that's how the song was born.
Right, Nirbhay, what kind of response are you getting to your song that's made references to problems associated with Delhi and Delhiites?
Well, from most Delhiites, from 99% of the people, we are getting the same response that we wanted. We wanted a social problem to be highlighted, and it was made as such. And I believe everyone from the age groups of 15 to 75 agrees with our song. They agree that the thick layer of smog and smoke is really causing them health problems, and there must be something done about the problem which is persisting, and I believe there's been a positive response to us, and I think there'll be something done about it in the future, in the recent coming days. I hope so, at least.
Well, internationally, you know, there have been movies made on the pollution crisis here in India, especially in Delhi. International media does not mince words when it comes to describing the alarming perennial situation at hand, but no permanent solutions in place. Vasu.
Yeah, it seems like that the problem persists for like last a decade, maybe or so. We are facing this problem 8 to 9 years. And there has been no concrete action being taken, though government are like doing a lot of things. They're coming up with really good innovations, but things are not in place. Yep. The execution of those innovations are not in place. Yep. And we are not doing enough to combat this pollution, this menace.
Like, yeah, I would like to add, like the Pusa biodecomposer which was introduced, I don't know what happened of it, because it was a really good move, because as we know that if we mix the stubble in the soil, it degrades the quality of the soil. If we burn it, then we are seeing what it happens and what it does to the air around us. So there must be a policy shift, a major policy shift in India, and which should be pro-farmer, so that they don't have to really transport their stubble or their produce, because transport again is very costly, and as we know that most farmers in India are small farmers who operate on an acre or less. So it's not feasible for them financially to transport their stubble. So there must be something on the policy side which can be done, so that we can deal with stubble even more efficiently, with vehicular pollution even more efficiently, with industrial pollution even more efficiently. There must be something, there can be something. There are brilliant people in the policy industry in India, as we are seeing. So
we're still at stage of discussing options, waiting for approvals, waiting for budgets to be cleared, when so much money has been set aside for pollution.
Yes.
Like you mentioned, there's so many people involved in finding solutions, but such delays seem like a joke. But what's not funny is your song. It's very apt, and if you could just sing us your song for all our viewers.
I will be glad to. Sure.
तुम्हें क्लीन हवा भूल जानी पड़ेगी, दिल्ली एनसीआर में आकर तो देखो। तुम्हें क्लीन हवा भूल जानी पड़ेगी, दिल्ली एनसीआर में आकर तो देखो। वोट मांगने जो नेता आते थे घर में, फोन उनको तुम अब मिला कर तो देखो। यहाँ ब्रीदिंग नहीं आसान, बस इतना समझ लीजिए, एक स्मोक का दरिया है और डूब के जाना है। हर एक सांस में अब कश का नशा है, ले ले बेटा ये दिल्ली का मजा है। बाप के नाम पे चौड़े होने वाले पूछते हैं वो अब कि मेरा बाप कहाँ है. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Nirmay Garg and Vasu Sharma, for joining us and for singing that song, which is very apt for the problems that Delhi faces and Delhiites. Thank you and all the best for your song. Well, let's get you the latest from the cricketing world. India has chosen to bat as far as a semi-final match in Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. Osama, what details do you have for us?
Well, it is the big semi-final, the first semi-final between India and New Zealand. And remember, this has been building up for the last 4 years. 2019 was the last time that India played New Zealand in the semi-finals. And we all know what happened in that semi-final. MS Dhoni getting run out and India losing that match by 18 runs. So this time around, India would like to right the wrongs that happened in the past. This is what Team India is looking at. They have made a good start. They are 80 odd runs for 1 wicket. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, both of them got great starts. And Rohit Sharma was in fact was the destructor in chief for Team India. He went about doing his business, the same things that he has been doing throughout in this particular tournament. He was looking to get a big score in this match at his home ground in Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. But unfortunately, he got out trying to hit one out of the park. Kane Williamson, the captain of the New Zealand team, taking a brilliant catch to dismiss Rohit Sharma. As of now, India are 89 for 1 run. There are a lot of batsmen who are in form for India. You have the likes of KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer to come. Virat Kohli is at the crease. He survived a first ball scare. He survived the LBW appeal on that very first ball. The entire country was holding their breath when that appeal was made. But luckily for India, it is only 1 wicket that has gone down. We'll have to wait and watch how the match progresses. But India have decided to bat first on a pitch which is favouring the batsmen, and that is what India wanted to do going into this match. And they have made a great start. They are looking to post as many runs as they can. Is it going to be another high-scoring match involving India? We'll have to wait and watch. Remember, New Zealand is the bogey team when it comes to India, and especially when it comes to semi-finals and knockouts of an ICC tournament. They have thwarted India in the last 3 occasions: the World Test Championship final, the 2019 semi-final, and the 2022 World Cup, T20 World Cup. So India will be wary of what New Zealand brings to the table. But at this point of time, they are also very confident in their abilities and will be looking to break that knockout jinx that has been basically came after India in the last couple of years. We'll have to wait and watch how the match progresses. As of now, India in a strong position, 92 for 1 after the completion of 12 overs. We'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
A terrible accident in Jammu and Kashmir. 36 people are dead after a bus fell down a gorge. This was in the Doda district. The injured have been shifted to the district hospital. It's been over 78 hours of the tunnel collapse in Uttarakhand. The rescue efforts are still on, but fresh landslides have hampered the rescue efforts. A new drill is now on the way to create a rescue passage for the 40 workers who are trapped. India lose Rohit Sharma in the 8th over. Sharma sets a 6-hitting record, out for 47. Chinese President Xi Jinping is in San Francisco for the APEC meeting, a summit of Asia-Pacific leaders. He will also be meeting US President Joe Biden today at an undisclosed location from India. Minister Piyush Goyal is there. He met with US officials. And cookie groups issue an ultimatum to the centre, say they will establish their own administration and claim the CBI has been selective in taking up cases. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Our top story: 36 people have died, 19 others injured after a bus fell into a gorge in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda. The bus skidded off the road near the Trungal Asar on the Batote-Kishtwar National Highway and fell 300 feet downhill, is what the authorities have said. Let's go across to Nazir for more on this. In Nazir, the number has gone up to 36 and there were over 50 people in the bus. There will be an inquiry, but it does seem that the bus was very crowded.
Yeah, clearly this bus was overcrowded. More than 55 people were traveling in this bus when it met with the accident. 36 people have died. This is one of the most tragic accidents in the recent times in Jammu and Kashmir. And there have been more than 4,000 accidents in Jammu and Kashmir this year till August. And more than 500 people have died. But this appears is the worst accident. You know, this bus was coming from Kishtwar to Jammu, and when it reached a place called Asar, it fell into a 300 feet deep gorge, and most of the people lost their lives. 19 people are injured. Condition of some of the injured is stated to be very critical, and officials say they are making arrangements to airlift them to Jammu. Helicopters are being pressed in service. Condition of some of the injured is very, very critical. So really very tragic incident. Soon after the accident, rescue teams rushed to the spot and to first try to evacuate the injured to hospital, and they were first shifted to the district hospital Doda, where they have been treated, and the critically injured are being flown to the Jammu hospital. But as we know, 36 people losing their lives in the road accident, in the bus accident, is the worst, bus accidents in the recent times in Jammu and Kashmir. It has shocked entire area, and because there were people who had come from Kishtwar, they were traveling to Jammu, and they were once they reached the Asar, place called Asar, it met with this tragic accident. Prime Minister, Home Minister, Union Minister Jatinder Singh, former Chief Ministers Umar Abdullah, Mahbub Mufti, all have expressed their anguish over the death. But will there be an inquiry? There have been, this area has witnessed frequent, accidents because it is a mountainous area. There's a problem, and what precious, little has been done to prevent these accidents. As I have already mentioned, there have been more than 4,000 accidents in Jammu and Kashmir till August this year, only in 8 months. So clearly something is horribly wrong where you see people losing precious lives are lost. And in this accident, 36 people have been killed, and it's very, very clear bus was overcrowded. More than 55 people were on board when this bus met with the accident.
All right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Very, very tragic. 36 people are now dead in that bus accident. Well, moving on to news now from Uttarakhand of the tunnel collapse, and a fresh landslide has hampered efforts to rescue the 40 labourers who remain trapped in the under construction tunnel in Uttarakhand. It's been over 70 hours. Rescue officials had spent hours preparing a platform for something called the auger drilling machine. This was going to insert steel pipes through the rubble, but then a landslide last night forced them to dismantle the machine and start work on the platform again. The drilling machine would have helped create a passage for the labourers to come out of the tunnel, which collapsed on Sunday morning. Now, officials say around 21 meters of the slab blocking the tunnel has been removed, and a 19 meters passage is yet to be cleared, and new equipment is being flown in from Delhi now to assist in the rescue operations. Several workers are also protesting at the rescue site over the delay in getting and rescuing the trapped workers. NDTV's Kishore Rawat sent us this report from the location.
लगभग 74 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय हो चुका है और 40 जिंदगियां अभी भी निकलने की आए बैठी हुई है कि कब वो बाहर निकले, और प्रयास लगातार जारी है। मैं आपको कुछ तस्वीरें दिखाऊंगा कि सामने एक तस्वीर है कि ये टनल कैसी है और टनल में ऊपर मलबा किस तरीके से है। पहले तो वो सामने देख सकते हैं कि वो टनल का रास्ता है, और हम इस वक्त ठीक टनल के ऊपर मौजूद है। इसके नीचे से टनल जा रही है, और लगभग अगर हम वहाँ से पैदल चलने के बाद लगभग हम 100 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ पर पैदल चलकर आ चुके हैं। आने का मकसद सिर्फ यही है कि जो बार बार नीचे लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है वो क्यों हो रहा है और कितनी बड़ी तादाद में है, क्योंकि अक्सर लोगों के मन में सवाल हो रहे होंगे कि लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है, लेकिन कितनी तादाद में है। थोड़ा सा जो पत्थर दिखाना चाहूँगा कि किस तरीके से वो मटेरियल पे है। ये थोड़ा मटेरियल ये इस तरीके का पत्थर पे और इस तरीके से चूरा निकल रहा है, क्योंकि हम लगातार जो ट्रक्स बाहर मलबा लेके आ रहे हैं वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। ये पूरी तरह से इस तरीके का चूरा अंदर मौजूद है, और ये लगातार जो मटेरियल निकल जा रहा है वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। लगभग हम अगर बात करें पहाड़ की बात करें जो टनल के ठीक ऊपर है, हम ठीक वहाँ पर मौजूद है जहाँ पर ये लोग फंसे हैं। एग्जैक्ट तो नहीं है, लेकिन ठीक उसके आसपास ही है। ये पूरा पहाड़ है। ये पहाड़ अगर नीचे से हाइट देखी जाए तो लगभग ये 200 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ है, और टनल इसके नीचे से जा रही है। तो समझ सकते हैं कितना बड़ा पहाड़ और कितनी बड़ी तादाद में ये मटेरियल जो लगातार लैंडस्लाइड के रूप में नीचे गिर रहा है ये मौजूद है। और एक बड़ा टास्क है कि इस मटेरियल से निकालकर उन लोगों को बाहर निकालना है, लेकिन प्रयास जारी है। और अभी एक बड़ी मशीन पहुंचेगी और वो लगातार इसको ड्रिल करेगी, और संभवतः वो लोग बाहर निकलेंगे। 75 घंटे होने के बाद भी मजदूरों का हंगामा बढ़ रहा है। ये देखिए जिस तरीके से मजदूर पीछे आप देख सकते हैं कि इस तरह से विरोध कर रहे हैं, अंदर घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और लगातार इन मजदूरों का एक ही कहना है कि लंबा समय हो चुका है लेकिन अभी तक ये लोग नहीं निकले हैं।
अब मिशन फेल हो जाएगा तो फिर क्या भरोसा है? क्या भरोसा इस मिशन पर है? एक मिशन फेल हुआ, अभी तक 24 घंटा हो गया, वो दूसरा काम अभी इंतजाम नहीं हुआ। वो मशीन का हम लोग का भरोसा दिया जा रहा है। अगर वो मशीन फेल हो जाएगा फिर हम लोग किस पर भरोसा करेंगे? एक मशीन फेल
लगातार ये मजदूरों का आपका काफी लंबा समय हो गया, नहीं निकल पा रहे?
नहीं निकल पा रहे सर, बहुत दिन हो रहा है, 4 दिन हुआ है फंसे हुए हैं। वो लोग भी दुख तकलीफ से पड़े हुए हैं। तो हम लोग का आदमी चाहिए, आज किसी भी हालत में हम लोग का आदमी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल नाराजगी काफी है, क्योंकि कई चीजें फेल होने के बाद ये देखिए पुलिस के साथ इनकी भिड़ंत हुई है अभी, और लगातार इनका एक ही कहना है कि आखिर क्यों नहीं निकल पा रहे, और लगातार पुलिस इनको समझाने का प्रयास कर रही है, लेकिन लगता है कि ये कर नहीं पा रहे हैं। भाई साहब, लंबा समय हो गया नहीं निकल पा रहे लोगों को।
सर मेरा ये है बोलना कि हमारा प्रोसेस 5 दिन से कंटिन्यू रेडी में। हमारा जो मतलब शासन प्रशासन जो आया है बाहर से, NDRF SDRF, इन्होंने भी क्या किया अभी तक, इनको एक मौका भी नहीं दिया गया मेरे ख्याल से। और जो हमारे कंपनी के मेंबर्स हैं, बोर्ड जो हमारा हेड ऑफिस स्टाफ है जो भी है, उन लोगों ने आज 4 दिन हो गए प्रोसेस को करते हुए, कुछ किया नहीं है।
बिल्कुल ये नाराजगी दिखा रहे हैं, और इस वक्त अगर आपके लंबा समय हो गया, 75 घंटे से ज्यादा हो गया अभी तक।
75 घंटे नहीं सर, शनिवार को आदमी घुसा है,
शनिवार को घुसा
दिन है, अभी तक खाना पानी कुछ नहीं गया। लोग झूठ बोलता है, सब मजाक बना के रखा है। सर हम अंदर में काम करता हूँ, हम अंदर में काम करता हूँ सर, हमको मालूम नहीं है।
बात हो रही है आपको। बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं कि इनका कहना है कि अभी तक कुछ नहीं हो पा रहा, ये विरोध में है। तमाम स्थानीय मजदूर, बाहर के जो तमाम मजदूर है वो भी यहाँ पे लगातार विरोध कर रहे हैं और इनका एक ही कहना है कि आखिर उनके लोगों को कब निकाला जाएगा। 74 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय गुजर चुका है और जो परिजन हैं उनका भी अब धैर्य जवाब दी जा रहा है क्योंकि उनके अपने अंदर है और अभी तक बाहर आने की कोई ऐसी संभावना नहीं दिख रही है। हमारे साथ ये परिजन मौजूद है। आपका नाम क्या है?
तीरथ सिंह नेगी।
अच्छा, एक चीज़ बताइए, क्योंकि अब समय भी गुजर जाता है, आपको लग रहा है कि समय ज़्यादा निकल रहा है और आपको परेशानी हो रही है, इंतज़ार ज़्यादा बढ़ता जा रहा है?
नहीं, देखो, हमें तो कोई, हमारे को तो एक ही ध्यान है कि वो जो बेचारे वहाँ फंसे हुए हैं वो बाहर आए। हमारे को कोई परेशानी, हमारा ध्यान उन्हीं पे है कि वो सुरक्षित बाहर आए। और आज के ज़माने में सब चीज़ की सुविधा है, ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ नहीं है, पर यह है कि ध्यान माना ये लोग अभी भी हमारा काम है सच्चाई देश के जो है जागृत करना कि ये हमारा उत्तराखंड जो है देवभूमि है। और वो लोग अभी भी, वो जो बेचारा मेरे भाई सुपरवाइजर, वो बोला कि मेरे लेबर पहले बाहर आएंगे तब मैं बाहर आऊँगा, नहीं तो 5 स्टार होटल में मना कर। न ये कंपनी का जो चीफ जैसे होता है, ये कंपनी माना बहुत बढ़िया है, पर गब्बर सिंह ये बेचारा जो है अपना सेक्रीफाइस कर रहा है, अपनी जान को नहीं देख रहा, पर बोला मेरे लेबर है जो, पहले इनको बाहर निकालो, है ना। और हम भी देख रहे हैं 2-3 दिन से आजकल, जबकि सब सुविधा है यहाँ पर, इतना बढ़िया जगह है ना, और जो है वो कब बाहर आ जाते। और अभी भी हम भगवान से यही प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि सब राज्य खुशी बाहर आएँ, पर ये नहीं कि कोई क्या खाए, कौन क्या करे, वो सुरक्षित रहें। और माना इस देवभूमि में एक नया सुविधा बन रही है, पर बिना त्याग का। हम लोगों का नेशनल फ्लैग, हमने कहा हमने फौज में रहे, चाइना वाले भी अभी भी उनकी नज़र यहाँ है हमारे उस पर ये देवभूमि एक सुरक्षित हो जाएगी एक समय। भगवान तेरा पर अभी हमारा काम है कि उनको सुरक्षित बाहर निकालना, जिस काम के लिए इस जगह में आ रखे हैं। माना, हाँ जी बोलिए।
क्योंकि आप बहुत देर से इंतजार कर रहे हैं, हर कोई देख रहा है कब बाहर आए, क्या आंखें तरस रही है उनको देखने के लिए? कम से कम बाहर तो आए, ये सारा काम चल रहा है, लेकिन
नहीं, हमारी, मैंने बोला नहीं, हमारा का एक ही ध्यान है, हमारे दिमाग में एक ही चीज़ है कि हमारा भाई लोग जो भी बेचारे कर्मठ है वो सुरक्षित आएँ, और उनके बिना ही चला रहा, बाहर होते तो वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ी व्यवस्था होती है। ये तो सब चीज़ दिखाई दे रहा है, यहाँ पे नेचुरल दिखाई दे रहा है, जबकि मशीन है, आजकल हवाई जहाज, सब सुविधाएं, फौजी लोग हैं।
बिल्कुल, ये
है ना,
ये वो लोग हैं जो अपने परिजनों का इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि कब वो बाहर आए। लगातार वहाँ पर इनकी नज़रें इसी टनल पर टिकी हुई है, और इस टनल पर इसलिए टिकी हुई है क्योंकि यहाँ से उनके परिजन धीरे धीरे बाहर आए, और शायद एक उम्मीद ज़रूर इनके जाग रही है कि नई मशीन आ रही है, लेकिन अब देखना होगा कि कब तक इनके परिजन बाहर आते हैं, लेकिन इनका धैर्य ज़रूर जवाब दे रहा है।
All right, Kishore Rawat, they're sending us ground reports from the tunnel collapse site. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera.
All right, the latest now on the Israel-Gaza war, and as Palestinian authorities proposed a supervised evacuation of Gaza's biggest hospital, experts have warned that transporting vulnerable babies and patients is a perilous proposition under even the best circumstances.
Chances of safe transport of sick and tiny newborns are extremely low to zero, because if you can't transport in safety, meaning that you can get to your destination, and if you don't have skilled providers in the ambulance, and you can't go by airplane, obviously, and you don't have the right equipment, you're just, it's a hopeless situation. I'm so sorry to say. It's, for me as a pediatrician and somebody who's been involved in crises like this, it's really heartbreaking.
In fact, Israeli forces have entered Gaza's largest hospital in what the military has said is a targeted operation. The military also released footage on Wednesday of what it says shows Israeli troops operating in the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, the army said its forces entering the hospital, and this is the site of a lengthy standoff. The Israeli army had surrounded the facility as part of its ground offensive against the Hamas, claiming the militant group has concealed military operations in the hospital complex. But with hundreds of patients and medical personnel inside, it had refrained from entering. And the White House's National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said the U.S. has unspecified intelligence from a variety of sources that Hamas and another Palestinian militants use Shifa and other hospitals and tunnels underneath them to hide and support military operations, as well as hold hostages. Briefing the press aboard Air Force One, Kirby added that the U.S. does not support airstrikes on hospitals and does not want to see a firefight in a hospital where innocent people, helpless people and sick people are simply trying to get the medical care that they deserve.
That we have information that Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad use some hospitals in the Gaza Strip, including Al-Shifa, and tunnels underneath them to conceal and to support their military operations and to hold hostages. Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ, members operate a command and control node from Al-Shifa in Gaza City. They have stored weapons there, and they're prepared to respond to an Israeli military operation against that facility. Now, to be clear, we do not support striking a hospital from the air, and we do not want to see a firefight in a hospital where innocent people, helpless people, sick people are simply trying to get the medical care that they deserve, not to be caught in a crossfire. Hospitals and patients must be protected.
All right, let's move on now to some other news, and let's update you on the cricket and the World Cup, and it's India-New Zealand at the Wankhede Stadium. India won the toss, opted to bat. India captain Rohit Sharma gave his team a flying start. He scored a breezy 47 off just 29 balls before Tim Southee took his wicket. Virat Kohli and Shubman Gill are at the crease. India have already crossed 80 in the first 10 overs. So huge excitement, obviously, at Wankhede Stadium. NDTV's Ronak spoke with a differently abled fan who is there to watch the semi-final.
That's high. Williamson has taken it.
भारत बनाम न्यूजीलैंड का जो हाई वोल्टेज सेमीफाइनल मैच मुंबई के वानखेड़े स्टेडियम में खेला जा रहा है, उसको सपोर्ट करने के लिए धर्मपाल जी भी हमारे साथ मौजूद है, जो कि जगह जगह पर जहां पर भी टीम इंडिया खेलती है वहां पर सपोर्ट करने के लिए पहुंचते हैं। दिव्यांग आप देख सकते हैं, लेकिन ये बताइए कि आप इतने बड़े फैन है, कब से ये जुनून रहा और आज का मैच की तरफ आप कैसे देखते हैं? आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि ये एक नॉकआउट मैच है, इसका एक अलग प्रेशर देखने को मिलता है। अब तक जो मैच खेले वो अलग थे, ये फ्रेम ऑफ माइंड डिफरेंट होता है, तो इसको लेकर आपका क्या कहना है?
लोग सबसे पहले तो मेरी जर्नी 2006 से स्टार्ट हुई। वहाँ से मैंने खुद नॉर्मल लोगों के साथ खेलता था क्रिकेट, तो मेरी क्रिकेट का एक जुनून, जो बुखार होता है ना, क्रिकेट का फीवर, वो मेरे को वहाँ से अपने गांव पे परसा से, मुरैना जिले गांव में मेरा गांव पे परसा है, वहाँ से लोगों के साथ खेलता था। लोग कहते थे यार आगे जाएगा क्रिकेट खेलना, फिर मैंने फिजिकली डिसेबल्ड क्रिकेट खेलना स्टार्ट किया। अभी भी व्हीलचेयर क्रिकेट खेल रहा हूँ, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। रही बात आज के मैच की, आज का मैच बहुत हाई वोल्टेज मैच है, बहुत प्रेशराइज मैच है। आपने अभी कहा था कि प्रेशराइज होता है, नॉकआउट मैच है, बट हमने बहुत सारे नॉकआउट खेले हैं, पर न्यूजीलैंड को भी हम कमजोर नहीं ले रहे हैं और आईसीसी इवेंट है तो हमें सावधानी के साथ खेलना चाहिए। लक फेवर सब अपने साथ है आज। इंडियन टीम जरूर बीट करेगी यहाँ पे।
लेकिन आपका हॉट फेवरेट कौन है? क्योंकि टीम इंडिया में गेंदबाज भी शानदार बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं। मोहम्मद शामी हो की बात की जाए या फिर जसप्रीत बुमराह की बात की जाए, बैट्समैन भी लगातार शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दिखा रहे हैं। तो आपका सबसे फेवरेट प्लेयर कौन है फिलहाल?
इंडिविजुअली कोई नहीं है, मैं पूरा इंडियन टीम मेरी फेवरेट है और इंडियन टीम को चाहे बॉलिंग हो, अपना बैटिंग हो या फील्डिंग हो, कुछ भी हो, अपना सारा प्रीवियस मैचों में बेस्ट करते आ रहे हैं। हमने सारे 9 मैचेस देखे इस वर्ल्ड कप के, सारे मैच कवर करके आ रहा हूँ मैं। देखा कहीं पे हमको वीक पॉइंट नहीं लग रहा, कहीं पे कोई वीक पॉइंट नहीं लग रहा। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है बॉलिंग में बुमराह, शामी एंड सिराज, इन तीनों से बच गए तो जड्डू और कुलदीप, मतलब बचने का कोई चांस नहीं है कहीं पे भी। और बल्लेबाजी में तो आप देख रहे हैं विराट भाई है, रोहित है, शुभमान गिल है, श्रेयस है। और एक और प्लस पॉइंट हम बेंगलोर से लेके हैं, अपना 4 और 5 वाला नंबर वाला 100 लगाता है तो अपना कॉन्फिडेंस हमेशा हाई रहता है।
लेकिन 2019 में हमने देखा था कि ऐसे ही शानदार परफॉर्मेंस टीम इंडिया का था, लेकिन सेमीफाइनल में न्यूजीलैंड ने ही हमें शिकस्त दे दी थी। आज का कहीं ना कहीं वो पुरानी यादें बैक ऑफ माइंड रहेगी? आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा प्रेशर है?
देखिए अभी वर्तमान में जीने का समय है। पुरानी बातें भूल जाना ही अच्छी चीज़ है, क्योंकि जो गंदी चीज़ें और ख़राब चीज़ें होती हैं उनको कभी रिमाइंडर नहीं करना चाहिए। हमेशा पॉजिटिव सोचना चाहिए। पॉजिटिव एनर्जी के साथ इंडियन टीम ने इस वर्ल्ड कप में परफॉर्मेंस किया है। होपफुली आप लोग फिंगर क्रॉस सब लोग, मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से सारे देशवासियों से हाथ जोड़ के विनती करना चाहूँगा, सब लोग इंडियन टीम के लिए प्रे कीजिए और इंडियन टीम यहाँ पे अच्छा शानदार परफॉर्मेंस करे और हम सब लोग मिलते हैं अहमदाबाद में।
अहमदाबाद में मिलते हैं फाइनल के लिए। तो कुछ इस तरह की प्रतिक्रिया जो है वो इंडियन फैंस की देखने को मिल रही है और सभी को उम्मीद है कि हाई वोल्टेज मुकाबला मुंबई के वानखेड़े स्टेडियम में देखने को मिलेगा। लेकिन इस मुकाबले में टीम इंडिया ही हॉट फेवरेट है और टीम इंडिया ही मुकाबला जीतेगी। मुंबई से कैमरा पर्सन राजेंद्र दयालकर के साथ रौनक कुकड़े, NDTV।
All right, well, let's go across to Sama for more. And that fan was saying it's time to, forget about what's happened in the past and live in the present. And he said the whole team is his favorite. But the question everybody wants to know is, will India today, will this semi-final knock out the jinx? Will that jinx finally be broken today?
Well, everyone is hoping that that knockout jinx gets broken in this very match. And especially because we are facing New Zealand, a bogey team for India. A team that has broken so many hearts multiple times on multiple occasions. And when you look at India's record in the knockouts after 2013, it's not favorable in India's favor. 2014, the T20 World Cup, we lost in the final. 2015, the ODI World Cup, we lost in the semi-finals. 2016, the T20 World Cup, we lost in the semi-finals. 2017, the Champions Trophy, we lost in the finals again. 2019, the ODI World Cup, the same opposition, New Zealand, they beat us in the semi-finals. 2021, we lost in the finals of the World Test Championship. Again, in the T20 World Series in 2022, we lost in the semis again. And the last time we faced New Zealand in a knockout match was in the World Test Championship final in 2023. So India will be looking to break that knockout jinx and get that victory. And remember, India hasn't won an ICC tournament since 2013, and that is the kind of pressure that India is carrying. All the Indian players are carrying for the past many years. This, however, is a different story for India in this very World Cup, because the kind of cricket that India has played throughout this tournament, it has been phenomenal. They have dominated. It has been an Indian juggernaut in this particular tournament. And even right now, despite losing Rohit Sharma's wicket, losing Rohit Sharma for 47 runs, India have managed to get back on track. They are scoring at a good rate, 136 for 1 wicket. Virat Kohli hitting those shots cleanly, Shubman Gill hitting them out of the park. So all in all, a good situation for India at the moment. But we'll have to wait and watch, because it is the New Zealand that we are facing. It is a team that has been the bogey team, like I said, for India for so many years. And how India scores in the later part of their innings will define whether India crosses that 350 or reaches that 400 run mark on this pitch, because this particular pitch is batsman friendly. It is a batter's paradise in Wankhede at this point of time. So, and New Zealand have a great team, a great batting side as well. So will India break that knockout jinx will be a question that everyone is asking. But we are hopeful that it does happen today.
Definitely, everyone hoping for that. Thanks so much, Osama, for joining us there with all the latest. Now, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Welcome back. US President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping will meet today before a summit of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation APEC Forum in San Francisco. This meeting between the two leaders will seek to reduce the friction in what many see as the world's most dangerous rivalry. The leaders of the world's two largest economies have known each other for over a decade, and they've shared hours of conversation and 6 interactions since Biden's January 2021 inauguration, but they have met only once in person since then, and she has not visited the US since 2017 when Donald Trump was president. Now, Xi Jinping arrived in San Francisco ahead of the meeting and to attend the summit. This is Xi's first visit to the US in 6 years. And he waved to the crowd and was greeted by the U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, California Governor Gavin Newsom, and the U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. Biden said on the eve of this much-anticipated meeting with Xi Jinping that his goal for the talks is simply to try and get U.S.-Chinese communications back on stable ground after a tumultuous year. The leaders are due to meet at an undisclosed location in the San Francisco Bay Area and then attend the annual summit of APEC. The meeting is expected to cover global issues from the conflict in the Middle East to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, North Korea's ties with Russia, Taiwan, human rights, artificial intelligence, and trade as well. And India is also at the APEC summit. Union Minister Piyush Goyal met US officials, also attended ministerial level talks on clean and fair economy. He met with the US Trade Representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai, and Goyal co-chaired the industry roundtable titled Decoding the Innovation Handshake, US-India Entrepreneurship Partnership, along with US Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo.
The laser focus on bringing a clean administration to India, the efforts to strengthen the macroeconomic fundamentals of the economy, and the collective effort of 1.4 billion Indians working with a sense of duty, a sense of purpose, a very deep commitment to making India a corruption-free economy.
Piyush Goyal also visited the manufacturing facility of Tesla at Fremont, California, and he tweeted also that Tesla's state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Fremont, California, extremely delighted to see talented Indian engineers and finance professionals working at senior positions and contributing to Tesla's remarkable journey. And he said also that proud to see the growing importance of the auto component suppliers from India in the Tesla EV supply chain. It's on its way to double its components imports from India. He also tweeted that missed a meeting Elon Musk and I wish him a speedy recovery. NDTV's Sonia Singh sent us this report from San Francisco.
The world is watching San Francisco, where President Xi Jinping of China and President Joe Biden of the United States will hold a summit. It's the first time the two world leaders are meeting in a year, and it's the first time in 5 years that President Xi is traveling to the United States. This comes amid increasing US-China tension, but it's a bid to break the ice, and the focus will be on trade. President Xi has traveled here for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, a 21-member grouping focusing on trade and economic ties. For the first time, India has been invited as a guest. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal will be attending. For India, it's a big week, as today Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and US Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo signed the innovation handshake, which will really set free the whole regulatory tussle there's been between integrating startup ecosystems of India and the United States. Minister Piyush Goyal also went to the Tesla factory. Elon Musk is unwell, so he didn't meet him there, but said he was extremely happy to meet the number of Indian origin engineers who are working at Tesla, and said he's looking forward to Tesla manufacturing more in India. That's the update from San Francisco. Sonia Singh reporting for NDTV.
All right, some election news now. In Telangana, Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter Kavita, in this candid chat with the NDTV Zuma Sudhir, talks about her surprise choice of favourite politicians, also why she gave up jeans and how she and her family dealt with reports that she was going to be arrested.
Less than 2 weeks to go for election, and we talk politics all the time, but I have with me Kavita, who always wears the role of a politician. No, she always also wears the role of someone who is able to mix with everyone, very easily talk to everyone. All of us know about, when it comes to news, you say the liquor scandal and Kavita's name comes up, or you talk about the women's reservation bill and Kavita's name comes up. Today I'm going to talk to you about other issues. Okay, you're someone who is always so immaculately, nicely dressed as well. Do you have any favorites in terms of fabric, or do you have a personal stylist?
I do not have a stylist. I always wear mostly South Indian saris, but I also wear a lot of Chanderi, Madhya Pradesh, a lot of Kota saris.
I remember you in jeans and so on, but is this the attire of a politician now, so that you're like, okay, this is someone we used to need to treat as a serious woman?
Yes, absolutely. As a politician, I think it's my job, and in my job, I just definitely need to be dressed in a certain way for people to feel that I'm one among them. They can approach me. So when you see, I'm not dressed differently from any other woman on the street, and that's why they come hug me, talk to me directly. I'm more approachable that way.
When people talk about options for CM, they only talk either KTR or they talk about Harish. Is that something that you do feel your gender makes difference?
Not really. I think I have some more time to go for that, to be called myself eligible to that position, because I'm certainly a junior member in the party. I'm working my way up. I won an election, I lost an election, whereas all of them have been 4 times, 3 times elected, and they're active in the party. I'm yet to learn more. I'm yet to grow more and be more in the party and in the people, and I'm sure one day I'll come to that position.
This BJP leaders talking about the fact that, Kavita is going to get arrested yesterday. Did that give you sleepless nights? Because it couldn't have been an easy time for either your mother, your father is a politician, so he may be able to cope better with it, and your children.
See, we are a normal middle class family, so if there is anything like that, it comes to a position where one of the family members will be missing for certain time, it will be very hard on everybody, including my father, brother, mother, my brother's wife, my husband's side. Everybody was definitely very, very anxious, very worried.
Okay, I'll ask you politician role model, but don't tell me a Mother Teresa, Mother, Miss India, Miss Universe kind of answer. Beyond your family.
Beyond my family, in India, I used to like Sushma Swaraj a lot. She's no more. I used to like Jaya Madam a lot.
Jaya Jetli.
No, Jayalalitha. Jayalalitha a lot. Then current politics, I think Mamta, of course, is very good, very active lady, Mamta Di. But in male politicians, I think nobody to match Pinarayi Vijayan other than, after my dad. I think the kind of functions that we see, or the kind of real politics that you see, Pinarayi Vijayan is very, very, very political. And then Ashok Gehlot, I think, is also his political acumen is quite high. Nitish ji to an extent, but yeah, I think Ashok Gehlot is also very...
That's interesting. You left out maybe a very articulate person like Shashi Tharoor.
Shashi Tharoor, see, I'm talking about leaders, not politicians. So a person who's leading a state is what I'm talking about. Shashi Tharoor is a good friend, dear friend, articulate, but politically it's a different thing when you compare. You can't compare Shashi Tharoor to Ashok Gehlot or Vijay, Pinarayi Vijayan ji. So they're very different breed.
Okay. And what does your day usually look like? I mean, election times must be really bad. This is my final one because we are heading into elections. And do you follow a particular routine, fitness routine, diet?
I'm a very early rising person. 3:34 I'm up and I do my yoga, puja, everything even before 6:30, because 6:30 is when my son...
You took after the dad. I mean, your brother doesn't sound so religious in any way.
I'm very religious. I'm very, very religious. I strongly believe in God. 6:30 is when my son leaves to school, so that one golden hour I don't want to miss. So that's why I come back to my home wherever I am traveling at any cost, so I can spend that time with him. 6:30 to, because 1-2 साल के बाद में वो भी चला जाएगा अभी, so he's become big now. So that's 6:30 to 7:30, and then rest is, the day starts and it's completely appointments, etc. So it goes on.
And the high decibel campaign in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh ends in about an hour from now. In the last 3 months, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding at least 14 rallies in Madhya Pradesh. Home Minister Amit Shah addressed 24 public rallies and an equal number in Chhattisgarh. And both Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi travelled extensively in the states. UP Chief Minister was also there, and Rahul Gandhi was in Chhattisgarh addressing public rallies. Let's just take a look at some of the statements made.
भाई और बहनों, भाजपा ने 12,000 की घोषणा कर दी। भूपेश कक्का को मालूम है कि वो आने वाले नहीं है, तो उन्होंने कहा हम 12,000 नहीं कुछ ज्यादा दे देंगे। मगर भूपेश कक्का, जिनकी खुद की कुछ गारंटी न हो, इसकी गारंटी को भला कौन मानेगा? मानेगा क्या? जोर से बोलो, मानेगा क्या? भारतीय जनता पार्टी का घोषणा पत्र का एक एक शब्द प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी है, नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी। उसका पूरा करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी।
जब ओबीसी को हक देने की बात आई, जब जाति जनगणना की बात आई, तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते हैं हिंदुस्तान में कोई जाति नहीं है, सिर्फ गरीब है। और जब चुनाव जीतने की बात आती है तो 24 घंटा नरेंद्र मोदी ओबीसी है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो ओबीसी को देश में भागीदारी नहीं देना चाहते। सीधी सी बात है।
कार्यकर्ताओं को इस बात का संकल्प लेना है कि कांग्रेस के दुष्प्रचार को इस चुनाव में ध्वस्त करते हुए एक एक कार्यकर्ता को, एक एक परिवार, एक एक नागरिक तक पहुंचना है, इस निवेदन के साथ कि वो भाजपा की सरकार प्रदेश में बनाए और संतोष जी को इस क्षेत्र से जिताएं।
हो गया। मैंने सुना है यहाँ पे आप ही के क्षेत्र में
तमाम निर्दोष लोगों पर फर्जी केस लगा के जेल में डाल देते हैं। है? देखिए, मैंने पहले ही कहा, मजाक में कहा, लेकिन मैंने कहा कि गृह मंत्री हैं, यहाँ के जो प्रतिनिधि हैं गृह मंत्री हैं, इनका काम क्या है? इनका काम है कानून को लागू कराना, मतलब जनता को सुरक्षित रखना। और किसकी सुरक्षा कर रहे हैं? यहाँ के गुंडे, यहाँ के माफिया, इनको किसका संरक्षण मिलता है? जब आप परेशान होते हैं, आपकी कोई समस्या उठती है, तो आप जा पाते हैं इनके पास, अपना काम करा पाते हैं?
And another election news, the Election Commission issued a show-cause notice to Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra for allegedly making unverified and false statements with regard to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It also issued a similar notice to Aam Aadmi Party for allegedly disparaging remarks made against the Prime Minister on its social media handle. Acting on a complaint made by the BJP that Ms. Gandhi had made false and unverified statements against the Prime Minister at an election rally in Madhya Pradesh recently, the poll panel asked her to explain her statement by 8 p.m. on Thursday. In its representation to the EC, the BJP had accused Priyanka Gandhi of making a baseless claim regarding the Modi government had privatized public sector undertakings. And while air pollution is the big talk in the national capital, well, there's polluted water as well, and toxic foam was seen again floating on the surface of the Yamuna River ahead of Chhath Puja. The froth was a common thing, but has increased in the last 5 to 6 years. And according to environmentalists, the reason for the frothing is the release of certain gases reacting with bacteria. But there you can see the aerial visuals of the Yamuna completely covered in this toxic foam.
Part of crop diversification effort did not.
Now back to the issue of air pollution, and the Supreme Court has suggested phasing out paddy from Punjab as a means to reduce air pollution due to the stubble burning, but that is not going to be easy as it will affect the country's food security as well as farmers' incomes, reports NDTV's Mohammad Ghazali.
Rajwinder Singh from Punjab's Mansa says shifting from paddy to green gram or moong last year as part of crop diversification effort did not work for him, as he was forced to sell below MSP to private players.
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ MSP ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਤੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਤਰ ਸਕਦੀ.
Last year, over 85% of the moong crop was sold below the MSP of 7,275 rupees a quintal. The state government had to pay the difference of 1,000 rupees per quintal to farmers, and that cost the government more than 42 crore rupees. Punjab shifting away from paddy could also impact the public distribution system through which food grain is given to the economically weaker sections. The state contributed over 21% of rice to the Food Corporation of India as part of its procurement for the central pool in the 2022-23 Kharif marketing season. During 21-22, it contributed nearly 22%, and in the previous year over 22%. In the past 10 years, the state has accounted for the highest contribution to FCI's rice procurement. Agriculture experts say to push for crop diversification, the government must incentivize other crops.
Diversification जो है वो सक्सेसफुल नहीं होती, और इसको अगर सक्सेसफुल करना है तो उसके लिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को पहले डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि पंजाब से कितना फूड सिक्योरिटी के लिए राइस और गेहूं जो चाहिए. और प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट पहले किसानों ने बहुत कर रखी है, और उनको अल्टरनेटिव क्रॉप्स के लिए जो इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए, मार्केटिंग सपोर्ट चाहिए, वो सब चीज़ें एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती हैं. जब तक वो नहीं होगी उतनी देर तक ये नहीं होगा, तो उसके लिए काफ़ी बिग इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए.
Paddy is a water guzzling crop which has also affected the underground water table of Punjab. What the country needs is nutritional crops that are ecologically sustainable and take care of farmers' livelihood challenges as well. With Mohammad Ghazali in Chandigarh, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, a futuristic snake-like robot that will help find aliens.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. a crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghavan.
Snake-shaped robot is being developed, and an Indian, Rohit Thakkar, is working hard to make sure that this snake-like robot works well. You can see it has lifted its head like a cobra, or like you can say a python snake. And these robots are going to be deployed to look for extraterrestrial life. Amazing science to be done by that. But before that, they could well be deployed in disaster relief situations. A robot which will help mankind look for extraterrestrial life and maybe also help save lives. Rohan works and studied at Nagpur and now works at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, part of NASA. From Pasadena in California, Pallav Bagla for NDTV. I'm here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, part of NASA, the place where almost all the planetary exploration missions are being done. Today we are talking of a very special kind of a robot which looks like a snake. And I have with me Rohit Thakkar. He's a technologist who works on robots and has made a special robot which looks like a snake, still in development, but very promising. Rohan has studied at Nagpur, and that makes him very special for India and for our audience. Rohan, tell me a little bit about the project you're working on.
Thank you. So basically, if you look at the way we explore space and our solar system right now, in most missions we start with the orbiter, lander, small rover, and then large rover, right? And the reason why we go with this workflow is because it allows us to get as much information as possible about the terrain beforehand. So what we are trying to do in EELS is create a versatile system, both from a hardware perspective as well as intelligence and software perspective. So when you combine these versatile hardware and software, what you can get is the ability to explore unknown terrains, where imagine, exploring things like craters on the moon, maybe lava tubes on Mars, or something as far away as the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, where they've discovered giant oceans, right? It would take us years to get there, right? So what we are really trying to do is build the technology so that you have one system that can operate in different mobility modes and has the versatility like biological systems like real snakes.
Now, what advantage does it give you to have it look like a snake or a python and when it slithers and gets in?
Right. So the main advantage is that, in space there are no roads, right? There are no stop signs or even like speed limits, right? So what you really need is a platform that can go over like harsh terrains. So think about like, rubble, steep slopes, maybe sand, there could be ice, there could be like swimming underwater, maybe like navigating on an asteroid. And we wanted to build like one platform that can do all these things. And that's where, having something like a snake would give you an advantage over something that has wheels or rovers.
Wheels and rovers have been done. I don't think snakes have been tried. Even on Earth, I have not seen robots which look like snakes. We are very familiar with snakes in India. I have them in my backyard, but we don't see robotic snakes.
Yes. So I do want to emphasize that research on robotic snakes has been going around since 1980s or 1990s. But there is a reason why you don't see these robots, everywhere, right? Because the technology is still not completely matured. And in our project, we are trying to change that. To give you a few, analogs of what makes this problem challenging is especially the intelligence part, which is what my team works on, where even if you think about trying to control a snake robot, right? The robot has more than, 30 motors on it. So think of it like controlling like a self-driving car with more than 30 steering wheels and 30 pedals in an environment where there are no roads, stop signs, or speed limits. That's really the intelligence problem that we need to solve.
Now, do you think it will be helpful for a project like Artemis? Because at some point they would need putting up human habitation on the moon, and they were looking at tubes and caves which need to be explored. So there is probably an immediate need for your work.
Yeah, so about the immediate future of the project, that's really not, I can't speak directly to that, but I can at least say from a technology standpoint, there are certain use cases that could show up in many missions, including Artemis, that we are working on. One of the most natural ways to think about this robot is it's like a mobile manipulator. It's a robotic arm that is also a vehicle, right? And that can have many applications, including something as near as Artemis, but immediate use case is not really identified. What we are trying to do is show people by demonstrating first of all, developing the technology and then demonstrating it on Earth to show that, the technology is mature enough so that it can be picked up by, near-term missions.
Sure. And why is it called a robot linked to exobiology? And can you expand EELS for me?
Yes. So EELS stands for Exobiology Extant Life Surveyor. You can imagine the most common question I get is, did the acronym come first or did the full form come first? It was a bit of both. But the idea was, again, tying it back to these distant places of our solar system that are unexplored so far. It's places where wheeled robots may not be able to traverse, and where you want the versatility. And there's a lot of uncertainty in the case where you don't really know what's out there. So imagine if you had no idea about what you might see once you get over there, and you still want to do science. Then I see this robot as a jack of all trades, where if you knew the terrain beforehand, you can optimize one robot that will work for that terrain really well with very low power. But if you don't know the terrain, this robot is kind of like your ultimate scout, which can, you can just have it on the payload and then it will figure out it's the jack of all trades.
Now, when we talk of exobiology, do you think it is targeting and you're taking the frontiers to the next step, which is to look for extraterrestrial life, and that is your big goal?
I would say that's ultimately, the aspiration of NASA to answer the question, if we are alone, how did our solar system start? So everything that we do in terms of our, technology development, there is a whole thing called science traceability matrix. So whenever we, try to develop a new technology feature, we work very closely with scientists and try to ask themselves, okay, how does my technology trace to a particular science objective? So as the technology gets mature and we start asking ourselves, how do we use this for immediate mission? Those are the kind of questions that we'll be asking ourselves. Okay, we have this technology. What is the science instrument that we can add to the head or the tail of the robot to answer these fundamental questions?
A younger Bob Balaram in yourself?
Yes, I think, Bob has been very inspirational to me. And I kind of had a very similar aspiration where, I want to work on technologies which kind of enable these missions which people don't even think are possible. And it takes a lot of patience, dedication, and, hard work to actually kind of make it work, because you have to go through all these failures and field tests that we constantly keep on doing. And then one day, the technology becomes mature and then it finally goes to flight.
Sure. Now, where have you tested this EELS robot?
Yes. So EELS has been tested at multiple places. We started testing locally. Once the robot was assembled, we took it to the Mars yard, which is at JPL, where we basically recreated Mars to simulate the rocks, the sand, the terrain, to make it look as close as possible to Mars. So we started testing over there. We've also taken it to nearby locations. There's a Table Mountain facility up back in those mountains. And there is snow over there in December, so we tested it on snow as well as hard ice. And recently we also went to the Athabasca Glacier, which is in the Canadian Rockies, because one of the cool things about snakes is it can also go down holes, right? So there are a lot of moulins and crevasses where you can perform vertical mobility in addition to all these surface mobility use cases. So we've also tested it at the Athabasca Glacier.
There could be many uses on Earth. Why are you waiting just to do it on other planets or other planetary bodies? I'm sure there would be many places where firefighters, maybe for reconnaissance, they would want a robot like this up and running, and there could be much more money coming your way to do your development.
Absolutely. I'm glad you asked that question, and that is basically what our immediate focus might turn out to be. But basically, one of the things that I'm really proud of is all the work that we do is open. So we have around 8 to 10 research papers that we are publishing on the results that we have from all the tests that I've described, and it's all open. And our hope is to advance the technology so that it not only impacts space exploration use cases, but also Earth applications like disaster rescue and earthquakes, search and rescue, and many other mission scenarios.
Correct. You studied in Nagpur in India, and tell me a little bit about your schooling and your college, and did the idea of having a snake-like robot germinate, say, in India, where we live closely with snakes, and snakes are worshipped in such a big way?
Right. So I'll also take this opportunity to talk to all the young engineers that might be budding in India. So I can describe how I got into robotics as well. So I wasn't a star student in my school. I actually got pretty bad grades when I was in 8th grade. And then suddenly, when I was studying in 10th, I got really excited about physics and science and math. And when I was in 11th and 12th, I was trying to prepare for IIT. And I got into NIT Nagpur, not into IIT. And then I was forced to pick one major, electrical karna hai, mechanical karna hai, computer science karna hai. And I was like, I want to do all these things.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask
ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV.
And 19 others injured after a bus fell into a gorge in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. The bus carrying 55 passengers skidded off the road near Tungal Asar on the Kishtar National Highway and fell 300 feet downhill. 78 hours and counting, Uttarakhand's rescue operations to evacuate 40 trapped workers are still on. Fresh landslide hampers rescue efforts at tunnel. A new drill on way to create rescue passage. Workers protest at the tunnel site, saying the rescue operations are very slow. Cookie groups have given an ultimatum to the centre. The cookie groups have said that they will establish their own administration. They claim that the CBI has been selective in taking up their cases. Chinese President Xi Jinping arrives in San Francisco for APEC summit today, a summit of Asia-Pacific leaders. Xi Jinping is to meet US President Joe Biden today. Meanwhile, India is at APEC summit. Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, has met officials. Good evening. Let's get straight to the news. The high decibel campaign in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh will end today in about an hour. In the last 3 months, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding at least 14 rallies in Madhya Pradesh. Home Minister Amit Shah addressed 24 public rallies in the state, an equal number in Chhattisgarh. Both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi travelled extensively in the state. Today, Home Minister Amit Shah, UP CM Yogi Adityanath and Congress leader Rahul Gandhi were in Chhattisgarh addressing public rallies.
भाई और बहनों, भाजपा ने 12,000 की घोषणा कर दी। भूपेश कक्का को मालूम है कि वो आने वाले नहीं है, तो उन्होंने कहा हम 12,000 नहीं कुछ ज्यादा दे देंगे। मगर भूपेश कक्का, जिनकी खुद की कुछ गारंटी न हो, इसकी गारंटी को भला कौन मानेगा? मानेगा क्या? जोर से बोलो, मानेगा क्या? भारतीय जनता पार्टी का घोषणा पत्र का एक एक शब्द प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी है, नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी। उसका पूरा करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी।
जब ओबीसी को हक देने की बात आई, जब जाति जनगणना की बात आई, तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते हैं हिंदुस्तान में कोई जाति नहीं है, सिर्फ गरीब है। और जब चुनाव जीतने की बात आती है तो 24 घंटा नरेंद्र मोदी ओबीसी है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो ओबीसी को देश में भागीदारी नहीं देना चाहते। सीधी सी बात।
कार्यकर्ताओं को इस बात का संकल्प लेना है कि कांग्रेस के दुष्प्रचार को इस चुनाव में ध्वस्त करते हुए एक एक कार्यकर्ता को, एक एक परिवार, एक एक नागरिक तक पहुंचना है इस निवेदन के साथ कि वो भाजपा की सरकार प्रदेश में बनाए और संतोष जी को इस क्षेत्र से जिताएं।
हो गया। मैंने सुना है यहाँ पे आप ही के क्षेत्र में तमाम निर्दोष लोगों पर फर्जी केस लगा के जेल में डाल देते हैं, है? देखिए, मैंने पहले ही कहा, मजाक में कहा, लेकिन मैंने कहा कि गृह मंत्री हैं यहाँ के जो प्रतिनिधि हैं, गृह मंत्री हैं, इनका काम क्या है? इनका काम है कानून को लागू कराना, मतलब जनता को सुरक्षित रखना। और किसकी सुरक्षा कर रहे हैं? यहाँ के गुंडे, यहाँ के माफिया, इनको किसका संरक्षण मिलता है? जब आप परेशान होते हैं, आपकी कोई समस्या उठती है, तो आप जा पाते हैं इनके पास, अपना काम करा पाते हैं?
So those were the big statements made by big leaders in the campaign in the last 2 months. I have my colleague Anurag Dwari joining us from Bhopal. Anurag, this election is being seen as a semi-final to the 2024 Lok Sabha polls, and in this campaign we saw many interesting statements from Murkhon Ka Sardar to Kapde Faad Rajniti to even Hamas and Ram Temple being entering the campaign, and we also saw the Congress's focus on caste census increasing. What, according to you, would be the best highlights of this campaign?
Yes, Vasudha, the high decibel level campaign of both the parties, BJP and the Congress, will end today, and we are just outside the media center of BJP here in Bhopal, and it will tell you that now the students are busy in preparing for the exams. And first, I think we should talk about the campaign a bit, because again, Shivraj Singh Chauhan topped this list with more than 160 rallies and road shows. Can you imagine? 10 to 12 rallies and road show per day on an average, followed by the PCC chief and Chief Minister Kamal Nath, around 114 rallies and road shows. Prime Minister also held a massive road show in Indore yesterday, and day before yesterday Rahul Gandhi in Bhopal. So Prime Minister also addressed around 15 rallies in Madhya Pradesh. But as you said, likewise the Prime Minister himself sharpened the attack on Congress, and because they did a massive tribal outreach. So basically they have said that Congress has always cheated tribals in Madhya Pradesh, because remember Madhya Pradesh is the largest, we have the largest tribal chunk in India of tribals, and then the Congress maintained that their government was toppled by purchasing the MLAs of the Congress, and they also sharpened the attack on Jyotiraditya Scindia, because it was, Jyotiraditya Scindia and his loyalists left the party, and that's why Kamal Nath government fell. So basically both the parties targeted each other, saying in par bharosa mat kijiye, inhone hamari sarkar ko giraya, things like that.
Right. Thank you, Anurag, for joining us with those details. So we also have Amitabh Tiwari, political analyst, joining us. Amitabh, this campaign also saw the biggest promise of 2024, free ration by the centre to the poor till 2028. And we saw the BJP being focused completely on projecting a collective leadership, reducing internal fault lines, while the Congress was relying on faces like Bhupesh Baghel and Kamal Nath. And the Congress is also talking about implementation of PESA and forest rights and caste census. How do you see this campaign, reaching out to people? Will people choose the BJP over the Congress, or collective leadership over a strong leader, or vice versa? What do you see? How do you see this, sir?
See, in terms of strategy, both the parties have flipped their strategy, as you've mentioned. So a party which used to bank on a presidential style election like the BJP is now talking about combined leadership. Whereas Congress has defeated BJP from 2014 to 19, if you see the states, in none of the states Congress had declared their CM face. And Congress has now moved to a presidential style election. So this is a change of strategy, and we'll need to see whether which party's strategy is working on the ground. That's number one. In terms of the main focus of both the parties, BJP realizes that economy is a pain point, because if you see across surveys, unemployment, price rise, and poverty are the top three issues. Now, to negate or neutralize these, one of the schemes which is fairly popular and fairly betterly implemented in that sense is the free ration scheme. So the free ration scheme has been extended up to the next 5 years, and that benefits almost 80 crore people at the national level. So that helps the BJP in tapping its Labharti vote bank and neutralizing some of the economic distress after COVID. See, while people realize and accept the fact that the incomes have fallen, they perhaps don't realize that with these schemes, the expenses of the poor people have also declined.
Right.
So that sort of neutralizes this.
Right.
And then talking about the tribal rights, the Congress is trying to woo the tribals, because in MP and Chhattisgarh, 47 and 29 seats are ST reserved seats. The Congress won 30 and 26. Pesa, Jal Jangal Jameen, atrocities against SCs, STs, these are the focus points. On caste census also the party has focused a lot, but I think on the caste census point, I don't see it working on the ground, because the party has not promised or not implemented what they are promising in their ticket distribution list. The number of OBC candidates which they have announced is fairly abysmal compared to the Jitni Abadi Utna Hak slogan. So that I think is not working, and we'll have to see who emerges a champion of this.
It's a very important point. We also have Abhilash Khandekar, who is a senior journalist with the Lokmat Media Group. Mr. Khandekar, when you look at Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, both states actually lag much behind the national per capita income. But when you look at the welfare schemes, they all seem to be looking at instant gratification of voters. So is neither of the political party actually bothered about fiscal management? Is it not something that they are concerned about?
What you are saying is right, because it is not about only fiscal management. They have also not charted out their clear vision plan for development of the states, whether it is Chhattisgarh or Madhya Pradesh, in the next 5 years. Because in both states, actually in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has been around for last 20 years, barring that 15 months. So their manifesto was, while they are banking upon Modi's guarantee, the first point in their manifesto again talks about सब गरीब परिवार को मुफ्त राशन और रियायती दर पर दाल, सरसों का तेल, चीनी, एमएसपी के साथ बोनस 2,700 क्विंटल प्रति क्विंटल गेहूं और 3,100 प्रति लीटर. So the point I am trying to make is that instead of taking the state out of the morass of backwardness, the leaders are again falling back on on moving the votes through subsidies and freebies. So in the Abrut Kal Showcase, that the expectation of Congress to take the state to a level where Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu or other states are doing. So we continue to be in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. They are still the Bimaru states, and the leaders are again going out of their way to empty the state exchequer, and on the basis of the state exchequer's money, they are buying votes before the elections. So whatever is being said by Congress in the sense of caste census has been started, or the correctness has been disturbed by the Bihar Chief Minister. In Madhya Pradesh, there is no such a declaration by any party so far. Of course, Rahul Gandhi has been saying that within 2 hours, of course he said it in Bastar, that within 2 hours of Congress coming back to power, we will declare the caste census. But apart from caste census, the focus seems to be in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh is on Modi, and the state leadership of BJP is far behind. And in Congress, Madhya Pradesh has relied mainly on Kamal Nath and DB Singh, both are aging leaders. Right. But on the ground, we see that BJP is fighting a battle with the back to the wall.
Right. Mr. Tiwari, that's something that I wanted to talk to you also about. So the BJP campaign, like Mr. Khandekar was also pointing out, is largely driven by the central leadership of the party, whereas, of course, the party is optimizing its use of the PM's popularity, and understandably so, because these states really voted for the PM in the Lok Sabha elections. Now, the Congress, on the contrary, is driven by regional leaders, hyperlocal factors, like what we saw in Karnataka. How are people looking at the contradictions in the two campaigns, sir?
So see, if you see BJP's campaign from 2014 to 2023 in the Modi era, wherever the party has been in opposition, it has never declared a CM face. Except for Delhi 2015, and Assam 2016. So in continuation of its strategy, which has worked in the past, because out of 14 elections where the BJP was in contention and excluding the northeastern states, the BJP has won 8 and lost 6. So by positioning Narendra Modi as the super CM sort of, the party has been seeking votes and promising to the voters that Narendra Modi will appoint a custodian who will run the double engine sarkar. So this has worked for BJP in opposition ruled states. So that's why there is no CM phase in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Telangana. Now we come to Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, normally where the party has CMs, the CM is believed to be the CM face. I mean, this strategy of saying that he is not the CM face doesn't normally work. And we have seen this in ratings also, that Shivraj is still popular and he is leading the charts. In Madhya Pradesh, I would say it has gone for a cocktail sort of a strategy wherein it has also put the local candidate in the focus. 3 months before the poll dates were announced, it announced candidates. That's number one. The CM is also in focus sort of, because they have not announced him, but he has done 160 rallies as you've mentioned. And then there is the Prime Minister also, who is seeking votes in his name, trying to lure the undecided or the neutral or the swing voters or the voters in the rural areas and in the urban areas. 3.2% of people voted in the name of Narendra Modi in 2018. That looks like a small number, but in an election where the vote share gap itself was 0.1%, that's a huge number in itself. So it's a mixture of all the three, the local candidate, CM face and PM face.
Right, Mr. Tiwari.
Working on MP.
Yes, thank you so much for making that point. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, and thank you, Mr. Khandekar, for joining us. So that was our panel on the highlights of the campaign that ended in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh today. Clearly, collective leadership and welfare seem to be the catchwords. Moving on, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot began Wednesday with a cryptic "Together Winning Again" post on X that appeared to offer his former deputy and current rival Sachin Pilot an olive branch ahead of the next week's assembly election. A photograph shared by Mr. Gehlot showed the two in a meeting with others from Congress party, including General Secretary KC Venugopal. The Gehlot-Pilot feud over the chief ministerial post broke soon after Congress defeated BJP in the 2018 election. It simmered for 2 years till Mr. Pilot and around 30 loyal MLAs walked out of Rajasthan and into BJP-ruled Haryana, sparking speculations that Mr. Pilot was prepared to join the BJP. Although this rebellion was squashed, Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Pilot have often been taking indirect barbs at each other. My colleague Harsha joins us from Jaipur. Harsha, will they, won't they? That has been the speculation. So finally, 10 days before election, Mr. Gehlot has put out this tweet. Is this truce finally happening, or is it just a projection of a working relationship? What do you think?
Well, you know, politics makes strange bedfellows, and definitely I don't think they want to be in that position, but they have to be, because, you know, Ashok Gehlot has realized, and so has Sachin Pilot, that look, this election is being fought on Ashok Gehlot's face, on the basis of his social welfare schemes. He is the incumbent chief minister. But at the same time, the High Command is backing Sachin also. He's the youth face of the Congress. He's the leadership that you're looking at in the next 10 years. And he's comes from the Gujars, a very, very significant, politically significant community in Rajasthan, because they can swing. Like the Jats, they can swing this way and that way, and that's why they can make or break an election. Now remember, what's the subtext of this meeting? Well, this meeting happened in the war room late last evening, but Rahul Gandhi is here to be with his mother, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. They're all here in Jaipur. They're here because Mrs. Sonia Gandhi has been advised to get away, apparently, from Delhi and the pollution. But Rahul Gandhi, sources tell us, is working the screws on everybody. He's saying, guys, get going, pull up your socks. I need more Josh in this campaign. And apparently this morning also he's taken some, off-record meetings, talking to people and asking them to campaign together. So actually, we will probably see Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot also on stage together. Sachin has actually spent a lot of time in Madhya Pradesh also campaigning. There he did that last elections, but this election also he's been there. So clearly Rahul Gandhi here pushing them together, and that's one reason also why this late night meeting happened in the war room in Jaipur.
It's a very interesting detail. Harsha, stay with us. Rahul Gandhi in Jaipur, of course, Sonia Gandhi also in Jaipur, and clearly pointing to the newfound truce between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. Moving on, as campaigning in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh closes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has turned his attention to Rajasthan. Mr. Modi is to address an election rally at Baitu in Barmer district this afternoon. This is the second election meeting of the Prime Minister after the announcement of election in the state. Meanwhile, Congress leader and Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot will also address election meetings in support of party candidates at 3 places today. Harsha joins us again. Harsha, Barmer, very interesting district, always seen to mirror the state's tradition of voting out the incumbent. It's always said that Barmer's voters hold the MLAs accountable. So, explain to us the significance of Prime Minister's visit to Barmer on the day the campaigning ends in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh.
Yes, absolutely, because, I was telling you about the swing voters. Now, if you understand the swing voters in Rajasthan, you will understand how this election actually works and why caste arithmetic is so important. So if the Gujars actually swung around to the Congress last time, the Jat vote, which is Barmer, is Jat heartland. So, your Rajput vote or your Brahmin vote may not swing that way, but the Jat vote is really always up for grabs. And they have swung and made an election and broken an election. Many times in Rajasthan. Now, Barmer in that sense is Jat heartland, very significant Jat population. And out of the 7 seats there, 6 are with the Congress. Only 1 seat, Sivana, is with the BJP. So that's why very, very important. He's going into where Harish Chaudhary is. Remember, Harish Chaudhary is very close to Rahul Gandhi, Jat leader of Western Rajasthan. Also Hema Ram, who's not, fighting that election, close to Sachin Pilot. So somewhere the BJP wants to make inroads. And that's why Baitu, it's a little away from Barmer. Baitu has been chosen because they are looking at that crucial vote bank, which could swing this way or that way. And the Prime Minister has several more rallies planned. He's going to be coming to Bharatpur. He's going to be coming to Nagaur. Again, Jat heartland seats. So I think what the BJP is very strategically looking at is these swing votes, that little swing will make all the difference. Remember, the vote share was only 0.53%. That was the difference between the Congress and the BJP. So this election could go any which way.
Thank you, Harsha, for joining us with those details. My colleague Harsha Singh making an important point that the BJP is looking very critically at the swing votes. Remember that Rajasthan is a state of low margin victories. So clearly the BJP trying to amp its efforts there. Meanwhile, today on the last day of the campaign, as the PM was in Jharkhand launching a mega welfare program for tribals, significant as they form a very important chunk of voters in both Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. On the occasion of tribal leader Birsa Munda's birth anniversary, he travelled to Ulihatu in Khunti district to unveil a Rs 24,000 crore scheme for the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, also called the PVTGs. The mission, first announced in 2023-24 union budget, is aimed at improving the socio-economic condition of the PVTGs. In Madhya Pradesh, the Baiga and the Bharias are the largest PVTG groups among the ST community. Baigas are also the second most populous PVTG group in India, and they are scattered across the forests of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. This group relies largely on forest cultivation, cultivation of forest produce, and fishing for sustenance. The Prime Minister's tribal outreach is particularly significant as MP and Chhattisgarh get ready to vote on Friday. Both states have a significant tribal population. In fact, MP has the highest tribal population in the country, and many tribal-dominated ST seats that had voted against the BJP in 2018 in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh had voted for the party in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions.
Welcome back. 36 people were killed and 19 others injured after a bus fell into a gorge in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. The bus skidded off the road at Trangal Asar on the Kishtwar National Highway and fell 300 feet downhill. This is what Jammu Divisional Commissioner Ramesh Kumar has said. My colleague Nazir joins us. Nazir, tell us what really happened. The visuals look quite scary.
Yeah, clearly it is more than 400 feet gorge where it has fallen, this bus. 36 people are already dead. Condition of some of the injured is stated to be critical. 19 people were injured. So one thing is very clear. This bus was overcrowded. It had more than 55 people on board. Number two, what we are hearing, the bus didn't have even the valid permit. Its permit had expired a few months back. Number three, so how was whether passenger bus was without the proper documents, how it was allowed to fly, and there are women, there are men and children who were traveling in this bus. It had started its journey from Pada in Kishtwar and it was on its way to Jammu. When it reached a place called Asar in Doda, it skidded off the road and fell in a gorge, which is said to be more than 400 feet deep. So immediately rescue operations were launched. Injured were evacuated and shifted to hospital. Condition of the 19 injured, condition of the 6 to 7 is stated to be very critical. This is the deadliest road accident in the recent times. Jammu and Kashmir is witnessing frequent road accidents. In last 8 months, there have been more than 4,000 road accidents and over 500 people have died. But this is the worst road accident in the recent times in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the investigation will reveal what exactly happened and how this accident happened. Was it a rash driving? Was there a brake fail? And also what we are hearing, the bus didn't have, this passenger bus didn't have the permit as well, necessary permit, which had expired several months back. So, most of, things, while the government has been saying it is dealing with these road accidents, trying to minimize them, we have been seeing road accidents or rise in Jammu and Kashmir, and this is the worst.
Right. Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those details. Moving on to Uttarakhand rescue operations, a fresh landslide hampered efforts to rescue 40 labourers trapped in an under-construction tunnel in Uttarakhand for over 70 hours. Rescue officials had spent hours preparing the platform for the auger drilling machines to insert steel pipes through the rubble, but a landslide last night forced them to dismantle the machine and start work on the platform again. The drilling machine would have helped to create a passage for the labourers to come out of the tunnel, which collapsed on Sunday morning. Officials said around 21 meters of the slab blocking the tunnel has been removed and a 19-meter passage is yet to be cleared. Several workers are protesting at the rescue site over the delay in getting the trapped labourers out. My colleague Kishore Rawat has this report.
लगभग 74 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय हो चुका है और 40 जिंदगियां अभी भी निकलने की आस लगाई बैठी हुई है कि कब वो बाहर निकले और प्रयास लगातार जारी है। मैं आपको कुछ तस्वीरें दिखाऊंगा कि सामने एक तस्वीर है कि ये टनल कैसी है और टनल में ऊपर मलबा किस तरीके से है। पहले तो वो सामने देख सकते हैं कि वो टनल का रास्ता है और हम इस वक्त ठीक टनल के ऊपर मौजूद है। इसके नीचे से टनल जा रही है और लगभग अगर हम वहाँ से पैदल चलने की बात करें तो लगभग हम 100 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ पर पैदल चलकर आ चुके हैं। आने का मकसद सिर्फ यही है कि जो बार बार नीचे लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है वो क्यों हो रहा है और कितनी बड़ी तादाद में है, क्योंकि अक्सर लोगों के मन में सवाल हो रहे होंगे कि लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है लेकिन कितनी तादाद में है। थोड़ा सा जो पत्थर दिखाना चाहूँगा कि किस तरीके से वो मटेरियल पे है। ये थोड़ा मटेरियल ये इस तरीके का पत्थर पे और इस तरीके से चूरा निकल रहा है, क्योंकि हम लगातार जो ट्रक्स बाहर मलबा लेके आ रहे हैं वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। ये पूरी तरह से इस तरीके का चूरा अंदर मौजूद है और ये लगातार जो मटेरियल निकल जा रहा है वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। लगभग हम अगर बात करें, पहाड़ की बात करें, जो टनल के ठीक ऊपर है, हम ठीक वहाँ पर मौजूद है जहाँ पर ये लोग फंसे हैं। एग्जैक्ट तो नहीं है लेकिन ठीक उसके आसपास ही है। ये पूरा पहाड़ है। ये पहाड़ अगर नीचे से हाइट देखी जाए तो लगभग ये 200 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ है और टनल इसके नीचे से जा रही है। तो समझ सकते हैं कितना बड़ा पहाड़ और कितनी बड़ी तादाद में ये मटेरियल जो लगातार लैंडस्लाइड के रूप में नीचे गिर रहा है ये मौजूद है। और एक बड़ा टास्क है कि इस मटेरियल से निकालकर उन लोगों को बाहर निकालना है, लेकिन प्रयास जारी है और अभी एक बड़ी मशीन पहुंचेगी और वो लगातार इसको ड्रिल करेगी और संभवतः वो लोग बाहर निकलेंगे।
So non-stop rescue operations on in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and centre. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters.
Commercial capital of Madhya Pradesh, Indore, is in Malwa region. In 2018, when the Congress won the state, though narrowly, it was riding high on an impressive performance in this belt. They also seized on farmers' discontent. The Congress is again preparing to capitalize on the rural rumbling. At Ahilya Bai Holkar Sabzi Mandi, it's another day for farmers.
फिर माफ करेंगे, फिर वोट ले लेंगे, फिर कुछ नहीं करेंगे किसान के लिए। लाइट ही नहीं दी हमें पहले। दिग्विजय सिंह के राज में हमारे घर पे जनरेटर रखा है अभी।
आप बीएससी कर रहे हैं, किसान भी हैं। किसानों के लिए सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या है इस चुनाव में?
चुनाव में एक तरीके से देखें तो किसान को चुनाव की वजह से मुझे लगता है कि जो फसलों का रेट है वो बहुत कम हो गया है, क्योंकि जो सरकार है वो आम आदमी की तरफ ज़्यादा देख रही है। उनको वोट चाहिए और वो सारी फसलों का रेट कम कर रहे हैं। अगर आप देखोगे प्याज का रेट अभी 8 दिन पहले 50 रुपये था, वही रेट आज 30 रुपये हो गया है।
गवर्नमेंट 25 में देगी, किसान का प्याज 50 बिक गया। गवर्नमेंट 25 में देगी, फिर किसान को कहाँ से मिलेगा? आप ही बताओ।
तो किसान को नुकसान हो रहा है।
हाँ,
किसान को नुकसान होगा ना। अगर गवर्नमेंट 25 रुपये में प्याज देगी और किसान जो लेके आ रहा है यहाँ इतनी मेहनत करके लेके आ रहा है, वो प्याज 25 रुपये से ज़्यादा में बिकेगी, तभी किसान को फायदा होगा। अब 25 रुपये में वो दे रहे हैं
तो सही अगर रेट नहीं मिल रहा है तो फिर क्या करेगा किसान?
किसान क्या करेगा? उसकी फसल को 50+ तो बेच नहीं पाएगा ना। जहाँ 50 में बिक रहा है और ना सरकार 25 में बेच रही, तो ग्राहक किधर दौड़ेगा? 25 में दौड़ेगा, 50 में दौड़ेगा।
तो इस बार जब किसान नाराज है, किसान को लगता है कि उसको ठीक से रेट नहीं मिल रहा है,
खाद भी नहीं मिल रहा।
हाँ?
किसान को यूरिया खाद ही नहीं मिल रहा। 4-4, 8-8 दिन से लाइन में लगे हैं। यूरिया खाद नहीं मिल रहा अभी। वहाँ पर 4-4 दिन से लाइन में लगे। अब किसान खेती करे कि यूरिया की लाइन में लगे, क्या करे बताओ?
तो इस बार चुनाव में क्या किसान फिर
परिवर्तन?
हाँ,
परिवर्तन चाहिए
किसानों को।
हाँ, किसानों को परिवर्तन चाहिए।
कांग्रेस कहती है कि किसान नाखुश हैं यहाँ पर।
खुश है,
खुश हैं,
खुश है।
कर्जा माफी की बात हुई है।
कर्जा तो ऐसे वोट मांगते हैं कर्जा लेने के लिए, कर्जा माफ कर दें, वोट दो हमें, बस ऐसा बोले और क्या।
उसके बाद
नहीं किया माफ, कहाँ किया, पिछली बार भी बोला था।
तो किसान को किस पार्टी पे भरोसा है?
जनता पार्टी पे।
क्या किया है?
सब कुछ किया, क्या नहीं किया?
क्या किया है भाजपा ने?
लाइन दी है, सब कुछ दिया।
राजेंद्र जी, इस बार किसानों के लिए सबसे अहम मुद्दा क्या है?
किसानों के लिए महंगाई का मुद्दा है कि महंगाई ज़्यादा है और क्या, तो महंगाई ज़्यादा है और क्या। और तो बिजली पानी सब मिल रहा है, लाइट मिल रही खूब सही तरीके से।
Less than a kilometer from here, at the flower mandi, we meet Sunita Pawar and her daughter Roshni.
जैसे महिला हैं आप लोग, इतनी सारी सब यहाँ पर फूल मंडी में सारी महिलाएं हैं, ज्यादातर लगी रहती हैं। तो अभी चुनाव होगा तो आप लोग भी तो वोट देने जाएंगी ना? या नहीं जाएंगी?
जाएंगे।
वोट देने जाएंगी?
जाएंगे। वो अच्छा करे बुरा करे वोट तो देना है, कोई भी है वोट तो देना पड़ेगा ना मैम। काम छुट्टी करेंगे एक दिन की, वोट जरूर देंगे।
ये बोलते हैं सब लोग कि शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने महिलाओं के लिए बहुत किया है।
क्या किया है?
क्या किया है हमें बताया जरा, क्या करा है?
हमारे लिए
बहुत सारी योजनाएं हैं।
योजना से कुछ नहीं होता है, योजना तो बहुत सारी निकाल सकते हो आप लोग, योजना से कुछ नहीं होता। योजना दिए जाए, कन्याओं को दिया जाए। आप बोलते हो लाडली योजना, लाडली योजना का क्या मतलब होता है? आप लोग लाइन में लगवाते हो, महिलाएं जो सुबह से जाती है शाम को घर आती है, इसको लाडली योजना बोलते हो आप?
फिर महिलाएं क्या इस बार सोच रही हैं सरकार को बदलेंगी?
सरकार बदलना चाहिए अभी, क्योंकि हमारे लिए कोई ने कुछ करा नहीं है। सरकार बदलना चाहिए, अब कांग्रेस की सरकार आना चाहिए। वो जो
Sunita has been selling flowers for 20 years. She says all parties make promises before elections, but most do not deliver.
एक तरफ शिवराज सिंह चौहान लाडली बहना योजना की बात कर रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ कमलनाथ जी हैं, वो बात कर रहे हैं महिलाओं के लिए गारंटी दे रहे हैं। तो महिला किसके तरफ जा रही है?
महिलाओं की तरफ। मेरा कहने का मतलब है, एक तरफ तो सरकार लाडली बहना के लिए 3000 रुपए योजना दे रहे, और एक तरफ इतनी महंगाई कर रहे कि टंकी 1200-1300 रुपए की टंकी दे रहे हैं हमारे को। तो हम कमाएंगे क्या? ना टंकी भरेंगे कि लाइट बिल भरेंगे इतना इतना? यहाँ पे हमारी इतनी कमाई नहीं है। हम तो साल हो गए मेरे को, इतनी उम्र हो गई, मैं तो चूल्हे पे ही बनाती हूँ। टंकी महंगाई हो गई तो क्या करें?
सिलेंडर,
हाँ गैस की टंकी है।
हाँ, लेकिन गैस का जो सिलेंडर है वो तो मोदी सरकार ने दिया था सबको, महिलाओं को।
हमको दिया ही नहीं मैम, ना हमारा गरीबी रेखा का भी कूपन आया तो नहीं दिया।
सरकार तो जब तक के अभी इनको वोटिंग चाहिए, हम लोगों से, जनताओं से इनको वोट की जरूरत है। जब तक पूछ करेंगे, बाद में या भाजपा या बीजेपी कोई भी आ जाए, उसके बाद जनता की परवाह कोई नहीं करता।
At Arihant Multidisciplinary Institute, these teachers too have similar views, but of course a different perspective.
महिलाएं किस मुद्दे पर वोट करेंगी?
महिलाएं मैम अपने परिवार के सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी के लिए, जो यंगस्टर्स हैं उनके भविष्य के लिए क्या सोच रही है सरकार, दैट इज गोइंग टू डिसाइड दैट हाउ सेफ इज द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, that will decide the vote for us.
Okay, so safety of next generation.
Equality must prevail everywhere. आरक्षण सब खत्म हो जाए।
अच्छा,
न्यू गवर्नमेंट जो भी आए या जो भी हमारी इच्छा है सरकार से, वो ऐसा कुछ है कि आप एजुकेशन को प्रायोरिटी दो, मुफ्त की चीज़ें जो भी हैं, क्योंकि हम टैक्स पेयर हैं, बेसिकली वी ऑल आर टैक्स पेयर। तो अगर हम टैक्स पे कर रहे हैं और गवर्नमेंट सारी चीज़ें फ्री में ही दे रही है, तो अगर उनके पास इतना पैसा है तो वो हमसे टैक्स ना लें। एजुकेशन बेस्ट करने की कोशिश करें, सेफ्टी पर्पस एक हमारा बेसिक वो रिक्वायरमेंट है ही, सेफ्टी हो, एजुकेशन हो, और कुछ भी ऐसी ही चीज़ें फ्री। तो जनरेशन हमारी पढ़ी लिखी है, तो ऐसी ही फ्री के चीज़ों में हम नहीं।
तो आपको लगता है इस बार कॉम्पिटिटिव वेलफेयरिज्म चल रहा है? भाजपा ने कुछ गारंटी अनाउंस किया, फिर कांग्रेस ने किया, इसी तरह से चल रहा है।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन हमको उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट ही नहीं है। हम चाह ही नहीं रहे कि हमको कुछ फ्री में मिले, हमको क्वालिटी चाहिए। तो आप हमको कुछ भी फ्री में ना दें, क्योंकि हम आपको दे रहे हैं, हम टैक्स पेयर हैं, तो हम आपको दे रहे हैं, तो आप उसके रिवर्स में हमको कुछ क्वालिटी दो।
लेकिन रेवड़ी कल्चर तो प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं, लेकिन उनकी पार्टी भी तो रेवड़ी की बात कर रही है इस चुनाव में।
हाँ, तो हम तो उसको अपोज कर ही रहे हैं ना मैम। हम बोल ही रहे हैं कि इस तरह की रेवड़ियाँ ना बटे, मिले, लेकिन जो जेन्युइन है, जो डिजर्विंग है, उसको मिले।
मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी, जैसे कि एक तो बात करते हैं डिजिटल इंडिया की, तो जब आप डिजिटल इंडिया की बात कर रहे हो तो आपको चुनाव प्रचार करना है, तो आप दूसरी चीज़ों को क्यों बिगाड़ते हैं?
जो मुद्दा है महिलाओं के लिए, मुद्दा क्या है?
महिलाओं के लिए मैम इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ मिलना चाहिए। बेसिक है एजुकेशन। अगर महिलाएं एजुकेटेड हो जाएंगी तो 50% जो उनकी प्रॉब्लम है वो ऐसे ही रिजॉल्व हो जाएगी।
वो हमको जागना चाहिए। हमको जागना इसलिए चाहिए कि सामने वाला हमको क्या दे रहा है। आपको स्किल्ड नहीं बनाया जा रहा है, आपको घर बैठे मुफ्त की चीज़ें दी जा रही हैं। उससे जो आपकी चीज़ें, आपके अंदर जो कैपेबिलिटी है ना, वो भी एक टाइम के बाद ख़त्म हो जाएंगी। आप डिपेंडेंट हो जाओगे। तो बजाय कि आप 1000 रुपये दे रहे हो, 1500 की इंश्योरिटी दे रहे हो, उससे अच्छा है कि आप उनको एजुकेशन दो। हर कैटेगरी के लिए आप ऐसा करो कि इतने टाइम तक आपको फ्री एजुकेशन है। आप अगर कैपेबल हो, इससे अच्छी जगह जा रहे हो,
भी यदि कुछ देना है तो उनको स्किल सिखाई जाए। गवर्नमेंट चलाए ना, ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स चलाएं जहाँ पे उनको कुछ सिखाया जाए, ताकि वो लॉन्ग लाइफ। ये स्कीम कितने टाइम चलेगी मैम? 3 महीने 4 महीने, जब तक चुनाव है तब तक। धीरे से फिर उसको या तो बंद हो जाएगा या कम हो जाएगा, कुछ तो होगा। तो वो जो और व्यक्ति क्या है, 1200 1250 रुपये अकाउंट में आ रहा है, तो एक काम उसने छोड़ दिया तो वो डिपेंडेंट हो रहा है मैम। मतलब
तो इस बार क्या महिलाएं मध्य प्रदेश की बदलाव चाह रही हैं, या उनको लगता है कि शिवराज सिंह चौहान की सरकार सही काम कर रही है?
मैम, बदलाव इज नीडेड, बिकॉज ये सरकार सिर्फ बांट रही है। और अब तो ये लाडली बहना से लेडीज़ को बांटा जा रहा है, वो युवा रोजगार से यूथ को पैसे दिए जा रहे हैं, बट नोबडी इज वर्किंग ऑन द लॉन्ग टर्म इम्प्रूवमेंट।
I am at this beautiful institute, which is of great repute, Indian Institute of Management, Indore, to speak to group of students who are from Madhya Pradesh, because they are also the voters of Madhya Pradesh. What do they have to say? What are their expectations? What are their issues? Let me go straight to them and ask that. What are your issues? What will decide your vote?
I think my vote specifically will be decided on the fact that who promise a stronger future for women also, because we've seen Madhya Pradesh historically has had a low gender ratio and literacy ratio for women. So I think something that promises a brighter future for the women would get my vote.
Is gender also going to be priority for you?
Yeah, for me it's majorly safety for women, because in the past few months there have been an increase in the cases of, assaults against women. So I think that's what we need. It's a need of the hour.
Another woman, let me ask that question.
So for me, definitely women empowerment is a key priority, but also considering the youth, the kind of empowerment opportunities that come up, not just generic, because what has been the case so far, but also specialized opportunity, keeping in mind the talent and skills of the people in Madhya Pradesh.
The key issue in this election would be the equitable development. So far, the development has been limited to few urban centers in Bhopal or Indore. But I believe that there's a need for rural development as well, because as a developing state with a large population, developing the agricultural sector, developing the rural sector can be a low-hanging fruit for the government.
Being a localite, I've seen that the face of CM doesn't matter that much now. It's a team that leads government, not a single person. And if we see even the opposition side, the fractions they are divided into gives a very vague idea what they're going to do with our state. So as of now, if we remove CM face right as of now, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and that's going to happen anyways because he'll be pulled up in the national politics. So after Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's going to lead the BJP and MP is a big question.
So, it's not important about the face. So if it was a local election of my city, I would want to vote for the person who will show promise to show development in my area, in my city, be it from any party. If they have a history of doing good work, I want better for myself and the people around me. Same goes for the state. So in the end of it, it matters who gives you the best of the things. It may be a person's face that gets you that, or it may be the promises the party makes.
Election after election, we talk about caste. And people cast their vote as much as they look at their caste when they cast their vote. So how much of caste factor plays?
Denying it is, I believe, utter stupidity because it's a part of the Hindi belt reach. In fact, the entire country per se. If you take caste out of the election, people will be confused what to vote upon. Work is not something.
That's actually a good line.
So yeah, it's a fact that people consider caste, and it will not go out of play very easily.
Thing is, as students of IIM, we don't differentiate on the basis of caste. But we do believe that whether a candidate is getting that candidature because he's from that particular caste and is a more deserving candidate not getting the candidature, because the party might think that a person from a particular caste might get more votes from that caste, or they might target their own issues on that basis. So we do believe
you understand the caste dynamics, but when it comes to your own vote, caste will not be
no, not at all.
Many of you are looking at change in this election.
I think won't be exactly correct to predict the results because that is something that the public will do. But I think there should be change in terms of some policies. Not sure if the change will happen in terms of the government, but yes, definitely a policy change is required.
We were the only city for a while back which had both IIT and IIM. We have good institutions in Bhopal, in Jabalpur. And I think keeping that crowd here, that they do something for their own state. We can't comment on who will be the power, but I think the biggest thing we need to see is a change in the mindset of the government.
इंदौर वासियों को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा जन्म इंदौर शहर में हुआ है। कुछ वर्ष पहले मेरा इंदौर आना जाना बहुत रहता था, अब बहुत कम हुआ है।
Elections are often about discovering newer sides of older cities. In Indore, I'm at a place which is seen as almost a museum that remembers India's Nightingale, Lata Mangeshkar, every day. And someone who has worked with Lata ji is Suman Chaurasia. He's here. Suman ji, यहाँ पे कितने records हैं?
50,000 रिकॉर्ड हैं।
और इसमें लता जी के कितने हैं?
7,500 गाने।
73-year-old Suman Chaurasia describes himself as Sangeet Premi or music lover. He runs this record library in the name of Nightingale of India. He has a collection of all 7,500 songs sung by late Lata Mangeshkar in 26 languages.
लता मंगेशकर के बारे में आपने बताया बहुत ही रहस्यमयी थी जी। तो क्या क्या रहस्य था जो आपको पता है बाकी को नहीं?
जी, अब जैसे कई लोग ये कहते हैं कि दीदी ने 25,000 गाने गा लिए या रफ़ी साहब ने 20,000 गा दिए, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। दीदी ने जो है 7,500 गाने गाए हैं, 26 भाषाओं में गाए हैं।
आप ये नंबर बोलते हैं और दुनिया कुछ और बोलती है, ऐसा क्यों?
नहीं भाई, मेरे पास तो सब है ना, कलेक्शन है मेरे पास तो पूरा 26 भाषाओं का मेरे पास कलेक्शन है,
सारी 26 भाषाओं में। और जब लता जी ने गाना शुरू किया तो सबसे पहला गाना किस भाषा में गाया था?
नहीं, देखिए मराठी भाषा में गाया था पहला गाना, पहली मंगला गोड़। उसके बाद दीदी ने संगीत भी दिया है 2-3 फिल्मों में। और एक गाना जो हिंदी का था वो थी आपकी सेवा में, पा लागू कर जोरी रे, शाम उससे न खेलो होरी रे। दीदी ने ये भी तक बताया कि कोई लोग विश्वास नहीं करेंगे कि एक बार दीदी और हृदयनाथ जी और तीनों बहनें साथ साथ जा रही थी मंदिर में, तो दीदी जब आगे जाने लगी तो लोगों ने बोला कर दीदी शेर आया, जबकि हकीकत में कुछ नहीं था। दीदी ने बोला कि नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, किंतु आप लोगों को जो है, ऐसी कई बातें थी। दीदी जैसे कहीं बॉम्बे से पूना जाती थी तो बाज़ार के अंदर जो गांव रहते थे यहाँ से पूरी सब्जियां खरीद लेती थी जितनी थी उतनी, और गरीबों को बांट देती थी।
आपकी उनकी डेथ से पहले आखिरी बार कब बात हुई?
जो कोरोना हुआ था उसके पहले बात हुई थी मेरी दीदी से, घर गया था मैं।
दीदी कभी यहाँ पर आई हैं?
नहीं, यहाँ नहीं आई।
यहाँ नहीं आई थी। आपने उनके साथ कभी काम किया?
नहीं, दीदी से मुलाकात होती रही। वो जब दीदी के चरण स्पर्श करते थे तो उसका आनंद ये अलग आता था, कोई अलौकिक शक्ति दीदी के अंदर है। और जैसे मैं गणेश उत्सव पे जाता था तो दीदी के यहाँ पे जो लड्डू खाते मिलते थे, इतना बड़ा लड्डू रहता था वो, और उसका स्वाद आज तक मैं नहीं भूला हूँ।
और इंदौर को लता मंगेशकर कितना याद है, इस शहर को?
इस शहर को दीदी हमेशा याद करती रहती थी। और यहाँ की नमकीन, यहाँ का सराफा बाजार दीदी को हमेशा याद रहता था।
Spread across 15 districts, the Malwa-Nimar region in western Madhya Pradesh with 66 seats holds the key to the 230-member assembly. In 2018, the Congress won 35 of the 66 seats in this region, increasing its tally from 9 in 2013. BJP's score plunged to 28 in 2018 from 57 5 years ago. However, this time the BJP hopes to make up for the losses.
The BJP is going all out in these elections in Madhya Pradesh. 3 union ministers, 4 MPs and a party general secretary have all been fielded as candidates. I am in Indore and I am now in conversation with Kailash Vijayvargiya. Kailash ji, क्या माहौल है?
आप देख लीजिए माहौल क्या है। लोग बहुत प्यार करते हैं। इंदौर में मैंने काम किया है, इस मोहल्ले में भी जब मेयर था जब काम किया है, तो लोगों को विश्वास है कि काम करेंगे। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने बहुत काम किया। मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों का अगाध विश्वास है और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग शहर में विकास कर रहे हैं, प्रदेश में विकास कर रहे हैं, देश में विकास कर रहे हैं।
बंगाल में चुनाव लड़ा रहे थे, अब खुद लड़ रहे हैं यहाँ पर।
पार्टी के आदेश का पालन करना है हमें, तो पार्टी ने कह दिया लड़ना है तो लड़ने लगे, और लड़ने के साथ लड़वा भी रहा हूँ। रोज़ दिन में 4-5 सभाएं करता हूँ बाहर जाके, शाम को आता हूँ फिर अपने क्षेत्र में घूमता हूँ।
और इस बार मुद्दा एक ये ज़रूर दिख रहा है कि किसान नाराज़ हैं। किसान क्यों नाराज़ हैं?
मध्य प्रदेश के किसान तो नाराज़ नहीं, आप और कहीं से आ रहे ही लगता। मध्य प्रदेश में किसान बहुत खुशहाल हैं। मैं किसानों के बीच में ही रोज़ सभा करके आ रहा हूँ और बहुत आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। ये देख रहे हैं इसमें से कम 25% किसान है जो मेरा स्वागत कर रहे हैं। इसमें 25% किसान, ये लोग बहुत स्वागत कर रहे हैं, कोई नाराज़ नहीं है।
और बेरोज़गारी एक मुद्दा है, महंगाई एक मुद्दा है, इसको कैसे टैकल करेगी भाजपा?
देखिए, जो भी जितना आप शायद आप ही के चैनल में मैंने देखा था कि 2 राज्य ऐसे हैं जहां कम बेरोजगारी है अन्य राज्यों की तुलना में, तो हमने काम किया है भाई। हमने यहाँ पर इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन किया, लोगों को रोज़गार दिया। इंदौर में हमने 1 लाख लोगों को रोज़गार दिया। TCS कंपनी लाए हम, इन्फोसिस कंपनी लाए हम, सोर IT कंपनी लाए, और इसलिए यहाँ पर हमने बहुत विकास किया है। फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनी कम से कम हम 100 लाए यहाँ पर, जिसमें यहाँ के कम से कम 25,000 लोग काम करते हैं। तो बहुत काम किया है सरकार ने। और मैं खाली एक आंकड़ा बताता हूँ कि मैं उद्योग मंत्री था 2008 में, जब हमारा इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ मात्र 3% था, 4%, आज 24%। हम हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़े। लाइट की जगमग देख रहे हैं आप। मैं ऊर्जा मंत्री था जब हमारा उत्पादन 5,000 मेगावाट था, आज 28,000 मेगावाट है। हम सरप्लस पावर वाले स्टेट हैं, तो हमने विकास किया और बहुत साफ दिखाई देता है। हर खेत में हमने बिजली पहुंचाई है, हर खेत में हमने पानी पहुंचाया। आप किस किसान की बात कर रहे हैं? 7 लाख हेक्टेयर में सिर्फ सिंचाई होती थी, आज होती है 45 लाख हेक्टेयर में। हमने सिंचाई के माध्यम से खेतों में पानी पहुंचाया। पर कैपिटा मध्य प्रदेश के किसानों की इनकम बढ़ी है, किसान का नाराज होने का सवाल ही नहीं।
कमलनाथ जी का कहना है कि वो कर्जा माफ़ी करेंगे। आप लोगों ने किसान के लिए क्या किया?
उन्होंने तो पहले भी किया था और कर्जा माफ़ नहीं किया। हम वही कहते हैं जो करते हैं, और कांग्रेस वही कहती है जो कभी नहीं करती है। तो हम में और उनमें अंतर यही है। हमारे प्रति विश्वास है, कांग्रेस के प्रति अविश्वास है। हमारे नेता के प्रति विश्वास है, मोदी जी के प्रति, कांग्रेस के नेता के प्रति अविश्वास है।
18 साल के मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं शिवराज सिंह चौहान, लेकिन इस बार चुनाव में कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप है। और अभी एक नारा मैंने सुना, आपके नारे नाम पर भी था कि मुख्यमंत्री आप बनिए।
देखिए, ये तो कार्यकर्ता हैं, नारे लगाते हैं, उसमें कोई नई बात नहीं। बाकी आप जानते हैं हमारी पार्टी की पॉलिसी, हमारे इंटरनल डेमोक्रेसी है। विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, नेता चुना जाएगा, फिर वह पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड में जाएगा, उसका नाम लगेगा, वही मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा। इसलिए हमारे यहाँ कोई बहुत बड़ा गणित करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। बिल्कुल साफ है, इंटरनल डेमोक्रेसी, विधायक दल नेता चुनेगा और नेता वही मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
ये जनसंपर्क यात्रा आप हर दिन कितना काम कर रहे हैं? कुछ आइडिया दीजिए।
मैं लगभग रोज 8-10 किलोमीटर चलता हूँ ऐसे, क्योंकि समय बहुत कम होता है। मैं 7 बजे प्रारंभ कर पाता हूँ और 10 बजे तक आचार संहिता लग जाती है, तो जितना हो जाता है उतना कर लेता हूँ। आचार संहिता बंद लग जाती है, वहाँ बंद कर देता हूँ, फिर दूसरे दिन वहीं से चालू करता हूँ। तो ऐसा सतत चल रहा है।
आखिरी सवाल कैलाश जी, आप चाहते थे क्या कि आपके पुत्र को फिर से मौका मिले चुनाव लड़ने का?
देखिए, उसमें योग्यता है, मुझे चाहने और नहीं चाहने की बात नहीं है, वो डिज़र्व करता है। पार्टी ऐसे जो योग्य नौजवान है उसे मौका देगी, इसलिए मैं चाहता हूँ, उससे कुछ नहीं होता, वो डिज़र्व करता है।
3 तारीख को क्या होगा, नंबर बताइए।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी, 150 से 160 सीट के बीच में सीटें आएंगी।
चलिए, हम 3 तारीख को फिर से आपसे बात करेंगे। Your visit to Indore isn't really complete if you haven't visited Sarafa. It is known for its food, variety of it. It's largely a food street, but it gives you a fair sense of what Indore thinks about. What are the issues that are there on their mind and what will decide their vote? This issue पे vote होगा.
Actually, voting is the fundamental right, so we must vote. And there are some issues like employment and business is like not regulated, so we'll give vote to whom, like if someone is ready to regulate these things. So this is the issue on which I am going to vote.
Let's speak to some more people and get a sense of what will decide their vote. Here is a family of people. आप लोग पूरे परिवार से आई हैं?
हाँ, परिवार पूरा।
इस बार सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या है चुनाव में?
चुनाव में मुद्दा इनसे पूछो।
परिवर्तन।
अच्छा, क्यों परिवर्तन?
15 साल हो गए, इस बार परिवर्तन करना है।
और 2018 और 2013 में किसके साथ थे?
हम बीजेपी के साथ थे।
और इस बार?
कांग्रेस के साथ थे।
अच्छा, तो परिवर्तन क्यों?
अब किसी को चेक तो करें हम, क्या ये क्या कर सकते हैं? अभी तक हमने बीजेपी की सरकार देखी है, अब हम कांग्रेस की सरकार देखना चाहते हैं।
आप?
सेम एज पापा सेज, परिवर्तन देख को कौन अच्छा और कर सकता है, देखे तो सही।
आपने मन नहीं बनाया अभी?
मैं बीजेपी के साथ हूँ, इनके साथ नहीं हूँ।
अच्छा, ये भी है। अच्छा,
परिवार हमारा बीजेपी है, अब हम कांग्रेस, ये बीजेपी है।
ये दो बाप बेटे कांग्रेस में, हम बीजेपी में।
ये सास, ये बहू, ये बीजेपी है, हम दोनों।
एक्चुअली मैं तो फर्स्ट वोटर हूँ। फर्स्ट वोटर। आपने मन बना लिया किसके साथ?
अब देखते हैं कौन खड़ा हुआ। अभी तक तो लिस्ट देखी नहीं है। अभी चुनाव में तो वैसे टाइम है, हालांकि 17 को है, तब तक मन बनाते हैं कि फर्स्ट टाइम वोट किसको देना है। मुझे बताइए, इस बार चुनाव में सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या है?
चुनाव में मुद्दा क्या, बस जो जीतेगा वो सिकंदर। मुद्दा तो कुछ भी नहीं है।
हाँ।
मुद्दा क्या होना चाहिए? महंगाई मुद्दा है नहीं, आदमी कमा रहा है, खा रहा है, महंगा है तो महंगा ले रहा है, महंगा तो महंगा बेच रहा है, तो मुद्दा महंगाई का नहीं है। कोई साफ सफाई का मुद्दा नहीं है, सही साठ है, सभी काम बढ़िया चल रहे हैं, तो मुद्दा तो किसी प्रकार।
जो जीता वही सिकंदर।
हाँ, जो जीता वो सिकंदर। बाबा महाकाल की कृपा देखो अब किस पे होती है।
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
टेक गुरुजी।
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24x7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories. Every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the
Good evening, you're watching NDTV and I'm Maria Shakil. 2 days before the crucial voting on all 230 seats in Madhya Pradesh and remaining 70 seats in Chhattisgarh, BJP's biggest mascot, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is on a mission. The mission is to woo the crucial tribal votes in the poll-bound states. The Prime Minister on Wednesday visited the native village of tribal icon Birsa Munda in Jharkhand's Kunti on his birth anniversary and launched a welfare scheme for the tribal community. Addressing a public rally in Jharkhand's Kunti district, which is Birsa Munda's birthplace, Prime Minister Modi stressed on the need to strengthen 4 Amrit Stambh, while emphasizing on empowerment of women, farmers, youth and the middle class and poor for country's development.
अगले 25 वर्षों के अमृत काल में अगर हमें विकसित भारत की भव्य और दिव्य इमारत का निर्माण करना है तो हमें उसके 4 अमृत स्तंभों को और मजबूत करना होगा, निरंतर मजबूत करना होगा। हमारी सरकार ने जितना 10 साल में किया, अब उससे भी ज्यादा ऊर्जा के साथ हमें इन 4 अमृत स्तंभों पर अपनी पूरी ताकत लगानी है।
While these mega events may be happening in Jharkhand, the target audience is clearly the tribal voters in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. These states, particularly Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, have a substantial tribal population and are key to BJP's hope of winning there. In the last assembly elections, the BJP did not have much to celebrate in the tribal regions. Out of 47 reserved ST seats in Madhya Pradesh, BJP managed to win only 16. It hopes to reverse the trend this time around with the Prime Minister's push. In 2018, in Chhattisgarh, the BJP could win only 2 of the 29 reserved ST seats. The rest were won by the Congress. Whereas in Rajasthan, the BJP won 9 out of 18 reserved ST seats. So the question that we are asking right now is, will the Prime Minister's tribal outreach pay electoral dividends in the upcoming state elections. And joining me on the show, Sandeep Shastri is National Coordinator, Lokniti Network. We have Tuhin Sinha, author of The Legend of Birsa Munda and also the spokesperson of the BJP. Aditi Fadnis is consulting editor of Business Standard. I'm going to begin with you, Tuhin. The timing is interesting, and of course, with the 17th particularly being a crucial day where 230 seats of Madhya Pradesh, all 70 seats, the remaining 70 seats out of 90 of Chhattisgarh are going to polls. Of course, this is meant for these states. Jharkhand elections are still very far.
Well, good evening, Maria. Good evening, everybody. Well, a commitment to tribals goes back 25 years. If you look at it, in 1999, the then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee had created the Ministry for Tribal Affairs for the first time. In 2000, we created the state of Jharkhand, a long pending demand which had existed for many decades before that. In fact, in 2021, Prime Minister Modi ji made Birsa Munda's birth anniversary Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. So I think, in 2021, there was no election. So Prime Minister Modi's and this government's commitment to tribals has been unequivocal, irrespective of whether elections have existed or not. Now, today, Birsa Munda, it was Birsa Munda's 123rd anniversary. In the next 2 years, obviously, it would be 125th anniversary. I don't think him being present in the village of Birsa Munda makes it, has any electoral messaging. But over a period of time, most of the social welfare schemes, and particularly those for the poorest sections of society, whether it is the Nal Se Jal Karyakram, whether it is Jan Dhan Yojana, all of these have benefited the tribals the most. So I think, it goes beyond elections. Our commitment towards tribals has been consistent and unequivocal.
Yes, but Sandeep Shastri, the fact is that tribals as a constituency haven't been loyal to one particular political party. If we were to look at these three states alone, in Chhattisgarh, the Congress had a lead of 9 percentage points over the BJP among Adivasis in the last assembly elections. In Madhya Pradesh, if we were to look at it, in 2014 elections, the BJP had a massive lead of 14 percentage points among the Congress. Recently, when the Gujarat elections were held, the entire tribal, belt voted for the BJP.
Was the question posed to me, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think there is a truth in the argument you just now made about how much does the electoral campaign and the messaging actually translate itself into votes. And you have been showing on the screen the performance of different political parties in tribal seats. Let's also accept the fact that there is an element of symbolism that goes with the projections that are made. Now, be it the Prime Minister's outreach or be it the outreach of other leaders, the attempt to try and woo the tribal vote is something that all political parties are attempting and all leaders are attempting. But at the end of the day, I think the tribal community also has become politically savvy and politically strategic, and they look at what are the benefits on the ground, what are the programs and policies implemented on the ground by political parties, and that's what influences, determines, and decides that the way that they would vote. So while there are various forms of political symbolism that may be expressed, at the end of the day, the tribal vote does not move only in a particular direction. Tribals have voted on various factors, but at the end of the day, they look at the implementation of the promise made by parties on the ground.
Professor Saroj Giri as well. He is professor at the Department of Political Science in Delhi University. Aditi Fadnis, coming to you now. Of course, every move of the Prime Minister or by any political leader when we are in the thick of an election season will be watched out. The timing, of course, will be read in multiple ways. One of the ways could be the way we are reading about him targeting tribals in the poll-bound states. Within minutes, perhaps we'll be getting those visuals of him being in Rajasthan campaigning. But the larger question is, which way would the tribals go? If Mr. Sandeep Shastri is talking about, of course, if we were to look at data purely, there is a trend in many ways that they do not go with one particular political party they change with the states. So how should this be read, in the sense that will this have an impact on the ground?
Well, it's hard to say whether it will have an impact on the ground or not. That question will be answered only when the results come out. But I think overall, if you look at the Madhya Pradesh, for instance, and the 47 tribal seats that it has, out of all the Nota seats where people voted for Nota, the vote for the Nota seats, Nota vote was the highest in the tribal seats in Madhya Pradesh. So that takes Professor Shastri's argument a bit forward and says what it tells us possibly is that ultimately the gains from all the multiple welfare programs and other things that Mr. Sinha alluded to, maybe their impact in tribal areas is not being felt as widespread a way as elsewhere. That's number one. Number two, I think in Rajasthan, tribals are not that many in number as reserved seats, but certainly in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, they are a very large number. And Birsa Munda's legacy is recognized particularly in these two states. So proximity can influence the election, and I would not agree with Mr. Sinha that this is being done out of altruism or any other reason. Clearly, the timing of the visit is to influence the outcome of the election.
Yes. Professor Giri, how are you looking at this? How much of impact will it have on the elections? Will you please unmute yourself?
Are you asking specifically with regards to PM Modi's outreach to the tribals?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I would say that I think the situation with the tribal question, I think varies differently in different states. If we look at Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, they have slightly similar situation with regards to the Adivasis. Rajasthan would be slightly different because in Rajasthan, there is this demand for Bhil Pradesh, for a separate autonomous state among the Bhil people, which also includes Bhils from Madhya Pradesh and from Gujarat. I think I would like to focus on what is happening in Chhattisgarh in particular, because I do not know if, how much this has really troubled to the national media. But Chhattisgarh, the struggle of Adivasis against big corporate mining and displacement of tribals, that struggle is really intense, and for some reason, this has not really got the coverage that it deserves, both from even from alternate media, I would say. So if I were to focus there, then talking about Prime Minister Modi's outreach, then I would say that the PMO as well as the Home Ministry is directly, implementing measures in tribal areas that are extremely harmful to the tribals. For example, I don't know how many people have really heard about this, and I'm embarrassed to actually say in this way because we should have all heard about this. There were aerial bombings in Adivasi areas in Bastar. Not just once, but thrice over the past couple of years. Aerial bombing directly sanctioned by the Home Ministry at the highest level. So much so that in some cases that the Congress government in Chhattisgarh would said that they didn't even know that there is aerial bombing going on.
That? I think that's a subject of BJP versus Congress. We invariably see that play out in that domain. But right now, what we are also seeing, Tuhin Sinha, is massive outreach and governance efforts that have been carried out by Bhupesh Baghel in Chhattisgarh. And that is the reason why, if you look at survey after survey, it's translating into him being the most popular chief minister, someone who has ensured Bijli Sadak Pani and gone beyond that to have hospitals and also schools in these tribal regions. Tribal
Maria,
belts in particular.
I think I would beg to disagree there.
Okay, Tuhin, please. Yes, Tuhin, go ahead.
Can I please
Yes.
In fact, if you
Maria,
look at
if I
it,
can come in here,
yes,
I
I'll
beg
come to
to
you.
differ about your assessment of.
In fact, if you look at it, Maria, if you look at it, all the scams of the Chhattisgarh government, whether it is the latest Gobar Gothan scam, whether it is the coal levy scam, at the core of it, who are the worst sufferers, who are the victims? They are the Adivasi community, even the PSC scam. So I think, Chhattisgarh government has been the unkindest one to the tribals of the state. And irrespective of what bubble may exist at this point of time, they are in for a problem because of this. So, I don't think, Bhupesh Baghel has any credibility insofar as tribal areas is concerned. And the gentleman before me, when he was referring to certain bombings, I think, I don't think there is anything even factually available to that to support that on public domain. So I don't think on a show like this, we should support such arguments which are based on hearsay.
Okay. Sandeep Shastri, come in on this, talking specifically about the ordinance which was promulgated to maintain status quo on the SC/ST Act. Then we have seen that back and forth that has happened. Do you think, Sandeep Shastri, it can be seen as what BJP's Tuhin Sinha said, that in the last 9 years in particular, there has been efforts by the central government repeatedly, or will you see this as more of a one-off?
I would have a slightly different perspective on the issue. I think in the last decade, we have visibly seen that the voter in this country makes a distinction between the national and the state election. Even the studies that we have done as part of Lokniti clearly show that when it comes to a national election, when it comes to the central government, there is a particular perspective that the voter takes. But when it is a state assembly election, the voter is clearly, visibly looking at issues which directly affect her life, issues which are linked to his or her livelihood at the local level. Those are the factors that play a role. So when I'm looking at the Chhattisgarh elections, I'm basically looking at what are the local factors, what has been people's experience with regard to governance, and what has been both the BJP's and the Congress's offering to the people and the people's past experience vis-a-vis that offering. That, I think, for me is at the end of the day what the voter in Chhattisgarh is looking at. And it's not about whether the center has done something or the state has done something. The voter is able to see through that and makes this clear distinction between the two levels of government.
What about Madhya Pradesh or even Rajasthan, sir?
In the case of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, also the issues are very interesting and different. Both the Congress and the BJP, which are in power in these two states, have not declared their sitting chief minister as their prospective chief minister. Congress has not done it in Rajasthan, and the BJP has not done it in Madhya Pradesh. In both these states, the issues are very, very different. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is battling anti-incumbency. And the Congress, on the other hand, has to deal with factionalism within the party. And Rajasthan is another set of issues that are in play. So I think every state election has strongly localized issues which seem to play a role in the voter deciding how he or she would vote. And we will not be able to make a generalization about these three states. I think there are specificities in Rajasthan, specificities in Madhya Pradesh, as well as specificities in Chhattisgarh. And I think looking at each of them in a specific sense from the prism of what is important to that voter in the state makes more sense for me.
Let me bring in Aditi now. Aditi, the question certainly is that when tribals are looking at their own issues. And I was in Ratlam, which is tribal dominated in Madhya Pradesh. The sense that one does get is that they are looking at issues very, very locally. For them, a national party or a national face doesn't really matter. It's also because these are assembly elections. But Aditi, why do you think increasingly they are getting disenchanted from the Congress?
I think they're not just getting disenchanted from the Congress, they're getting disenchanted from most parties. And to the extent that Madhya Pradesh has had a tribal party, which was floated just before the last assembly election. And as far as I know, that's still in business. So the fact is that there is growing realization that several legislations, including the UCC, the proposed UCC, is a problem. And it's not going to be such an easy thing to move tribals politically from their immediate concerns.
Okay. Tuhin Sinha, quickly come in on this. Of course, the immediate concerns of tribals are very different from what is being said. You know, the vulnerable groups that have been identified, they spread over, you know, in over 22,000 villages in multiple states and union territories. Questions will be asked if this is linked to elections, but nevertheless, how hopeful is the BJP that this will have an impact on the poll-bound states?
Maria, how is it linked to elections? In the last 9 years, you know, social welfare schemes have been at the core of our governance. So, you know, today probably 25 lakh crores of rupees have been distributed via 300 social welfare schemes through the digital public infrastructure. And obviously, a large part of these beneficiaries have been the tribal population. Now, when we launched the PVT, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, the core agenda or the core purpose of that is to ensure that if at all any percentage of the weakest and the poorest section has been left out, even that will be covered over the next 2 months. So trust me, in Madhya Pradesh, where we have a double engine sarkar, as we call it, there is going to be a pro-incumbency vote. In Chhattisgarh, even today, the tribals are rather upset with the existing state government because of the multiple scams which have actually impacted them. And in Jharkhand, equally, they are upset with the existing state government, which has been, you know, at the forefront of looting them via mining scam. But there is immense positive sentiment for the social welfare schemes of the central government, which is creating an undercurrent for the BJP in each of the states.
Okay, then Professor Giri, if it is about Labharti, and Labharti is that group which is a beneficiary class, then it will not be looking at its identity on those lines. They are all looking at welfareism then.
I think that's what I was saying. You know, I think in different parts of the country where in tribal areas, I think the accent is different. You know, the inflections are different. So in some cases, what you are saying in a lot of the tribal areas, that's true. There is a Labharti, there is a beneficiary section from the welfare schemes. But believe me that there are large parts, in fact, the major parts of Adivasi areas in India are still under tremendous, pressure from big corporate interests, industrialization, displacement, and the question of land, that is still a basic issue, So whatever welfare schemes you give, the kind of welfare schemes that we see in all electoral processes, every contending political party does that, giving freebies and all of that. I think the Adivasi question cannot really be sorted through that. And even electorally, if you're talking purely electorally, I think if you like, for example, take Chhattisgarh, you should definitely talk to people who have the Hamar Raj party. There is a new kind of resurgence within Adivasis that they do not anymore want Congress or BJP. They have rejected Congress. If you go at the grassroots level, they have definitely rejected BJP. And they want their own independent autonomous voice. And Hamar Raj party in Chhattisgarh is an example of that. And similar processes are going on in Rajasthan that I know people, tribal leaders.
How much of an electoral impact do these parties really make, Sandeep Shastri? Speaking purely on the basis of your data.
I respect what Professor Giri is saying in terms of the local identities being critical. But if we look at survey data from the past, be it Chhattisgarh, be it Madhya Pradesh, be it Rajasthan, there seems to be a direct bi-party competition. I concede the point that Professor Giri makes that there is an element of disillusionment among segments of voters with the mainstream political parties. But the reality, I think, continues to be that it is these two major parties that you have in these three states.
That's true.
Which are at the center of the competition.
That's true.
And are the ones which are seeking electoral support.
Okay, I'll have let me give the final word as per the tradition to the women on the panel. Aditi Fadnis, how are you looking at the elections pan out, particularly in the tribal belt? Of course, we will see how it happens finally on 3rd. But, you know, just as Gujarat, where when it was a wave election, just about every pocket voted in one direction, will it be different based on more local factors than overarching themes?
Well, the BJP has certainly deployed a lot of very high-level tactics to win over the tribal areas. And these tribal areas have slipped away from the Congress. Both these statements are true. But ultimately, what is it that is bothering tribals? And what is it that they want from a government that they elect? I think I would tend to agree that the larger picture is issues of land, something to which even the President of India referred when she was governor of Jharkhand, including issues of cultural identity and religion. As you know, the tribals have their own, in many parts of India, have their own religion and a god. They worship nature and a god called Sarna. They are not part of the Hindu recognized, organized religion as we know it. They want protection for all this, and they want protection for their cultural identity. It's something that ex-Congress leader Arvind Neta is fighting for very strenuously in Chhattisgarh. So there are lots of subterranean pressures which tribals, without even being aware of it, are kind of giving vent to. And I think these things are very, very important in the overlay that makes them vote.
All right. Tuin, perhaps we'll continue this discussion off screen as well. Thank you so much for your time. Tuin Sinha, Sandeep Shastri, Professor Giri and Aditi Fadnis. Of course, we'll be waiting and seeing how the tribal votes really unfold on 3rd, but all eyes will be on how the voting goes in these belts in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, particularly on 17th.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
Welcome to Turning Point. Well, it is the semi-final of the Cricket World Cup. India taking on New Zealand. And once again, it has been a Virat moment for Team India. Virat Kohli scoring his 50th ODI 100, going past Sachin Tendulkar in front of a packed stadium, and the master himself. En route, he tumbled several records. He has gone past 700 runs in this edition of the World Cup, also become the highest run scorer in a single World Cup edition. India has gone past 300 runs facing the Kiwis. We will talk a lot more about what's happening and what's going to happen.
Well, the fact that the Indian juggernaut has been rolling over all the oppositions, and today leading that attack from the front was King Kohli, slamming his 50th ODI ton, a record, a massive, massive achievement, and what a poetic way to do it in front of Sachin Tendulkar at Wankhede, bowing down to the master himself. A fantastic day for Indian cricket. We are joined at this point by former India cricketer Sabah Karim, who is smiling, who is happy, and why not? What a great moment for Indian cricket and Virat Kohli.
Indeed, it is. It is astounding to see his consistency, Osama. I've yet to see a player who has this kind of passion to score runs. And people have talked about Virat Kohli not getting runs in the semi-final encounter in the previous editions of the World Cup. But in this World Cup, I think he was so focused that he wanted to make it count, and he has done that each and every time he stepped out to bat for his country. Today was another example of his desire and his passion to score runs at the right time. And you have very aptly described the fact that this packed Wankhede crowd was waiting for a moment like this. He has obviously broken Sachin Tendulkar's record, but at the same time, for him to score this amount of runs in front of Wankhede, where now he lives in Mumbai, this kind of a home crowd for him, and he's chosen the right time to get to this 100. again, very well crafted, flawless knock this time around. Took his time. And then once he got into his 20s and 30s, one was able to watch him blossom in such a fine manner. And I think, you know, we don't talk about the kind of impact the batters before him have had in his innings. Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, the kind of start they gave the Indian side that allowed Virat Kohli to spend some time at the crease and then to accelerate. And similarly for Shreyas Iyer, he came in at number 4 and he started to come in and play some big shots that again helped Virat Kohli to take his time to construct his innings. And I think that is what Virat Kohli has been famous for.
You see, there is this term that has been thrown around a lot, the greatest of all time, the GOAT of cricket. Sawa Karim, is he the greatest of all time when it comes to
In one-day batting? Has to be. There is no doubt about that. I mean, you can talk about different generations, the rules have changed, all that. But I think even if you talk to any of the greats of white ball cricket, especially one day, everybody will take Virat Kohli's name. But for him now, we have always talked about Virat Kohli as a chase master, but look at him now. In a big encounter, semi-final, he gets you 100 while India is trying to put up a target. So I think it goes to show that how he has remodeled his game. There's always this eagerness to learn, and I think that is what makes him so different and so special.
We're also joined by former India cricketer Gursharan Singh. Gursharan, you have seen Virat Kohli grow up in Delhi. From a young boy to a world beater today, how different is Virat the batter?
I think phenomenal. Hats off to Virat. The way he has been batting, rightly Sabawat said that people were saying when they're chasing Virat is the best. But now you see, it's a big stage, semi-final, and the way he batted, he took his time, and then he the shots which he played over cover also, pull, and the way he runs, really great. And I have seen him, I want to just share an incident with him. And I consider myself lucky that I have been his head coach when in the under 17 at Una. Himachal scored 452 and we on the second time we were 50-2 and Virat came just before lunch and he was batting on 5 or 6. And when he was on 3, there was a bowler in their team who was 6 feet 4 inches, and he delivered a bouncer and Virat tried to hook and it fell in no man's land. When the lunch was taken, I just told Virat, I said, Virat, he is 6'4" and his bouncer, it won't skid. It will just be like tennis ball. If you don't hook, then you play all the other shots, but please avoid that shot. And Rika and Saba, I want to share with you, he scored 200 without a single hook. And we chased on 452. And after 200, then he played that hook shot also. From there, I could see that he's destined for a greatness. He's a big player and he will play for the country. And what I thought, he has proved that. And his humility, like he's always said that Sachin is my idol. What Sachin has achieved, really great. He's always tried to be like him. And he's always said that I am learning and I'm trying to be just like Sachin. Really great and great performance. And I wish him more success in the rest of his career.
Well, we are also joined by senior sports journalist Gautam Bhattacharya at this hour. Gautam, we have seen 50 shades of Virat Kohli. You, a journalist, never short of words. How would you describe this shade of Virat?
There is nothing much that one can add to the experts like Gulsharan-ji and Sabha must have been saying. I would say that, these the two back-to-back centuries that we saw. In Calcutta, what I saw was his adaptability to the situation. In Mumbai, he knew that a big score was there for the taking. And he had this, little bit of a box to tick off. I mean, he had a poor record in the knockout stages of major ICC tournaments. I mean, has scored something like 12 points something. So he has answered not that he needs to answer his critics. This century has come at a time where the semi-final jinx needed to be broken. So nothing can be better than this. It's just showing that sense of a patient which a champion there does.
Well, absolutely. And the fact that this all changed for Virat Kohli after that historic knock at the MCG. It was a completely different Virat Kohli that we saw from then onward after that knock that he played at the MCG, Sababai. From there to now, it just looks like he has just grown as a cricketer. He has basically just overtaken everything and everyone that came in his way.
I think all this happens when you're in a happy space, and that's what we have noticed with Virat. There was a tumultuous, period of time when he had to undergo certain upheavals in his career. He went through a very rough patch in terms of his dismissals and in terms of his performance. But for him to come back from all that and to stand his ground like this is unbelievable. And as I said, all this can only happen when you're willing to work very hard and you put your mind to rest in terms of trying to accept too many responsibilities. At this point of time, it seems that Virat Kohli has always been very eager to learn, but he understands his position in the side, and this proclivity of scoring hundreds is amazing. I've yet to see someone who has this innate desire to score hundreds all the time he steps on to bat, and it is not an easy skill to acquire, and he has done that over so many years, several times on different occasions, and I think that's what makes him so special. Even in today's innings, it was not only about scoring runs at such a pace, also playing the big shot, but also his running between the wickets. It goes to show that he's supremely fit at this point of time. Even after scoring his 100, he was willing to go for the second run, and I think that is what makes him so different. He was, but thankfully he got fit after that, and then by the time he reached his 100, he looked as if he can go on to score another 100. The way he was batting in the end. But as I said, I think this entire the batting unit of India is tuned in a way so that it is helping Virat Kohli to play a specific role in the side. And I remember we talked about this in the pre-game show, Rika, that his role has been identified by the team management and the captain. So he holds the entire innings together, and that is why Rohit Sharma has picked players who are able to play a different kind of a role, play the aggressor role along with Virat Kohli. And I think that's what the entire team has done.
I have a question to Gursharan Singh about Virat Kohli being the man around whom India is batting right now. For a generation, we know Sachin Tendulkar carried the weight of a generation on his shoulders. But would you say with Virat Kohli, he has players around him to share that kind of responsibility for Team India? And that makes his job a little easier?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, he has always played with responsibility, Rika, whether when he made a debut. But at the moment, like he has been batting. For that, I think credit goes to the openers also. Rohit and Shubman, the way they are playing. And then Virat, he takes his time. And the way he plays, he has been taking Indians batting on his shoulder for the last 10, 12 years. It is really great. It's a great consistency. And his the scoring of centuries ratio is also very good. Like he scored already 80 international hundreds in very, very few games. So you can easily see that every inning is a new inning for him. Like if he scores 100, then in the next match also, if he gets set, he gets. You will rarely see him getting out in the 20s and 30s. Once he gets set, then he gets a big one above 50. 150s, and that is a hallmark of a great player. And rightly what Saba said, he's, I think, all-time one of the greatest one-day batsmen in the history of the game. How many matches he has won, plus on any condition, whether outside India or within the country, he has performed. Yeah, really, the greatest.
Well, the greatest of Indian cricket, Sachin Tendulkar, has in fact tweeted saying that the first time I met you in the Indian dressing room, you were pranked by other teammates into touching my feet. I couldn't stop laughing that day, but soon you touched my heart with your passion and skill. I'm so happy that that young boy has grown into a Virat player. I couldn't be happier that an Indian broke my record. And to do it on the biggest stage in the World Cup semi-final and at my home ground is the icing on the cake. It is the icing on the cake, Sababhai.
It has to be, and after scoring his 100, the gesture towards Sachin Tendulkar says it all.
Yeah.
And I think besides Sachin Tendulkar, it is David Beckham, and his favorite sport, in addition to cricket, I think it's football. So I think if you look at that, for him to have that kind of a gesture in front of Sachin Tendulkar, obviously, but also with David Beckham around, just goes to show that how much he loves sports.
Yeah.
So Virat is special because of so many different ways.
He was in fact playing one-touch football with.
Very sweet video from
and I look at him and it reminds me of a very famous character from Friedrich Nietzsche, the famous German philosopher. He always talked about the Superman, which is the Ubermensch. And I think Virat Kohli is an ideal candidate to be termed as an Ubermensch or a Superman for Indian cricket, the kind of performances which he has put in for India over the past several years.
Well, Gautam, talking about his wingman today, Shreyas Iyer, who also went on to score a century. He did not have a great start to the tournament, but he has grown in confidence and in stature as the tournament progressed. Talk to us a little bit about the quality of the 100 that you saw from Shreyas Iyer today.
Well, despite the talk of wicket aiding the batting, century in 67 balls against the New Zealand bowlers that tells its own story. He came in with a completely different intent. And what we see in this batting lineup, as Saba was saying just now, the roles are very clearly defined. Had it been 30 for 2 or something, we could have seen a different Shreyas there. But when he came in, he knew that they have to outbat New Zealand from the semi-final, and that was his grabbed the opportunity with both hands. He was unchallenged, he was untroubled by anything, and he's such a wonderful player of spin that, he's one of the, there was a time when he was looking more comfortable against Santner and Rachin Ravindra. So, a different innings under different circumstances. All the credit to him. Let's not forget that he has also come out of the back-to-back centuries. With that, takes a lot of doing at this.
That is the reason why Shreyas Iyer is in the 11, and that is why the reason why Rahul Dravid and Rohit Sharma have backed him. They waited for him to get fit. And there were a number of issues that cropped up, and then before the World Cup started, he had a niggle, so I think he missed the preparatory the warm-up matches, if I'm correct. I think it is precisely for this reason, because he has this rare ability to accelerate whenever he wants, especially against the spinners. Today also, the way he belted those powerful shots or against those sixes he hit against spinners goes to show that with Shreyas Iyer at the other end, it allowed Virat Kohli to settle down, and it took his own time. But Shreyas Iyer remains a very integral part of the side. And he has been a mainstay at number 4 for India for the past couple of seasons. That is the biggest reason why Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid have backed him. And one can see why Shreyas Iyer is talked so highly of in the Indian dressing room.
Now, before we show our viewers what happened in the first innings, Sabah, one question to you about Virat Kohli, and we don't often use this word in ODI cricket, sheet anchor. Do you think Virat Kohli is someone who's a sheet anchor, and he is an example of an ideal sheet anchor in ODI cricket?
Yes, and you need a player like that because 50-over game is so different from T20. So you require someone who can control the entire innings, and no one better than Virat Kohli to do so. It does not mean that when there is a need to accelerate, Virat Kohli can't do that. Because because of his experience, he has the ability to be extremely flexible and agile in his approach. For instance, if 2 wickets had fallen early, then you could have seen a different kind of a Virat Kohli. Or if Virat had come into bat at, say, 150 for 1 or 2 at that stage, maybe we would have seen a different kind of a strike rate from Virat Kohli. But eventually he did get 100, but he batted at a strike rate of about 103, 104.
103, that's probably the lowest among all the
Also,
Indian
I think many people tend to forget that, we have talked about his role being identified as a sheet anchor, and the entire, the India's batting unit revolves him, but it also goes to show that that Virat Kohli remains so special because he knows how to control the innings. He knows how to set a target. He also knows how to chase a target, and along with him, the other players can score freely when they know very well that Virat Kohli is at the crease. That is one reason why Shreyas Iyer can score at such a brisk pace, why KL Rahul can come in and score freely. Similarly for Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill right at the top, they know that Virat Kohli comes in number 3, even if a wicket fall, which has happened in the, on some occasions. So you have someone like Virat Kohli who can soak in the pressure and then take India home.
Sabha, let's show our viewers as to what happened in the first innings and how Virat got to that history-making moment.
Rohit Sharma came out all guns blazing in the semi-final at Wankhede. He went past Chris Gale to hit most number of sixes in the World Cup as India reached 50 up inside 6 overs. Even though India lost Rohit after 8.2 overs, but did not lose momentum as Gill was in the middle. He struck his 3rd half-century in the last 4 innings. Virat Kohli once again played the sheet anchor's role, occasionally displaying shots like this.
Enough to hit it away from the deep.
Shubman Gill was retired hurt on 77. Kohli displayed rich vein of form, batting at an average of 84.7. The former skipper struck his 7th half-century of the tournament. King Kohli's dominance at the world stage continued as he went past Sachin's record of most runs in a single edition of a World Cup. And with that, Virat Kohli became the most prolific centurion in the history of ODI cricket. A punch in the air as Kohli broke Tendulkar's record in front of Tendulkar to bring up his 50th ODI ton.
50 international ODI hundreds.
Well, India at the moment are 383 for 4. In the final over, they're looking to cross that 400-run mark. Will that happen? We'll have to wait and watch. But at this point, the talking point and the only talking point is King Kohli, who has smashed Sachin's record of 49 centuries, goes on to make the 50th ODI ton. A historic moment at Wankhede in front of the Little Master. What a great moment for Virat Kohli and Indian cricket in general. Sabha bhai, I also want to talk about the fact that India in this World Cup, they have been a juggernaut, and everyone was talking about how this could be, the semi-final could be the one match where India might face some competition. But when you look at that score, and when you look at that batting, the way India has batted, does it feel like that we are one step into the finals now?
Let's get this done with. It seemed that we have kind of done our best to outbat New Zealand. Now we are at this stage 393 for 4. We should cross 400, and the excess of 400 for New Zealand to chase under lights with a strong bowling unit is not going to be an easy task. But yes, you're absolutely right. And I think all this has happened because of the kind of planning which the team management along with the selectors have done. The Indian team management has backed some of the big players, and that is why we see the results. Can you imagine we are missing one big player, that is Hardik Pandya, the only all-rounder, so-called batting all-rounder in our side. And despite that, we are in such a strong position. It goes to show that India's bench strength and the kind of players the selectors have picked and the kind of players the team management has backed, all that has bore fruit for India, which is such a remarkable sight to see. No wonder India has dominated in all the matches, and today also in a big semi-final encounter, India has done that.
So 397 for 4, Rika.
398
is the target that India has set.
Sabha, you are saying that it is difficult to chase under lights.
It is impossible, if you ask me now, Marika,
we have one prediction already.
Of 3 pace bowlers plus 2 spinners, and you have noticed the way the wicket has played. Right. It is on the slower side. There are some
down.
Yes, it has slowed down
Considerably.
And as the game has progressed with the older ball, it is not easy to time the ball. It's because of the sheer quality of Indian batters, whether it is Shreyas Iyer, even KL Rahul came in and scored some brisk runs. It just goes to show that India is on top at this stage.
Well, let's hear from Gursharan. 398. Will India have any kind of jitters, defending this?
No, I don't think what rightly Sabha said. Impossible. It's very difficult because wicket is also on the slower side. And then first 10-12 overs in Bombay, the ball really moves. I mean, it's very impossible. Plus, I just want to add one thing about Virat Kohli's inning also. I think he's the ideal batsman for the youngsters to copy, to follow. Like, he normally plays good cricketing shots, right? He doesn't play the reverse sweep or some other improvisation. But with normal cricketing shots, he in the one-day cricket, his strike rate is more than 100. It's really great, and his footwork and his shot selection was superb. And again, hats off to Virat, the way he has been batting. And obviously, it was a knockout game. He wanted to show this also that in the World Cup semi-final, I've got 50th 100, and really great performance.
And these are signs of a great batter.
Yeah.
Is that when you go out to bat, you see the surface, you assess the surface, and you construct your innings in your mind. So you visualize before you go out to bat. And I think that's a hallmark of someone like Sachin Tendulkar. He would always do that.
Yeah.
So before he gets 100 on the field, he has already scored a double 100 in his mind. So I think that's what we have noticed in Virat Kohli. So you have to visualize the opposition, the attack, and the kind of surface you are playing. And then accordingly, you work out the kind of shots you need to play. That is why Virat Kohli's innings will always be risk-free.
Correct.
But whenever he takes that undue risk early in his career, he has gone out cheaply.
Yeah.
So I think Virat is very clear in his mind that he needs to visualize, and he does that so well. People keep saying that he goes out to bat, he knows the kind of surface this is and the kind of shots he has to play. So his shot selection was again very immaculate, and on top of that, he crafted his innings well before he went out to bat. And I think it's a sheer example of his tenacity and his ability to score tons at this pace.
Well, one player that we have been talking about throughout this tournament is captain Rohit Sharma, and what he has been providing for this team, the way that he has been batting in this World Cup, playing the captain's role literally. Gautam Bhattacharya, today as well, Rohit Sharma gave India the kind of start that he has been providing throughout the tournament. How crucial are those 47 odd runs from Rohit Sharma in the larger context? Because when you look at how Kohli constructed his innings, you also have to look at how Rohit Sharma gave him that platform.
It's been priceless, Osama. You're right. Thing is, if you look at how the media had been building up the semi-final, it was touted as a kind of battle between Rohit and Bolt. So Rohit chose to exercise that boast in the first over itself. I mean, there was a lot of talk about the left-arm seamers, delivery coming in, etc., etc. But he won that mental battle, and then in the first 6 overs there were 50 plus. So that's where the battle was starting to get one side, and then it's quite obvious that because of the sense of occasion of Virat's 50th century, this other contributions will get a little overshadowed. But Rohit's have been a priceless innings. Same with Gill and same with Shreyas's century, of course.
Well, we'll keep discussing Virat Kohli's 50th ODI ton and a lot more. India has set New Zealand a target of 398 runs to win that semi-final match of the World Cup. Time for a very tiny break on the show. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn, of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
a cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Well, we are talking about Virat Kohli's historic moment, getting to 50 ODI tons, as India has set a huge target of 398 runs to New Zealand in the first semi-final of Cricket World Cup. Let's have a look at what happened when Team India batted.
Rohit Sharma came out all guns blazing in the semi-final at Wankhede.
One of the best bowlers in the world.
He went past Chris Gale to hit most number of sixes in the World Cup as India reached 50 up inside 6 overs. Even though India lost Rohit after 8.2 overs, but did not lose momentum as Gill was in the middle. He struck his third half-century in the last 4 innings. Virat Kohli once again played the sheet anchor's role, occasionally displaying shots like this.
Enough to hit it away from the deep.
Shubman Gill was retired hurt on 77. Kohli displayed rich vein of form, batting at an average of 84.7. The former skipper struck his 7th half-century of the tournament. King Kohli's dominance at the world stage continued as he went past Sachin's record of most runs in a single edition of a World Cup. And with that, Virat Kohli became the most prolific centurion in the history of ODI cricket. A punch in the air as Kohli broke Tendulkar's record in front of Tendulkar to bring up his 50th ODI ton.
50 international ODI hundreds.
Well, let's have a look at what Sachin Tendulkar said after Virat Kohli scored that ton. In fact, Sachin was at the ground. It was his century that Virat Kohli overcame. The first time, he said, the first time I met you in the Indian dressing room, you were pranked by another teammate into touching my feet. I couldn't stop laughing that day, but soon you touched my heart, and your passion, and with your passion and skill. Sabha, tell us a little bit about this beautiful relationship that has blossomed over the years. And I remember 2011 when India won the World Cup, Virat Kohli made a very nice comment about a whole generation, Sachin carrying the weight of a whole generation, and he wanted to carry the burden of Sachin Tendulkar.
One person who has learned the most from Sachin Tendulkar in the dressing room is Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli, when he made his debut, was a different Virat altogether. He has absorbed as much as possible from the discipline, from the sacrifice, from the willpower of Sachin Tendulkar. Sachin Tendulkar's speciality was his preparation. and his ability to score hundreds, his ability to understand the conditions and bat under pressure and to take that responsibility. And I think Virat has imbibed all these qualities from Sachin Tendulkar. His humility also to a large extent comes from what he has seen from Sachin Tendulkar. So one has seen him grow not only as a cricketer but also as a person, and all that has happened is because of the time that he has spent with Sachin in the dressing room. So I think Virat is blessed that Sachin likes him so much, and they've had this honest kind of a communication going all the time, even when they played together. And now, after Sachin's retirement, they've had this constant communication, and Sachin has always guided him.
And,
so I think
and Virat also spoke about the time when he was not getting runs, he was going through a rough patch. One man that he stayed in touch with.
Yeah, he's one phone call away, not only for Virat, but for the cricket also. So I think in that sense, Rika, I think India is blessed. So India has got some great stalwarts who always helped the younger generation to grow, right from Sunil Gavaskar to Sachin Tendulkar to Virat Kohli. And I think after Virat also we are seeing the emergence of Shreyas Iyer and KL Rahul and Shubman Gill. Yeah. And I think hopefully this kind of tradition will continue.
Sabha, you were also talking about the visualization aspect, and you know, when Virat Kohli scored the century, after that he not just punched in the air, almost a David Warner-like celebration today, and then he bowed.
Goes down on his knees, goes down on his knees. It's a whole process, punches in the air, goes down on his knees.
So the process is not only about scoring runs, but also the way he wanted to celebrate. I think this is a rare gesture, and I'm sure he must have thought about it. That okay, I want to get 100, I want to get a big 100 for my side, I want my team to win, but if something like this happens, this is the way I'm going to offer my gratitude to the one and only Sachin Tendulkar.
It's the showman Kohli once again.
Well, he deserves it. And Gursharan Singh, I also want to talk about the fact that around 10, 12 years ago, somebody asked Sachin Tendulkar as to who do you feel is going to beat that record when it comes to most centuries, and he very rightly said that those guys are here in this room, pointed out to Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, and both these players, when you look at how things have panned out for them and their careers, as well as how things have panned out in this World Cup, when you look at this, the kind of premonition that Sachin Tendulkar had, it was absolutely right, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, I think Sachin could see when Virat made a debut, Sachin was playing. Then he saw a young 18-year-old, then he saw him blossoming and learning from his mistakes. And like in the earlier few matches, he used to get out for 30s and 40s. But after one or 2 years, and after that Australia tour, he really blossomed into one of the very, very consistent batsmen and a match winner for India. And what Sachin had seen, Virat has proved. And I really appreciate his gesture, great gesture when he bowed down after scoring that 100 towards Sachin. And Sachin has been his role model, and he has seen what rightly Sabha said, his preparation. Like Sachin also, when we have heard when he used to go to England, he used to practice on the near the seashore against some moving balls. So, and then he's playing on a turning wicket against Shane Warne. He practiced against leg spinners. So that preparation is very, very important. Plus, and he visualizes a lot. And definitely, the Virat, by his name, is really Virat. And I think I'm waiting for that day when he scores in 100, international 100 also. And I think that will happen. The way he has been performing and the consistency with which he has been scoring hundreds. Really great.
Well, Rika, I can only imagine what must be going outside the Wankhede Stadium at this point of time. And we have Sunil Singh outside the stadium with the fans. Let's listen to what these fans have to say and what kind of experience it has been for them.
वनडे वर्ल्ड कप का पहला सेमीफाइनल चल रहा है भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के बीच में यहाँ वानखेड़े स्टेडियम में। खेल बहुत ही रोमांचक स्थिति में है और विराट कोहली ने अभी शतक बनाया है और हम देख रहे हैं कि जिनको टिकट नहीं मिला वो लोग यहाँ पर मरीन ड्राइव के इस फुटपाथ पर बैठकर यहाँ पर देखिए एक टैब के सहारे जो है कि देख रहे हैं। कुछ नहीं मिला तो इन्होंने टैब ले लिया है और इस टैब में ये पूरा मैच देख रहे हैं और पूरा इस खेल का लुत्फ उठा रहे हैं। ये हैं खेल के प्रशंसक, क्रिकेट के फैन, और सबके चेहरे पे खुशी है क्योंकि विराट कोहली ने शतक लगाया है और भारत जो है बिल्कुल जीत की तरफ जा रहा है क्योंकि बड़ा स्कोर एक खड़ा कर रहा है भारत। हम बात करते हैं, आप लोग ये अनोखा तरीका आप लोगों ने अपनाया है ये कि सामने स्टेडियम है, वहाँ जाके मैच देखने की बजाय आप लोग यहाँ पर ये टैब में
सर हम आए थे बड़ोदरा गुजरात से आए थे मैच देखने के लिए, लेकिन टिकट मिला नहीं, इसलिए हम लोग इधर एंजॉय कर रहे हैं।
अपना चौपर लगा लिया, आप लोगों ने बैठ गए।
हम लोग
इंडिया के लिए इतना चेयर कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए इतना खुशी में ये कर रहे हैं सर। अलग से चार्ज है हमारा। एक बार विराट कोहली सर के लिए चेयर हो जाए, विराट कोहली के लिए। विराट 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 हमारा अलग से भी काम है, थोड़ा भविष्य वाणी का भी, लेकिन उसका अलग चार्जेस मेनू कार्ड हम लोग सेंड कर देंगे आपके चैनल पे। अरे भाई लोग बार कोहली के लिए ताली हो जाए।
देखिए ये जज्बा है, ये आनंद लोग उठा रहे हैं और इतना खेल भावना है लोगों में भरी पड़ी, खासकर क्रिकेट के प्रति, कि टिकट नहीं मिला तो यहाँ पर बैठकर उन्होंने अपना डेरा जमा लिया, बैठकर देख रहे हैं और एक एक शॉट पे, एक एक गेंद पे किस तरह की खुशियाँ हैं, किस तरह का जोश है। और क्या देखिए ये जोश है लोगों में, और ये सब आप लोग सब फैन हैं क्रिकेट के, तो वहाँ क्यों नहीं विराट
बस विराट
सेंचुरी हो गई। दीवानगी है क्रिकेट की, जो सभी भारतीय क्रिकेट फैन के सर चढ़कर बोल रही है, और सभी को उम्मीद है कि जिस तरह का स्कोर खड़ा किया जा रहा है भारत की तरफ से, जीत पक्की है।
शामी शराज, बुमराह, जडेजा और रोहित शर्मा ऐसा स्टार्ट दे रहे हैं, जबरदस्त।
60 या 70 पे औलट मारेगा न्यूजीलैंड को शमी
सिराज,
बुमराह।
सभी यहाँ क्रिकेट के विशेषज्ञ बने हुए हैं और सभी की उम्मीद में भरोसा है कि भारत की ही जीत होगी, और जोश, उमंग और खुशी देख सकते हैं लोगों के चेहरे पे।
Sabab, it is one of those occasions to celebrate. It is the Diwali week. Diwali just got over, but Virat Kohli isn't just allowing the season of celebration to get over. 80 international hundreds. He's just 20 short of his 100th hundred.
Why are we discussing that now?
No, because I just want to know.
I think it is a possibility. Yes, because.
Possibility?
Big possibility because of his fitness and the regime that he follows. He's so strict about his diet. His work ethics have remained the same over the past so many years. That is the biggest reason why I feel with this kind of propensity to score hundreds, he can always get to that three-figure mark of three figures. And it is a big possibility. It also depends because Virat has also taken breaks at the right time. So in that sense, the team management and the selectors have allowed him those kind of breaks which he needs. So which keeps him fresh and gets him raring to go. Yeah, which is perfectly fine. They need that. I think with this kind of the intensity with which he plays all the time, be it as a batter, be it as a fielder, he requires these kind of breaks so that whenever he gets onto the field, you expect the best from him. So I think. If he remains fit like this, his longevity will increase, and if that happens with this kind of consistency, I'm sure he'll get to that mark also.
Let's have a look at those pictures of celebration once again.
Well, we'll get to those pictures in just a short while from now, but I also want to ask Gautam Bhattacharya, the fact that Sabab just mentioned about how the management has backed Virat Kohli and helped him achieve what he has achieved in a way, achieved what he has achieved in his career. Do you also feel that credit goes to the kind of management that India has shown in terms of how they have handled their players, especially when you talk about somebody like a Shreyas Iyer, somebody like a KL Rahul, somebody like a Bumrah, and how everything has come together? Do you feel that it's kudos to the team management as well?
It's the Indian team management. I mean, one person who doesn't get spoken enough, maybe on the 19th he'll get spoken about, that's Rahul Dravid. I mean, there is a certain courage of conviction that this Indian team management shown about these guys whom you have just named. I mean, at the drop of a hat, the media had, projected, X for Y or so and so like that as a kind of ready replacement. But they always knew the virtue of bidding their time on somebody like Kane, somebody like Shreyas. Bumrah, of course, is he's a player who's irreplaceable. We have all seen what difference he has brought about in the Indian. Definitely, that courage of conviction is the main thing. And then, the BCCI has got a system in place. The NC is there where they're going without making a noise. They're doing the rehab there, and they are coming back. So definitely, credit has to be given that. It's due.
Well, there's an interesting tweet that has come in from Wasim Akram. He says, "We live in the Virat Kohli era. Congratulations, Emperor." Calling him the Emperor. Sabah, we've been so long calling.
I know Wasim has got high regard for Virat Kohli, and I also feel that we are blessed to watch Virat Kohli in action. I remember those early days. There is a similarity with. Do
you think Pakistan's love for India starts with Virat Kohli? The way they have been showering affection and love all through this World Cup, the ex-Pakistani cricketers.
I think they enjoy his intensity on the field, the way he brings everything onto the table. He doesn't leave anything behind. So once the game over, he's completely drained. So that's how the love story has evolved. Not only with him, but even with Sachin Tendulkar from the day he made his debut. And I was talking about Sachin Tendulkar first 100 in Australia, first Test match 100. Virat Kohli's turnaround happened in that 100 he got in Australia. And I think the respect which Sachin Tendulkar has got for Virat Kohli is also because of that. For him to get 100 in Australia when the entire team of so-called stars of the Indian side, they struggled for the entire series. Virat Kohli came at number 5, number 6 and got a splendid 100. It was quite similar to what Sachin Tendulkar did years ago. So I think that's how this fondness has grown, and that is one of the reasons why Sachin has got a special place for Virat Kohli.
And before we go to Gursharan Singh and Gautam Bhattacharya, let's take a look at those pictures, those moments when Virat Kohli got to that century, and take a look at that celebration.
Shifting gears now. He's charging for the second. He will get this. He stands alone aloft on that summit. Nobody else there. What a career this is. 50.
Virat Kohli, 50 international ODI hundreds.
Absolutely incredible scenes there at the Wankhede. And I remember, Rika, the last time something this magical happened was in the 2011 World Cup final. And you were there, you were probably there at that time. I was inside the stadium watching that match, and I cannot imagine the kind of electricity that there must be inside the stadium. It would have been something else there at this point of time. Gursharan Singh, what do you feel must be going on inside that stadium among those fans who have come to watch Virat Kohli get that 50th century, and getting that 50th century inside at the Wankhede Stadium in a historic occasion? It must be something absolutely phenomenal for them.
I think all of them are very, very lucky. They will consider themselves so lucky to have watched Virat's 50th 100 in one day. And plus, they will go, whenever they go back, they will tell their family member, their friends that we were there. And I think they're really blessed to have been there in the stadium. Like many greats have come to watch this match. And it was, really their dream. And they will, for the next 10, 15 days or month, I think this inning will, they will keep on visualizing this inning, the way Virat played, and it was really, I think, one of the greatest one-day inning in a knockout and semi-final match. And I think with his inning, the score which India has put 397, and it looks very, very difficult, like impossible, I think, for New Zealand to chase this target.
Sabah, you've been saying that the target that has been set by India, 398, is impossible. But India has just finished a high-octane session, I would say. How difficult is the job of Rahul Dravid and support staff at the moment to keep the players calm their nerves and prepare them for the second innings? Or does the switch happen automatically. They are just automatically back and prepared for the, next set of battle.
There is enough maturity in the side to understand what is required, Erika. Rahul Dravid, obviously he is the right person to guide them. But at times just allow the players to be themselves. They have done all the hard work before. A lot of thought goes behind the preparation, behind match simulations, what kind of strategy you have to adopt, your game plans. I think it's more important for India to understand that and try and execute it. And I think India has been a fascinating story for India's pace bowling unit, not only pace bowling, the entire bowling unit. If you look at the stats, all the three seamers from the Indian side, they've been so impeccable and precise in the line and length. Very few deliveries they have bowled down the leg side or width outside the off stump. So that's how the pressure builds up on the batters. And then you have the two spinners, wicket-taking spinners. And I think that's what they need to do when they go out to bat. When they go out to bowl, beg your pardon. I think for India to get into a position, the batters have done their job. Now it's up to the bowling unit to do well, and then for the fielders to support them. I think India's fielding, we haven't talked about them so much, but they've been right on target.
Well, one thing that we obviously have to talk about is the fact that how India has gone ahead with in the power plays, and let's get that graphics on air. India has managed to get past 60 plus scores in power plays in 8 times in this World Cup. New Zealand comes second with 5, followed by Australia and England. So it tells you about the kind of starts India has been getting, and a lot of that credit goes to Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill. Gursharan Singh, I also want to talk to you about Rohit Sharma and the way that he has emerged as the captain of this Indian side. Not a long time back, people were questioning whether he should be the captain of Indian team or not. And look at what he has done in this World Cup and how he has led that team. Is it a testament of how incredible a captain and a player Rohit Sharma is?
Yeah, you can see his record in IPL. Bombay, I think they have won 5 times. Then IPL, then in one day also, T20 also. So when you criticize a great player, and Rohit is also one of the greats of Indian cricket, when you criticize them, the best, they give their best. Rohit, the way he is batting, earlier he used to take a little bit of time in the one days in the first 10 overs, but in this World Cup, he has been leading from the front. He is taking the bowlers on, hitting them over, like the 6 he hit of I think Trent Bolt. Then he demolished the attack. They had to bring Santner so early, I think in the 6th or 7th over. So then in the bowling unit also, they're not able to think much when they are attacked. Like we won 85 something in 10 overs. And for all the matches, all the innings where we are scoring big, I think credit goes to Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, especially Rohit Sharma. The way he has been, hitting the fast bowlers, spinners. So he wanted to show everyone that how they should score in 50 over, what they should follow to attack the bowlers, play aggressive cricket. And it is really giving the results.
Well, we'll have to obviously talk a little more about Rohit Sharma's contribution to this match and to the tournament overall. But before we go any further, let's listen into former Indian captain Sourav Ganguly as to how he described India's phenomenal run in this World Cup.
50 hundreds is phenomenal. Fantastic. One day record 50 hundreds is phenomenal.
Do you think this record will stay forever?
I don't know, boss. It'll take a lot of beating to beat this. So and he's still and he's not finished yet. India দারুণ খেলছে শ্রেয়া শারও তো 100 ইন্ডিয়া এটা জিতুক সেমিফাইনালটা জিতবে এবার ফাইনাল উইল টেক ওয়ান স্টেপ এট এ টাইম
Well, Sourav Ganguly has been calling Virat Kohli phenomenal. The captain too, the captain of the Indian cricket team, Rohit Sharma too, has been phenomenal. 51 sixes hit by him in ODI World Cups most by a player, and he also went past Chris Gayle. Tell us a little bit about Rohit Sharma, the phenomenon.
So there are certain things which are intangible, Marika. For instance, look at the transition of Rohit Sharma from the way he batted in 2019 World Cup, the way he batted in 2015 World Cups. He had many more hundreds then. In this World Cup edition, he's got only 100, isn't it? But I think he has realized that the modern day one-day cricket is to be played in a different way altogether. So he set up a plan that India needs to bat in a very aggressive manner. And he decided, because he's an opener for the side, he has to lead from the front. So that is why for him, he has forsaken and has played in such a selfless manner so that he gets India off to a very good start that has allowed the other players to fill in their roles perfectly. And I think that's the role which he has performed admirably. So as a captain, for him to understand the dynamics and the requirements of modern day cricket, it has allowed Rohit Sharma to blossom as a captain. And I think you win World Cups when you have this kind of an attitude. You need to always think ahead so that you're ahead of the opposition in terms of your tactics, in terms of your strategy. So Rohit Sharma has not only batted in that manner, but also the kind of side which he has picked. His entire batting unit, if you see, except for Virat Kohli, whom we have discussed, has to play a very control and a sheet anchor's role. The rest of the players in the 11, or for that matter in the 15, all of them are aggressive batters. Even Ishan Kishan now waiting in the wings, he's also an aggressive batter. And on top of that, look at the bowling attack that he has picked. He's got 2 quality wicket-taking spinners. On top of that, he has got 3 top quality seam bowlers, all wicket-taking bowlers. So he has that cushion of utilizing all these bowlers whenever it is required. So whenever the pressure builds up in terms of a partnership, he can rotate his bowlers. He can bring in spinner, he can bring in a pace bowler who can get the desired result for him. So I think all that has happened because the kind of vision which Rohit Sharma along with Rahul Dravid have conjured for this World Cup. And I think finally for India, all that is coming true at the right time.
Sabha, 2019, when India got out of the World Cup in Manchester after that semi-final, Rohit Sharma wasn't the leader of the pack. It was MS Dhoni still at the helm. Then came in Virat Kohli. So probably he has been able to crystallize everything in the last 1.5 years. Given the timeline that he has had, because I think in the last 5 years, since 2019, India must have used around 50 players to test who plays the format the best. But Rohit Sharma as a captain wouldn't have got more than 1.5 years to plan. Given the timeline he has had, how impeccable has been his role in terms of shaping this whole campaign?
One of the biggest reason why India is at this stage is because this is Rohit's side.
Yeah.
Rahul Dravid is there to help him. Even there were occasions when Rohit Sharma was not fit and he wasn't available for the side. But he's always been in constant communication, not only with the selectors, along with the team management and also the players. So imagine someone like Shreyas Iyer who's out due to injury, getting a call from the captain Rohit Sharma, hey, listen, don't worry, I'm there for you. So as soon as you get fit, get match fit, we'll get you back in the side. Same with Jasprit Bumrah, same with KL Rahul. For Rohit Sharma to back his players whom he felt that they will be a match winner for him in the World Cup, that speaks highly of his leadership. And I think that's what Rohit Sharma has done. And you're right when you say that Rohit Sharma hasn't had enough time to build this side, but for him to do that in a short span of time has been remarkable. And I think Rohit has come to the fore from the day he transitioned from a white ball player to a red ball player. So then, accordingly, he has earned respect in the dressing room and has got his own style of leading the side. It is so different from MS Dhoni and so different from Virat Kohli.
Yeah.
And I think he puts everybody in the side, in the dressing room.
Very different from the man you just saw.
In a very relaxed manner. And I think that has helped all these players to grow.
And
in fact also
basically he's assimilated all energies in the dressing room.
We're in fact also joined by Vijay Dahiya, the other half of the Wicketkeepers Union on NDTV. Vijay bhai, what a fantastic day for Indian cricket. Virat Kohli reaching his 50th ODI ton.
You've been avoiding me because you know what happens when 2 wicketkeepers are around you.
We can never avoid you, Vijay.
Now the Indian team also requires 2 keepers all the time.
Yes, yes.
And few more in the support staff.
Yeah.
Phenomenal is the word. And we just talk not only about this 100. I mean, I'm sure you guys must have talked about his fitness. You must have talked about his running between the wicket. But the game sense. I mean, it's one thing that you get a start, and what do you do after that? It's his thinking is phenomenal at the moment, and the way his game sense. One thing is called game plan. The other thing is game sense. And game plan is before the game, and game sense when you in the middle of the game. And I think that's what makes him even more special.
Vijay, we'll also have to speak to you about Shreyas Iyer, his 100, coming at a time when there have been a lot of question mark on his performance, the way he got out in the initial few matches. Talk to us a little bit about his transition and the way how he has molded himself for this knock.
I think he's not molded himself. I think people get used to it that this is the kind of guy who's going to play like that. Now speak to him in this manner. There are few players, you have to back them up. There are few players, you have to give them confidence in certain way and say, all right, you back yourself like that, but how about you take first 15, 20 balls and then you back yourself. There are certain players who are playing at that level. Rika, you don't need coaching at that level. You need man management. You need to try and understand people which button to press, how are these guys going to click for you. Because as far as the skills is concerned, it's very much there. It's evident that you can see in a couple of shots. It's the mindset. How do you make that guy play more consistently? How he can showcase what he's got? And I think that's where the support staff come into the picture. And this is what we are seeing. And he's also somebody, if everything stays okay with him, and I'm not talking about fitness wise, I'm not talking about his back, I'm not talking about his shin or his knee, I'm talking about the top. If everything stays, if he's in control, I think he's another guy who will break so many records. He's also special. He gives you that impression. Shubman Gill, him, and there'll be a very healthy competition as far as batting is concerned in this dressing room, which is always a very encouraging side for you to do well.
Sabah, Shubman Gill's injury, what did it look to you? He'll be fit if India reaches the final,
I think
right?
he came back to bat, which means that he's fit. But for a youngster like him, he's supremely fit. For him to cramp like that, which means it was very humid out there. Even Virat Kohli, that one moment, held his leg. But hopefully, I think he should be fine. And I think India would require. For India to reach the final, they need to win this game. But I think hopefully India should be fit and ready to go even for the finals. But this has been a remarkable journey for India, and I hope the journey does not end. It continues, and
till
hopefully till the 19th.
It ends with the trophy in hands on 19th.
After so many years of wait, I think India is in a strong position to win this, and I think India can jolly well go on to dominate not only the semi-final but also the final, the way India has performed so far.
Vijay, I want to say something.
Shubman missed the first half. He's not going to miss the last.
Yes, very important. He missed the first half because of dengue. But, on the topic of Shreyas Iyer and, Gautam, this must be extra special for him, given that it has come on his home turf of Wankhede with his family watching, friends watching out there. I don't know, how many phone calls he has had to attend to give out tickets.
It is very much the Mumbai club. Whenever there is an issue, he often picks the brains of somebody like a Praveen Amre, like that. So definitely, it's getting 100 big occasion like this on his home turf is special. For that matter, it has also become Virat's home city. So this double joy for the Mumbai crowd to.
Absolutely, and it's not just the Mumbai crowd. We've been talking to some of the fans who have flown in from across the globe. Some have come from the US, some have come from the UK, and really they have all packed. They have all packed Wankhede in a sea of blue.
Well, it does look like a sea of blue every time India goes out to play in this, and it has looked like it every time India has played in this World Cup, right from the first match that India played till now. And I just feel that that sea of blue is going to, it basically is going to grow out of that stadium and onto the streets, because the way India is playing at this moment, it just feels like it's one more step before we reach the final and another step before we lift that trophy on the 19th. Gurcharan Singh, I also want to get a sense of the fact that we were talking about Shreyas Iyer, we were talking about Shubman Gill. How do you see KL Rahul's role in this lineup? Because He came in, batted well again, scored quick-fire runs for India, and especially at a time when you needed that. So his role in this team, it also has added a lot of value to the Indian batting lineup.
Yes, definitely. I think it started in the first match. When we were 3 down and KL played a outstanding knock of 97 runs. And in this inning also, I think he scored 39 of just 20 balls. The way he has been batting, he is exceptionally well. He doesn't take much time to get settled down, because the number at which he is coming, number 5, he has got few overs to play. And in that few overs, the strike rate which he is maintaining is really incredible. And it's a really great first 5 batsmen. All have been performing exceptionally well. And for that, and I'm very happy for Shreyas Iyer also. This is his second 100 in 2 matches, and he has been playing exceptionally well. And KL Rahul, yeah, it has given more consistency. Plus, when he is coming at number 5, all the other players, they can play more freely and more positively. Yeah.
Well, it is a mountain of runs ahead of the Kiwis. 398 runs is how much they have to score if they are to win this World Cup semi-final against India. Vijay has said it's impossible. Gursharan has said it is impossible. Sabha has said it's impossible. Vijay, let's
listen from Vijay bhai, because he makes really
he said he said
problematic
60-40
predictions. I must tell you.
I left it there. I didn't play that. No, first thing first, I wanted to say, Gautamji has said that, Virat is a Mumbai. The other day, people were talking about Bangalore boy. Kushpaji, come into the picture. What's happening to our Delhi boy? Everybody's taking him away, huh?
He's a Delhi boy.
We'll all claim as his. We'll all claim him as our own.
I want to bring it India now. He belongs to the country.
Yeah.
He's an India boy. Come on.
Here comes Sabha, gathering it right in the middle.
Just like KL Rahul. People don't talk about his keeping skills. He's been brilliant behind the stumps. His glove work has been superb. Down the leg side collections. His catch of Virat Kohli before that. His grab against the pace bowler down the leg side. The left-handed grab. It was superb display by KL Rahul. I think he's been such a stable force for India. He brings in substance. He brings in stability to the India while batting. And he's been such an important member of the side in terms of decision making for DRS. Rohit Sharma always looks at KL Rahul, and he has a very calm kind of an exterior, and he says, okay, let's go for it, let's not go for it. Even when someone like Ravindra Jadeja appeals, he still says, no, let's not take it.
Absolutely, and it's not easy.
The last time Vijay bhai gave me a really hard time when I did not mention KL Rahul's name in my intro. Here you are, Vijay bhai. KL Rahul, we are talking about him, and what a phenomenal work that he has done behind the stumps as well as with his batting. How do you rate him in this particular World Cup, the kind of value that he has brought to this team?
Sama, what I'm enjoying at the moment is that we're talking about individually, we're talking about top 5 batsmen. Just word of praise, one by one. We talk about top 5 bowlers, word of praise. I mean, when was the last time we talked about 11 players and everything positive coming out? This is the impact of this team at the moment. I'm not looking forward what happens in the future. I'm going to just enjoy this moment. I'm going to enjoy this World Cup or what this team is giving us, or the whoever follows Indian cricket or whoever loves Indian cricket. I mean, like, you hardly get that sort of a window where you have something positive to say about all the 11 guys. And on top of that, you have to talk about wicket keepers. They are special. It's a thankless job. There's no doubt about that. But him coming back from an injury, and I think that time gave him something to think about. And I think he said in one of those interviews when he was coming back from the injury, that recovery time, he was working on his mind as well. There was a window where he said that, he was thinking that how long he will carry on taking this much of a burden. I think that injury has done a word of good for him to get a little bit mentally fresh, come back stronger, and come back with a purpose. I think the biggest thing is when you have a purpose, and I feel this bunch, and I'm talking about not only talking about players, the coaching staff and everybody who's involved with this team at the moment has got a purpose. And when you have a purpose, you normally have a plan, and you work it out the way these guys are working out there. And look Look at the joy. Look what they are carrying on their shoulders. Look around the country. I mean, like the happiness that you get when your team is doing so well. It's phenomenal.
Absolutely. And
well, it's been an incredible run of Team India, an epic World Cup so far, and it isn't going to be long before India makes it 10 on 10, which means 10 wins. At this point, we'll also have to spare a thought about the fans, the ones who are one of the biggest stakeholders of the game, and on the ringside of this match today, my colleagues caught up with them in 2 cities in India. Take a look.
Actually, we felt very bad that Sachin's record was broken. But we all are very happy that record was broken by our Virat Kohli.
We are very happy that Virat scored 100 and he broke the Sachin's record. And actually, I'm a diehard fan of Virat Kohli. Unfortunately, I didn't got tickets. I'm waiting from morning 10 o'clock here. Yeah, on November 2nd also we came to buy a ticket, but there is no chance. But we're enjoying here on the Marine Lines with this crowd, and we are so happy that the India scored 399 and finally the India will win.
और रोहित जो हर मैच में स्टार्ट किया और 22 बॉल में 50, 23 बॉल में 40 और जो स्टार्ट किया हर मैच के वो पूरा परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा है।
आज का जिस तरह से इनिंग है तो हमको पूरा एकदम कॉन्फिडेंस है कि आज का मैच हम लोग को जीतना मांगता है, क्योंकि 2019 का जो सेमीफाइनल था उसमें बहुतों का दिल टूटा है, क्योंकि वो महेंद्र सिंह धोनी का लास्ट सेमीफाइनल वर्ल्ड कप था, तो उसमें हम लोग को जीतना था लेकिन नहीं जीत पाया अनफॉर्चुनेटली, लेकिन इस बार हम लोग को जीत मांगता है।
It is definitely a situation to celebrate because Team India has done exceedingly well during this particular tournament, and all of them are hoping that India would win not just the semi-finals but even the finals. Let me go across to a couple of these fans. Sir, if you can speak a few words, how has India really fared today as well as during the entire tournament?
See, you can see the match of the World Cup. Previous matches, this year match 2023. It's a very amazing match. All the matches are playing very good. All the teams are they're playing very good. The unity, the main is unity. Bowlers, batsmen, each and every bat, up to 7 players are playing. Like take Jadeja also, he's playing very good matches nowadays. Bowling, fielding, everything goes. But I don't want to disrupt those Indian team.
You're holding Virat Kohli poster. So today, what do you have to say about him? Because today he has broken the record, the Tendulkar record.
So we are very happy about that. But nobody, another country is not breaking the Sachin Tendulkar's score, whatever the 50 hundreds. But Virat Kohli has been broken. We are very proud of it. Anyway, Indian players are very good of the world, best players in the world.
Right. So. Should Team India seek some divine intervention? Are you praying for Team India? What about you? हिंदी में बात कीजिए। आपका क्या ख्याल है किस तरह से टीम इंडिया इस टूर्नामेंट में फेयर किया?
इस बार जो विश्व कप के लिए इंडिया भारत जो खेल रहा है, it's an extraordinary batting. So we are not lost any matches also. And further we are not going to lose any matches also. 100% ये बार वर्ल्ड कप हमारी है, हम 100% जीतेंगे और ये बार विश्व कप में बहुत रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने का इंडिया के प्लेयर्स के लिए बहुत पॉजिटिव का काम चल रहा है।
बैटिंग बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से खेले हैं। क्या आपका ख्याल में आज इंडिया जीतेगी आज की मैच?
100% हमारा इंडिया जीतेगा। अब हम लोग सभी भरोसा रखो है, हम लोग सभी इधर पूजा करको, सभी हम लोग भरोसा करको, बच्चे लोग सभी blessing करता है हमारा इंडिया।
In fact, this is taking place. This entire cheering of the fans are taking place right outside the temple. So perhaps they are all seeking divine intervention to ensure that Team India lifts that cup this time. So let's have some cheer for Team India. Well, that's the enthusiasm that you see in Bengaluru today as India gets on to the stage with respect to the semi-finals against New Zealand. With camera person Kumar, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Well, New Zealand has started the chase. It's a mountain of runs, as we have been speaking about. 398 is what they need if they are to win the semi-final. But our panelists have told us on NDTV that it is a near impossible task. With that, a wrap on the show. We'll come back to you at the end of the match. Thanks for watching. there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India...
All right, welcome back. There's breaking news coming in. While the train, Darbhanga, was passing through one of the station in Sarabhupati, immediately it was stopped after passengers saw the smoke. There is fire which has been reported on a train at this moment, and that's the latest that we are getting in at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is the S1 coach of this train. So far there hasn't been any casualties. We'll try and get more details on this story from my colleague Parimal, but the latest coming in at this moment that one train has coach of the Darbhanga special has caught fire. Well, joining the global equity rally, Indian markets ended at a 4-week high. Sensex shut shop 742 points above to cross 65,600 mark, while Nifty ended with a well above 19,650 mark. The realty and IT stocks led sectoral advance. Hiral Dadia has more on this.
Benchmark indices actually rebounded in trade to end at a 4-week high. If you see the Sensex, a close of nearly 750 points coming in there, and you have Nifty 50, which ended near 19,675 levels. Now, taking Bank Nifty into consideration as well, it was in the positive, but clearly underperformed the benchmark indices in trade. The breadth was absolutely in favor of the bulls, and from a sector-specific perspective, if you see,
meanwhile, the index provider Morgan Stanley Capital International added 9 Indian stocks to its emerging markets index in its November review. What do the additions mean in India? Here's BQ Prime Satya with details.
Right, so talking about that MSCI rejig, let's quickly talk about some names which were in focus on the back of that. You saw the likes of an IndusInd Bank. These are largely the inclusions which I'm going to start off with. IndusInd Bank, Suzlon, Persistent, APL, Apollo, Polycab, Tata Motors, DVR, Macrotech, and 197 Communications, which is Paytm, and Tata Communications as well. All of these were in focus on the back of inclusion into the index. Now, within this pack, you saw the likes of a Suzlon up 4.8%. You also had the likes of Paytm, which rose 2.5%, which were buzzing in trade on the back of that. In terms of weight increases, there were 3 stocks which saw some weight increases. You saw the likes of HAL, Vedanta, and Colgate with a slightly higher average or expected dollar inflow, as well as average volume, which were among those whose weights have been increased by the MSCI. Quickly moving on to the small caps, pretty much all of them were abuzz in trade today, so that's a positive. You saw the likes of a Gateway, District Park, Ahluwalia Contracts, Lloyd Engineering, DB Corp, as well as Prudent Corp, all of which were absolutely buzzing in trade. Among the exclusions also, we saw the likes of a Thermax, Linde India, Oracle Financial, Solar Industries, Jindal Stainless, and Dalmia Bharat, all of which were buzzing. Now, mind you, this is a very a critical MSCI rejig which has happened, because the India weight is set to move to 16.3%, which is an all-time high. It's almost twice the weightage that India had maybe 3 to 4 years back, and therefore this one assumes real importance. A lot of the inclusions and exclusions were largely expected, so nothing out of the blue, but nonetheless we saw quite a few names which are buzzing on the back of that.
With inflation easing in the United States and India, prompt the foreign investors to relook at the Indian markets. Well, emerging markets commentator Jeffrey Dennis believes the foreign investors should return to India despite relatively high valuation.
India has outperformed this year. It's up around 2.5% in dollars. The EM index as of now, as of a very nice move early on the 15th today, in Asia is up about 1.5% on the year. A disappointing year, frankly. But so India is up. So although the FII data has not been good lately, India has nevertheless outperformed. My sense is that you have had a perfect cocktail here for emerging markets. So you've got a very, very good mix of events here for the emerging markets. I think EM does very well into year-end and into 2024. And the FII money comes back, and I think India does well as well. I'd be overweight India. Of course, it's expensive, but then India is always expensive, and I think the growth story is great. There's potential down the road, perhaps, for interest rates to be brought down as inflation drops. But at the end of the day, this is a good environment for EM, and that's going to bring the FII money, I think, back to a market like India.
As we approach the election season, what's the road ahead for Capex theme? Will the theme expand in the coming years? Dimension Consulting Ajay Srivastava shares why he is bullish on this sector.
Capex, we are very constructive. To be honest, quite a bit of our investment is in Capex themes and large MNCs in the Capex theme, and they're doing well because they straddle industries, they straddle petroleum companies, they straddle Middle East. At the end of the day, why do we look at India? We need to look at Middle East as well, where petrodollars are fueling a kind of boom if you travel around and see the expansion. So no, Capex remains our number one theme, of course, in this industry, in the Indian context, Indian market. We are heavily invested in companies delivering Capex, and more so, companies delivering Capex to railway sector. I think that's been our biggest portfolio choice, which has done well. So both defense and this, I think, are doing astoundingly well and will do well because government needs to keep spending money. election year, they don't hold back the money at the end of the day. So next 12 to 18 months, it's a good time for capex industries, no doubt in my mind. But this is a very niche industry, not more than 7-8 companies, and therefore it's good in a way. You can build a portfolio, bad in a way that you don't have too many choices and the choices are expensive.
Moving on to the macros now, led by higher imports, India's merchandise deficit has spiked to a record high in October. The jump in trade deficit was largely led by a spike in gold imports. Pallavi Nahata joins with more details.
India's merchandise trade deficit has spiked to a record high in October, largely led by higher imports of oil and gold. The merchandise trade deficit rose to $31.5 billion. That's compared to $19.4 billion seen in September. While exports rose by 6.2% to $33.6 billion, imports rose by 12.3% annually to $65 billion. On a sequential basis as well, exports fell by 2.6%, whereas imports rose by 20.8%. Now, of the key imports, petroleum products were up by 8.1%, while imports of coal and coke were up by 4.5%. Imports of electronic goods were higher by 26.3%, whereas machinery, electrical and non-electrical goods were up 17.6%. Gold saw the sharpest spike and rose by 95.4% to $7.2 billion. Non-oil imports and exports are expected to moderate in November, given a higher number of holidays in the month. That's according to Aditi Nair, chief economist at ICRA. She also expects the trade deficit for November to come in anywhere between $22 to $25 billion.
In a move to finance long-term infra projects, two Kerala government-associated entities are planning to raise up to 2,500 crore rupees from the debt market. Here is Pragati Oberoi with more details.
After many bond issuances lately, we now have two Kerala-based entities looking to tap the debt market for fundraising. Sources told BQ Prime that Kerala Financial Corporation or KFC and Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board or KIIFB are planning to raise about 2,500 crore. While both are looking to finance some long-term infra projects through these bonds, the timeline is very different. If we talk about KFC, sources told BQ Prime that it is planning to raise about 1,000 crore from a 7 to 10-year bond issue. It is expected to be in 2 tranches and the company may consider going for green bonds as well. The term sheet has been finalized and the credit rating is expected this week. As far as KIIFB is concerned, it is planning to raise about 1,500 crore from a 10-year bond issue. The final credit rating is expected soon and the issuance may hit the market by early next month.
All right, that's all the time that we have in this edition. News and updates continue on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24x7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories. Every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. On the show this evening, how Telegram messaging app is used in India to allegedly peddle child sexually abusive and pornographic content, according to an activist in Hyderabad. Also on the show, the enormous impact of climate change on health around the world. Details from a landmark Lancet study. All that up ahead this evening. But first, a quick look at the top political story from Karnataka. Former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa's son B.Y. Vijayendra officially took charge as the president of the Karnataka BJP this morning. There are already murmurs from the dissenting factions which have been opposed to the appointment, and the first-time MLA and young party chief has his task clearly cut out. Pratibha Raman has the details.
6 months after the BJP was voted out of power in Karnataka, the party headquarters in the state finally witnessed some song and dance as Shikaripura MLA B.Y. Vijayendra took over as the state president.
I will not let down any of our Karyakarta, any of our senior leaders. I'll work day and night to strengthen our party and also to strengthen our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji.
Just a day before this occasion, BJP MP Ramesh Jigajinagi expressed his displeasure, claiming Dalits are not extended enough support in the party.
ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗೌಡರು ಸಾಹುಕಾರಗಳು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೈ ಎತ್ಕೋತೇ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದೆವು 75 ವರ್ಷ ನಾವು ಕೈ ಎತ್ಕೋತಿದ್ದೆವು ದಲಿತರು ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಈ ಜೀವನದಾಗ ಯಾರೂ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಬಹಳ ದುಃಖದ ಸಂಗತಿ.
This statement is a reflection of the various factions that are against Yediyurappa, and the appointment of his son as the state party chief may not go down well with all the sections. Vijayendra has his task cut out. Keeping in mind the Lok Sabha election, the party's alliance with the JDS and putting together the dominant caste dynamics, it is easier said than done. Yediyurappa's family is clearly aware of that reality.
Really, it is a big task. These are temporary. It will be 100%. It will be solved, and our brother will taking all the organization leaders support. And what is the small group in our party? It is not a major issue. After 2-3 days, it will be good.
Vijayendra is 2 steps away from emerging as strong as his father in the party. One is to win the trust of the anti-Yediyurappa camp in the party, and the other is to win big in the Lok Sabha election here. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch out how Vijayendra's role as president of the Karnataka BJP plays out. Also, as Pratibha pointed out, who the leader of opposition in the state will be. The BJP procrastinating on that decision for a while now since that assembly defeat. But from Karnataka politics to an issue that's of grave concern for society globally. By exposing how messaging apps are allegedly used to peddle and sell child sexually abusive and pornographic content, Hyderabad-based activist Sunita Krishnan has brought back to focus a global concern. She has now filed a complaint with the Hyderabad police after she herself created a fake account and exposed how pornographic content and child sexually abusive content is freely sold on chat rooms on messaging app Telegram. In her complaint, she has even named payment portals through which those providing such content get paid. My colleague Uma Sudhir spoke with Sunita Krishnan, who explained just how she went about this expose.
You filed a complaint and against a tech platform. Technology, something that we think as an enabler for many things. What has happened?
Technology is an enabler for many good things, but also for crime. And one of the things that we found is many technological platforms, including social media platforms, are being used to enable human trafficking. And one of them is Telegram. Telegram is an instant messaging app with over 700 million users across the world. India, US and Russia are the biggest user base here. A few days back we got a lead that this platform is being used for circulation of child sexually exploitative materials, which is in lay terms child pornography. I decided to probe this, and with all the developments in the past few years, with Government of India bringing an intermediary guideline, Supreme Court bringing a cybercrime portal, and so much of initiative, including integrated cybercrime coordination center at the central level, one thought that it would become a little more difficult to even find out what is happening. So when we started into a decoy operation to understand how things is happening, to our utter shock, how easily and how seamlessly we could find material, and material of children as young as 2.5, 3 years old, toddlers, either being raped or being groomed to self-generate videos of their masturbation. That is a kind of bulk. Now, when we started looking at both at the ease at which we can find these material and the volume of it, we found that we could pay just about 50 rupees to get a video of a child being raped. And I didn't cross more than 100 rupees to any seller. But what is mind-boggling is the volume. We interacted with 6 sellers, and with 6 sellers we were able to get material worth 37 GB, which is about 40-45 minutes of rape videos of children across. So it kind of started making me look at what is this platform?
Who is accessing these videos? From what material that you showed us, it appeared that the sellers also sound Indian, and you're telling me from your interaction, your understanding was that they could be actually youngsters.
Absolutely, and that was very, very frightening because the primary handlers or the primary sellers and co-sellers seem to be very young people. One, maybe college-going student, because in one particular operation, when we had made a payment and when the content did not reach us immediately, and we said, where is the content? And this person replies back saying that I was in the tuitions, and so I didn't send. I'm going to send it now. So gave a little understanding on the profile of handlers who are being lured into, to work in support of the crime. But also when we started looking at the technological app itself, that is Telegram's app, and we started wondering how is this creating such an ecosystem. So it provides certain features which makes any criminal to operate. One, it's 100% encrypted. Two, it has a self-destructive property which means that the messages can disappear. There is no authentication in terms of creating an ID of your own. It's very seamlessly done within few seconds, and then it actually provides a advertising opportunity for such material. All the persons that we contacted, or before we contacted, we got a pop-up, and with the pop-up we actually got a menu card. Actual menu card with a kind of template where it said, rape with child available, mom rape available, so-and-so rape available, all about children, And it was just a matter of choice to say, okay, I want a Hindi child, or I want a Telugu child, or I want a boy, I want a girl, So it makes you question this kind of availability of highly violative, violent, sexualized image of children.
Well, it's both dangerous and scary. And remember, this is a global concern. There has been issues flagged off in several countries about sharing of child sexual content, child sexual abuse content and pornographic content on through messaging apps. Of course, this is part of our ongoing conversation, which we keep focusing on the Southern view as far as social media universe is concerned and what happens there. Joining me this evening, Advocate of the Supreme Court, N.S. Napinai, who works very closely on cybercrime issues, and also Advocate Abha Singh, who joins us, who has worked against human trafficking as well as child sexual abuse. Both of you, thank you for joining us here. Napinai, my first question to you is, is this a tricky legal area? We are talking of a messaging app through which people are peddling banned content. It's a little different from actually posting that content which can be taken down on, let's say, an app like Instagram.
Yes, Veera, this is a very, very disturbing issue. And the UN is now actually working on a new law, a soft law, which is supposed to address primarily protection of children online. You have at least 2 provisions and several additional supporting provisions to enable law enforcement to cooperate with each other. So when you ask me about whether this is different in terms of an online sharing versus sharing through a chat app, the first and foremost is, one, not really in terms of the law. If there is pedophilic content on your platform, and where the intermediary guidelines now place a fairly higher level of responsibility on the intermediaries, and a chat app will also fall within that category, to the extent that the law applies pari passu to you, whether you are a chat app or an online social media platform, then brings you on par. But when it comes to the access that law enforcement or any other person will have to content that may be shared within groups which are closed groups, that is where the difficulty arises. So in terms of in terms of implementing the law, there the difference arises. And on this, India doesn't stand alone. The US, even all the issues that Sunita has pointed out, and kudos to her for bringing it up at this juncture, but the US has faced innumerable such cases Imagine a case of a 7-month-old child being sexually abused and that content being streamed continuously or shared on chat apps, and then they find the child using the geographical indication that is added in that content and rescue the child, 7-month-old, right? And this is just one of several million possibly instances, and therefore we need to find a way to practically implement even existing law to make children safer.
Right, you're making an important point there, and it's disgusting. Obviously, it's a mentally sick kind of behavior, but you know, Abba Singh, when it comes down to these, it's technically boils down to somebody having, let's say, an online store trying to share their information. That's what seems to be exposed right now in a messaging app, and also the complaint questions payment portals through which these people get paid. So you need a strong crackdown, but how do we go about it?
You know, this has become a very big issue for India because child sexual abuse and pornography, you know, you're getting so much on the sites, you're getting so many in the forms of CDs and all. I think somewhere the government has not been able to handle it in such a way, because you have the IT Act, 67B of the IT Act very clearly says that it is a heinous offense, anybody who's spreading child pornography or any material related to child pornography. In fact, if you see the POSCO Act, the POSCO Act section 13-14 clearly talk of minimum 5 years of imprisonment. Anybody who's anybody who's handling this type of material, who's spreading here and there. But it also says that if person who's involved in making that child pornography acts and all, that means, you know, imprisonment is up to life. So the law is there, but the problem is because these intermediaries are based outside, and then it becomes a problem. How do you implement these laws? And that is where the Internet Watch Foundation. In fact, there was a committee, an interministerial committee was set up by the MITI, Ministry of Information, that clearly said that you must take positive steps to control this in some way or the other. In fact, the Supreme Court in Kamlesh Vaswani versus Union of India told the government as early as 2013 that Union of India should work on it and ensure that child pornography material is not available so easily, and you must take it down. And that is what it is. Whatever list the Internet Watch Foundation gives out, those URLs and all are removed immediately. But still, in spite of that, because we don't have a nodal agency where all these agencies can come together, this is at a very nascent stage. I feel the police, we are not so equipped. Number one, police is so busy with VIP bandobast, they are busy with daily sorts of crimes, and they're not so equipped in this sense, because number one, we don't have a nodal agency. The Interpol is working in India through the CBI. So when the interministerial committee was set up to look into this, it said you need a nodal agency. So I think a lot of work needs to be done, because these people, as I said, are based outside, and here we are unable to check them, and they always take the safe harbor, and now we are working on it. But I think the government needs to really focus on this, because children as young as 3 months, 3 years, you know, like how it is available, it clearly shows that we've not been able to tackle it at all, in spite of having 67B of the IT Act, various sections under the POSCO Act, also under the IPC. But somehow when Krishnan says that these things are so liberally available, means there is somewhere problem in the execution.
You're right, and the enforcement mechanism and the enforcement infrastructure is absolutely essential, not just to deal with a crime when it's reported, but to deal with it in real time, right, Napinai? When it comes down to an issue of this nature, as you rightly point out, it's a large global concern. Is there an effort at all that you're aware of to make an entire global monitoring mechanism for such content? Because we're talking of a messaging app which is being used as an online marketplace to share and peddle such content.
Absolutely. That's why I wanted to, in fact, add to the very pertinent points raised by Abba. Probably she's referring to the committee that was formed by the Supreme Court in another case which was filed by Sunita Krishnan's NGO called Prajwala. So that was actually a suo motu case which was taken cognizance of by the Supreme Court in Re Prajwala, letter dated 18/2/2015, if I'm not mistaken. In that case, the Supreme Court set up a committee and they asked us to review the technical possibilities. I was amicus in the matter and also part of the committee, and therefore I wanted to share, when we talk about these kind of issues, it feels very vexing when you don't find solutions. And I just wanted to bring up the silver lining here, that there are solutions and there are cross-border cooperation and initiatives that are quite effective. So you have another, Abba mentioned about IWF, you have another body called NCMEC, that's the abbreviation, which is US based, and India is now signed up with NCMEC, and globally therein lies the cooperation whereby content which is identified as child sexual abuse material is then disseminated, for one, blocking from other platforms, and two, for prosecution.
Right.
So if you look at just the period before COVID, when this tie-up happened, Maharashtra, I'm just taking that as an example because I was part of that initiative also. They called it Operation Blackface. And in that, in just a period of 3 months, there were about 400 plus FIRs registered, again in terms of pedophilic content which was being disseminated through a chat app group or multiple chat app groups. So when we talk about 400 FIRs, we are probably talking about 250 plus participants in each of those groups. So it's 400 into 250, you know, that's the kind of numbers you could see in just 3 months. Yet, you saw an exponential growth in pedophilia being disseminated in India. So it was identified as India-based viewership during COVID time. So this is something that has to be addressed from two fronts, Veera. The first is law and what it should do in terms of punitive action. But there are enough studies which go to the root of the problem itself in terms of medically addressing the issue with respect to people who seek pedophilia.
Right, we're running completely short of time, but Abba Singh, your last word to you in terms of what action should be taken immediately as far as both the messaging app is concerned and also as far as payment portals which were used to transfer the funds.
You know, first thing what is important is, as the government is also very clear, that these needs to be taken down immediately and you need to reach the source. Even if they are sitting happily outside, they need to be made accountable. And as I said, our police, our organizations need to be trained for that. Half of them don't even know how to handle, how to go about. So the police needs to be equipped with the cyber safety laws, with the cyber crime, where it is happening, how it is happening. Because the IT Act, 67B of the IT Act very clearly terms them as heinous offense, talks of the punishment. But how many have you been able to punish is the issue. Because that is the most important thing. Till the time they are fixed accountability, they would be just making money. They are only interested in making money. Beyond that, social accountability is not there. These apps.
Perhaps time to send a strong message to the messaging apps as well as anyone who can be a conduit, or any platform or system that can be a conduit for such crimes. Important points that both of you make there. Thank you for sharing your thoughts there. We'll keep a strong focus on such issues, especially in the social media universe, which are dangerous to society in more ways than one. From the menace of social media and messaging apps to the existential crisis because of climate change around the world. The exhaustive 2023 Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change has flagged the enormous and alarming real-time cost on lives and livelihoods, not just projections these. According to the study, even at the current 10-year average of increase in temperatures, people experienced 86 days of health-threatening high temperatures. This is between 2018 and 2022. 85% increase in deaths of people over the age of 65 between 2013 to 2022 when compared to 1991-2000. Remember, 2023 is the hottest year in recorded history, and the report also flags an increase of 0.5 degrees in the baseline average of temperatures between 2018 and 2022 when compared to 1986 to 2005. Quantifying the loss, the report claims that 191 billion potential labor hours were lost due to heat exposure last year, and that agriculture workers were the hardest hit as expected, losing 64% potential labor hours and 55% of their potential income. Obviously, these are not just numbers flashing on your screens. Look around and the impact of climate change is extremely palpable. Joining me this evening, Dr. Sunila Garg, member of Lancet Commission COVID India Task Force, and G.V. Ramanjalelu of the Centre for Sustainable Agriculture. Dr. Sunila, first to you. Just detail for us the study that's come out and the importance of it at this juncture.
Thank you, Dr. Veera Raghav. What I would like to say is that at this point of time, this study is extremely important because we have been talking about climate change since, the Lancet Commission was established, but we have to know that, overall, this has got 360-degree impact on human life. That is one thing we have to notice, and we have to see that whether, in terms of physical health, mental health, or the man hours lost, or exposure to as early as, we are talking about infants or our elderly, everyone is affected. And as it has been really pointed out, that we have, lot of man hours lost, due to, and which leads to loss of productivity. Along with that, we have increased morbidity as well as mortality. So not only it affects the physical health, it affects the mental health as well. So this is where it is to caution, because when we are experiencing on one hand drought, on second hand we are experiencing floods. You see, we need to be very cautious about this, all these findings, because, whether we talk of deforestation, whether we talk of, increased urbanization, all these things have got our effect on health. Plus, increase in use of biomass and, our renewable energy coming to very, we are using only 2% of the renewable energy. So all these things are very, very, kind of, troubling to us. And I feel that from a public health perspective, we need to take a very serious view of this study, and then accordingly we need to go into this direction as far as actionable points are concerned, because we not only talk of agricultural laborers but construction workers also, they're equally affected. But the study has pointed out about 55% of them.
Large physical labor population is the one worst hit, as we expect. I mean, none of these is against conventional logic. Mr. Ramanjalelu, the impact on agriculture, disproportionate, given the other pressures that it faces, it's something that a country like India needs to be extremely worried about.
Yes, climate change impacts agriculture, and agriculture also is impacting on climate change. So both is mutually impacting, and unfortunately, current public policies in terms of promoting cropping patterns or crop production practices are all promoting models which are further degenerating the environment. So, say for example, if you look at the large-scale rice and wheat cropping systems in Punjab, Haryana, which is responsible for the entire stubble burning, and has not been addressed at all in the last, say, 20 years. We are seeing that every winter Delhi gets choked up, but no effort has been made to reduce the area under rice and wheat in Punjab and Haryana. And similarly, the kind of chemical fertilizer use which is happening, and its impact on environment is never seen. And while we talked about the climate change impact on labor, the climate change impact on crop productivity is also significant. The crop losses have increased significantly, and the insurance systems have failed. And in that situation, the incomes of the farmers are getting affected. That's what we are seeing. But when we look at from a policy side, say from insurance point of view, providing health services to the people has not adapted to the new scenario. So we have not changed our practices to adapt to the new scenario. And that's where actually the problem lies. So we need to look at how this can be done. So though there is a national action plan on climate change, none of these indicators are tracked by the governments. None of them. They don't track. If you look at recent reports, shows that we don't track any.
A very honest question to you, Mr. Ramanjalelu. A very honest question to you, Mr. Ramanjalelu, and then to Dr. Sunila. you know, are these just numbers that once, okay, you see it, you get scared, and then you say, okay, fine, let's get on with it. It doesn't really matter. Is the spirit of these numbers that what they're aimed at to ensure that there is a psychological fundamental change, is that even being effective at the grassroots? Quickly.
I think the numbers are really shocking, and it's time to act. And so just talking on platforms saying we'll become net zero by 2070 doesn't help unless we take steps towards that. So the steps towards that are to be in terms of changing the practices which we are following, changing the cropping patterns we are following. But at the same time, adaptation is also very important. Climate change exists over there, and what is already there, you can't change.
Sunila.
Yeah, I feel that, you know, these indicators, they are very, yeah, these indicators are very, very important from the perspective of taking actionable points. You know, so ultimately we need to look at, I was pointing out earlier, we need to look at this whole, you know, program from a 360-degree perspective, from the environmental perspective, from our actions perspective, you know, use of biomass or, you know, fossil mass and all that. We need to look at for that part also. We need to look at what are the reasons for climate change. As I was telling you, whether we talk of deforestation, whether we talk of increased urbanization, industrialization, vehicular part, you know, everything, you know, why the heat is increasing. So that is where, because ultimately when you talk of the number of labor hours lost or, you know, affecting the mental health, all these things are very important.
Right. Our time is running out in the planet, and it will run out much faster if we don't address climate change. Unfortunately, time's running out on the show as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunila and Mr. Ramanjanelu, for joining us this evening. That's all we have time for on the Southern View, but the news continues here on NDTV.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that
Good evening, you're watching Battle for the States, where we bring you a roundup of the top political stories of the day pegged to the 5 states elections. I'm Tanima Biswas. Our top focus today, curtains have come down on the election campaign in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. While Madhya Pradesh is voting in one phase, 70 of the 90 seats in Chhattisgarh are going to polls in the second phase tomorrow. For BJP, it's a big prestige battle as Shivraj Chauhan tries to retain power in Madhya Pradesh. Congress's Bhupesh Baghel, meanwhile, is eyeing a second term as the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister. Both states go to polls on November 17th, and we take a look at some of the key questions, challenges in front of both BJP and Congress, who are the two key players in the states. And to discuss this with me, I'm joined by Mr. Madhavan Narayan, senior journalist. Thank you so much, Mr. Narayanan, for joining us on the broadcast. And to begin with, I just wanted to ask you about the way both parties have actually gone about campaigning in the states. How do you see the BJP and the Congress having campaigned in Madhya Pradesh to begin with? Shivraj Chauhan was in fact seen to be sidelined by the BJP for the larger part of the campaign, fearing anti-incumbency, whereas Congress has in fact pushed for its caste survey pitch in the state. So in terms of the campaign strategy, which party do you think has an edge in Madhya Pradesh?
It's a very good question, but let me first give you the big picture, Tanim. The point is that the big, like in Sherlock Holmes, I often say there is a dog that did not bark. So one of the interesting things about the Madhya Pradesh election campaign is that there is no Hindutva kind of polarization taking place as it is often when the BJP is fighting the elections. This election is more about social and economic issues, and that has to be kept in mind, along with leadership. So leadership, you mentioned very correctly that for all practical purposes, Shivraj Chauhan has been, not sidelined, but sort of shown his place, because it is abundantly clear that if the BJP wins, he's unlikely to be the chief minister. I mean, that seems very unlikely to me, because there's a general elections ahead in 2024, and they might like to go with a fresh pace in the election. Having said that, yes, the caste survey is very important because that is being used by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress to essentially shift the agenda in the state from, some of the religious issues or other issues to give an edge, because the OBCs, the other backward castes, are playing an important role in elections across the country. And Congress wants to pitch it in Madhya Pradesh, although it is more relevant perhaps in Bihar or Karnataka. Now, the interesting thing is both BJP and Congress have converged with each other on a lot of economic issues related to women and farmers and economic handouts. Mr. Modi is personally, Narendra Modi has been talking against freebies, but if you look at what has been happening in Madhya Pradesh, there's a whole lot of, benefits and goodies being showered on people of various kind of categories by especially farmers and, housewives and people like that by the BJP. And the Congress has been having its own, what I call a guarantee formula that has kicked in. And of course, it has, internal leadership issues of its own, which is often overlooked. There is Kamal Nath and there is Digvijay Singh, and that Jyotiraditya Sindhya already moved out of the Congress to the BJP, which showed that Madhya Pradesh is a state in which both the BJP and Congress have internal leadership problems that actually surface only when they win. The big question is whether there is an anti-incumbency wave in Madhya Pradesh, and if I want, I can, I would like to stick my neck out and say Shivraj Singh Chauhan's performance, in contrast to, let's say, UP, where the BJP has been going to town with a double-engine Sarkar pitch. In Madhya Pradesh, the leadership is relatively weaker, and to that extent, there is an anti-incumbency factor that might help the Congress. Right. Also, because Madhya Pradesh is less prone to some of the issues that the BJP is very fond of, such as national security and religious divides and things like that. And to that extent, it's a significant development. But one thing I'd like to point out, which has been a very unique factor in this election, is the Samajwadi Party is fighting elections in the state, which is not significant enough for it to win. Right. But whether it has nuisance values to hit the Congress is something we'll be keenly watching.
Right, and that could be the outside factor there, which could trouble Congress to begin with. But coming to Chhattisgarh, sir, how do you see, what is the main challenge? Because all the opinion polls and surveys that we have seen so far seem to be giving Bhupesh Baghel the edge. But the flurry of investigations in the state, and in one particular case, a particular scam being directly in a way linked to him, is that something which is going to dampen the chances for Congress? And we can see BJP is going all guns blazing at him on this issue.
It's a very interesting question, because that's this Mahadev app-related mud that has been thrown at Bhupesh Baghel. It happened 1 week before the election, and therefore it's it's a last-ditch attempt by the BJP to try and dislodge Baghel, because on other issues, the Congress seems to have a natural edge in the state because 30% almost of the population are tribals and about 50% almost are farmers, and Congress has been showering goodies on paddy farmers, and therefore between OBCs, farmers and tribals, it looks like a home ground advantage. Let me use the World Cup cricket analogy or metaphor right now to underline the point. So to that extent, Congress seems to have an edge. And the fact is that Bhupesh Baghel and Raman Singh of the BJP both are sort of gentlemen politicians by Indian, not Hindi belt standards. And to that extent, the kind of allegations that he's facing don't look strong enough to make a late swing in the elections, because it's come too late, and it is a sort of a it's a rhetoric factor for the BJP and Mr. Modi to hit hard.
Right.
Whether it will sink in, the time available for BJP to make that point, the fact that there has been no trial in the case and only allegations, make it relatively less. But it's a differentiator for the BJP because both parties are competing on other issues such as economic benefits to farmers. So that's a significant factor.
Right. So both incumbent chief ministers have their own individual challenges. Mr. Madhavan Narayanan, thank you so much for joining us on the first discussion topic today. Now on to our second story, the Rajasthan leadership war within Congress. Has the duel between CM Ashok Gehlot and his former deputy, Sachin Pilot, finally ended? Have both camps put their swords down to retain power in Rajasthan for the Congress? Well, Chief Minister Gehlot would certainly like you to believe so. Ashok Gehlot put out this cryptic tweet along with a photo showing him in a meeting with Sachin Pilot. The post captioned, "Ek saath jeet rahe hain fir se, together winning again." Remember, Gehlot and Pilot have been at loggerheads since Congress won Rajasthan in 2018. Sachin Pilot went after the chief ministerial post back then, but finally conceded way to Ashok Gehlot. But over the years, there have been multiple friction points. In 2020, Sachin Pilot led an open rebellion along with 18 other Congress MLAs against Gehlot. In 2022, it was the turn of Gehlot loyalists who resigned en masse to thwart a bid to appoint Sachin Pilot as the party chief in Congress and consequently the state CM. Even earlier this year, we saw Sachin Pilot staging a one-day token hunger strike against his own government, alleging that Gehlot was soft on corruption cases in the BJP era. So given this history, how are we to interpret the image ahead of this particular image ahead of the crucial Rajasthan elections? Joining me to discuss this further is my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh and senior journalist Avinash Kalla. Thank you both for joining me on this. First, coming to you, Harsha. We've seen both Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot recently in their interviews all the time, in fact, reiterating this phrase that it's time to forgive and forget. Now, this image seems to be a visual representation of that. As someone who's covering the elections closely in the state, does this seem like a photo op or a real patch-up?
I think it's a political necessity, really, because, if you look at Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot and the Congress party in this election, the High Command is backing both the leaders. They realize that they are fighting this election with Ashok Gehlot as the face and they're betting on his social welfare schemes to bring them back to power. But at the same time, they can't afford to ignore Sachin Pilot. He's the leader of the future. He's going to bring in those 22 lakh plus youth vote. Remember, that's just first-time voters. Otherwise, it's about 12%. Then also the Gujar vote. Remember, last time the BJP gave tickets to 9 Gujars and none of them won. In fact, the Gujar vote shifted en masse to the Congress. The Congress needs that because, last time around the margin of victory was very, very small, 0.53%. So this election could go any way. This is definitely political necessity. And as they say, politics makes the strangest bedfellows.
Right. Stay with us, Harsha. I'm going over to Avinash now. Now, Avinash, as Harsha was putting this into perspective, that this is a political necessity for the Congress ahead of the elections. But is this photo op, so to speak, this patch-up strategy in front of the public for public display a little too late? Or was there a strategy in the first place? Maybe they were using this to distract the opposition in the state. Like, how do you think that the Congress has actually handled this entire faction feud, so to speak?
Well, it's a very simple thing to understand. Like Harsha said, it's a necessity, and the necessity hasn't been met yet. what we have seen is just a photo op and nothing beyond it. Look at it that today the Congress's guarantee yatra was in Ajmer, and Sachin Pilot is in charge for that area. But such has been Congress's management insight that today Sachin Pilot was in Madhya Pradesh because he had a previous rally that was scheduled. So in his own turf where he was supposed to be, you don't see him present. So today, if everything was good, he and Ashok Gehlot should have been together. The Congress party should have planned it in such a way. So I think it's a little too late for them to show that they are all together. It is just merely a photo op. The crowds were not the kind of crowds that you would have had Sachin Pilot been there. It was not a massive show of strength. And this was just a photo op. And it is not just this photo op. If you look at the posters, just a day before, we saw Sachin Pilot for the first time on posters in a prominent picture next to Ashok Gehlot. And then it was followed by Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, and so on and so forth. So maybe Congress is also sensing that going solo with Mr. Gehlot is probably not the best strategy. They will have to give some space to other Kshatrps or other leaders. So you are now seeing Mr. Pilot or Mr. C.P. Joshi or Rahul Gandhi on the posters in prominence. And then one more thing, these two leaders, whenever, like you have shown another photo of them together with Mr. Kharge, you have Mr. K.C. Venugopal, the Shanti Doots from the Ala Kaman. As long as Mr. Venugopal is there, the pictures are together. I'm yet to see a picture when nobody from the Ala Kaman is there and these two leaders come together. That hasn't happened yet. And maybe in the 8 days, something might come up.
Right. Yes, that is actually something, an interesting point to note. That coming back to you, Harsha, Congress, in fact, we've seen, if we actually talk about the real faction war that has been going on over the past several years, ever since 2018, at least on a public level that we can see, and go beyond this particular photo, Congress has in fact managed to make it work despite the faction war, let's say in Karnataka. What have been, according to you, some of the back-channel attempts that you have seen, which has been made by the Congress High Command recently to douse the fire between Gehlot and Pilot ahead of this crucial elections?
Well, you know, I think the Congress, it's very much part of the Congress DNA to have factionalism, so they know how to make it work. But no, on a more serious note, I think they actually took it quite seriously. You know, when Sachin actually, went away to Haryana, and that's when they actually, the High Command actually got into action. We know that there were several rounds of conversations, and had Priyanka Gandhi not intervened, this issue would probably not have been sorted out. And of course, the fact that he came in, the cabinet was expanded in December that year. All his people got a ministerial post. So it's not like the Congress doesn't accommodate the people who sort of want to fly away or maybe ambitious. There's definitely been conversation. He has been promised something. That's why he's definitely there. At the same time, if you look at the ticket distribution, I mean, Ashok Gehlot managed to get Shanti Dhariwal that very, very crucial ticket. So it's not like the CM. They can't do without Ashok Gehlot either. So I think the Congress in that sense is more accommodative. And, Rahul Gandhi has said that. He said, we have our differences, but we know how to work together. So definitely, even for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which was passing through eastern Rajasthan, several attempts were made. Mr. Venugopal, Mr. Randhawa was told very, very clearly that he has to have these people on board. The party in charges, Qazi Nizamuddin, Virendra Singh, Amrita Dhawan, they all made it a point to reach out and make that extra effort with both leaders, especially with Mr. Pilot, when this year he said that he's going to launch that yatra. So, there was this talk of a yatra that he was going to launch against the corruption of the Vasundhara government. And then finally, of course, there was backroom discussions, back-channel diplomacy. And that's why Mr. Pilot is today, you can see in that picture, he's sitting across the table and talking to Mr. Gehlot.
Right, Harsha. Yes, and as you said, that Congress has, in fact, despite all the hiccups on the way, they have actually sometimes made factionalism work for them. But coming back to you, Avinash, do you think that Congress's main leadership has handled this entire situation well? I mean, this has actually been out in the open for so many years now. Ever since the last election, it seems to be coming back to a 360-degree level once again, where the faction war is likely to play out once again. They could have dealt with it or managed it in a better manner, or is it the old guard versus the new guard, friction within the Congress party itself, which has not allowed these mini faction wars in different states to calm down?
It's come a little too late, and it's not that the Congress High Command did not want to settle the scores and make the thing a little better in Rajasthan. They tried it all. And last year on 25th September, we saw the Ajay Makhan and Kharge coming in and observers to pass the resolution. But Mr. Gehlot defied it. He managed it very successfully to defy the High Command and stay in power and still rule it out. But at that point in time, the Congress was in power only in Chhattisgarh and in Rajasthan. They couldn't do much about it. So they had to succumb to the Chief Minister's demand. So it is not that they did not try to make truce. They did try so. They were unsuccessful. And now that they do have governments in Karnataka and in Himachal Pradesh, the High Command got a little more wind under its wing. They could exert themselves. And now the results you are seeing is in front of you. So I think they did try to make a peace between these two guys, but they could not be much more stern with the Chief Minister last year. Now this has come in a little too late. The voters have, I think, more or less made up their mind, and these are just photo ops and nothing more. And you interestingly spoke about Karnataka. Let me tell you one thing. Karnataka at that point in time was something where you could promise something or you could show something else. Whereas in Rajasthan, they had way past that state, and it was only in the last 10 that they could just come up with a patch-up kind of a solution. So the truth is that Mr. Gehlot did not oppose Sachin Pilot's candidate. Sachin Pilot did not oppose Mr. Gehlot's candidate. And the kind of list that we have got is more or less a replica of 2018. Nothing much here.
Right, Harsha and Avinash, before I wrap up this discussion and let you go, I want a quick short 10-second or 20-second response from both of you on, given the circumstances today, if Congress comes to power once again in Rajasthan, do you think we are going to see the same kind of drama and leadership tussle like we did in 2018, given the circumstances and where we are standing today? I know it's a speculative question, but still I would want to hear a response from both of you. Harsha, you first.
Definitely, I think definitely that that goes without saying. Didn't you hear those statements? The party will decide, the MLAs will decide who becomes the chief minister. Well,
right.
You said 20 seconds, so I'm not saying any more.
Thank you so much for taking that seriously. Avinash, to you.
What's Congress without drama? So we will have drama. We will see all the manipulation. And I'll add to what Harsha said. Also remember the PC where Ashok Gehlot said, कुर्सी मुझे नहीं छोड़ती अगर अगली बार मौका मिला तो मैं फिर से आऊंगा.
Yes. I know a lot can be actually interpreted in that statement. Thank you, Avinash and Harsha. Thank you to both of you for joining me on this discussion. And of course, the drama continues there in Rajasthan. But a photo op nonetheless for the moment that Ashok Gehlot has in fact put out there publicly in order to quell all the rumors around faction feud, at least for the moment. Shifting tracks now and continuing with political drama, of course, in another election-bound state. There was high drama in Telangana today, where the supporters of a Congress candidate got violent as few party leaders went to Patel Ramesh Reddy, the candidate's house, to request him to withdraw his nomination and step aside for another candidate. What you can see on your screens there is the entire drama that played out at that point in time. Of course, the party workers, the supporters of the candidate there, in fact, hit out at the senior Congress leaders who had come to that candidate's doorstep. The candidate's wife and others, meanwhile, were seen pleading with the senior Congress leaders, asking them to support him instead. Ultimately, after he was told he would be given an opportunity to contest parliament election, Patel Ramesh Reddy finally withdrew from the race. Staying with news from Telangana, and ahead of the elections there, CM KCR's daughter and senior BRS leader K. Kavita spoke exclusively with my colleague Uma Sudhi. Kavita spoke about how she sees no gender bias in her brother KTR being considered the heir apparent to her father's legacy. She also opened up about how she handled her family when she was summoned by the ED in the Delhi excise policy case. She shared that her family was anxious about the possibility of her being arrested.
Less than 2 weeks to go for election, and we talk politics all the time, but I have with me Kavita, who always wears the role of a politician, no. She always also wears the role of someone who is able to mix with everyone, very easily talk to everyone. All of us know about, when it comes to news, you say the liquor scandal and Kavita's name comes up, or you talk about the women's reservation bill and Kavita's name comes up. Today I'm going to talk to you about other issues. You have spoken about women's reservation and said that your party has been no different in not being able to give enough number of women candidates seats or allocating them the tickets of the party. Does that happen in your family as well? Because very naturally, when people talk about options for CM, they only talk either KTR or they talk about Harish. Is that something that you do feel your gender makes difference?
Not really. I think I have some more time to go for that, to be called myself eligible to that position, because I'm certainly a junior member in the party. I'm working my way up. I won an election, I lost an election, whereas all of them have been 3 times elected, and they're active in the party. I'm yet to learn more. I'm yet to grow more and be more in the party and in the people, and I'm sure one day I'll come to that position.
This BJP leaders talking about the fact that, Kavita is going to get arrested yesterday. Did that give you sleepless nights? Because it couldn't have been an easy time for either your mother, your father is a politician, so he may be able to cope better with it, and your children.
See, we are a normal middle class family, so if there is anything like that, it comes to a position where one of the family members will be missing for a certain time, it will be very hard on everybody, including my father, brother, mother, my brother's wife, my husband's side. Everybody was definitely very, very anxious, very worried. What is this happening, etc. I remember my mother-in-law crying a lot. We are very attached, very close as a family, very closely knit family, on both sides. I'm very lucky to have that support. But I do understand that if you've not done anything wrong, nothing is going to come back to you, and I have not done anything wrong. I'm not involved in this whole whatever scam scheme that they're calling, and I do immensely trust the justice system, and I hope I'll find some respite. If the government is trying to do some excesses, I'm sure I'll find some respite in the courts.
Did you try to protect your children, keep them away from the news? Because obviously there is a lot. I remember Mr. KTR talking about the fact that, there is body shaming that happened of his children, and his children get unfortunately targeted for no fault of theirs.
No, I did not. I, in fact, sat down both of my sons, told them that this is what is happening. One of my son lives in US, so when he came back for holidays, or even when he was there, I explained it to him. There's a lot of political campaign going on against me, but I'm not involved in anything, but there could be chances of extreme things happening. I prepared them. Kids nowadays understand very quickly, and my kids always have been very adult-like, as in we communicate very well. I speak like an adult with them, always, even since the age of 4 or 5 years. It's a culture in my family, at least, that I inculcated. So they understand. They were worried, but then they're also confident and very supportive.
Okay, I'll ask you politician role model, but don't tell me a Mother Teresa, Miss India, Miss Universe kind of answer. Beyond your family.
Beyond my family, in India, I used to like Sushma Swaraj a lot. She's no more. I used to like Jaya Madam a lot. Jaya Lalita a lot. Then current politics, I think Mamta, of course, is very good, very active lady, Mamta Di. But in male politicians, I think nobody to match Pinarayi Vijayan other than, after my dad. I think the kind of functions that we see, or the kind of real politics that you see, Pinarayi Vijayan is very, very, very political. And then Ashok Gehlot, I think, is also his political acumen is quite high. Nitish ji to an extent, but yeah, I think Ashok Gehlot is also very...
That's interesting. You left out maybe a very articulate person like Shashi Tharoor.
Shashi Tharoor, see, I'm talking about leaders, not politicians. So a person who's leading a state is what I'm talking about. Shashi Tharoor is a good friend, dear friend, articulate, but politically it's a different thing when you compare. You can't compare Shashi Tharoor to Ashok Gehlot or Vijay, Pinarayi Vijayan ji. So they're very different breed.
Okay, you have been an advocate of women coming into politics with your women's reservation bill. What qualities does it really take for people to come into politics, and would you tell youngsters that yes, this is an option that you must exercise proactively?
They should absolutely take this option, especially girls. But see,
isn't it a very frustrating profession?
Not at all, not at all, not at all. As long as you are sincere, you don't treat it as a part-time profession, then you'll be very successful in politics. Unfortunately, now everybody treats it as a part-time politician, you know, a position where you can just come and try your luck and then go back if you lose an election. But that is not what it is. If your heart is really into service, if your heart is really into policy making, if your heart is really into understanding what can change or move a nation in either direction, I think then you should really come into politics. Otherwise, it's a waste of time.
The 2019 defeat, was it very personal? And when you say that you're going to contest 2024, will it also be revenge?
Any defeat will be definitely personal, and that is why also I said I take it as a personal responsibility of mine. It's not parties, it's not anybody's defeat, it's my own defeat. Probably it's a good learning for me actually. In the last 5 years, I've understood who is who, what is what, how people treat you when you're down, how people treat you when you're up and victorious, etc. So it's a very good learning for me. And yes, this is revenge. This is going to come back. Not revenge on a particular person, but I think I myself have to prove it to myself that, you know, I can win back the trust of my people. That's important.
Thank you so much and best wishes. So that's Kavita, candid, saying what she says and with the clarity that she brings to whatever she says. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, a great performance by India in the World Cup semi-final. We'll get you all those details. Also, the Prime Minister's tribal outreach ahead of state elections. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. India sets a massive target for Kiwis to chase in the World Cup semi-final. Virat Kohli and Shreyas Iyer scored centuries to take India to 397 in 50 overs.
On that summit, nobody else there. And that feeling of achievement will be tinged.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's outreach to tribals 2 days ahead of polls in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh honors tribal icon Birsa Munda and announces mega schemes. Landslides have delayed the efforts to rescue 40 workers trapped in a tunnel in Uttarakhand. A new drill has been brought from Delhi, but protests erupt as workers have been trapped for the fourth day today. 37 people are killed, many injured after a bus fell into a gorge in the Doda district, the worst road accident in Jammu and Kashmir in recent years. A crucial meeting between China's Xi Jinping and President Joe Biden in San Francisco on the sidelines of the APEC summit. Biden, though, makes a comment on China's real problems ahead of the meeting. And Kuki groups in Manipur give the centre an ultimatum, say they will establish their own administration even if Delhi recognizes them or not. Well, let's start the show with cricket. In India set up a massive target for New Zealand in the first semi-final in Wankhede Stadium. Virat Kohli came up with yet another magical ton to set a mountain of runs ahead of the Kiwis. Kohli scored his third 100 of the tournament and the 50th overall, going past the legendary Sachin Tendulkar, who was watching from the stands.
This was the moment Virat Kohli had visualized a million times. A David Warner-like jump and a bow before the little master as he sat watching and admiring his prodigy. This was Virat Kohli's 100 number 50 in ODI cricket and 80th international 100 overall.
Stuff of dreams. You know, Anushka was sitting right there. Sachin Paji was there in the stands. I mean, I mean, it's very difficult for me to explain this, but if I could paint a perfect picture, I would want this to be, you know, the picture. My life partner, the person I love the most, she's sitting there. My hero, he's sitting there, and you know, I was able to get the 50th in front of all of them and all these fans in Wankhede as well. Such a historic venue, so it was amazing.
In striking this phenomenal record, he went past Sachin Tendulkar for the most number of ODI hundreds. That was not the only record Virat broke. He now has the highest number of runs in a single edition of the World Cup, going past Tendulkar's record set 20 years ago. Kohli now has 711 runs. He is the highest run scorer in the World Cup so far. With 300s and 550s, he has made an indelible impact on this edition of the Cricket World Cup. The world has seen 50 shades of Kohli or 50 hundreds in this format. The best of the best are calling him the best batter in the format.
Outstanding. Yes, outstanding innings. 50 hundreds is phenomenal. Fantastic. One day record 50 hundreds is phenomenal. It'll take a lot of beating to beat this. So, and he's still and he's not finished yet.
Pakistan great Wasim Akram in fact has gone a step further to pour his love on the Indian talisman, calling him the Emperor. For the Indian fans, Kohli has ensured the week of Diwali celebrations continue a little longer. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
Well, let's go across to Rika for more. And Rika, what a fabulous innings it was to watch. That lovely moment between Virat Kohli and Sachin Tendulkar in the stands. And things, don't want to jinx it, but things looking very good for India.
Well, Gargi, it was total cricket and total entertainment. And as we mentioned that Diwali continues to be celebrated across India particularly in the Wankhede Stadium with the way Virat Kohli brought up his 50th ODI ton. Remember, it is not his first century in this World Cup, but certainly the highest run, 117, is what he scored today, taking India to 397. A century, of course, also coming from Shreyas Iyer. But talking about Virat Kohli, this is a very special moment because he got past his idol, Sachin Tendulkar. Well, you know, many say that Sachin Tendulkar laid the road on which Virat Kohli drove his Formula One car, because Sachin set the benchmarks and Virat followed him. With this century, he has got to his 80th international 100. More records to come, given the fitness standards that Virat Kohli keeps. But we really have to see whether this century of Virat Kohli translates into a win for India. For the moment, it is a big, it's an epic moment in the World Cup.
All right, thanks so much for that, Rika, and we'd love to talk more cricket, but let's move on to politics now. And 2 days ahead of the crucial elections in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, the Prime Minister today paid tribute to a tribal icon and launched a few massive tribal outreach programs. This was in neighboring Jharkhand. Both states of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh have sizable tribal populations. Modi travelled to the birthplace of tribal icon Birsa Munda to launch the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra aimed at tribals.
अगले 25 वर्षों के अमृत काल में अगर हमें विकसित भारत की भव्य और दिव्य इमारत का निर्माण करना है, तो हमें उसके 4 अमृत स्तंभों को और मजबूत करना होगा, निरंतर मजबूत करना होगा। हमारी सरकार ने जितना 10 साल में किया, अब उससे भी ज्यादा ऊर्जा के साथ हमें इन 4 अमृत स्तंभों पर अपनी पूरी ताकत लगानी है।
News now from Uttarakhand, and it's been over 80 hours since 40 labourers were trapped in a tunnel in Uttarkashi as efforts to drill through the debris to pull out the workers have not succeeded so far. A new drill has been brought from Delhi, but today protests erupted at the site as many expressed their anger over the delay. Kishore Rawat reports.
Anger, despair and this protest by workers outside the Uttarakhand tunnel, where 40 of their colleagues are trapped for 80+ hours now.
नहीं निकल पा रहे सर, बहुत दिन हो रहा है, 4 दिन हुआ है, फंसे हुए हैं, वो लोग भी दुख तकलीफ से पड़े हुए हैं।
शनिवार को गुस्सा दिन है, अभी तक खाना पानी कुछ नहीं गया, लोग झूठ बोलता है, सब मजाक बना के रखा है। सर हम अंदर में काम करता हूँ, सर हमको मालूम नहीं है।
74 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय गुजर चुका है और जो परिजन हैं उनका भी अब धैर्य जवाब दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि उनके अपने अंदर है और अभी तक बाहर आने की कोई ऐसी संभावना नहीं दिख रही है। हमारे साथ ये परिजन मौजूद है। आपका नाम क्या है?
तीरथ सिंह नेगी।
अच्छा, एक चीज़ बताइए, क्योंकि अब समय भी गुजर जाता है, आपको लग रहा है कि समय ज़्यादा निकल रहा है और आपको परेशानी हो रही है, इंतज़ार ज़्यादा बढ़ता जा रहा है?
नहीं, देखो हमें तो हमारे को तो एक ही ध्यान है कि वो जो बेचारे वहाँ फंसे हुए हैं वो बाहर आए। हमारा ध्यान उन्हीं पे है कि वो सुरक्षित बाहर आए।
लगातार वहाँ पर इनकी नज़रें इसी टनल पर टिकी हुई है और इस टनल पर इसलिए टिकी हुई है क्योंकि यहाँ से उनके परिजन धीरे धीरे बाहर आए।
This as a fresh landslide hampered rescue efforts. With the drilling machine being used to try and insert steel pipes through the rubble not performing well, officials were forced to postpone the rescue till a new, more sophisticated drilling machine was airlifted from Delhi.
Himalayan region comprises soft rocks in general, and only in patches, in small portions, there are hard, stable rocks. And it's a difficult situation.
थोड़ा सा जो पत्थर दिखाना चाहूँगा कि किस तरीके से वो मटेरियल पे है। ये थोड़ा मटेरियल ये इस तरीके का पत्थर पे और इस तरीके से चूरा निकल रहा है, क्योंकि हम लगातार जो ट्रक्स बाहर मलबा लेके आ रहे हैं वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। ये पूरी तरह से इस तरीके का चूरा अंदर मौजूद है और ये लगातार जो मटेरियल निकल जा रहा है वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। पहाड़ की बात करें जो टनल के ठीक ऊपर है, हम ठीक वहाँ पर मौजूद है जहाँ पर ये लोग फंसे हैं। एग्जैक्ट तो नहीं है लेकिन ठीक उसके आसपास ही है। ये पूरा पहाड़ है। ये पहाड़ अगर नीचे से हाइट देखी जाए तो लगभग ये 200 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ है और टनल इसके नीचे से जा रही है।
A statement by the government company executing the project said all those trapped continue to remain safe and healthy. But as the hours go by, anxiety over their condition is rising. With Kishore Rawat, Bureau Report, NDTV.
News now from Jammu and Kashmir, where 37 people died and several are injured after a bus with more than 50 passengers plunged down over 200 feet into a gorge in the Doda district. It's the state's worst road accident in recent years, Nazir Masoodi reports.
One of the deadliest road accidents in Jammu and Kashmir in recent times. 36 people were killed, 19 injured when the bus they were travelling in skidded off the road and fell into a 400 feet deep gorge. The overcrowded bus, carrying 55, was coming from Kishwar to Jammu when it met with the accident at Asar in Doda district.
In this hour of grief with the families, although there is no compensation for the lost ones, for the diseased ones, but whatever possible is being sought to be done.
It took rescuers several hours to retrieve the bodies and evacuate the injured to the hospital. Of the 19 injured, 6 are critical.
पेयर्स उस लोकेशन पे नए लगे थे और क्रैश बैरियर्स के ऊपर से गाड़ी जंप करके नीचे गिर गई, तो हम इसकी इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं, जो भी होगा फाइंडिंग्स आ जाएगी.
While the exact cause of the accident is not yet known, the bus was overcrowded. Sources say the road permit of the bus had also expired several months ago and it was running illegally. In the last 8 months, there have been over 4,000 road accidents in Jammu and Kashmir, killing over 500 people. The roads in Pir Panjal and Chenab Valley regions are considered some of the most dangerous and accident-prone. Expressing their anguish over the accident, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has announced an ex-gratia relief of 2 lakh rupees to the next of the kin of the deceased.
This is the worst bus tragedy in recent times in Jammu and Kashmir, and yet another tragic accident on the deadly roads of Chenab Valley. The bus was clearly overcrowded and there are reports that it was plying without route permit. In Srinagar, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
In other news, Chinese President Xi Jinping is in San Francisco for a China-United States summit meeting and the 30th Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation leaders meeting, the APEC. The two leaders haven't spoken in person since they met last November. It's a crucial meeting between the two world leaders and a chance to reset relations. Ahead of the meeting, though, with Xi Jinping, President Biden remarked about how China has real problems. Parmeshwar with the details.
APEC stands for Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and it's a forum to promote trade, investment and economic development among nations around the Pacific Ocean. Now, the group actually started with 12 members back in 1989, but has since grown to 21, which includes China, Russia, Japan, the United States and Australia as well. Now, these member nations pack a lot of punch. They account for 62% of global GDP and nearly half the world's trade as well. But one has to acknowledge that this forum has limited scope. It's centered on trade and the economy, there's no military component, and it was not forged by a world-altering event like a war. It technically has member economies rather than countries. That allows room for participation by both China-ruled Hong Kong and self-ruled Taiwan. India, as you know, is an observer nation. But the main event of this summit is unfolding on the sidelines. A meeting between US President Joe Biden and China's Xi Jinping. Now, in terms of political expectations and economic implications, with Taiwan's 2024 elections looming, China seeks assurances from the United States against fostering pro-independence sentiments. Additionally, China aims to ease tariffs and export controls on advanced semiconductors. But as Joe Biden and Xi Jinping engage, Markets await signals amid ongoing geopolitical dynamics, hoping for a positive impact amidst broadening uncertainties globally. We are also likely to witness friction over the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. The variety of nations involved in this summit have strong views on both sides of the conflict, of the war. Now, typically, at the close of a summit, there is some kind of joint statement by all the nations. But that's not a given this year, in part because of these differences.
Now, the latest on the Israel-Gaza war, and Qatari mediators were seeking to negotiate a deal between Hamas and Israel that includes the release of around 50 civilian hostages from Gaza. This in exchange for a 3-day ceasefire, is what an official has told the media. The deal under discussion, which has been coordinated with the US, would also see Israel release some Palestinian women and children from Israeli jails and increase the amount of humanitarian aid allowed into Gaza. This as Israeli forces have entered Gaza's largest hospital in what the military says is a targeted operation searching for Hamas infrastructure and weapons. News back home now, and yet another flashpoint between the centre and the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has now written to Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena recommending the immediate removal of Chief Secretary Naresh Kumar. The Chief Secretary's name has cropped up in an alleged corruption case involving land pocket acquisition for Dwarka Expressway. Delhi Vigilance Minister Atishi on Tuesday had submitted a 650-page preliminary probe report to the Chief Minister over alleged irregularities in the land acquisition for the Dwarka Expressway, and it was said that the probe had found Naresh Kumar had benefited a company which was linked to his son with 897 crore of illicit profits. Naresh Kumar has denied the charges. Sahara Group founder and chairman Subrata Roy died in a Mumbai hospital after battling a long illness. He was 75 and the founder of the Sahara Group of companies. He also faced multiple regulatory and legal battles in recent years which have still not been resolved.
Born in Bihar's Araria in 1948, Subrata Roy scripted one of the most famous rags-to-riches stories of the country. He started a small deposits business with a capital of 2,000 rupees and 3 employees in 1978, which turned into a 73,000 crore venture with 6 crore depositors. The Sahara Parivar conglomerate soon had a presence in retail, real estate, hotels and aviation. With 1.2 million employees, Sahara's workforce was second only to the Indian Railways. Under Roy's leadership, Sahara also sponsored the Indian cricket and hockey teams and owned a Formula One racing team. It also owned an IPL team, the Pune Warriors. His fortune started turning in 2008 when the RBI banned Sahara India Financial Corporation from accepting deposits. In 2011, SEBI ordered 2 Sahara Group firms to refund money raised from nearly 3 crore depositors through illegal means. After a long process of appeals, the Supreme Court in 2012 upheld SEBI's directions to refund the investors with 15% interest. Sahara was eventually asked to deposit a whopping 24,000 crore rupees with SEBI for the same. Roy was arrested in 2014 over failure to refund depositors, but was later released on bail. Subrata Roy's meteoric rise was always under a cloud. While he helped many make fortunes, his empire's crash left many others on the streets. Bureau Report, NDTV.
News now from the northeast, and in a very significant development, the frontal organization of the Kuki-Zo tribes in Manipur, Indigenous Tribal Leaders Forum or ITLF, has claimed that even if the centre doesn't agree to its demand of a separate administration for the tribal areas of Manipur following months of the ethnic unrest, the tribals are ready to establish their own self-governed separate administration. Ratnadeep Chaudhary reports.
Massive Kuki-Zo tribals protest rally in Churachandpur, the heartland of the Kuki-Zomi tribes, against the alleged atrocities in over 6 months of ethnic unrest with the majority non-tribal Meiteis. The Kuki-Zomi tribe has now hardened its stand and spelt out an ultimatum: separate administration for the tribal Kuki-Zomi areas.
If our voice of our rally, the voice we raise in the rally is not heard, just a couple of a couple of weeks will come, then we'll be setting up our self-government. Whether the center recognize or not, we have to go on with our self-government.
The Kuki-Zomi MLAs of Manipur, including those from ruling BJP, the Kuki-Zomi rebel groups in ceasefire and involved in peace talks, and the civil society groups have demanded total separation from Manipur government, which they claimed dominated by the majority Meiteis. The Kuki groups have also demanded investigation by CBI or NIA into killings and acts of violence against 22 persons of Kuki-Zo tribes.
There have been many cases wherein the CBI or the government or the investigation agency do not take up our cases. The Kuki-Zo people are being murdered, being tortured.
The centre on Monday has once again extended the ban on 7 Meitei rebel groups and 4 affiliates for 5 years on charges of engaging in anti-India activities. With the ITLF hardening its stand and asking questions on the manner in which the cases related to the Manipur unrest has been investigated by central agencies, one have to wait and watch in terms of how the state government as well as centre respond to these charges. With K. Mangte in Churachandpur, in Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
And staying with news from the northeast, Mizoram has seen an influx of refugees from Myanmar since Sunday into Mizoram as the Myanmar army and the pro-democratic force Chinland Defence Force engaged in a fierce battle. Over 5,000 refugees have taken shelter in Mizoram till Tuesday. Here's a report.
This photograph is a rare sight. Myanmar army personnel inside Mizoram. Sources say Mizoram police detained over 40 Myanmar military personnel for illegally crossing the border through a porous border. They were sent back to Myanmar, and this comes after a fresh spell of fierce fighting in the Shin state of Myanmar between the People Defence Forces and the Myanmar army.
According to well-placed sources, the Myanmar army personnel who had allegedly entered illegally into India from the Mizoram border at Zorkathar were airlifted in helicopters to Moreh, another town on the Myanmar border in Manipur, and handed over to the Myanmarese authorities.
They captured the 2 Myanmar posts by the PDF. As a result, Myanmar army started taking shelter towards Mizoram. And 39 of them surrendered to Mizoram police. We hand them over to border guarding force, that is Assam Rifle.
Sources add that 5,000 Myanmar nationals entered India and reached Mizoram up till Tuesday, as the Myanmar army engaged in a fierce clash with the pro-democratic force, Shinland Defence Forces. Around 20 are injured and 8 have been taken to Aizawl for treatment. 1 died on Monday. The issue of refugees from Myanmar was also a poll plank in the recently held Mizoram elections, and it has larger implications for India.
Now, if the war goes on, it will be difficult for India to execute and complete the 2 major projects. One is the trilateral highway, the other is the Kaladam project, which are also very crucial components of the Act East policy.
The Ministry of Home Affairs in April had asked the Manipur and Mizoram governments to collect biographic and biometric data of illegal migrants and complete the process by September this year. However, the Mizoram government has refused, even as the centre insists on the exercise. With Ratnadeep Chaudhary in Guwahati, Bureau Report, NDTV.
And finally, we started the bulletin with cricket, and let's end it with cricket as well. Today, Virat Kohli hit his 50th ODI 100 against New Zealand in India's semi-final encounter at the World Cup in Mumbai. And there was a lovely post by Sachin Tendulkar. There was a beautiful interaction between them also from the stand to the field. Now, Sachin Tendulkar wrote, "The first time I met you in the Indian dressing room, you were pranked by other teammates into touching my feet. I couldn't stop laughing that day, but soon you touched my heart with your passion and skill. I'm so happy that the young boy has grown into a Virat player. I couldn't be happier that an Indian broke my record, and to do it on the biggest stage in the World Cup semi-final and at my home ground is the icing on the cake." With that, it's a wrap from me. News updates continue on NDTV. Do keep watching. NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Hello everyone, you're watching The Last Word with me, Maria Shakil. It's been over 80 hours since 40 labourers were trapped in a tunnel in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand.
as efforts to drill through the debris to pull out the workers have not succeeded so far, and today protests erupted at the site as many expressed their anger over the delay. Kishore Rawat with this ground report.
Anger, despair and this protest by workers outside the Uttarakhand tunnel, where 40 of their colleagues are trapped for 80 plus hours now.
नहीं निकल पा रहे सर, बहुत दिन हो रहा है, 4 दिन हुआ है, फंसे हुए वो लोग भी दुख तकलीफ से पड़े हुए हैं।
शनिवार को पांचवां दिन है, अभी तक खाना पानी कुछ नहीं गया, लोग झूठ बोलता है, सब मजाक बना के रखा है। सर हम अंदर में काम करता हूँ, सर हमको मालूम नहीं है।
74 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय गुजर चुका है और जो परिजन हैं उनका भी अब धैर्य जवाब दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि उनके अपने अंदर है और अभी तक बाहर आने की कोई ऐसी संभावना नहीं दिख रही है। हमारे साथ ये परिजन मौजूद है। आपका नाम क्या है?
तीरथ सिंह नेगी।
अच्छा, एक चीज़ बताइए, क्योंकि अब समय भी गुजर जाता है, आपको लग रहा है कि समय ज़्यादा निकल रहा है और आपको परेशानी हो रही है, इंतज़ार ज़्यादा बढ़ता जा रहा है?
नहीं, देखो हमें तो कोई, हमारे को तो एक ही ध्यान है कि वो जो बेचारे वहाँ फंसे हुए हैं वो बाहर आए। हमारा ध्यान उन्हीं पे है कि वो सुरक्षित बाहर आए।
लगातार वहाँ पर इनकी नज़रें इसी टनल पर टिकी हुई है और इस टनल पर इसलिए टिकी हुई है क्योंकि यहाँ से उनके परिजन धीरे धीरे बाहर आए।
This as a fresh landslide hampered rescue efforts. With the drilling machine being used to try and insert steel pipes through the rubble not performing well, officials were forced to postpone the rescue till a new, more sophisticated drilling machine was airlifted from Delhi.
Himalayan region comprises soft rocks in general, and only in patches, in small portions, there are hard stable rocks, and it's a difficult situation.
थोड़ा सा जो पत्थर दिखाना चाहूँगा कि किस तरीके से वो मटेरियल पे है। ये थोड़ा मटेरियल ये इस तरीके के पत्थर पे और इस तरीके से चूरा निकल रहा है, क्योंकि हम लगातार जो ट्रक्स बाहर मलबा लेके आ रहे हैं वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। ये पूरी तरह से इस तरीके का चूरा अंदर मौजूद है और ये लगातार जो मटेरियल निकल जा रहा है वो इस तरीके का मटेरियल है। पहाड़ की बात करें जो टनल के ठीक ऊपर है, हम ठीक वहाँ पर मौजूद है जहाँ पर ये लोग फंसे हैं। एग्जैक्ट तो नहीं है लेकिन ठीक उसके आसपास ही है। ये पूरा पहाड़ है। ये पहाड़ अगर नीचे से हाइट देखी जाए तो लगभग ये 200 मीटर से ऊपर पहाड़ है और टनल इसके नीचे से जा रही है।
A statement by the government company executing the project said all those trapped continue to remain safe and healthy. But as the hours go by, anxiety over their condition is rising. With Kishore Rawat, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Arpan Yaduvanshi is SP of Uttarkashi, is joining us on the phone line. Arpan, you all started working on Plan B yesterday. It's been over 24 hours. Even that exercise is taking time. This clearly looks like that there's no timeline on which it is being worked upon. Or what can you tell our viewers about as to when will they be evacuated, those 40 trapped workers?
Ma'am, I can assure you that we are working around the clock. The rescue operation is on full swing. Three Hercules C-130J coming from Delhi has been coming with machines, extricator machines, auger machines, and they have been shifted to the tunnel side. And we hope to start that horizontal drilling by late midnight. And ma'am, I cannot give you the deadline since it's a highly technical operation going on inside the tunnel. But I can say that we are working. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, ma'am, I can assure you that we are working round the clock, and the rescue operation is on war footing, and we hope to rescue all the trapped laborers as soon as possible.
We certainly hope that you succeed in your efforts, Mr. Yaduvanshi. But the larger question is about the time. This is a race against time. Time is of essence here, and that is the reason why I'm asking you, is Plan B the right plan that you're confident about that will ensure that the trapped workers are rescued and evacuated?
Ma'am, we had all the technical expertise from the RVNL, NHIDCL, all are here, and this plan has been. We have started executing this plan after discussing all the technical details with the teams. So I am very confident. The technical people are very confident that this will work out, and we hope to rescue it as soon as possible, ma'am.
Yes, but I just want to understand from you, Mr. Yadurvanshi, quickly on that. You know, you have been saying that contact has been established with the workers, food, water is being provided to them. What about their well-being?
Ma'am, we are continuously negotiating with them. We have established communicating with them, and in every 1 hour we are talking with them. So they seem to be calm and composed, and food, water, oxygen, and basic amenities have been supplying to them. So, ma'am, as of now, they are very safe and sound, and they will be rescued very, very soon, ma'am. That's
my last question to you, and this certainly is of major concern to the families, because the families have started protests as well. We saw those protests at the site where this accident actually took place. What will you be telling the families?
Ma'am, we are continuously negotiating with families, and some members have also talked to the cab laborers there. So we are continuously negotiating with them, and we are sharing with them the details of the operation. So they seem to be satisfied by now, and we hope to rescue them as soon as possible now.
All right, Arpan Yadurvanshi there, SP of Uttar Kashi, saying that they are looking at rescuing the 40 trapped workers at the earliest. Thank you so much for your time. Shifting focus to another story now. US President Joe Biden and China's President Xi Jinping will have their first in-person meeting in a year on the sidelines of the APEC summit. The two leaders will sit across the table in a perfectly choreographed meeting in San Francisco later tonight. The meeting comes amidst tensions between the two powers that have pushed ties to an all-time low. From spy balloon escapades to aggression in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait, China has been Biden's nightmare in recent times. In a run-up to this much-anticipated meeting, US and China have been engaging in high-level official interactions in recent months, including a visit by Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to the US this year. US Federal Reserve Chair Janet Yellen and US Secretary of State Antony Blinken have also visited China. In terms of outcomes, there may be nothing to waltz home about, but there may be a thaw in the somewhat frosty US-China ties.
Get back on a normal course of corresponding, being able to pick up the phone and talk to one another if there's a crisis, being able to make sure our military still have contact with one another. We can't take, as I told you, we're not trying to decouple from China, but what we're trying to do is change the relationship for the better.
I'm not going to preview what exactly President Biden will say to President Xi, because I think he should have the opportunity to speak to him directly in person without me proclaiming it from the podium. I will say that the president, broadly speaking, is going to set out a vision for peace and stability and the maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. The United States has been ready for that entire period to sustain military-to-military communications because we think it's the only responsible thing to do. Having our two militaries in communication is the way you reduce mistake, you avoid escalation, you manage competition so it doesn't veer into conflict. That to us is an absolutely straightforward factor, and no matter what else is happening in the relationship, those military-to-military links should remain intact. That's our position going into San Francisco.
Joining me on the show, Andrew K.P. Leung is China expert. We have Raymond Vickery, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Commerce, and Ashok Sajanhar is former ambassador. I'm going to begin with you, Mr. Vickery. Will President Biden tame the Chinese dragon is the big question that is there on everybody's mind. What are the expectations from this meeting?
Well, thanks very much for having me, and I express my concern about the tunnel collapse disaster. I think this is a very important meeting, and the root cause of the problem here is Xi's view of the world, that Chinese expansion in terms of territorial control, both Taiwan, South China Sea, but also including the India-China border, the claims for all of our natural products and so forth. It is this problem which we have to keep from erupting into actual conflict. That's a very difficult proposition because the Chinese view it as an indication of their sovereignty, their right, their position in the world. Nevertheless, the main focus will be on restoring some sort of modicum of communication ties between the militaries. You know, the Chinese basically have cut that off after Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. We have to keep this from exploding, as has Ukraine, as has Israel, Hamas, and going into a wider war. These are two nuclear powers. You know, the kinds of devastation that could be caused by misunderstanding is virtually incalculable. It would make the 60 million people killed during the Second World War look minor in comparison. So that's the major focus, but that isn't going to be what really comes out of this. There may be some restoration of military-to-military communication, but there's a wide range of other issues upon which there can be some progress made, including climate change, including fentanyl coming to Mexico and into the United States. President Biden has a very difficult political position here because we're coming up on election year. The Republicans are adamant that he's soft on China. And so you have to be able to be a diplomat enough to normalize a relationship, but at the same time, not get caught in the political crossfire.
Yes. One point of convergence can be trade. Andrew Kipling, on the trade front too, things seem to be going south between US and China. Given the state of ties between these two countries, why do you think Xi Jinping agreed to this much anticipated meeting?
Let's be clear, between the two leaders, who has been the demandeur for this meeting. There is more demand from on the American side than on the Chinese side, because the President Biden is extremely anxious to put this relationship and not allowing this to go off the rails, because the United States has been, there is a bipartisan consensus that China is an existential threat to Americans' hegemony and American dominance, American interest on all fronts. But that's why President Biden has been seen to be pushing China left, right, and center militarily, on a trade, on technology, on semiconductors, on the South China Sea, you name it. But what Biden wants is to prevent this kind of relationship of going off the rail and spiraling into war, because the war is cannot be entertained by either countries, because both countries are nuclear powered with long distance delivery systems. And that's what President Biden's won, and that's why President Biden has been the demandeur. But as far as China is concerned, this rhetoric about China's expansion is flawed, because China has been consistent in its demands that, of course, Taiwan has always been regarded as a part of China. That's been recognized by the United Nations, and Taiwan is not a nation recognized by the United Nations, and the One China policy has been upheld on both sides. But the United States has been pushing China, pushing the envelope, sort of trying to create more diplomatic space for Taiwan, as if Taiwan was a separate country, and then turning Taiwan into a military porcupine. So I think that this very deep-seated differences between the two countries. But like the United States, neither the presidency wants to see that this degenerate into a war, and hence his willingness to come to San Francisco for a direct meeting, just to
Andrew Leung, not just Beijing and Washington, which will be trying to ensure that this meeting goes well, and analysts all over the world will be looking at each and every move in that meeting. And that brings me to Ambassador Sajanhar. Ambassador Sajanhar, will the Israel-Hamas war overshadow smoothing out US-China ties? Because there is also another backdrop of another war, Russia-Ukraine war, which is ongoing. Would you say that the geopolitical situation is too overbearing?
Well, thank you very much, Maria. Yes, I think there are very many challenges on the global front. There is huge turmoil, turbulence. You have mentioned two of the particular issues which are really immediate and which need to be taken care of. Those two issues will definitely be discussed, and definitely other areas like climate change, like terrorism, etc. But I think the focus definitely is going to be on bilateral issues, Maria, and how to sort of put the bilateral issues on a somewhat even keel and to give them some sort of certainty and some sort of predictability, because that is what President Biden wants, and I think that's what the world is also looking at. And the world has been very concerned, particularly as far as this our own region is concerned, Indo-Pacific is concerned, that the expansionist and aggressive policies of China have really tended to, create an imbalance in the situation, whether it is the aggressiveness it has displayed against Taiwan. It is something very new that is happening in terms of sending its aircrafts into the air identification zone of Taiwan, in terms of announcing and publication of this map in which it claims so much of the territories in the South China Sea, as also 93,000 square kilometers of Indian territory. I think these are all matters of great concern to the countries in this region, and they would like that there should be some cooling down of tempers, the polarization that has taken place between China and the United States, between the East and the West, that comes down, so that people are able to focus more on dealing with the challenges within their countries and providing a better life to their own people, rather than getting engaged in such activities. We have seen Russia-Ukraine conflict since February last year, and then since last month, since October 7th, we have seen the Israel-Hamas conflict. And the world does not want more of these, even in terms of muscle flexing, because that is going to have a very adverse and a deleterious impact on global economy, particularly developing countries.
I'm going to take the discussion forward. I would request all the panelists to stay with us, because remember, US is hosting the annual APEC summit of world leaders for the first time since 2011. Leaders from the 21-member Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Group will gather in San Francisco to talk about how to better trade and economic growth across the Pacific region. The goal for this year's summit is to try to make APEC economies more resilient, particularly in the face of growing climate issues and following a global pandemic that killed millions of people and strained supply chains. India is attending the summit as an invitee. It holds an observer status. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is in fact leading this delegation. Since 2015, India has been pushing for APEC membership. It meets all the criteria needed and offers a lot, as well as the fifth largest global economy. India's position as a key economic and maritime power can add heft to this body. It also runs several transnational infra projects in the region that can benefit APEC. As India moves away from protectionism to liberalization, it offers huge markets and a massive labor force. Before we do a deep dive into India at APEC. Here's my colleague Parmeshwar Bawa explaining what APEC is all about.
APEC stands for Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and it's a forum to promote trade, investment and economic development among nations around the Pacific Ocean. Now, the group actually started with 12 members back in 1989, but has since grown to 21, which includes China, Russia, Japan, the United States and Australia as well. Now, these member nations pack a lot of punch. They account for 62% of global GDP and nearly half the world's trade as well. But one has to acknowledge that this forum has limited scope. It's centered on trade and the economy. There's no military component, and it was not forged by a world-altering event like a war. It technically has member economies rather than countries. That allows room for participation by both China-ruled Hong Kong and self-ruled Taiwan. India, as you know, is an observer nation. But the main event of this summit is unfolding on the sidelines. A meeting between US President Joe Biden and China's Xi Jinping. Now, in terms of political expectations and economic implications, with Taiwan's 2024 elections looming, China seeks assurances from the United States against fostering pro-independence sentiments. Additionally, China aims to ease tariffs and export controls on advanced semiconductors. But as Joe Biden and Xi Jinping engage, markets await signals amid ongoing geopolitical dynamics, hoping for a positive impact amidst broadening uncertainties globally. We are also likely to witness friction over the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. The variety of nations involved in this summit have strong views on both sides of the conflict, of the war. Now, typically, at the close of a summit, there is some kind of joint statement by all the nations. But that's not a given this year, in part because of these differences.
Let me go back to the panelists and a quick word from you, Raymond Vickery. The perception of India as a protectionist economy has changed, but countries like China will still try to stall this inclusion. How can India overcome these hurdles?
Well, I think it's perfectly clear that the United States has for decades wanted India to be a part of APEC. Unfortunately, China has been the drag in terms of admission of India, saying that it hasn't gone far enough in reforms, which in a way is really ironic in view of China's very hefty participation of the government in directing the economy in China. I also would say that there has been some reluctance on the part of India, really, in terms of meeting criteria in particularly the whole business about we're going to have protection of certain areas of the economy. But there is no question that now is the time for India to join APEC. It is a mechanism, although flawed certainly, but it is a mechanism to be able to have one of the greatest incentives for peace, which is economic engagement. So I would hope that the progress could be made and that there could even be an announcement of India's accession to APEC this time around.
Okay. So what about China? How is China viewing something which is almost inevitable? Because given the position that India has globally in this new world system, how is China viewing something that is going to happen?
I don't think that China regards the India accession as a threat, because the fact remains that China is the largest trading partner for 128 countries around the world. Is deeply embedded in the world supply and value chain. 128 countries compared with only 58 for the United States. So China is much more deeply embedded in the whole world supply and value chain, and this is unlikely to change by any kind of decoupling or de-risking or whatever you call it. But as far as India is concerned, it's quite ironic that, of course, APEC is nothing compared to the largest trading bloc in the world, which is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP. India actually, after years of negotiating for entry, have chosen to drop out of the the world's largest trading bloc, accounting for a third of the world's GDP and a third of the world's population. And the APEC is more about politics in a way, even though it's about trade. But as suggested earlier, India is ambivalent about entirely free trade, and that's the reason why it chose to withdraw from the RCEP. But as far as China is concerned, I don't think China's rattled in any way. China's deeply entrenched in the global and supply and value system. But I think that China wants peace because China doesn't want war, because war is no good for China's trajectory. And above all, China wants a more inclusive world rather than kind of creating kind of small circles, excluding others, and trying to ostracize some countries on the part of ideology. But basically,
I have just enough time for Ashok Sajjanhar. Ambassador Sajjanhar, how does an APEC membership really benefit India?
I think India will get another platform, another forum to connect with its partners. And in that sense, when you are talking about Asia Pacific, India is a very integral part of Asia. Nowadays we are using for the broader concept of the Indo-Pacific. But even if you are referring to as Asia Pacific, India is a very integral component of that. Today, India is the 5th largest economy. It is the fastest growing major economy. It is scheduled to become the 3rd largest economy in a few years. So I think it is anachronistic that a trade body which speaks of Asia Pacific, that it does not have India on its rolls. So definitely India should be there. And I think as far as China is concerned, and one of the reasons why, what the gentleman is saying that India moved out of RCEP is because there are such huge non-tariff barriers as far as China is concerned that they don't permit, there are so many areas in which India has comparative advantage, but because of the NTBs that China has, India is not able to penetrate, India is not able to get an access in that market. And even under the RCEP, China was unwilling to open up its market to Indian products. So even though we started negotiating in 2012, we had to in 2018, 6-7 years after very sincere and serious negotiations, we did not join. But definitely as far as APEC is concerned, India should be on the body because that is a place where policies are decided. It might not be a trade agreement as such.
And it benefits the body itself because India is the 5th largest economy in the world. All poised to become the 3rd largest very soon. Thank you so much for your time, Andrew K.P. Leong, Raymond Vickery, and Ashok Sajjanhar. That's all from me. We are putting that debate on NDTV.com. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn. of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Good evening, you're watching NDTV and I'm Maria Shakil. 2 days before the crucial voting on all 230 seats in Madhya Pradesh and remaining 70 seats in Chhattisgarh, BJP's biggest mascot, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is on a mission. The mission is to woo the crucial tribal votes in the poll-bound states. The Prime Minister on Wednesday visited the native village of tribal icon Birsa Munda in Jharkhand's Kunti on his birth anniversary and launched a welfare scheme for the tribal community. Addressing a public rally in Jharkhand's Kunti district, which is Birsa Munda's birthplace, Prime Minister Modi stressed on the need to strengthen 4 Amrit Stambh, while emphasizing on empowerment of women, farmers, youth and the middle class and poor for country's development.
अगले 25 वर्षों के अमृत काल में अगर हमें विकसित भारत की भव्य और दिव्य इमारत का निर्माण करना है तो हमें उसके 4 अमृत स्तंभों को और मजबूत करना होगा, निरंतर मजबूत करना होगा। हमारी सरकार ने जितना 10 साल में किया, अब उससे भी ज्यादा ऊर्जा के साथ हमें इन 4 अमृत स्तंभों पर अपनी पूरी ताकत लगानी है।
While these mega events may be happening in Jharkhand, the target audience is clearly the tribal voters in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. These states, particularly Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, have a substantial tribal population and are key to BJP's hope of winning there. In the last assembly elections, the BJP did not have much to celebrate in the tribal regions. Out of 47 reserved ST seats in Madhya Pradesh, BJP managed to win only 16. It hopes to reverse the trend this time around with the Prime Minister's push. In 2018, in Chhattisgarh, the BJP could win only 2 of the 29 reserved ST seats. The rest were won by the Congress. Whereas in Rajasthan, the BJP won 9 out of 18 reserved ST seats. So the question that we are asking right now is, will the Prime Minister's tribal outreach pay electoral dividends in the upcoming state elections? And joining me on the show, Sandeep Shastri is National Coordinator, Lokniti Network. We have Tuhin Sinha, author of The Legend of Birsa Munda and also the spokesperson of the BJP. Aditi Fadnis is Consulting Editor, Business Standard. I'm going to begin with you, Tuhin. The timing is interesting, and of course, with the 17th particularly being a crucial day where 230 seats of Madhya Pradesh, all 70 seats, the remaining 70 seats out of 90 of Chhattisgarh are going to polls. Of course, this is meant for these states. Jharkhand elections are still very far.
Well, good evening, Maria. Good evening, everybody. Well, a commitment to tribals goes back 25 years. If you look at it, in 1999, the then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji had created the Ministry for Tribal Affairs for the first time. In 2000, we created the state of Jharkhand, a long pending demand which had existed for many decades before that. In fact, in 2021, Prime Minister Modi ji made Birsa Munda's birth anniversary Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. So I think, in 2021, there was no election. So Prime Minister Modi's and this government's commitment to tribals has been unequivocal, irrespective of whether elections have existed or not. Now, today, it was Birsa Munda's 123rd anniversary. In the next 2 years, obviously, it would be 125th anniversary. I don't think him being present in the village of Birsa Munda makes it, has any electoral messaging. But over a period of time, most of the social welfare schemes, and particularly those for the poorest sections of society, whether it is the Nal Se Jal Karyakram, whether it is Jan Dhan Yojana, all of these have benefited the tribals the most. So I think, it goes beyond elections. Our commitment towards tribals has been consistent and unequivocal.
Yes, but Sandeep Shastri, the fact is that tribals as a constituency haven't been loyal to one particular political party. If we were to look at these 3 states alone, in Chhattisgarh, the Congress had a lead of 9 percentage points over the BJP among Adivasis in the last assembly elections. In Madhya Pradesh, if we were to look at it, in 2014 elections, the BJP had a massive lead of 14 percentage points among the Congress. Recently, when the Gujarat elections were held, the entire tribal, belt voted for the BJP.
Was the question posed to me, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think there is a truth in the argument you just now made about how much does the electoral campaign and the messaging actually translate itself into votes. And you have been showing on the screen the performance of different political parties in tribal seats. Let's also accept the fact that there is an element of symbolism that goes with the projections that are made. Now, be it the Prime Minister's outreach or be it the outreach of other leaders, the attempt to try and woo the tribal vote is something that all political parties are attempting and all leaders are attempting. But at the end of the day, I think the tribal community also has become politically savvy and politically strategic. And they look at what are the benefits on the ground, what are the programs and policies implemented on the ground by political parties. And that's what influences, determines, and decides that the way that they would vote. So while there are various forms of political symbolism that may be expressed, at the end of the day, the tribal vote does not move only in a particular direction. Tribals have voted on various factors, but at the end of the day, they look at the implementation of the promise made by parties on the ground.
Professor Saroj Giri as well. He is professor at the Department of Political Science in Delhi University. Aditi Fadnis, coming to you now. Of course, every move of the Prime Minister or by any political leader when we are in the thick of an election season will be watched out. The timing, of course, will be read in multiple ways. One of the ways could be the way we are reading about him targeting tribals in the poll-bound states. Within minutes, perhaps we'll be getting those visuals of him being in Rajasthan campaigning. But the larger question is, which way would the tribals go? If Mr. Sandeep Shastri is talking about, of course, if we were to look at data purely, there is a trend in many ways that they do not go with one particular political party they change with the states. So how should this be read in the sense that will this have an impact on the ground?
Well, it's hard to say whether it will have an impact on the ground or not. That question will be answered only when the results come out. But I think overall, if you look at the Madhya Pradesh, for instance, and the 47 tribal seats that it has, out of all the Nota seats where people voted for Nota, the vote for the Nota seats, Nota vote was the highest in the tribal seats in Madhya Pradesh. So that takes Professor Shastri's argument a bit forward and says what it tells us possibly is that ultimately the gains from all the multiple welfare programs and other things that Mr. Sinha alluded to, maybe their impact in tribal areas is not being felt as in a as widespread a way as elsewhere. That's number one. Number two, I think in Rajasthan, tribals are not that many in number as as reserved seats, but certainly in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, they are a very large number. And Birsa Munda's legacy is recognized, particularly in these two states. So proximity can influence the election, and I would not agree with Mr. Sinha that this is being done out of altruism or any other reason. Clearly, the timing of the visit is to influence the outcome of the election.
Yes. Professor Giri, how are you looking at this? How much of impact will it have on the elections? Will you please unmute yourself?
Are you asking specifically with regards to PM Modi's outreach to the tribals?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I would say that I think the situation with the tribal question, I think varies differently in different states. If we look at Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, they have slightly similar situation with regards to the Adivasis. Rajasthan would be slightly different because in Rajasthan, you know, there is this demand for Bhil Pradesh, you know, for a separate autonomous state among the Bhil people, which also includes Bhils from Madhya Pradesh and from Gujarat. I think I would like to focus on what is happening in Chhattisgarh in particular, because I do not know if, you know, how much this has really troubled to the national media. But Chhattisgarh, the struggle of Adivasis against big corporate mining and displacement of tribals, that struggle is really intense, you know, and for some reason, this has not really got the coverage that it deserves, both from even from alternate media, I would say. So if I were to focus there, then talking about Prime Minister Modi's outreach, then I would say that the PMO as well as the Home Ministry is directly, you know, implementing measures in tribal areas that are extremely harmful to the tribals. For example, I don't know how many people have really heard about this, you know, and I'm embarrassed to actually say in this way because we should have all heard about this. There were aerial bombings in Adivasi areas in Bastar. Not just once, but thrice over the past couple of years. Aerial bombing directly sanctioned by the Home Ministry at the highest level. So much so that in some cases that the Congress government in Chhattisgarh would said that they didn't even know that there is aerial bombing going on.
To that? I think that's a subject of BJP versus Congress. We invariably see that play out in that domain. But right now, what we are also seeing, Tuhin Sinha, is massive outreach and governance efforts that have been carried out by Bhupesh Baghel in Chhattisgarh. And that is the reason why, if you look at survey after survey, it's translating into him being the most popular chief minister, someone who has ensured Bijli Sadak Pani and gone beyond that to have hospitals and also schools in these tribal regions. Tribal
Maria,
belts in particular.
I would beg to disagree there.
Okay, Tuhin, please. Yes, Tuhin, go ahead.
Can I please complete?
Yes.
In fact, if you look at it,
come in here.
Yes, I'll come to you.
About your assessment of.
In fact, if you look at it, Maria, if you look at it, all the scams of the Chhattisgarh government, whether it is the latest Gobar Gothan scam, whether it is the coal levy scam, at the core of it, who are the worst sufferers, who are the victims? They are the Adivasi community. Even the PSC scam, So I think, Chhattisgarh in government has been the unkindest one to the tribals of the state. And irrespective of what bubble may exist at this point of time, they are in for a problem because of this. So, I don't think, Bhupesh Baghel has any credibility insofar as tribal areas is concerned. And the gentleman before me, when he was referring to certain bombings, I think, I don't think there is anything even factually available to that to support that on public domain. So I don't think on a show like this we should support such arguments which are based on hearsay.
Okay, Sandeep Shastri, come in on this, talking specifically about the ordinance which was promulgated to maintain status quo on the SC/ST Act, then we have seen that back and forth that has happened. Do you think, Sandeep Shastri, it can be seen as what BJP's Tuhin Sinha said, that in the last 9 years in particular, there has been efforts by the central government repeatedly, or will you see this as more of a one-off?
I would have a slightly different perspective on the issue. I think in the last decade, we have visibly seen that the voter in this country makes a distinction between the national and the state election. Even the studies that we have done as part of Lokniti clearly show that when it comes to a national election, when it comes to the central government, there is a particular perspective that the voter takes. But when it is a state assembly election, the voter is clearly, visibly looking at issues which directly affect her life, issues which are linked to his or her livelihood at the local level. Those are the factors that play a role. So when I'm looking at the Chhattisgarh elections, I'm basically looking at what are the local factors, what has been people's experience with regard to governance, and what has been both the BJP's and the Congress's offering to the people, and the people's past experience vis-a-vis that offering. That, I think, for me, is at the end of the day what the voter in Chhattisgarh is looking at. And it's not about whether the center has done something or the state has done something. The voter is able to see through that and makes this clear distinction between the two levels of government.
What about Madhya Pradesh or even Rajasthan, sir?
In the case of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, also the issues are very interesting and different. Both the Congress and the BJP, which are in power in these two states, have not declared their sitting chief minister as their prospective chief minister. Congress has not done it in Rajasthan, and the BJP has not done it in Madhya Pradesh. In both these states, the issues are very, very different. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is battling anti-incumbency. And the Congress, on the other hand, has to deal with factionalism within the party. And Rajasthan is another set of issues that are in play. So I think every state election has strongly localized issues which seem to play a role in the voter deciding how he or she would vote. And we will not be able to make a generalization about these three states. I think there are specificities in Rajasthan, specificities in Madhya Pradesh, as well as specificities in Chhattisgarh. And I think looking at each of them in a specific sense from the prism of what is important to that voter in the state makes more sense for me.
Let me bring in Aditi now. Aditi, the question certainly is that when tribals are looking at their own issues, and I was in Ratlam, which is tribal dominated in Madhya Pradesh, the sense that one does get is that they are looking at issues very, very locally. For them, a national party or a national face doesn't really matter. It's also because these are assembly elections. But Aditi, why do you think increasingly they are getting disenchanted from the Congress?
I think they're not just getting disenchanted from the Congress, they're getting disenchanted from most parties. And to the extent that Madhya Pradesh has had a tribal party, which was floated just before the last assembly election. And as far as I know, that's still in business. So the fact is that there is growing realization that several legislations, including the UCC, the proposed UCC is a problem, and it's not going to be such an easy thing to move tribals politically from their immediate concerns.
Okay. Tuhin Sinha, quickly come in on this. Of course, the immediate concerns of tribals are very different from what is being said. You know, the vulnerable groups that have been identified, they spread over, you know, in over 22,000 villages in multiple states and union territories. Questions will be asked if this is linked to elections, but nevertheless, how hopeful is the BJP that this will have an impact on the poll-bound states?
Maria, how is it linked to elections? In the last 9 years, you know, social welfare schemes have been at the core of our governance. So, you know, today probably 25 lakh crores of rupees have been distributed via 300 social welfare schemes through the digital public infrastructure. Now, obviously, a large part of these beneficiaries have been the tribal population. Now, when we launched the PVT, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, the core agenda or the core purpose of that is to ensure that if at all any percentage of the weakest and the poorest section has been left out, even that will be covered over the next 2 months. So trust me, in Madhya Pradesh, where we have a double engine sarkar, as we call it, there is going to be a pro-incumbency vote. In Chhattisgarh, even today, the tribals are rather upset with the existing state government because of the multiple scams which have actually impacted them. And in Jharkhand, equally, they are upset with the existing state government, which has been, you know, at the forefront of looting them via mining scam. But there is immense positive sentiment for the social welfare schemes of the central government, which is creating an undercurrent for the BJP in each of the states.
Okay, then Professor Giri, if it is about Labharti, and Labharti is that group which is a beneficiary class, then it will not be looking at its identity on those lines. They are all looking at welfareism then.
I think that's what I was saying. You know, I think in different parts of the country where in tribal areas, I think the accent is different. You know, the inflections are different. So in some cases, what you were saying in a lot of the tribal areas, that's true. There is a Labharti, there is a beneficiary section from the welfare schemes. But believe me that there are large parts, in fact, the major parts of Adivasi areas in India are still under tremendous, pressure from big corporate interests, industrialization, displacement, and the question of land, that is still a basic issue, So whatever welfare schemes you give, the kind of welfare schemes that we see in all electoral processes, every contending political party does that, giving freebies and all of that. I think the Adivasi question cannot really be sorted through that. And even electorally, if you're talking purely electorally, I think if you like, for example, take Chhattisgarh, you should definitely talk to people who have the Hamar Raj party. There is a new kind of resurgence within Adivasis that they do not anymore want Congress or BJP. They have rejected Congress. If you go at the grassroots level, they have definitely rejected BJP and they want their own independent autonomous voice. And Hamar Raj party in Chhattisgarh is an example of that. And similar processes are going on in Rajasthan that I know people, tribal leaders.
How much of an electoral impact do these parties really make, Sandeep Shastri? Speaking purely on the basis of your data.
I respect what Professor Giri is saying in terms of the local identities being critical. But if we look at survey data from the past, be it Chhattisgarh, be it Madhya Pradesh, be it Rajasthan, there seems to be a direct bi-party competition. I concede the point that Professor Giri makes that there is an element of disillusionment among segments of voters with the mainstream political parties. But the reality, I think, continues to be that it is these two major parties that you have in these three states.
That's true. There is still no
credible competition.
That's true.
And are the ones which are seeking electoral support.
Okay, I'll have let me give the final word as per the tradition to the women on the panel. Aditi Fadnis, how are you looking at the elections pan out, particularly in the tribal belt? Of course, we will see how it happens finally on 3rd. But, just as Gujarat, where when it was a wave election, just about every pocket voted in one direction, will it be different based on more local factors than overarching themes?
Well, the BJP has certainly deployed a lot of very high-level tactics to win over the tribal areas. And these tribal areas have slipped away from the Congress. Both these statements are true. But ultimately, what is it that is bothering tribals? And what is it that they want from a government that they elect? I think I would tend to agree that the larger picture is issues of land, something to which even the President of India referred when she was governor of Jharkhand, including issues of cultural identity and religion. As you know, the tribals have their own, in many parts of India, have their own religion and a god. They worship nature and a god called Sarna. They are not part of the Hindu recognized, organized religion as we know it. They want protection for all this, and they want protection for their cultural identity. It's something that ex-Congress leader Arvind Neta is fighting for very strenuously in Chhattisgarh. So there are lots of subterranean pressures which tribals, without even being aware of it, are kind of giving vent to. And I think these things are very, very important in the overlay that makes them vote.
All right. Tween, perhaps we'll continue this discussion off screen as well. Thank you so much for your time. Tween Sinha, Sandeep Shastri, Professor Giri and Aditi Fadnis. Of course, we'll be waiting and seeing how the tribal votes really unfold on 3rd, but all eyes will be on how the voting goes in these belts in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, particularly on 17th.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years? Hello and welcome to Turning Point. We are talking about India versus New Zealand semi-final. India has scored a mountain of runs, which is why the Kiwis are chasing 398 for a win. Right now, they have scored 249 runs and they have lost 4 wickets. They have to score 149 runs in 70 balls, and that looks like an improbable target at the Wankhede Stadium. The predictors are saying that India is going to win it 99.26%.
Well, that's a huge margin of percentage given to India. But when you talk about this particular match, it is always and always a difficult match for India when they play against New Zealand. And that is what we saw today, just a short while ago, when Daryl Mitchell and Kane Williamson got together, build that partnership, 180-odd runs partnership. In fact, let's go through what happened in that New Zealand innings right from the beginning. While the Black Caps, they started cautiously with both Rachin Ravindra and Devon Conway took on the Indian Pacers. But Shami, who has been the go-to man for Rohit Sharma, got the dangerous Conway out. Followed by Rachin Ravindra, who nicked one back to the keeper.
Rachin Ravindra turns and goes.
Kane Williamson and Daryl Mitchell took charge of the chase. They had a 148-run stand when Shami dropped Williamson off Bumrah's bowling.
This is...
And this is the drop that we are talking about. Shami dropping a sitter. Daryl Mitchell, he in fact struck his second 100 of this particular tournament. Both the 100s coming against Team India.
Williamson goes big.
But Mohammad Shami made just the breakthrough he was looking for. Williamson was gone after scoring 69. Shami getting his 50th wicket of this particular match. And shortly after, he got the dangerous Tom Latham. And joining us right now on the broadcast, Mr. Vijay Daya. You're smiling, Vijay Bhai. This is great news for everyone, for every Indian fan out there, because all of them, every Indian fan wants to see you smiling, because when you smile, good things happen to Team India.
I'm smiling because when Rika started this program by saying this 99% chances, I was sitting at the waiting area with Rika when that partnership was going on, and she was the one who looked so worried, and we were saying that, you know, it's a mountain to climb and you want a match, and you know, that's what you expect out of New Zealand. What a fantastic partnership, whatever said and done. And there was a plan, the way they were going. I think, you know, that wicket, and especially the wicket of Kane Williamson, he didn't want to put too much pressure on Mitchell the way he was batting. He was close to his 100, he's crossed his 100, and he wanted to pick up. Normally, when you're having a partnership like that, you look for 1 or 2 overs where you can put pressure back on the Indian bowling, but it's not happening. And the man, I mean, like, you know, we've been saying about this guy, Mohammad Shami, phenomenal. Look at that today. 4 wickets and all 4 going to him. And starting off, first 2 wickets, and after that, when he needed the most, he's coming back. The only little blip as far as Shami is concerned, that catch.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's going to make up for that.
He made up for that with those 4 wickets. Vijay, let me ask you, you mentioned about Williamson. Would you say that wicket of Kane Williamson could eventually turn out to be the turning point?
Absolutely. Him being there till the end will make, was the difference according to me. Because he's somebody whose sense, like, when we talk about Virat Kohli, his importance as far as the Indian team is concerned is the same sort of a role that he plays for the New Zealand side, and he gives you that sort of a confidence, and that confidence that he's there, and he's, there's another thing, Rika, he's ahead of the game. He's calculating which over, where, when to take, bit of a risk and go about it. And sometimes what happens is that one shot, one release shot, either you get it or you get out, and that's what happened with Kane. He got out on that that particular over.
And you rightly mentioned during this partnership, Rika, there would come a time when Daryl Mitchell would try and struggle. It was in fact struggling to score runs freely, and that is the point when Kane Williamson would step in and hit those boundaries. And we saw that on multiple occasions. And I remember this one occasion where Daryl Mitchell played, got 2 runs off a Jadeja over, and on the last ball, Kane Williamson gets that boundary to release that pressure. So that's the kind of value that he brings to this New Zealand side.
Absolutely, and that's what partnership is all about. And that game sense that I'm saying, that's awareness I'm saying, that you can sense it, that, my partner, maybe he's taking a over or 2. And when you're chasing a big run, you want that rhythm all the time behind you. You don't want to have a couple of I say close overs, or I'd say, quiet overs. You don't want that.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why he wanted to just carry on all those overs. And, I wanted even a closer game. I'll be very honest with you.
Okay, 65 balls.
You're not happy with that? I said that?
No, I'm happy.
No. I want it to be a one-sided affair. I want India to win one-sided.
No, I don't want it to be a one-sided affair, to be very honest. But how does it pan out right now? 65 ball, 140 runs. They have lost 4 key wickets. But what does it look like?
Daryl Mitchell is still out there, by the way.
Yeah, and Glenn Phillips, one of those players who've, we can't call him bits and pieces because he's done a great job for New Zealand in this World Cup.
Rika, they're still looking for one over where they get 15-20. And I don't see that is coming at the moment.
Possible,
and if it is possible, but I don't see it coming right now. And if that over doesn't come, then that required rate, it's already almost 14 runs an over.
13.12.
So one good over, or they're waiting for those 2 overs from Kuldeep. And very good captaincy here by Rohit Sharma. He's delaying it, If a couple of good over here, they'll be chasing almost 18, 19 runs an over. And that's not going to happen only from one end. You have to do it from both ends. So that's the reason why he's delaying Kuldeep. He's not giving them that release over, I'll say. So in that sense, they're waiting for that, but it's not going to happen. It looks difficult.
Also, second innings in Wankhede, we always talk about dew, but there has been no dew factor this time around.
Well, it's surprising because everybody was talking about that dew, and it's amazing, the beauty of nature. You can't predict anything.
Nature conspires, yes.
Absolutely, you can't predict anything, and I think the same thing goes for game of cricket as well. You can't predict anything, and when that partnership was going on, somewhere down the line, you were thinking, all right, it's very, very difficult because you normally don't use word impossible in any sport. But you wanted it to be carry on for a bit longer, put that pressure on this Indian side and see what they're made of. But like we've been saying all along and have so much faith or so much confidence in this bowling that you have 5 bowlers, but all of them are wicket taking, and that's what happened. You bring Shami back, and he gives you those 2 wickets.
I also want to touch upon the partnership again, and the fact that in the first 10 overs, New Zealand did not really get off to a great start. And this is what a lot of people would be saying, that had they gone on to get, say, 100 runs in 10 overs, it would have been a different story. Do you think that is somewhere where New Zealand might have missed a beat here?
I think you do, but see who you're playing against. The best bowling attack in this tournament, and and what kind of bowlers are bowling in those first 10 overs. And then losing wicket never helps you. I mean, like it's and look, even if the New Zealander openers giving you a start, they always taken a bit of a time. They're not somebody like that who'll give you 100 in first 10 overs, but they made a superb comeback. It's not that they have not made a comeback even after that kind of start. And they were in the game, mind you. You know, now we're looking at this game and we're saying, what are we talking about? They were very much in the game when Mitchell and Williamson was having that partnership. So yeah, and they have, I'm sure they must have planned. If they're not looking for 100, they were definitely looking for at least 80 on the board on 60 balls, 80 runs on the board. And normally you take first couple of overs, you don't take too many chances, and then you say, okay, you don't look at 10 because 10 sounds a smaller number. You say 60 balls and I'm looking for 80 runs. That is very much possible. I think they missed out there because they lost 2 early wickets. But you know, there was a time when they were very much in the game.
Vijay, we'll have to talk a little bit about Mohammad Shami, 4 for 48 at this stage. He has bowled 8 overs. He could very well go on to fetch another 5-wicket haul. Tell us what has been so special about Mohammad Shami in this World Cup.
His mentality. He's not letting the circumstances overtake his mind or overtake his performance. He didn't start. You know, a lot of people can say that all this performance is coming because they didn't pick him up. Indian management didn't pick him up in first few games. I think he's so strong. He's mentally so strong. And the other thing is, you know, Rika, he keeps things so simple. If you talk to him, it looks like, what is this guy talking about? He'll make it so simple. He'll say, okay, basics, मुझे ये करना था, मैंने यही किया, मैं इसके अलावा कुछ और करने के लिए बारे में सोचता नहीं.
Yeah, and he says it's all about rhythm. There's no rocket science.
But he's right. Yeah. It is about rhythm. It is about rhythm, and most of the time, you know, when some of the bowlers are struggling, people who have seen these guys, they'll say, oh, you're not running well. We don't see that rhythm in your bowling right now. So he's saying that, unfortunately, with so much of exposure and so many things coming in, Rika, sometimes we create problem to solve them. It's so easy. If you want to talk about it, it's easy. And Shami comes from that school, and even Bumrah comes from that school.
Very uncomplicated.
Absolutely, even Bumrah comes from that school. But Bumrah, maybe more experience or maybe more exposure can explain it for a longer period. He can hold a conversation and he can go on and speak his mind, where Shami will tell you in very few lines that this is.
And he can let the ball do the talking for him.
100%. I mean, like, you know, when this tournament started and he was not playing, all of us were saying that he should be playing because look what he's capable of, and it gives you a different sort of a high when you know that somebody's sitting in that dugout.
I shouldn't be saying this, but Hardik Pandya's injury a blessing in disguise for Team India.
You can say that now, to be very honest, but to miss out on a World Cup, I'm like, you have to be in
I was actually feeling bad looking at him saying
to be in his shoes, because before the World Cup started or first couple of games, he was one of the most important player as far as this whole World Cup campaign was concerned, and we were building things around him that, you know, he gives us that luxury to play an extra bowler or extra batsman. He gives you that much of a freedom, and which is a right thing when you have an all-rounder of his caliber that gives you that much of a freedom that you can play around.
Also, the fact that the game is still on, and Daryl Mitchell is still out there. He's batting on 127 runs, and he's probably the only batter that can do something for the Kiwis at this point of time. I want to talk about his innings. I want to talk about his century. This is his second century, and both the centuries have come against Team India. What a phenomenal player he is. Because we all have been talking about Kane Williamson. We all have been talking about the bowling, New Zealand's bowling, etc. But this guy has literally just exploded in this World Cup for New Zealand.
We will talk about him, but you know, I'm more worried about Phillips at this point. I mean, like, he's got that capability who can finish these kind of games. He can play the cameo and can keep New Zealand in the game. But you have to go back to a centurion, and you have to go back to a guy who's got the 200 against the best bowling attack as far as this tournament is concerned. Or people are talking about one of the best bowling attack ever as far as India is concerned. So you have to rate this 100 really high. The difference between this 100 and the last 100 against India is when he was close to 100 last time around, he took a bit of a time. And I think that stopped the run rate, and that...
I think you just said it and you had it.
Tell me,
Glenn Phillips has pumped 2 back-to-back sixes.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like, you know, he's that kind of player that he doesn't need too many balls to think about. You know, there are some players who needs time to think about and build their inning. But there are certain players that if you give them, let's say, all right, you have to play in this format. I'm not talking about T20. T20, to change the course of the game, you need 15, maximum 20 balls, these kind of players. But here, 50, 60 balls for these kind of players, they can take the game away from you. And I think this is what's going to happen. And you talked about 2 boundaries. It's not about the runs, that 2 sixes.
2 sixes.
It's not about that he hit 2 sixes. The captain will think now to bring back Kuldeep. Sooner or later, you have to bring.
Also, Siraj has now bowled 2 wides.
Yeah.
So the
That's
over
pressure.
that you were talking about is probably here.
No, that's pressure. That's
so
pressure.
6, 6, 12 plus for 16, 17, 18, 19 runs.
They essentially need
Already.
113 runs
56.
in 56 balls.
I see more tension here. I was like, in this panel rather than what's happening at the ground.
Yeah, I don't know how stressed Rohit Sharma is.
Enjoy this. I mean, like, this is a World Cup final. World Cup semi-final. 2 really good teams.
I was there in 2011 also, and I had experienced similar nerves. It was against Pakistan. An added layer of expectations out there. We also have the man who was in the middle in 2011 when India was playing the semi-final in the dressing room, Ramji Srinivasan, the former strength and conditioning coach of the Indian cricket team. Ramji, 113 runs of 56 balls. Tell us from your experience, how far is this game going to stretch?
Oh dear, we all won't have nails end of the day. As Rika was telling about Pakistan match, it was nerve-wracking, literally. You start sweating in your palms. From outside, we can I can say no, it was cool. We enjoyed the tension. I think at that point of time, it was really nerve-wracking. We don't know how it is going to go, and seriously, the match pre-match itself was really unbelievable atmosphere, and things didn't go well as far as our lunch and things are concerned. It started from there, and Pakistan, we are playing Pakistan. Oh, horrible tension. And it was the win was really phenomenal. Virat got the last catch, and we won the match, and it was a teamwork end of the day. And it was literally unbelievable atmosphere there in the dressing room, and pre-match dressing room and post-match dressing room was completely different.
Ramji, T20 at that point of time was still evolving. It wasn't an evolved format. But now when we look at these players, most of them are pros in T20. When we look at an equation like this, 54 balls, 112 runs, what does your sense really tell you? And 6 wickets in hand, is there a possibility, even though if it's a pressure game, World Cup semi-final, is there still a possibility of New Zealand clinching it?
I hope not. I'm not an expert as far as Vijay Dahi is there. I cannot talk much. I look like a fool end of the day. We can never say. T20, yes, they become more braver and in expressing themselves and go for the risky shots. You're right. T20 game has evolved certain certain style of batting into the system. I don't know the technical aspect of it. I cannot comment on it because it's not my forte. Vijay would be able to guide you better on that. He's an expert on that.
Vijay, your sense, 53
it gives
balls.
them more courage. It gives batsmen more courage and maybe slightly on a better position after having played T20. I don't know, more tensions, and I think Vijay would be able to tell you that.
Because courage, absolutely, you need that. But the thing is that it's that sense that it's possible, and that's the reason why you try. When you know that it's been done and it's possible, and that's what's the highlight of any sports person, that you want to achieve what has been done earlier or do one better. So that's the reason why we see all these things happening in T20 games that, and you never look at numbers, Rika, when you're chasing, you never look numbers in terms of over. You break it down in balls. When you say 10 is, like I said, a smaller number than 60.
Tell us, how will the New Zealand team be breaking down this equation right now?
No, right now they'll be looking for a boundary every over, and that boundary is a must here. You know, they'll be saying, okay, last 5 overs, same pair batting. Last even 4 overs, they say, okay, 4 overs, 50 runs, we're in the game. So you have to take it till there. You have to take it deep. If you take a chance here, this partnership has already added almost 60 runs.
Yeah.
You don't expect the other guy to do, come in and do the same thing. And if they can take it that deep, there'll be pressure on the bowlers as well. We were saying one big over, and Rohit will be forced to change, and that's what he's done. He's got Kuldeep back now.
Yeah.
You know, earlier we were saying he's delaying him, but right now, that's his punt. That's what he's saying, that, you know, change of pace. He's not bowled for a while. Bring him back. Maybe there is a wicket somewhere in that spell.
Ramji, I want to get a sense of the mental side of the game as well. And at this point, when it is a 60-40 game for India, what would the players be thinking, and what is going in these players' mind, and how much the mental side of it kicks in? Because this is where, because both the teams are equally capable of playing cricket, but mentally, where do these players stand, and how strong you need to be in this situation?
Cricket is a mind game, completely a mind game, because once you cross the rope, your mind does everything. You know, it's a lot of thinking, strategic thinking, etc., etc. You have to have a quicksilver thinking, at the same time live at the same moment. You know, living at that particular moment, rather than thinking about the results, etc. You have to be mentally phenomenally tough, shutting off all the the crowd and chants, etc., etc. You have to have a tunnel vision, and you should have also a peripheral awareness. It's a multi-prong approach, and we make it look very simple. And the players, those who are somebody like Rohit and Virat, they all make it look very simple. You know, it is a mind game, completely a mind game. Mind takes over at every stage. Even professional athletes, okay, body up to a point, your body will listen what your mind says. End of the day, it cannot work otherwise. Always,
yeah.
Your mind doesn't react to body telling you. So it is. They will be zeroing in on, as Vijay Daga said, over to over, ball to ball, and strategy planning. Loads of things will be going on there. At the same time, they'll be grounded to the present.
You know what I want to see?
I think so. I think the Vijay played to the highest level. He would know. Again, some of the experts, mental conditioning experts, will be able to explain things in a better position rather than me, I suppose. But whatever little bit I had, I shared. I mean, what experienced from other sport also. They live at the moment. They live in the moment, not thinking too much about the outcomes.
Yeah, what I really want to see, last over, 14 runs to win, Bumrah bowling that over. You guys are not happy? You guys are not happy about it?
I don't think it's going to get there.
No, it's not going to get there. I'm with you on that.
We also have Gursharan Singh, former Indian cricketer, on the show with us. He's just joined us.
आ जाओ पाजी, आ जाओ.
आगे मैं खाना खा रहा था.
ऐसे मैच में आप खाना खा रहे हो?
हेलो पाजी.
मैच भी देख रहा था विजय. एक बॉल देख रहा था. रियली हाय रामकी. मैं एक बॉल देख रहा था. बहुत मजा आ रहा है. Cricket, anything is possible, but
you think anything is possible still?
434 had been chased, Rika. 434.
I know.
think in 2006 that were also chased.
That required a Herschel Gibbs. I don't see there's a Herschel Gibbs in this lineup.
Well, you have a Glenn Phillips and
Mitchell is still there.
Glenn Phillips and
but
Darren Mitchell in this lineup.
It looks very difficult. I think only 15% chance for New Zealand, but I think India will make a comeback. It's not an easy game, but could be, like Vijay said, last 5 overs, if same 6 wickets in hand, around 50 or 55 runs to win, then anything can happen. Next 4 or 5 overs are very crucial.
And what you just said, you know, the sportsmen, they thrive on that, the percentage. But Gushpaji is just saying that 15% chance. There's still a chance. It's not a dead game.
Yeah.
And that's what happens in this sport, that, you know.
And they will try to make a match of it.
And somebody like who's in the middle, it's an opportunity to become a hero. I mean, like that, look, everything is against you. India is playing phenomenal cricket, one of the best bowling side, to packed stadium, 90% people are cheering for your opposition, and you're in the middle. You can write your own destiny here. And this is, I mean, these are the moments. I mean, like, you know, when you sit down, you're 50, 60, that's what you think about. That's what gives you a high.
And you would also be thinking about the fact that as a team, New Zealand would be thinking about the fact that we have come so close so many times. Maybe this is our moment. Maybe this is the time when we actually go on and do it.
And you have, like I just mentioned about the opposition, who's on some sort of an amazing run. You have to do something different. Different or something just out of the ordinary to win it from here. And that's how, the sports, the beauty about it, it's been done before. It's not you're going to do it something for it's been done before. It's that belief needs to be there. And that's the whole excitement, the whole charm about playing this game or watching this game. And right now, for next half an hour or so, let's just watch this game as a cricket fan. Not just watch it as an Indian fan or a New Zealand, just cricketing. Enjoy this, try and enjoy this. It's difficult, especially these two who are sitting on my right side. It's not going to be easy. But I'm just saying, try and enjoy this. Take it up. I'm saying, I told you my wish. Last over, 14 runs to win, Bumrah bowling. That'll be some game.
Well, 103 runs of 44 balls. We will have to keep discussing the moments. We will, there are a few overs left now, so we will come back and discuss more. But before we go into a short break, we'll have to show you the moment of the match. Virat Kohli getting to his 50th ODI 100. Very special because it came in front of none other than his hero, Sachin Tendulkar. This was the moment Virat Kohli had visualized a million times. A David Warner-like jump and a bow beside the little master as he sat watching and admiring his protege. This was Virat Kohli's 100 number 50 in ODI cricket and 80th international 100 overall.
Stuff of dreams. Anushka was sitting right there. Sachin Paji was there in the stands. I mean, I mean, it's very difficult for me to explain this, but if I could paint a perfect picture, I would want this to be, the picture. My life partner, the person I love the most, she's sitting there. My hero, he's sitting there, and I was able to get the 50th in front of all of them and all these fans in Wankhede as well. Such a historic venue, so it was amazing.
In striking this phenomenal record, he went past Sachin Tendulkar for the most number of ODI hundreds. That was not the only record Virat broke. He now has the highest number of runs in a single edition of the World Cup, going past Tendulkar's record set 20 years ago. Kohli now has 711 runs. He is the highest run scorer in the World Cup so far. With 300s and 550s, he has made an indelible impact on this edition of the Cricket World Cup. The world has seen 50 shades of Kohli or 50 hundreds in this format. The best of the best are calling him the best batter in the format.
Outstanding. Yes, outstanding innings. 50 hundreds is phenomenal. Fantastic. One day record 50 hundreds is phenomenal. It will take a lot of beating to beat this. So, and he's still and he's not finished yet.
Pakistan great Wasim Akram in fact has gone a step further to pour his love on the Indian talisman, calling him the Emperor. For the Indian fans, Kohli has ensured the week of Diwali celebrations continue a little longer. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, The stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. It was a galaxy of stars at the Wankhede today. We saw the likes of David Beckham, Sachin Tendulkar, Rajnikant, and many more gracing the occasion. And what occasion it was! Virat Kohli making his 50th ODI ton in front of his hero at the Wankhede Stadium. Vijay bhai, so many stars. You had the likes of David Beckham, you had the likes of Rajnikant, you had the likes of, obviously, Sachin Tendulkar at his home ground. How exciting was it as fans just to witness that moment in that particular semi-final?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, you talked about Sachin Tendulkar, die-hard fan. I mean, like, loves him, really, what he's done, or the way he's batted, or the era that he's batted in, or what he's done for Indian cricket as well, in that sense.
I think Virat Kohli also had a fanboy moment.
Yeah. Virat Kohli did have a fanboy moment. He was in fact playing football with David Beckham. He was playing one-touch football with David Beckham.
No, even after he got to his 100, what he did, it seems that he had visualized that moment over and over. He bowed to Sachin Tendulkar.
And it's so nice to see.
Yeah, beautiful.
So nice to see. I mean, like, when people appreciate things, I mean, like, you learn over the period of time, you learn with experiences, you learn with what goes on around, and the pressure and everything, and then expectations, and then you see somebody who's done that. And then you're trying to be in his shoe for a bit and try and feel everything else, but that respect.
I was, reading somewhere that Sachin Tendulkar has laid the road on which Virat drove his Ferrari.
Man, I mean, like, that's you can't say anything after that. You seriously can't say anything after that. So, Paji is there. There's no two ways about that. Then Beckham, I like him for a couple of things: his hairstyle, his tattoos. Like, unfortunately, his former team is not doing so well, so we can't talk about that. But yeah, and Rajni sir.
Is he taking IPL to Miami? What is it?
I think he's involved with all those things. He's part of a couple of football teams, and
In fact,
I think that's
Inter Miami club.
That looks like his next venture. I think he was investing in some local clubs, football clubs, buying them or having some sort of a stake. So yeah, you never know. I mean, like, he's here as a brand ambassador, but he's a sportsman, and when you come into events like this, you try and catch many more things as well.
As a businessman as well, when you look at it in that manner.
And why not? I mean, like, we sometimes talk about cricket, World Cup, but cricket is not as universal as other sports are, to be very honest. World Cup, only 10 teams are playing. Although we have this qualification and all those things make it a little more restrictive, but still I feel that, and it's a difficult game, honestly. Wherever skill is involved, sometimes we talk about running, we talk about football. Football you can still survive if you have strength and speed.
Yeah.
But here, I mean, a lot of countries are trying over so many years that pace, spin, trying to understand the tricks of the trade, swing, how that all those things
Different
work.
kind of skills.
Absolutely, different kind of skills. When we talk about this game, or there are a couple of other games where a skill is so very important. But why not? If somebody like David Beckham starts promoting something, people will
Vijay,
look at
let
it.
me ask you, having Beckham in the house, does it give cricket a global image? Does it elevate the brand image of the game, cricket, which, you know, ICC has long been trying to promote in several countries?
And also the fact that cricket is also going to be a part of the Olympics, so it adds another layer to it.
100% it does. But, you know, Beckham comes from a country where cricket is known.
Yeah.
But Beckham is known in the country where cricket is not known. So in that sense, and the media, the marketing and everything will say that he was there, which absolutely will happen. And he will talk about it and try and mention. And that's the reason why when you talk about ICC, Rika, the whole idea about this game, making it more familiar or easy to start with this T20 format, T10 sort of a format for these countries, because if you ask them to play a test match or a longer format of the game, they'll run away. They will run away because they don't play anything which lasts for that long. So in that sense, I think you start small, you encourage people to come for that. You definitely need brand ambassador, you definitely need big names to be associated with. So yeah, but him being in the stands and everything will be a different sort of a charm. And mind you, this current Indian cricket team are big time into football as well.
Yeah.
They have their favorites, they follow the team, and it's just
a lot of them
celebrations.
and a lot of them have a lot of them support Beckham's
English
team,
clubs
Manchester United.
And it's not a new sort of a following, or it's not a new passion. I mean, like, you know, you talk about it and it's not a very good thing. You know, you talk about other sports, takes the mind off.
Yeah.
And you have something else to discuss about as well. So they keep an eye. I think some time back they stopped playing football as a warm-up as well, because some people have the injury as well.
Correct.
Otherwise they play football really seriously. When Mahendra Singh Dhoni was there, I remember it was very serious. I mean, like, that warm-up sometimes became a very competitive. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So it's not that, you know, they cannot. And honestly, you are doing really well in your field, but you always look at the other people as well, what they're doing, how they have done it. And Beckham, I'm sure everybody in this current generation whoever was following a little bit of a football has always had a little bit liking for David Beckham, for whatever may be the reason. He's played for such a club, then he's that kind of star who attracts attention without even scoring a goal.
Three global icons together in one picture, and that is
so we spoke about one UNICEF ambassador, which is David Beckham. Let's speak about the other, Sachin Tendulkar. And I'll just go over to Gursharan and ask him, you know, the presence of these stars, David Beckham, Sachin Tendulkar, in the house, would you say it inspires or adds that layer of, you know, drama or pressure on the players?
No, I don't think it is a pressure, but they will enjoy this, and when they know Sachin is watching, Beckham is watching, it really inspires them. And you can see, Rika, how the match is going. One team has scored 400 runs, King Kohli scoring 100, and Shreyas Iyer. And from New Zealand side, Daryl Mitchell playing an outstanding inning. So that brings the best out of the players when the greats are watching them. It really, give them kick.
Gursharan, sorry, you had to say.
I mean, Gushpaji is very modest. There's a story here about Gushpaji and Sachin Tendulkar. You know, one of the games that Sachin was close to his 100, and he was injured. Gushpaji was injured. He batted with a broken thumb for him, and I was part of that benefit match for Gushpaji, and Sachin came all the way out of very tight schedule. He just flew in the morning, played that game, and back in the
And Vijay, 24th April was his birthday.
Yeah.
And my match was on 26th. So he told me, definitely whenever your benefit match is held, I will be there. So on the 24th and 26th, he must have been very busy on his birthday and after that. And I'm really grateful to him. And plus what Vijay said, I played with one hand. My right hand was broken, and Sachin was batting on 85. Then I batted for around 40, 45 deliveries. That is his greatness, and he remembers that. And I also feel very, very lucky to have played with Sachin and a little bit of contribution. But obviously, he was destined for greatness. He would have played for the country and made so many records. But we कहते हैं ना एक बहाना बन जाता है. Then he went to Pakistan, and rest is history.
And I'm very biased, and I'm proud of it. To say that I'm biased when we talk about somebody like Sachin Tendulkar. You know, the beauty, Rika, is...
I think every one of us is.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
We lived in that Sachin era.
It's very rare that you are 18 and you putting a poster in your room, another 18-year-old guy.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what is done to that generation.
Yeah.
That's what he's done. I mean, like, we were growing up and he was shining at there. So you were the same age, but you still had his poster in your room, looking at it and say, damn, that's where I want to be.
Exactly.
And sometimes, when you're sitting alone and say, want to live one day like him. And when he's playing, he's walking in.
The aspiration, Now he made India dream. He basically helped raise our aspirations, raise our bar, raise our aspirational levels.
And where all?
Yeah, Rika. And after Sachin played, like he played for India at the age of, I think, 16. So most of the parents after that, kids also, they also believe that if Sachin can play at the age of 16, why not our son? And it really inspired the parents. And after that also, so many young players at the age of 17, 18 played for the country.
And this is what the game is all about. When you see the likes of
I'm stopping you. Good news. My man got a fifer. Shami's got a fifer.
Shami's got a fifer. That's true. Shami's got a fifer. 51 wickets in the World Cup. What a phenomenal campaign
I've
he
been
is having.
saying somebody's sitting and writing something.
Absolutely. I was about to say this. I was just about to say this.
Okay, on that note, who will be the player of the match, Mohammad Shami or Virat Kohli? Vijay first, and then I'll ask Krishan.
Oh my God, this is actually a great question. It is going to trouble them a lot.
And listen, why are you saying only 5? He can get 6 or 7 as well.
Yeah.
Well, he can.
So I'm asking you, who will be the player of the match, Mohammad Shami or Virat Kohli?
Let him take 5 or 6. He's got what? Another 10 balls to go, and they'll come after him. So he can get. I really want to see him right there at the top. When the World Cup finishes, I want to see him right at the top there. And this is the beauty of sport. And it will inspire so many people. It's not about success. It's about when you're not there. And still you come back and do something. That's the inspiration. Because there are a lot of people in domestic circuit, when I see, they get bitter too soon.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. And that's a big problem. So these are the examples that you don't need to become bitter, or you don't need to say that there is a politics, this happened, that happens. This game gives you an opportunity every next day to become better than yourself. He's an example. And if somebody is watching with that kind of eyes, you have to pick up things from here. And this is the beauty of sport. It's so powerful. It's so powerful that it inspires so many people here. I'm sure that, somebody going back from this game, after watching this game, they'll say, oh, I want to play. Because when you go to the stadium, you don't only go to watch the game. You go to enjoy the atmosphere as well. The best way or best place in the house is to watch the game it's your drawing room or wherever. Because you can see the replays, you can see whatever you want to. But stadium...
I still would love to go to the stadium.
100%. The feel in that stadium involves you. I mean, you're there.
Yeah.
So these kind of performances or these kind of World Cups
bring
is something.
fans to the turnstile.
Vijay Bhai still haven't given us the answer who's going to be the man of the match.
तुम ना बीच की चीजें पकड़ते हो भाई. 10 बात I'll tell him 10 things, he won't say anything about that. There's something that he wants to hear from me. Okay, I don't know who will judge that, but you ask me.
Yeah.
All right. My man of the match. If you ask me, my man of the match will be Shami.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'll say that because look at his wickets. First two to start with, put that pressure on New Zealand side, and then when that brilliant partnership was going on,
he picked up.
And there are 2 centurions. Let's
Correct.
not forget about, because we're talking about Virat, he's in a purple touch. There's no doubt about that. And that the occasion.
So the key wickets of Kane Williamson and Daryl Mitchell.
No, Rika, I'm talking about the hundreds here. I'm saying because it's the 50th 100. We're talking about it. Let's not forget about someone else got 100 in this game in 67 balls. So it's not the only 100 in this game. So there's, if we talk about who should get a man of the match only for 100? Do we get a man of the match because it's the 50th 100?
It's the quality of the performance.
Or then Mohammad Shami is my man of the match.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Gursharan, let me get back to you on this topic of Mohammad Shami. He isn't particularly a young man and he gets to play a World Cup every 4 years. But when it comes to World Cup, he is always putting up a special performance. Now 51 wickets in the World Cups that he has played. What is it about World Cups and Mohammad Shami, and how is it that every time there's a World Cup, the best comes out of him?
No, actually, Rika, I know he's performing in World Cup, some exceptional spells, exceptional bowling, but he has been bowling same in Test matches also. Test matches also, he is an outstanding bowler. He is one of the best fast bowlers to have played for the country. His seam position is so good. He runs so well, and he has got a great rhythm. And for the World Cup, what you say, the greats, when there is a big occasion, they always perform. They always give their best. Like he did not play, I think, 2 or 3 matches in this World Cup. So it could have also pinched him also that I'm not playing. But when he played the first game, he got a fifer, and I always appreciate his bowling, the way he's bowling, whether it is Test match, 50 overs or T20. He is an exceptional bowler, and like Vijay said, because the 398 to chase, that means it is a very, very good batting wicket. If New Zealand had not lost those 2 wickets early in the first 10 overs, could be this would have been a different game. And then after making in the second spell, getting 2 wickets, I'm with Vijay. Shami should be the man of the match.
Well, I want to go back to the player of the match question. It's not just player of the match, Vijay bhai. It's also considering the kind of performance that Virat Kohli has been putting up throughout the tournament. And then when you look at Mohammad Shami, it's also both these players are in contention for the player of the tournament as well.
I hope so. But normally what happens is, that's the reason why I want him in the top of that list.
Yeah.
That bowling list. The other guy who's there will have another shot tomorrow. Zampa. He's sitting on 22 wickets, and he'll be very important as far as Australia's success is concerned, because he's the big reason why Australia are back in reckoning and playing so well. He started bowling really well in the middle overs, but yeah, you're right actually. If you look at the bigger picture, what a moment that'll be. But mostly it's the runs that stand out, because the numbers are more.
Yeah.
Because when you look at the runs, you'll say, okay, 800 runs. But when you look at the wicket, they'll be on what, 20-ish? You won't have more than that. And that's the reason why that mindset is such that numbers always dictate the terms. And you tend to get carried away with that. But I'll still say, we've been saying this all along since the tournament start, that batsmen win you games, but bowling unit wins you tournaments. And that's the reason why when the bowling units start clicking, everybody starts saying, all right, this World Cup is ours. Batting is, we never had that kind of doubt on our batting, because before the tournament start, we were more talking about the batting. But when the bowling start clicking, Shami coming back in the game, everybody starts saying, man, this is the best bowling attack ever. Everybody starts saying that. And then you break it down by saying this best bowling attack in one day, best bowling attack with white ball cricket, because you wanted to justify all those things. But winning that many games on the trot with just 5 bowling options is also speaks
and
about.
And Rohit Sharma has also said it's like 2 or 3 bilateral series that we are playing, and across the country, across different conditions
and not making any change. And sometimes when you're doing so well, you don't want to sit in a dugout and say, okay, I need rest. When you're enjoying, you don't need rest. You want to play more and more. And again, look at how many years of cricket is left as far as a couple of players are concerned in this side. And I won't say even because of the tiredness and everything, because this World Cup win will give you such a high, it won't compare to anything else. So if you're having a bit of I won't say tough time, bit of a low time, you might say, all right, I won the World Cup. What else? You have set individual goals for yourself and you said, all right, I want to just sit down. I want to just enjoy. I want to see other things in life as well. So that might happen as well, because I
it's
won't
like
see.
winning that Olympic gold medal. And
It's there because
equivalent,
because the sacrifices that you have made so far and the pressure that you have taken, the thinking that which is going, the planning and everything, you don't expect them to do it again and again. And I don't want to say it, but I don't see the same 11 playing 8 months back down the line.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see, because after this there'll be a lot of T20 games because the T20 World Cup is coming. India is playing a one-day series almost after a year or something after this, or maybe
I
in
think
South
they
Africa.
will be playing in
South
against
Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah, in South Africa.
Yeah.
Even there, Rika, there'll be a lot of changes. If we win, if we end up winning this World Cup, there'll be a lot of changes, because you want to say, all right, but this high, you want someone else to just go in there and just test the waters, or you say, okay, we're making a team for the future, because next World Cup is not around the corner, or big 50-over event is not around the corner. We are building a T20. We'll be playing more T20. So you might see more changes in the South Africa one-day series as well. But I want to enjoy this. I want to enjoy this, what I'm seeing right now for last couple of weeks.
I also wanted, we were talking about Mohammad Shami and the kind of contribution that he has made for India. I want to point out Kuldeep Yadav's 2 overs, the 42nd over and the 44th over, where he only gave 5 runs. That basically in that moment, in that crunch moment, giving just 5 runs in 2 overs, it speaks volume of the class that this bowler has.
And get the wicket of, add the wicket of Chapman as well in that spell, you know. And we were saying that how you trying to read the game, and when you try and read the game, you want to know what the captain is thinking. And he had no option. It's not that he wanted to bring him that time. He was delaying him. He was delaying him because the partnership was going on. But that 1 over of Shiraz, which went for almost 22 runs, forced him to make that change the pace of the game, and that's what Rohit has done, and Kuldeep. He's not disappointed his captain throughout in this tournament, and he didn't do it today as well.
We'll keep talking about the match and a lot more, because India is nearing that victory line, and they will be into the final.
Just 80 or 15 balls.
Just 80 or 15 ball, that's right. But we'll have to take a very tiny break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting, so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Welcome back. We are counting down to the end of the match, and India almost there because New Zealand needs 71 runs from 8 balls. And the news of this hour is that Mohammad Shami has once again picked up a 5-wicket haul, and India has won the match. That's the news at this hour. I'll have to go to Ramji. Ramji, you know, Mohammad Shami, when you see him, tell us a little bit about his fitness, his commitment, and the temperament to go into World Cup time after time and pick up these many wickets.
Yeah, I think Shami made his debut, I think, if I'm not wrong, in 2012. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Vijay.
No, go on.
Yeah, he was evolved from caterpillar to a butterfly now. You know, absolute phenomenal evolution, and he stings like a bee. So, fast bowlers have to be supremely fit, and it's a no-brainer to know that they are one of the best athletes as far as cricket is concerned, you know, fitness-wise. So, full kudos to him. He has worked really hard on his fitness. He has worked really hard on his bowling technique. He has been totally self-disciplined. It shows hard work and smart work will never fail, especially in situations like this. He's been tested and he has proven. He has come out very successfully in every department. Full kudos to him. I'm so happy. Even fast bowlers, have been acknowledged. As they have said, it's always numbers. It's not numbers. Fast bowlers are all. They too play a huge role in changing the the results of the team many a times. So we have Zahir Khan, we have Jawal Srinath, etc., Irfan Pathans to Sreesanth to Bumrah to, all these guys have evolved over a period of time. The current generation of fast bowlers, they are very, very good and they are hungry for success.
Well,
Team India has finally broken the semi-final
Exactly,
jinx,
I was about to say
and
that.
they are into the final of the Cricket World Cup. We don't know yet who they are going to be facing off on Sunday, but with a massive 70-run win against their ICC tournament nemesis, New Zealand, they are into the final of the Cricket World Cup. Mohammad Shami there, one of the biggest stars of the show, picking up 7 for 57. He has taken over 50 wickets in this edition of the World Cup. And it's not just Mohammad Shami. There were several other big performers from India. Virat Kohli getting to his 50th ODI 100. Shreyas Iyer also scoring 105. So there will be a stiff competition when it comes to the man of the match. But
No. I think Mohammad Shami has settled that debate with that 7-wicket haul. He is definitely going to be the man of the match for this.
Where is the stiff competition here?
There's no competition, so it is Mohammad Shami.
Absolutely, because when he's taken a fifer, we said that we were discussing and saying that he's got a chance to take a 7-wicket haul, and that's what happened. 9 balls were there to take another 2 wickets, and that's what he's done. And you were right that he'll take a 7. He's taken a.
Well, let's listen into some of the fans who are there watching this match across the country. These are the reactions coming in, I think, from the Wankhede Stadium.
A very wonderful batting by Iyer. उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा क्रिकेट खेला, बहुत अच्छी 6 मारी. जो ऑफ के बॉल्स थे उनको स्ट्रेट में 6 कन्वर्ट किया. बहुत ही अच्छा बैटिंग किया उन्होंने.
Well, with that, Mohammad Shami, with 23 wickets in the tournament, he has now become the leading wicket taker in the ICC ODI World Cup 2023. And what a fantastic story Mohammad Shami has been. Wasn't picked up in the first couple of matches, came into the New Zealand match, gets those crucial wickets right up. Settles his place, makes his place into this team, and going forward, he was absolutely untouchable. And today, again, he showed what he brings to the table. A 7-wicket haul on a difficult pitch. New Zealand were, in fact, cruising at a point of time when Daryl Mitchell and Kane Williamson were batting brilliantly. Daryl Mitchell getting his century, but it was Mohammad Shami who first got the first 2 wickets, came back, broke the partnership, got Kane Williamson, and got the important wicket of Tom Latham. And again, he got the wicket of the centurion, Daryl Mitchell, and then wrapping up with 2 more wickets. 7 wickets in the match in 9.5 overs, giving away 57 runs. A phenomenal performance by Mohammad Shami. He is, as Vijay Daya says, the right man to get the Man of the Match award. We also have Pratibha in Bengaluru. Pratibha, what is the atmosphere like after this incredible victory?
Well, in fact, it is jubilant because I see a whole lot of people here who are carrying posters of Virat Kohli. All of them fans of Virat Kohli here, and all of them cheering for Team India as well. In fact, they did plan to bring some crackers, but then the last-minute plan kind of failed, and so all of them are a little disappointed, bit of a dampener there. But then a terrific victory for India.
It's a terrific victory, but very tension match.
Absolutely.
See, each and every ball, we are worried. What's happened next? What's happened next? They played very good. New Zealand played very good. Every over, they should run 10, 4, 6, 4, 6. We should worried. what happened this match, what happened this? But finally, we win the match. We're going to the World Cup, get the World Cup to India back.
Correct. Were you also praying, sir?
Yeah, obviously we have to pray for India because we are the pure Indians. We like India for their wealth and good health. We should make a prayer so they can win the World Cup again and again also.
Right. A nail-biting match. What were the key strengths of Team India?
See, today batting was very good. Bowling is a little bit very problem. They didn't play properly. They didn't bowl properly. But pitch was very good for the batting side. First of all, India went to the opening batting. That made a score. It's very good score. But they tried to make, but unfortunately New Zealand has failed. But India has win the match.
Definitely. So a nail-biting match there, and we hope that Team India would lift the cup as well.
Obviously, it will win the cup. So coming Sunday, we will make more and more, what we say, it's a festival for again Deepavali for India.
Right, another Deepavali is what they all claim. And can we cheer for Team India now? Yes. So that's the excitement that you see in Bengaluru now, and all of them are waiting with bated breath for the finals, where they hope that India will lift the cup. Back to you.
Well, onward they go. Team India from Wankhede, they will go to Ahmedabad for the final on Sunday. They have booked their ticket for the World Cup final. And what a phenomenal performance it has been. A 70-run win against the Kiwis, who've been their World Cup nemesis before. Vijay, would you say that the badla or the revenge is complete?
No, I don't think like that, honestly. I mean, like, a lot of people will be saying that. Let's give credit where it's due. New Zealand has beaten us on those days when they have played better than us, or we didn't play good cricket. But here, I think we played really, really good cricket. And that's the reason why, if you ask a lot of people, they were not looking what happened in the past. They were just saying, look at this.